5 p.m. his time, California. Wait, what? Although plaintiff's attempts to confer with the opposing counsel was not made until 8 p.m. on Friday, the request would have been received by defendant's lead counsel at 5 p.m. his time, California. Okay. Doc 44 is not filed until 10:49 EST. So they made a request to meet and confer at 5 p.m., okay, California time, and then less than 3 hours later, they filed? Jesus Christ! Keep reading. Sorry. Mr. Bretler was made aware of our filing deadline, but did not respond. Due to this, we notified the court that we provide an update to our meet and confer efforts. As of now, counsel for I haven't actually read this filing, sorry. As of now, counsel for defendants have not provided any response to our request for a meet and confer regarding the excess pages. Regarding Doc 48, plaintiff's motion requests leaves for the declarations of 3 witnesses to be filed under seal in order to protect our identities. These 3 declarations were made in support of plaintiff's reply. The opposition summarily filed. Plaintiff elected to attach redacted versions of these 3 declarations to reply brief. The portions of the declarations that are redacted are only those that would serve to identify the witnesses. The substantive content is not redacted. What does this mean? You can't have anonymous accusers coming forward. You can't do that. What is this? Like, you know everything about the accusers. They just are anonymous. That's not how this works in court. On Saturday, May 3rd, 2025, defendant's counsel. Would this be the next day? Yeah. Mr. Bretler responded to the meet and confer request regarding our request to leave, or for leave, the file. Responded to the meet and confer request regarding our request for leave, the file, the 3 declarations under seal. I think there's something. By demanding that the undersigned counsel immediately provide him with unredacted versions of the 3 declarations. As of now, various communications have been exchanged, but no consensus has been reached. The undersigned counsel has communicated to Mr. Bretler that pursuant to local rule 54B1, he will receive the unredacted versions of the declarations after the court approves of the motion at docket 48 and their file under seal. These declarations contain highly sensitive, private, and confidential information regarding the non-consensual distribution of sexually explicit material and related communications involving the witnesses. Excuse me, none of that is the subject of this case. None of this is relevant to this case. Plaintiffs and other individuals. These witnesses only agree to provide their testimony if their identities can be kept private under the direction of the court. Oh, okay. This makes more... I didn't read this before. This makes more sense now. Oh my god, I just had a fucking brain blast. Some people have been communicating with me privately that, actually, I don't give a fuck now. They shouldn't be talking to me privately, and you should be communicating only through your lawyer. And the fact that they've been communicating with me privately seems to imply to me that there is a heavy amount of pressure with opposing counsel to elicit what I would say are obviously false statements in order to keep this case alive. And I think that is unfucking believable. I think, you look forward to showing the next court filing. It feels to me like opposing counsel is in over their heads, don't work in this area of law at all. This Joan Peters person is some kind of immigration lawyer from Puerto Rico, and this other guy, I guess, is just I don't even know what law he does for everything. Maybe car accidents, I don't know. But they're in way over their head. There's way too much involved here. They don't know basic rules of civil procedure, which I understand is probably your hardest law school class. I don't know, maybe go back and take a refresher on it. And I think they're at a point now to where I legitimately, it feels like what they're doing is they are grabbing random people to perjure themselves, but they're telling the people, we'll keep your identity anonymous, so everything will be okay. Because some of these people have expressed a great deal of stress and frustration, and it feels like the stress and frustration has to do with the fact that they are, they're worried because they didn't know that they would ever be identifiable, because they are lying in some of their declarations. Maybe. That's just what it looks like. For all the reasons more fully set forth in plaintiff's motion, it is critical to protect the identities of these declarants. Then file a motion with the court and ask for it. You can't just throw this on and decide this unilaterally on your own. The undersigned counsel has also explained to Mr. Bretler, the defendant, has the full unredacted substantive content of the declarations. The only redacted portion are those that would reveal the identities of these declarants. Who am I serving discovery notices to? Who am I asking for information or documents from? Who, like... Also, if you bring these people in at the last minute, we don't even have a chance to reply to stuff that they're declaring in their moving for a preliminary injunction. There can be no legitimate urgency for defendant to know these witnesses' legal identities. That information does not alter the substantive facts or counsel's ability to defend his client in the proceedings. Excuse me, when these witnesses are alleging that I've sent them some kind of material, how can I even know the answer to this question without me knowing who the people are that are making allegations? Excuse me, what? Or counsel's ability to defend his client in these proceedings. As of now, despite repeated effort, the parties have been unable to resolve the issue. Accordingly, plaintiff's updated certificate of conferral is set forth below as follows. Another thing that these guys haven't responded to, that I think we've raised this issue 2 or 3 times, they keep claiming that I've engaged in the deletion of evidence and the spoliation of evidence, which, by the way, I think is one of their motivating factors for getting people to tell lies about messages I sent them, because I do back up all of my messages. I do have archives of everything that I've deleted, and I can see exactly the messages that some of the declarants claim to exist that I know for a fact do not exist on the exact dates and the exact times that we were communicating with each other. And I don't know if they think that I am just lying when I say that, but keep in mind that plaintiff has accused me of deleting evidence over and over and over again, despite never requesting a single document from me ever, despite never requesting any of this evidence from me ever, and despite not seeking any of the proper spoliation remedies ever. And also, they haven't responded to the fact that if you are telling me that I've engaged in spoliation because I'm deleting messages on Discord, why don't you account for the messages that your plaintiff has deleted on Discord? Because they have, and they've gone back and edited stuff on January 20th, 2 days before serving me with a preservation of evidence request, which I would say is a clear demonstration of bad faith. And if they can't provide me with copies of the conversation from their perspective beforehand, then I have no idea how the fuck you accuse me of spoliation when your client is literally doing that. Anyway, okay. But, sorry. There's like so much paperwork and everything in the background for stuff that I have to respond to, stuff that I have to reply to. It's these huge lists of like demands for admissions, and if I don't, then I have to say why I don't or whatever, and like all of these interrogatories. It's just so much shit. That's what I've been doing on my free time at night or in the morning. It's just a lot of shit that I have to respond to, plus all the money on the legal representation, all of this. But this is incredibly fucking annoying to me because for whatever reason, even if I felt aggrieved in the beginning of all this, because I think the start of all this was stupid, you know, whatever the fuck, it is very fucking annoying that I feel like now they're engaging in what I feel is sanctionable behavior, but what the fuck do I know? This just feels disgusting and gross and stupid to me, but anyway. There you go. He's actually editing messages. I might even have that in a public filing somewhere, but yes. I think I attached a link of an example of a message that was edited 3 months earlier. I think it was a message in November that was edited on January 20th. Because you can see, it shows you in Discord when the message was edited. So it was the day they decided to file that lawsuit, or the day they decided to file me a notice, to put me on notice for a lawsuit, that they began editing messages in their Discord. So. But do you have the money to keep lawyers all the way through? I will spend every single cent I have keeping my lawyers. I will never, ever, I'm never settling anything out like this, ever. It's expensive and it's annoying, but I mean, I guess I complained before that I'm wealthy and I have nothing else to spend my money on, so why not on good representation? Fuck it. How much is this whole legal thing sending you back? I think I've paid, around 140,000 at this point. So, you know, it's like crashing 4 new cars into a wall. And I'm glad that I can support the local economy of California. I'm glad that I can support, struggling lawyers everywhere. I can send whatever they need. Is there a certain point the judge reacts to their behavior? I'm looking forward to the magistrate judge going over the preliminary injunction filings. And then until then, I don't know what they actually respond to, but... The Destiny lawyers rock, by the way. Yeah, they're good. They're good at what they do. But this case, in my opinion, hasn't come down to like having incredibly skilled lawyers that are navigating it in a very creating an awesome novel legal theory to navigate the case. It's more just like filing on time, filing correctly, understanding basic rules of civil procedure, and being responsive to and making good questions on the other side. Whereas the other side, and in my opinion at this point, is engaging in sanctionable behavior, I would say, or legal behavior, I guess. But whatever. Anyway. Why not fundraise for the legal fees? I feel like I make too much money to do fundraisers. Just watch my kick. That's my fundraising. Can't you sue for the legal fees since this is clearly in bad faith? I mean, I would hope that if enough of this behavior continues to pile up, that I can do, that I can ask, I don't know if it would be like anti-slap or something, but that maybe I would be able to recover some of that, but who knows. Isn't there some professional duty for a lawyer to say this type of case is outside my area of expertise? Like I would expect to see. Yes, but my feeling is I'm pretty sure there are. I'm especially considering how aggressive and stubborn and I would say malicious opposing counsel is. I feel like there are personal relationships at play here. That's what the feeling is. But how much research did you do on lawyers before you decided on the ones you chose? So I did a lot of research on, and then I got a really good recommendation for an aggressive law firm that was helping me do the case against the actual leaker guy up in New York. And then when Pixie decided to threaten the case and then file the case against me, I asked them, okay, well, you guys obviously are on the plaintiff side of this. Who are the best defendants? Who do you think does really well on the other side? And there's a really well-connected New York law firm. They recommended Andrew in that law firm in California, who's been exemplary so far. They've been really good. I have 0 complaints. So, yeah, but they're just very expensive. But it's going to cost you millions, Destiny, even if you get to summary judgment. I think that I seriously doubt I'd be looking at north of If it ended up going all the way to being trial, which would be so obnoxious, my guess is maybe 750K would be the cap on all the spending on this, which would be a pretty gross amount of money. But the goal is still to get to, it should be gone in summary judgment, because the plaintiff has no case unless they are willing. I mean, I don't want to give them, I guess, the illegal strategy to just get somebody to blatantly lie all the way to trial and say, no, I am going to lie. But how does payment work for this? Do you pay them for each time they have to do something, or bulk at the end? Every month. I think generally law firms, usually initially you will pay a retainer. The retainer will be something they'll bill against, and then after the retainer is exhausted, depending on your relationship and how reliable they think you are, they'll just bill you monthly for cumulatively all the services or whatever. So how does this work if this goes to trial? Can the people giving them affidavits just refuse to testify? No, the whole point of an affidavit is that you're saying that you're willing to testify in the case, right? That's the whole point of filing these things. So, has your lawyer been shocked at how the other counsel is acting? Maybe, yeah, but also I generally don't want to say anything about my conversation with my lawyer because that's privileged information. Privilege meaning it can't be used in any way, shape, or form at any of the trial. So if I mention anything about my personal conversations with him, it would probably be after the trial. Okay, this is like the only time I will do this. Okay. The only reason I'm covering this is so that there's some perspective of mine out there because there's so much other bad coverage of this. I have spies everywhere, okay? So I see Justical, and their Discord is all in coat mode right now, obviously. So he's spamming in all caps. This is only about my one instance of sexual misconduct. Examples of me engaging in this exact kind of sexual misconduct during the exact same time period, victimizing the same group of people, including the plaintiff, are not relevant. Correct. In a civil suit, if you want to have multiple allegations against a person, those people have to join the civil suit as plaintiffs. You can do it in a class action where you certify a class of people, or you can do it in the form of a mass tort where a bunch of people come forward and make the same claim with different representation. But yes, welcome to the real world. It's not a Discord chat, and it's not a Reddit chat, and it's not a forum. If you want to have people join a suit, they have to officially join it. You can't just randomly put in Redditor arguments in every filing and say, well, what about that and that and that? Because those issues haven't been litigated. They haven't been litigated. They're not before the court. They're presumptuous of my character and other stuff. Like, that's not anybody else's business to decide on right now. Like, yeah, so it's inappropriate. It's improper unless other people want to formally join the lawsuit. But okay. Anyway, would things be different? Meaning plaintiff would have a much stronger case if the alleged actions happened after the date that law went into effect. Potentially. I mean, well, at the very least, the lawsuit would have legs, so they could sue. But the issue is that, in my opinion, this would be, I guess, partially for a jury to decide. Obviously, the internet has their opinion, but the issue is that what they want to do is they want to invoke all of the damages that plaintiff has suffered as a result of not my action, but another party's actions. And the other party's actions is making this published on a website like Kiwi Farms. But that other party isn't named anywhere in the lawsuit. So to hold me accountable for all of those damages would be incredibly challenging. You're dipping into concepts in legality called proximate harm or foreseeability. So what you would have to argue is, and you would have to do this very cleverly and very carefully, you would have to try to argue that me sending the video to another person, it should have been foreseeable that that video would leak to somebody, would leak to the public at large. But that would be incredibly difficult because, one, you would have to claim that it was foreseeable for me, but not foreseeable for plaintiff, number one. And then number two, you would have to claim that it was foreseeable, and I did it knowing that I would be immensely harmed as well, which is incredibly weird. And then you would have to argue the proximate harm is mostly on me, despite the fact that the at-large publishing of the internet was done by another party. It's just, even if they had that, and even if they were to theoretically win, or get like, you wouldn't call it a conviction, a favorable ruling saying, okay, well, we think that this statute was broken, we do hold the defendant accountable. When it comes to calculating damages there's going to be a big question of like, okay, well, which damages do we calculate? And that gets very complicated because, like I said, I haven't published any of this publicly anywhere. You haven't brought up any of the parties that have published it anywhere. And plaintiff made a huge tactical mistake of exploding the lawsuit prior to actually filing anything. They didn't file an anonymous lawsuit under a Jane Doe, under a protective order, when they could have filed the entire thing under seal, which would have kept their damages claim much stronger, because obviously, if it were to go to court, one of my counter retorts is going to be, and I have all the views for the videos over time, hey, look, this video had 5,000 views. After plaintiff made their Substack, this video has 60,000 views. How can you assign damages to me when the person publicizing this so much is incurring their own, they're essentially increasing the damage to themselves? And if you look at all of the underlying case law, it's a new law, right? It's 2023, I think is when it became active, or end of 2022. It's a new law, so there's not much case law on it. But if you go through and you read these cases, you're not going to find any example ever of plaintiffs publicizing their own leaked material prior to taking any of the defendants to court. It's just, but whatever. You know, what do I know? I'm fucking retarded, I guess. Anyway. So can you summarize the stuff happening with Justical? Are you going to sue him? They're a Canadian person, so I don't even know, number one. Number two, we'll see what happens. I've already put in a discovery request related to him, but he was talking about this on his stream yesterday, and I feel like, my feeling is that he knows that there is tomfoolery about because I think he said on stream, I think he said that he was not going to join this unless he had guarantees or assurances that all of his stuff would be kept redacted and anonymous, which makes me feel like he also knows that there's improper stuff going on here. So, if we lose a lawsuit, do you consider it convicted felon? No, it's just civil stuff. We'll just lose a lawsuit. What are you restricted from doing while the case is going on? Nothing. Well, I mean, it's hard to work with people publicly, although I guess I'm talking to more people, apparently they don't care that much, but... Does this first-hand exposure to legal system make you appreciate the justice system or be frustrated by it? I mean, I appreciate it. I'm frustrated by opposing counsel's behavior, but I feel like they're, I mean, they're just acting insanely, so. Will you be able to make a statement on exactly what you've done wrong after the case, or is there a good chance that it will be dismissed through the lawyers and competence and everyone's so-called your rapist after it? I don't know. That's a personal decision that I'm going to have to decide for myself, because right now there are a ton. One, there is an incredibly aggressive, and I think personally invested opposing litigation firm that is like hanging off of every single public word that I say. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if aspects of this, if this conversation will show up in the next filing, right? So they are doing, they're just incredibly aggressive, number one. And then number two, it feels like they're like desperately searching for other plaintiffs. So I don't know if somebody else is going to try to file a case against them using the same law firm or whatever the fuck else. So I don't know. But we'll see. I don't know. We'll see how I feel after everything. But Jesus Christ. How often do you speak to your lawyers? Are available? They're very available. I speak to them as little as possible because you get charged for conversations. If it costs you 140K, how much do you think this is costing her? She only raised 50K so far. So one complaint that I would have about how the court system works is that I feel like in a way, some of this bad behavior is a little bit incentivized. I think that opposing counsel, the feeling I'm getting, the feeling that is being admitted is that they are working on a contingency basis, meaning they only get paid if plaintiff gets paid. So they're also incentivized in the same bad behavior because they're basically working on commission, kind of. So that might also be influencing their behavior. That feels like a very weird conflict of interest to me, but whatever. Do you have a timeline on when they would next meet with the judge? No, that's what I kind of keep pushing for questions about. The next thing will just be this ruling on the preliminary injunction. But apparently there's not necessarily a timeline on that, so... Why would Pixie need to raise money if this case was on contingency? Good question. Since people are saying shit publicly and going on streams, at what point does it become okay to start just leaking shit? I mean, you can leak wherever you want. You're always fine to leak wherever you want. The only disadvantage, there are disadvantages and there are advantages to leaking. We're talking about some stuff publicly. It's just up to you to evaluate what you want. The biggest disadvantage to leaking stuff is that when you're having a conversation with your lawyer, that stuff is considered privileged information, meaning it can't be used against you ever or probed in court. So like, let's say that I'm talking to my counsel, okay? And let's say that I'm being accused by one side of stealing $100,000 from their house. And let's say that, and they're saying, like, I know that you stole $100,000 because Luke said that you just bought a new car with cash. I bet you stole it or whatever. Some bullshit like this. Let's say that I'm talking to my lawyer. I'm like, okay, one thing that I'm really nervous about, and I don't think the plaintiff even knows this. I was actually at their house on the day that they said that the cash got stolen. I'm kind of nervous about that, right? But let's say that they never figured that out, or they don't know that, or nobody likes that. That's fine. But they can't subpoena, or they can't on discovery say, I want to know everything you said to your lawyer. And then your lawyer says, well, just so you know, my client told me he was at your house on the day the money was stolen. You're like, oh, fuck. Now I'm right? Because obviously if that was the case, then you can never confer with your lawyer, because your lawyer is really just supposed to be an extension of yourself, right? So one of the big reasons why you wouldn't want to leak anything is because you're losing some of your attorney-client privilege if you do leak that stuff. And then there could be other reasons too, or not, depending on the case. It just depends. Are these complaints or opinions about the procedural behavior backed up by your lawyer or just based on your knowledge? Both. I usually have an inkling and then I ask my lawyer about it and he more or less confirms. But it's also obvious based on the filings and it's obvious based on the contention and it's obvious based on the on what the judge was saying, listening to the TRO request that the other side is acting quite improperly. So. Okay, I think last question. Somebody earlier said, why did you follow through with a lawsuit when she could have had you help her with her personal expenses like school and shit? Surely any lawyer worth their salt would say, yeah, just do that. The issue is that the amount of money that she wanted was at least 1 or 2 orders of magnitude higher than anything I would have ever. There's no world where there is a 7-figure payout, even if I lose the case, even if the jury hates me. Like, there's no world where that is ever the payout. So 1, the request for the payout was way too high, number 1. Number 2, in my opinion, now there's not like civil cause for action for any of this, and I don't know if any of this rises to any kind of whatever afterwards. I would say very obviously, I think that plaintiff was extorting me or blackmailing me. I think that all the elements of that crime are very easily and very clearly met. They were trying to compel me to engage in a behavior that I wouldn't have engaged in otherwise by threat of publishing some sort of private information that would have been humiliating or detrimental. And in exchange for keeping that private, there's a huge sum of money requested or some other thing compel that you would normally do. Because plaintiff contacted me prior to ever contracting a law firm or anything, I think it's very easily it meets all the elements of extortion or blackmail. Extortion, I think, or maybe it's blackmail. I don't know. I don't even know the difference. One of those two, but all the elements are very easily. And so, okay, and then also I think that I think that maybe they think, so one, I think that she probably got gassed up from people saying like, oh no, like he's rich and people win millions and millions of dollars from these lawsuits all the time, so I bet, you'll get millions and millions of dollars. The problem though, again, and I'll say this, if you follow any of these cases, or if you read any of the cases, or if you just read the cases that they cite, if you go on Pacer and you look at the cases that they cite, sometimes there are big payouts, but dude, the defendants in these suits are insane. They're insane men. They're people who are like spamming explicit videos to their like friends and family, or they're making like 6 different accounts to post these videos like on, porn websites. They're insane defendants. So sometimes it's just, even on some of these crazy cases, it's just like the max statutory payout, which is 150K. And then sometimes there's punitive stuff assessed, but the punitive stuff assessed is like for incredibly malicious behavior. But maybe a combination of like reading Kiwi Farms and a combination of reading everything else, maybe Pixie has in her mind like, oh my God, like he acted so atrociously, maliciously, and like I think this is all intentional. And like, fuck, dude, you're never convincing anyone of this, and it's just bullshit. So I don't know. And then in the last thing is maybe in her mind, because I'm probably gonna end up spending a lot more on this than what she could have asked for. Maybe I'll just settle with her because maybe I'll just settle because I want to avoid the legal costs. So maybe that was what she was doing, but I will pay 2 times more in legal costs than settling something like this because of that. The idea of somebody getting like the easy next 10 or 20 years on their life by doing some insane unhinged shit like this, I'm good on it. But anyway, okay, there you go. Cut. There you go. Have fun, Carlos and Joanne or whatever, listening to this whole VOD. I know how much you guys love to type shit up into your motions and throw them into court papers. Listen to my stream combo. How much do you think plaintiff believed the insane lies on her Substack, or still believes? I don't think she believed any of those. I think she knew all of that was bullshit. There's no shot that we're friends for 5 years and then she immediately hardcore insta super ultra rewrites everything. That's just impossible. I don't believe that. Do you think that she was genuinely suicidal, or was it an attempt to manipulate you? I mean, this is like double hearsay. In the video that was posted on, was it Professor Sunday? President Sunday's channel? Oh shit! Wait a second. Oh wait, hold on. What, is there a link to like the thing that I published? Wait, I just realized something. Despite the fact that everybody claims otherwise, because people think I'm legitimately, I guess people really do think, or some people I think, I don't know if it's my haters or what, think I'm actually insanely fucking arrogant. I do pass shit by. I pass everything I publish on my lawyers first. Some people are like, I bet he's stupid enough to think that he's smarter than his lawyers, and does like, no, I'm not retarded. Why would I even risk that? A pretty good assessment of how smart I am. I would never risk anything that stupid. But I just realized, I wonder sometimes when I'm referencing things that I put in a first draft of a statement and not the actual thing that got published now. Where is the, I made like when I did like my manifesto, did I ever link that publicly anywhere? Okay, so the main things that make me wonder. So like for instance, when Pixie was talking to people that she knew that I was in contact with, she's saying things like, this is where I believe the extortion shit is like pretty clearly maps on, right? I'm going to decide my next course of action of what to do with him, or with myself and him, based on how the conversation goes with you. Unless you decide you don't want to talk to him. Basically, I have my plans and course of action paused, and we'll choose something depending on if he agrees he has to make up / repent for the action and wants to work with me to find a way to do that, or if he doesn't feel that way. I don't want to talk to him myself because I feel like I tried explaining, blah, blah, blah. A little anxious voice telling me to prepare for the worst. I'll have to start thinking of more extreme / nuclear options to deal with, but I'm trying to avoid spiraling down. Basically, and I think the next part of this message is basically saying, like, don't worry, I won't kill myself immediately. I'll wait for the holidays or whatever. Basically saying, like, depending on how my conversation goes with Erudite, if it's a bad conversation, she'll kill herself. But the weird thing was, and I don't have access to these messages firsthand, but I'm sure they'll be produced in Discovery, because that's how this works, right? Were her messages to Aaron, I'm sorry, so this is like double hearsay. These are Aaron's messages to President Sunday saying, Pixie was threatening to kill herself to him, but she told me this wasn't serious, it was just to get his attention. So, like I said, I've had the feeling that this has kind of been like a plot since at least December 9th, but like this would be like a pretty big conspiracy, and like I've said before, that I generally, I don't usually believe in like big conspiracy stuff without like a lot of evidence, because it would be pretty fantastic for that to happen, but I don't know, I feel like I've seen a lot of weird shit, and there's like a lot of connecting stuff that is moving in a certain direction, and yeah. But hey, you know, who knows? We'll see. The most damning part in my opinion, is that she was baiting people to talk about the tape on Twitter, archiving replies, and then deleting the tweets. Yes, that's very weird. Yeah. But, okay. All right. We're moving on. Good times. Fun times. She said she only went public because the president saw his video, so that was just a lie. Yes, that was a total lie. But I showed that in my, I think I showed that in my mini presso video, because she claims that she had to go public as a result of that. But if you see the leaked messages from Aaron, you can see in those messages that I think like 11 days before any video was published, Pixie already had the entire Substack written, and she was shopping it around for opinions. So nobody forced her to go public with that. That's a lie. She just says that to make it seem like she was forced, maybe to defer damages that she would have accrued on her own or something. But our messages in Discovery proven to be real without platform confirmation. I mean, you take them to be true. If somebody's producing a message closest to its original form, then you just assume it's true. If it was like a criminal case, you might be a lot more stringent about things. But I mean, if I submit something, someone's like, I don't trust this, it's edited, then I mean, I guess we can. I don't know what you want to do at that point, because anything literally can be edited. I can bring a witness to testify that it's a true and real message if you want, but I mean. Will either side subpoena Discord? Yeah, that's already been attempted, but the problem is those subpoenas are disgustingly overreaching, and they're going to need the consent of the other party, and there's no world where I consent to have every single explicit image and video ever sent or received by my account to the other party. That's disgusting and unhinged.
Whoa! Hey, what's up? Welcome back to another episode of Visual Effects Artists React. Today's gonna be fun because we have the return of our most savage of guests. Adam, thanks for joining us again.
Man, I'm still on a high after the last time on the couch.
Us too.
Just like
well, I wasn't here.
We zoomed from your hospital. I felt like I was part of your child's birth.
You were.
Kind of.
Well, Adam, I'm glad you're back today because we got some more stuff for us to check out together.
I'm really excited. Nothing's more fun than this kind of conversation.
So yeah, let's kick things off. I got a little clip here. Have you heard of Extro? Came out in 1982.
No.
Extro. It's a cosmic horror film, and it's got classic, janky 80s prosthetic effects and whatnot. But there's one shot here that reaches into your subconscious and just hits it just right.
That car's reaction is not proportional to how weird that thing looks.
I really like this because it's like the right amount of like seeing it.
Right.
And, like movement, right? It's like frozen and then it moves. Like, wait, it's alive?
Yeah, and the movement is sort of graceful,
Yeah.
which is not pleasant.
As you can probably tell, it's a person who's, basically on their back with their hands and their feet, on the ground.
Oh, I couldn't tell that at all. I was still trying to figure out what it was.
Oh, that's lovely.
Yeah.
Oh, now I see it. Okay.
The backward knees look so gnarly, but all he did was basically put the mask on the back of the person's head. And it's like that little creative, addition. Like, just put the face here and let them stand weird. Like,
every frame you remove might make it even a little more scary. It's like it's a very specific amount of time to get the effect to land and then get out.
Feels like a bad VFX shot. But it's not,
but it's actually real.
They're also driving my very first car, which is a Volvo 245 DL station wagon. Last time you were on the couch, I really enjoyed blowing your minds about Blade Runner.
Yes.
And how the reason I think it's still as superior to almost everything after it is because everything's in camera. Mm-hmm. And I wanted to add to that discussion. 2001. It still looks incredible. And I kind of already knew this, but I hadn't thought of it as in camera, that when Kubrick would shoot his moon plate, he wouldn't develop it. He would take notes on where the moon was in this plate and take that film in which the left side was unexposed and keep it in a vault for up to a year, year and a half, and then shoot the spaceship on the same piece of film. So every piece of film you're seeing in 2001 is a first-gen shot.
wow.
Wait,
Oh, so he doesn't have to reprint and deal with all the quality loss going through. Wow.
No, yeah.
But that requires a lot of forethought.
It requires a lot of forethought and a ton of experimentation.
Okay.
So before they even execute the shot, he's having them run it with every lens at every exposure and every kind of lighting setup. He wants to see all the options, and then he's saying, yeah, okay. So a really good one is the ship flying past the moon, where you see the moon so crisp and clear. That's it. Okay, so those are shot at two separate times.
But exposing the same piece of film. Is that a painting in the background or a giant physical prop with a light?
Probably a light. Every account you read of this time is that he's having the effects crew, before anything gets executed, running through every permutation of parameters that Kubrick and his team can think of. And then he's picking what he likes. And I think that one of the reasons he was able to increasing his skills and duties on the show is because he was able to iterate really fast and really able to come to clarity about how to take these elements and combine them in a way that made sense.
And 2001 feels like a nature documentary being shot about like spaceships.
Yeah.
Everything's so crisp and so clean and so pristine, which is so incredibly rare for visual effects. Dealing with shining light through one piece of film onto another piece of film onto another piece of film and projecting onto another piece of film, and it's like taking a VHS tape and recording. That analogy doesn't work either anymore.
I asked John Knoll, with all the new technology, is there one piece of technology he's happy to never touch again? And he's like,
Are they just held up on like a black stand?
Oh.
Some sort of thing that's not reflecting the light?
exactly.
If it's all being done in camera, then we should be able to see the thing that's holding the ship, right?
Yeah, no. They're making it too dark, and they're also, by the way, each of these moves is a camera move.
That's right.
There's nothing on a motion-controlled dolly. He is making them push that dolly until he looks at the dailies and there's not a single jostle or jiggle going on. Yeah, it's astounding. This is all a precursor to talk about one of my all-time favorite movies, which is Brazil.
Love Brazil.
When Brazil came out in 1985, it showed in New York City at the 8th Street Playhouse for 7 months, and I was the projectionist.
Really?
Oh, wow.
Wow. So
Yeah.
you
Wow,
watched this
yeah,
movie a
personal
lot.
history with
So I can tell you, I can see the cigarette burns, and I know where the changeovers are in this film intimately. I don't know if you know some of the fracas with Universal Studios about Brazil.
No.
So Sid Sheinberg, who was the head of Universal Studios at the time, hated Brazil.
Really?
Hated it. Not least of which because Terry Gilliam is a happy troll. He called his production company Poo Poo Pictures. And the logo was a dude taking a shit, and it was on the stationery, and he just enjoyed knowing that the Universal execs had to deal with this and not have a problem with it. So Sid Sheinberg hated Brazil and wouldn't release it.
Really?
Refused to release it. Terry Gilliam had to sneak into the LA Film Critics Award where it won.
Wow.
And that shamed Sid Sheinberg into releasing it.
Wow.
And then Sid Sheinberg took all the dailies, printed his own set, and hired 2 of his own editors to cut his version of the movie with a happy ending. And so Brazil shows up on television, and I turn the channel on, and I know within 1 second that I am not watching the version I know. Because I know every take. I know every cut. And I realized within about 10 seconds that I'm watching Sid Sheinberg's happy ending.
Wow.
And it's terrible. It doesn't make any sense. That version is viewable on the Criterion.
Really?
disc. Oh my God, I got chills. I'm so happy with Criterion for doing that. This is a film in which every effect is in camera.
Was that a doll earlier?
Yes, that's a doll. This is a doll.
Wow.
These shots are all practical. The thing about this doll is it's a clockwork running like this.
Really?
And they're over cranking.
Or are they just like throwing it and recording it in slow
They're
motion?
running it on a line.
Wow.
And in order to get the wings to flap right, they put lead weights in the arms to get a little extra push on it. But this is all just basically a wind-up toy being thrown on a wire.
It's pretty amazing. It's amazing they're getting like the layers of atmosphere.
Are those real clouds or are those like cotton swabs?
That's a great question. Gilliam's operating on a tight budget. This is all done in a few days on a set with a bunch of, chicken wire with cotton balls stuffed in it and large painted backgrounds.
Those are some very realistic looking clouds.
Right?
For being just a bunch of cotton.
No, I know.
Or, I guess smoke machines are a thing, so
Yep.
I assume they're adding a bunch of smoke machines in there too. But the color between the smoke machines and the cotton matches like flawlessly.
Have you ever worked with a high-speed film camera?
Like film, not just, obviously you've done slow-mo.
A couple of times on commercials, I worked with them. It was terrifying. I mean, because you have like 10 seconds.
Yeah, I guess for the audience, these days you're used to doing slow motion on your phone or with a digital camera. Worst that happens is you run out of hard drive space. And like, for example, when National Geographic did the great white sharks jumping out of the water, they pioneered the method where you just are constantly recording, but erasing the last 10 seconds as you record the new 10 seconds, so they can capture something happening, just always be rolling.
That was a special feature you could add to cameras that came out during the production of Mythbusters. And it was really nice because it meant that you could rewind past your button on if there was something mission critical.
But that was a brand new thing, and it was blowing people's minds because before that it was film cameras for slow motion. And to capture real life in slow motion, you need to take frames very fast.
And that film is a limited length.
It's a limited length, and it's got to speed through that film game.
Yeah. And this is Jonathan Pryce, a wonderful Shakespearean actor. He's been in a million things. At this point, I had only seen him in Something Wicked This Way Comes. He wore a full costume, and they were foldable, and he could walk and fight. Just a couple of months ago, a Tested member saw that Prop Store had the harness for these wings for sale.
Really?
It's one of one, and they bought it and sent it to me.
Wow.
So it is in my goal this year to replicate those wings. They were made by a bloke in London who still hasn't responded to my Facebook request, but I'm dying for more information. I want to make those, and I want to make them function. The film includes a ton of dream sequences. Originally, there was many more dream sequences planned, but when they got into the edit, they ended up combining a bunch. And there was actually some really spectacularly weird dream sequences that they never executed. This is forced perspective. There's a kid wearing the costume, and they've got a large actor wearing that, and they're playing around with forced perspective. And the kid does really great. There's a master shot of here where you get to see this, what must be a teenager kind of terrified. This. Oh, the flames shooting out of his foot.
Yo, wait, how they do that?
I think they are using real gas. I think they're piping it through.
When it's some metals to kind of get that that color.
Yeah, exactly. And this samurai suit is all covered with electronics, right? It's the modern world that he's fighting. That's what's really going on.
Oh, I see it now. They're like little greebles on his skirt.
Listen, kid, we're all in this together.
This is a perfect mix between live action set and a miniature. This is a live action set, and they probably shot a miniature to composite it in, right?
What I'm not getting is when he jumps up on the side there, I thought the comp was basically everything on the actual balcony and everything outside
No, it's
the
also the balcony.
But, but then he jumps up on top of it, so that means the background is in camera too, at least behind the actor.
It must be.
I wonder if it's just a crazy painting.
It could be. And then Robert De Niro clips up, and then watch this shot.
Wait, that was a little Army Man.
Yeah,
so cool.
That's it. That's an Army Man. But you buy that shit so fast. I tell you, I watched 7 months of New York audiences taking in this movie, and everyone's as he does that every single time. Jump, clip, drop. Nothing makes me happier than that shot. It's completely impossible.
I feel like there's a rule in cinema that if you have a shot looking down to a canyon of a city and it's a matte painting, you need to have at least one bridge between buildings with some vehicle just slowly moving across.
Oh, wow.
It's right there,
Yep.
Every movie with any looking down to a city street and the buildings, there's always a bridge with a vehicle moving across it.
So every single time there's someone looking at a storyboard and then they blow up a shot and they're thinking about it, the director's like, I'd like something moving on that.
Yep.
So this is a grain mill.
Oh, really? I was wondering, because these are crazy sets with so much detail. And
they found a grain mill and then they built all of this stuff into it.
Wow.
Right, and these are parts of some grain silo kind of thing. Just spectacular.
It's an aesthetic that I kind of miss is we don't have curved screens anymore because you don't have vacuum cathode ray tubes anymore. And so the old fashioned, back in Alien or other spaceship films or this, everybody has the curved glass screens because you gotta, not have it collapse under vacuum.
Yeah.
And that's just gone now,
So many problems. The Pip-Boy I got has a vacuum form curved screen over the top of it.
Yeah.
So this is the Messerschmitt. That's a real car. Yeah, exactly. The jet engine on the back was an add-on by the art department. I am deeply obsessed with microcars. I just love the tinier the car, the happier that I am. So we get this wonderful shot It looks a little bit fake, and it turns out it's totally fake. It's a guy selling models of the apartment complex. And that definitely is a matte painting on the right, I think.
Yeah, it's gotta be.
Yeah.
Oh, there's your bridges.
Tons of bridges.
You kind of see there's a bit of shake between the matte painting in the foreground there, where that bottom bridge goes down. It looks like there's a little bit of shaking there.
Your eyes are sensitive. That's great. And this movie comes out in '85. Batman '89 comes out.
Yeah.
And Anton Furst, who's a wonderful designer, gets a ton of props for the design of Batman '89. But I have this big issue in that I don't think Batman '89 looks that great. I don't feel the scale of the city. They all look like models and composites to me. And in this, the cell to me is 100% right away. Especially with also all the posters, top security holiday camps.
Luxury without fear.
Fun without suspicion, relax in a panic-free atmosphere. This film is packed with posters. At one point in my projection booth, I was sitting in there in 1986 reading Carlos Castaneda and making lists of every poster in the background of Brazil.
Sam, it's time for you to grow up and accept responsibility.
Man.
Her skin is so stretchy.
And he's like clipping it onto this like halo vest she's wearing.
Such a good effect. Just a bunch of, what is it, like just a bunch of latex painted onto his skin?
Yeah, exactly. And he's doing most of the work with his hands. You know, he's sort of slowly revealing, making it feel like it's leathery.
Oh, you're right.
And Katherine Hellman drooping that left eye is so perfect.
So when he's grabbing it, is he slowly revealing more of it? He's not actually stretching. He's kind of slowly giving some slack.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
Yeah, you're right. He's got it all folded up in his hands.
He brings his thumbs in to kind of give himself a little bit of grip.
I guess if he just pulled, you just pull it right off her face.
Yeah. Part of the film's conceit is that she's having a plastic surgery contest with her best friend, and she's going with the physical manipulation, and her best friend is going to, quote, the acid man.
The acid man.
And that comes into play later.
Yeah. So every time he goes to have lunch with his mom, Ren, her friend has more and more bandages on her face.
Okay.
And then at the end of the movie, they had her funeral.
Now,
Yeah. So good.
Yeah.
What
It's
is
just
that?
like, it goos in all the right ways.
Is that gelatin?
Yeah, I think so. Oh. Which is probably like they bring it out of the freezer and then they wait. Right? I want to go to the torture sequence, which is shot in a giant silo. This is one of my favorite pullbacks in film.
Yo, dude, sense of scale.
And apparently it was horrible to shoot here, right? It's like giant, airy, cold.
Dangerous.
Right? And the camera dolly track's built right into the platform.
They know exactly how far back to go without revealing the top of the cooling tower.
They're like, how high off the ground are they? There's
like-
no railing there, and that's a big drop.
Yeah, it's like 20 feet down.
Megalopolis. Francis Ford Coppola, he had raised sets with nets so the actors would feel the tension.
I kind of love that.
I do kind of love it too.
I kind of love that.
You know, for all the hate Megalopolis got, I kind of actually really love it.
Right? Another unbelievable shot.
I feel like that just really works because of that extreme wide angle and then getting really close to the lens. It's just like,
it's so spooky. And the babies have shown up in the dream sequences earlier, and then he gets up and Sam knows it's him.
Oh man.
I'm curious if we can see like the scoring on the mask before it
Little
cracks.
bit.
Oh yeah, you can see, yeah. They've done makeup.
So it's like, what kind of a charge would bust that open? That's not an actual like explosive charge, is it?
No, but I mean, a squib is just, a little bit of black powder in a tight little bag. You could tune that to kind of anything you want. If you put a piece of metal behind it, it's just coming straight out. And again, when we pause it, we can see the hole that it's going to come out of. But you're never going to notice that. And I love that it covers the camera, by the way, long before Quaron. Long before Children of Men, Terry Gilliam was there. Who would think of spotlights? I love that idea.
Yeah, and not hitting the camera guys.
Yeah. And I think these are special forces guys that actually did this.
Really?
Yeah, they did this as a tape.
Wait, for real?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
I thought maybe this was like more army men.
No, I think this is
They're
it's
actual
absolutely
army
practical. They're totally doing that. Given the scope and the scale, you could never build this ever in a million years. And if you tried to CG it, I submit that the realism of this surpasses any kind of CG that you could achieve with this.
Yeah, I think
Challenge. Challenge.
No, you're right. You're right. Things as simple as like the spotlights doing this while guys are shooting their guns and putting smoke in front of that. That's like days of headaches for a visual effects team.
Right, their shadows showing up.
And you can just hear it's like because you have like at the edge of the spotlight is chromatic aberration as light's coming out of the spotlight lens and that creates that blue fringe. And it's like even little things like that are hard to do with CGI. It's just like you start having to stack all these things on top and like you're losing the ability for the director to just get in there and like get a shot. Be like, that's a great shot. Wait, do it again. Go over there. Do this now. That's an even better shot. Like you can't do any of that.
Can you imagine how much setup for that one pan down?
It'd be nerve-wracking.
Totally nerve-wracking. And you gotta wait till tomorrow to see if it works. The bullet in the eyeglass, that was Sergei Eisenstein. This was the first time in film that an action was just one shot and another shot, and you put the physicality together. So we don't see her get shot. We see her face come into frame with a bullet hole in her eyeglass. And then we cut to that falling down the stairs, and we put it all together. That was the Russians figuring out, oh, you didn't have to shoot everything like a play. You could actually build a new visual language in which we show pieces and your brain connects the dots and puts it together. The young film aesthete in me was so delighted to be like, oh, Eisenstein! The Russians were doing really important crap back then.
It's crazy what the Russians were doing. Russians and magicians.
Really?
Yeah, well, it was magic halls and magicians that were commissioning the first moving pictures and showing the first moving pictures because it was effectively a gag at the time.
I did not realize that.
And that's why Méliès, the Going to the Moon guy, he was a magician before he made those films.
That makes so much sense. A magician's absolutely keyed into what are the important parts of what you're seeing and what do you not need to worry about.
Yeah.
Oh, good plunger.
What is the function of a plunger when blowing up TNT?
When you hit a plunger, what you're hitting is the winding of a generator. So a generator is nothing but a motor that you're running in reverse. And so it's copper wires, and as you spin them around a magnetic field, they create current. And so on a generator, as you're pushing down, it's creating current, but there's nowhere for that current to go. So it builds, builds, builds until you hit the bottom, at which point you connect your current to the wires that go to your explosive blasting cap.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
And so it's basically like a capacitor dump. I didn't know this until I bought a plunger and took it apart. And I was like, oh, that's how it works.
It's like those little flashlights you wind up to get charged.
Yeah.
Just like a
Remember when Bart turns on the automatic flashlight on his bicycle and every pedal just makes it like a I actually used my plunger during Savage Builds to detonate some explosives.
Heck yeah.
And I think this is a miniature.
It's gotta be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what a spectacular shot for a miniature.
Love the chunks.
Of course, shot in slow-mo to make it seem bigger.
But also that lighting change.
Yeah.
With lighting up the back of the building. This is spectacular.
You know that there's gotta be another charge up to the right that's off screen giving that brief flash.
It might not even be a charge.
Could be a light, you're right.
Right, it could just be a strobe that they pop. Oh! No, it feels like it's connected to that charge up on the upper left, but it might not be the charge on the upper left. Each of these explosions that we're seeing in this sequence is a totally different kind of explosion. I think Gilliam is saying, okay, I want a fireball over here, I want to shoot sparks over here, and pyros are nothing but recipe makers, right? They're like, okay, how far do you want it to spit? Do you want a column of spit, or would you like a wide shower of sparks? I can do anything. And so I think he's picking and choosing from a menu here.
But this, like, it keeps going. It cuts away in the movie, but then it comes back and, like, more explosions happen. And it's the same shot.
Those cannons of sparks shooting out, that's a bespoke order. That's the director being like, here's how I want this to look. This movie creates so much of a world that is complete and feels large and small at the same time. It feels small because it's dystopia, and like nobody can escape this dystopia, but it also feels expansive and like you're in a real place. Yeah. Its aesthetics are still part of what I think of about machines and how we interact with them. As a commentary on late-stage capitalism, this is par excellence. In 2008, and I had a wonderful breakfast with Terry Gilliam and his daughter, who plays his daughter in this movie. And I got to tell Terry something he didn't know, which was we showed that movie for 7 months because we kept selling out. Every weekend we sold out both evening shows, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And
Dang.
that was, as long as it was lucrative, we're going to hold on.
Yeah, keep going.
Every single sold out show included at least one person stomping out and raged. And yelling at us, the staff. That's just commie bullshit, like getting super mad. So I got to tell Terry that, and he was like, oh, thank you. I was just like, so happy that this movie landed so hard and pissed the right people off, right?
That's awesome. It's better than somebody be angry at your work than have no reaction at all.
Right, no, he was making this movie specifically to piss those folks off. He doesn't want to preach to the choir. I love what you guys do. I love the energy and creativity and irreverence you bring to it. So it's just an honor to sit on your couch and shoot the breeze with you.
Tested. Go check out the YouTube channel Tested.
My YouTube channel, Tested. We put up a video every single day.
Which is nuts, by the way.
It does feel nice.
I don't know how you guys do that. Like, I legitimately, I'm like, every day.
It has been really cool seeing you go on this journey from the world of television to the world of YouTube and seeing you find your voice on YouTube along with your team. Adam, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much. I will see you guys sooner.
Yes.
And come up to... I don't know why I was going to go to the other hand. it felt like this, like I should do this. There we go.
There we go.
Love you guys. See you very
Likewise.
soon.
Actual good episode.
And then when we were all incredibly prepared for the Alien episode in particular, that was, how long was that?
That's like a 4-hour recording session.
Was it 4?
It was over 3, for sure.
Yeah, it was like, that took us to the very end of the day. That was crazy.
What's up, Slim?
Flashback.
Yeah.
That is
That was a fun episode.
I was watching him drift away. I was like, this is
great.
Whoa.
I still can't
React is
believe...
100% unscripted, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Clips are research, but it's unscripted on the couch.
Yeah.
Imagine having
Not even most.
teleprompters.
It's straight up 100% unscripted.
Yeah.
They're like, we go in with plans, but that's not a script.
Yeah.
It's like we will plan, like, basically for that Alien episode you were talking about. It's like I remember just looking up all the information I could about this scene or about this movie, and you want to come in with these facts like loaded up into the magazine that you're ready to just shoot out, and you don't know how they're gonna come out. Sometimes they don't come out at all. And you're like, dang it, I wish I remembered that. Oh well.
Yeah.
It'll still be a good episode, I guess.
Yeah.
I worry about, like, the feeling of taking turns to talk, where you're all just sitting there waiting to, like, take turns to say something at the camera versus, like, actually listening to each other and having a conversation. Like, I feel like we do a good job of always bringing that. Like, but I think React is still fun because it's still, like, what can I bring that makes, like, you guys go, whoa.
Yeah.
That was the best note I ever got about being on React was from you when I because I love the hyper technical stuff. I'm such a fan, and I understand there's not an appetite for everyone who's just watching online, you know, because they're not all VFX artists. In fact, a lot of people that I meet in real life aren't VFX artists. So there's an element of that where it's like the hyper technical is not that interesting, and I understand that. But I came in with Rings of Power one day. I don't know if you remember the shoot, but I had like all the details on like specific like split sim elements that were interesting to me about the water and like how it was operating and how it was working under the hood. Some of that is nice, but I remember as I was talking, I was like, this is too much. I was like, okay, bro, I'm bored, and I'm talking about it. And at the end, Nico pulled me to the side, and he's like, hey, so in future episodes when you bring content, like, really run it through the filter of, like, you're just showing us your friends. Like, would you have brought that to show your friends? And I was like, no, never in a million years would I have brought that. I would have brought that to, like, impress my professor or something. So that filter all of a sudden makes it so much more accessible. Everyone brings just, like, interesting things. And that's what makes it so fun to be on camera.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Thanks. Good for past me, because I don't remember doing that.
Yeah. You would never.
Yeah. But at the same time, it's like, I think part of the charm of the show is the fact that we're able to get technical and describe some of these details, but do it in a way that laymen can understand.
Yeah.
Or not necessarily laymen, but like, you know, someone outside of the industry, someone who doesn't understand the specifics that we deal with every single day.
Totally.
I have a question for you guys. Do you believe that pretty much every topic should be able to be explained with enough context in simple ways?
Every topic
Like
on
pretty
React,
much any
like that?
any topic out there in the world, like any science topic, physics topic, is it possible, assuming you can take the time to explain the full context of what you need to explain for something, I think everything can be explained in generally like simple, understandable ways? Or do you
There's
think
a
there are things
belief-
out there that are just like impossible without
Well,
like hyper technical?
It depends to what level you want to describe it, you know? Like, if it's just to understand a core concept, I think true mastery of something presents you with the ability to distill it in such a way that someone with no experience can understand it. But if you really need me to understand quantum mechanics, and not just, like, kind of what they are, you need the.
Yeah, I think it
you need the
depends on
deets.
how esoteric the thing you're trying to explain is. Like, you can explain general relativity to someone and break it down to really like digestible information, or you can talk about the Andromeda paradox, which is something that I don't understand, despite like thinking I can understand some of this stuff.
What's the Andromeda paradox?
God dang, why explain it?
Explain it
The
in simple
Andromeda
terms.
paradox.
I'm not. There's a Star Talk episode talking about this. Apparently, most physicists haven't even really heard of this, but it's the concept. And I'm going to do an awful job of
good preface.
explaining it, but I'm just going to say what the paradox is. And basically, it's like, if you're standing here and you're looking at the Andromeda galaxy and someone else walks by you, and at the moment that they pass by you, you guys are basically standing in the same spot, and you're both looking at the Andromeda galaxy. The person in motion will be seeing stuff from the Andromeda galaxy days different.
Because of the distance?
Because of the motion that he's in, despite the photons supposedly reaching the same point at the same time, they should be seeing the same thing, but because he's in motion, that affects how you
Walking
interact
does
with space-time.
It lenses time by that hard when it's that far away?
But it's
Something like that. Again, this is where my understanding breaks down of how to describe and
Dude, I love the idea of a time lens.
yeah. Hold on, let me turn on my timeline. So, because this, as someone who knows
Timelines.
far less about all of this stuff than you, I'm curious because there's the thing about you strap a clock to a rocket, you shoot it off, it's going fast.
Yeah.
Time is moving slower for the rocket than for the thing that's standing still. At that great of a distance, when we're talking about what? How many light years?
It's not that time is moving slower, it's moving different.
Moving different. Yeah,
Yeah.
I wouldn't know the difference personally.
the faster you go, the slower time goes.
Relative to another point.
Yes.
It's moving faster.
Yeah. So at that
So only
far,
based on that point of relativity.
Yeah.
So at
It's
that
relative.
so at that massive of a distance, even that much speed will change.
Again, I don't know
By
if that's
days.
actually how it's working, because this is a concept that even a lot of like astrophysicists were like, wait, what? I don't understand this.
Whoa, that's a trip.
So their intuition wasn't working when applied to that. So I don't even know if how you just described it is accurate and how
If
it
I
works.
But here's the
Nailed
thing,
it.
we're just describing this in layman's terms right now.
Yeah.
And like
the lamest of lame.
lamest terms.
Lame man terms.
Well, like to turn this back to like the original question here, like, you know, on like the episode we'll talk about like a Houdini sim with like, you know, an explosion or a giant wave. And it's like we don't know the math underneath, but like we explain it in a way that's like understandable enough that people are grasping it, and even we're like grasping it. And you know, arguably Jordan, you're like the only one who's like really technically into like the math and the coding now to like execute that. But we're able to convey the concept, you know, and it's like we're even talking about this Andromeda thing. We're still kind of able to convey the concept in like in lamest terms. And do you think everything can be explained in lamest terms with enough care and attention on it?
Yeah. How else would you learn it?
With lots and lots of complicated terms stacked on top of each other?
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. Can you distill everything into a word?
Yeah.
If you can, then you can describe it.
Well, there's that series on YouTube of like an expert in their field explains what they do at 5 different levels. One to like a kindergartner, one to like a middle schooler, high
Yeah.
schooler, college, and then like an actual professional. And they get basically just more and more detailed in what they're actually doing.
Jacob Collier is a perfect example of that. Who? Jacob Collier is
yes.
the Einstein of music. I love this guy so much, but he did a similar thing that I watched, and I don't understand what he's talking about. I just like to listen to people who are passionate talk. That's it. And yeah, it's his ability to distill complex information into simple things is like, okay, this guy's clearly a master of his craft.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think so.
And speaking of like general relativity and stuff like that, I think the book Project Hail Mary does a really good job of explaining how relativity works and how time dilation works in a way that doesn't feel like a lecture, because it's just part of the story.
Project Hail Mary is so good.
So good.
And the audiobook
So good.
is like truly the best audiobook I've ever
It's
heard
like
in my
one
life.
of the best sort of examples of the premium experience an audiobook can be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Without spoiling anything,
It's hard
it
to talk
involves
about why it's
sounds.
so good. Yeah.
There's sound is an aspect, and communicating through various sounds is an aspect of that book, that if you're reading it, you're just having to imagine it. But the audiobook is able to just play those sounds for you.
Interesting.
Someone took the time. Some nerd took the time to figure it out and put in the work so it sounds accurate to like what you do.
That book, impressed me. I was like, the research necessary to write this is absurd.
Well, also, like, I feel like Andy Weir does a really good job of, like, it's almost like when, you have, like, our YouTube video fundamentals, you should do these things to maximize engagement. Like, he does that to his writing, but, like, does it so well that you're like, okay, that's fine, I guess. Just, like, truly, like, the fundamentals, like, basic cliffhangers and setups and intrigue points and mystery boxes and, like, you're like, yeah, whatever, watch this. And then, like, he does it, you're like, I'm hooked.
Yeah, Anywhere, of course, he did The Martian. Very, very, very good book. Turned into a pretty good movie. He also did Artemis, which I did not enjoy. It wasn't. I didn't enjoy the book. It was okay, I guess. It took place. It was like The Martian, but in the future and on the moon. But Project Hail Mary. It was one of those books where the moment I finished reading it, or listening to it, I should say, I was just like, I had a very palpable, like, jealousy of whoever is going to end up directing the movie. I think I've said this on the podcast before, but it's just like, man.
Do you know who is directing the movie?
Yeah, I forget their names. They did Spider-Verse.
Yes, the Spider-Verse guys.
Wow.
So, honestly, like...
What are their names?
Phil Lord and Chris Miller?
Miller, yeah.
Something Miller?
Lord and Miller.
Yeah. My two favorite directors, probably, currently.
Wow.
Yeah, those guys are awesome.
But is it's not animated, or?
It's live action with Ryan Gosling as the main character.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Oh,
Yeah.
shoot. They're bringing in big guns on this one.
Yeah.
Because
That's
one of my
crazy.
favorite things about like sci-fi stories is when everything is as realistically based as possible, with the one exception being like, if this thing existed, all of these other things are now possible. It was why I love Mass Effect so dang much, because it's like, if you could just change the mass of an object through some magical element called like element 0 or whatever, and you can now change the mass of a field, or like you can change how elements interact with the Higgs field or however it was, so that you can make low mass, you can now make anti-gravity, you can do faster than light travel, you can make force fields. All of these things suddenly become possible based off of this one branch allowing that to happen. And I love when that's able to be employed, as opposed to, like, as much as I love the Halo books and the Halo story and whatnot, they're like, we punched a hole into space-time and that's how we're going fast. Yeah. Star Wars, same thing. It's like, cool, hyperspace. Wishy-washy hand-waving to make that work.
It's like
Project Hail Mary is like, all right, if you can have a thing that can just burn and release so much energy that you can basically just have an infinite rocket forever, this is what can happen. The Expanse kind of does that a little bit
the
as
idea
well.
of constant acceleration is one that I didn't really get with rocketry until reading Hail Mary Project and the Bobaverse. Where it's like, wait,
Bobaverse, yes.
if you can if you can somehow invent some like almost like electric-based propulsion engine that could just constantly accelerate, even at like 0.001 G, you'll get going really fast and you can get to other places like.
I mean, we have 0.001 G already. They're the photon drives on our satellites that we send out. They have.
That's cool.
It's like the force of a sheet of paper on your hand.
Which is pretty significant when it adds up over time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But the difference there, for like, because I remember years ago, before ever, like, I think I was back in college, so this is a long time ago. I remember thinking, like, all right, if Mars is this far away, if you could accelerate at 1 G, you could be on a spaceship, but that's like a house. You can basically just walk around like you normally would, but you're traveling through space. You don't have to experience weightlessness, but you're also going so much faster. How much time would it take to reach Mars? And the answer was like 3 days, less than 3 days to get to Mars, as opposed to currently, which is like 10 months to get there, something like that. And you have to wait every 2 years for like the planets to line up, and then you can get there. And that was assuming like 1 G of acceleration there, and then you spin around in 1 G of deceleration for the back half of the trip. And that's pretty much the entire premise of the Expanse series. Is like they invented this drive that's basically able to do exactly that.
That's cool.
And suddenly the entire solar system got colonized. Really cool.
Huh.
But yeah, we do basically have that right now, just at a much, much smaller level, called an ion drive, and it's literally shooting out.
See, I always thought the ion drives are still like more or less sci-fi. I didn't know they were actually kind of.
No, they've been real for decades.
Really?
It's just you have to start with a bunch of gas. I don't know which gas it is. Maybe xenon or something like that. And you just you're basically spitting out those particles ever so. I do not know how an ion drive works specifically off the top of my head right now. So,
Come on, explain it to me in lamest terms.
I am currently it's the lamest of terms right now.
Dude, that's a new podcast right there, lamest terms.
Well, I mean, speaking of media that we enjoy, I kind of want to hear your thoughts on The Last of Us VFX.
Yes, okay, we totally got off tangent there, but I want to get back to it. So, for those of you who absolutely do not want to hear anything about Last of Us Episode 2 spoilers, we're not going to talk about story spoilers about what happens if you know what's Anyway, we're going to talk about zombies because there's this really cool thing. Basically, there's this field of zombies that are buried in the snow. And they're all like sticking out of the top of the snow, and they're all dead. They're all frozen. But there is a line that was spoken earlier in the episode that was like a little bit of Chekhov's line.
Please.
That said, oh, we found some zombies that were still alive under the frozen ones. They were using them like a blanket.
Insulation.
And so then this character basically gets to this field and is stepping on them and it's like, whoa, look at all these dead zombies. That's crazy. But then it all starts churning.
Whoa.
And then an arm pops out. And then the whole zombie pulls themselves out. And it turns out there's an army of zombies underneath all of these frozen ones. And it's like liquefaction in the snow. It starts like boiling. And all of a sudden these zombies start like pouring out of these holes. And you're looking at this top-down shot of just like a few of these people getting up and out of the ground and then running away. And it just keeps happening. They hold on the shot for like several seconds. And at first I was like, oh, that's a pretty cool looking shot. And then I realized at a certain point, this entire shot is full CG because there's no way they could have filmed this practically.
Right.
Literally 50 people just came out of the ground in this one spot here.
Yeah,
That's
it's
cool.
a
It
trip.
sounds really
There's
imaginative.
It's a trip, and like all the zombies that are coming out are done like crowd sim style. So you know they have their different animations that they're blending between, and it's kind of funny because once you get used to like looking for crowd effects, you do tend to see some elements, and that one's kind of funny because it's done really well. But if you watch a couple of them, there's like these sprint animations that they're doing, but they're like kind of sprint drifting down this mountain at like a flat plane running pace. It's like a real subtle thing. But you'll see the occasional agent. They call it an agent in crowd sims. But you'll just see like the animation and like the retargeting of it, like trying to like repurpose it to go down the mountain and stuff.
Like the gate running on flat ground is going to be very different than the gate running down a hill.
Yeah, exactly.
So and the
that's
angle
such
of your ankles and how you're having to like.
It just changes everything. And there's ways in like crowd simulations to account for terrain, so their ankles are locking and like changing perspective, and there's lean applied and like different elements like make it sell. But the baseline animation is like just a full sprint, and then they're like dipping down the mountain just in a full sprint without any shift in their gravity. Again, super nuanced nitpick, but just fun to see. Like it's fun to see these.
It's cool to see where the
applications
illusion
applied.
still
There,
breaks.
there are multiple moments through that whole sequence where I literally said out loud, I was like, oh my god, oh my god. And then there's that claustrophobia moment where I was like, oh my god!
That's so good.
Oh my god!
I literally whipped my phone out. I was watching with my wife, and I was like, excuse me. She's like, what are you doing? I was like, just writing down, bring to react. That's literally what I was writing down. Because it is so cool. Like, they're definitely saving their budget for that. Like you can see the budget application.
That episode 2 is absolutely a big budget episode.
So
because that was just the start of the sequence.
Yeah.
Because then it keeps going.
And I warned my wife after. I was like, just be ready for a couple slides.
Oh, really?
Just like they spent a lot of money there. They're gonna pull back. We gotta have some characters.
It's just like animation, where it's like when you get a lot of still frames. There's been a whole episode of still frames. Like, ooh, something big's coming up next episode.
Yes. There's like little hints throughout.
Yeah.
But I mean,
Rod.
as far as
Byron.
that show's concerned. Wait, what did you say?
Ron's leaving, so Byron.
Oh, Byron.
Byron. Nico's referencing how Dean likes to kill me, which is saying, Byron.
Byron.
But he says it in a way that makes me feel like I'm Trump's son.
No, that's Baron.
And killing Smash Bros.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I feel better about it now.
But yeah, so effects are insane. I love the show personally, even as a guy who played all the games and whatnot. The one thing though, one thing deep cut chewing me up. I know some people have issues with like the main girl casting, I don't personally.
Abby?
No. Bella,
The girl
yeah. I personally like. I see them as different characters anyway. Like it's fine. I've completely accepted that one, and I think she's a great actress.
I think she's a great actress.
Yeah,
too.
she's awesome. But I just can't look past the character of Abby. You did say Abby, yeah. It is Abby that I'm talking about.
I agree.
So because she's the new character from season 2.
Yeah. So
I mean, obviously, there's
Abby's a
bunch of
very
other ones.
distinct physical character in the second Last of Us.
That's
very
exactly
distinctively
it.
physical.
So having not
it.
played the second Last of Us game, the Abby from the show is the only version of her I know. And I thought she pulled off an incredible performance in episode 2. I thought she's doing a great job. Is her character physically different in the game? Like, does she look different?
So different. Like
Really?
You
it's
can
one of
talk
those
about
things-
Last of Us 2, the game. That's also been out for like 7 years.
Yeah.
but
Last
that's
of Us
gonna-
game.
Like, no
It's-
major spoilers, but you can talk about Abby.
And I'll be careful how I talk about it too. But like that character is a respected, like physical military leader, like physically imposing and intimidating. Like she will beat the brakes off you if you check her. And the girl that they cast, through no fault of her own, she's just like, you just go to like any college
Oh.
campus and you're like, oh yeah.
I know what you mean. She's
like
got
an
the
average
body
stature.
type.
College
Like she's the
girl.
smallest person of the crew that's in the
Yeah.
house.
Yeah, and it's like, the story that unfolds as to her reason for being upset, I'll leave out, but, she is revenge.
Are you saying Elo Hell is real? No, it's not actually real. What's hell though is, now again, I'm saying this recognizing that I am bad right now, okay? What's hell is in Plat and Emerald, people just randomly do terrible things that like with games. So like as an example, earlier today, had a game we probably could have won, we got a pick, and then we like engaged on the rest of the team and we all died. And then when I VOD reviewed the game afterwards, the reason we all died is after we got that pick, when everybody else ran in to keep fighting, our AD carry literally stood still and started emoting. And it was like, I'm assuming she was like typing to their enemy team, being like, yo dog, we got you. And then we all died. Then we lost that game because our AD carry was pushing bot while they were pushing our lane. And like, again, there's a lot of reasons we lost that game. It wasn't just our AD carry. But it's like, in lower MMRs, you can't really trust your teammates to do correct things. For me, it's just really painful to play in Emerald and whatnot, because the thing I've played for like 10 years is a very supportive playstyle where I try to bring up my teammates. And it feels very, very coin flippy whether bringing up your teammates is even worthwhile. Are you saying Elo Hell is real? No, it's not actually real.
Rules are made to be broken. Like buildings. Or people.
Okay, right up. Stop twerking. Holy, he's mad at him. Hi, Elo US, by the way.
Gimme, 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 gimme.
You gonna watch Eurovision this year? I don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe. Oh, you gotta. The Nordics are all over the place this year. All over the place? What do you mean? The Swedish song has a Finnish band. The Danish song has a Faroese singer, and the Norwegian song is written by a Norwegian and a Swede. What? Wow, okay, what's going on? Oh, I'm not done yet. There's a Norwegian singer in the Irish song, and the Finnish song has a German title for some reason. Oh, okay. Are there any other countries doing this kind of swapperoo? No, not really. Oh, Estonia is Italian for some reason. Yeah, that is strange, but wait, you didn't mention Iceland. Where are they from? Oh, they're from, space. So, you gonna watch Eurovision this year?
Revenge driven. She is enraged and like a physical presence that should be feared. And when she's walking up to Joel, she was more given the vibe of like just like a petulant, like I always get what I want kind of girl.
Okay.
And it just was so disparate from what I was used to in the game, what I was expecting as a viewer. I have not been able to look past it. Normally I can suspend disbelief and go, I'll interpret this one, this will be a different interpretation. But with her, like everyone's like scared around her. And I'm just like, no one would ever be scared around her. Like I don't believe it. I have a real tough time with that one.
Totally agree.
Yeah, because if you look at her in the game, like...
Yeah, actually...
Can you pull up an image of Abby from the game? Because I'm very curious now.
A good casting, for those of you who watch WWE, is like, I think it's Rhea Ripley.
Dang, those guns!
Yeah, she's super jacked. Like, look at that second row all the way left. Like, she's going to beat the brakes off you. And when she's... Oh, wait, I almost spoiled something. But yeah.
Yeah,
it's just
the actress has the right like face to match the character, but yeah,
yeah,
that's a lot of bulking up you got to do.
Physicality is crucial for this character, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the one that I've really not been able to bridge the gap on. I'll keep trying because I like the show.
Feeling.
But
I have that same feeling.
That's something where like let's say the actress is talented. I haven't seen the show. I'm going to assume she's talented. She's an HBO show. She's talented. She can deliver the performance. That's where you'd hope that. Maybe you lean on the makeup and special effects team, like make a point of physically designing a character for you. The actress will portray it, but that's not where it ends, right? You don't just go like, hey, bring your clothes to work and cut your hair. We'll just take whatever. You're gonna dress up the actress or actor to like match your character. So if you want to commit to an actor or actress that doesn't have the physicality, like use your other movie magic to round it out.
Well, to be fair, it's freaking 0 degrees Fahrenheit in the entire show so far. And so they're all wearing these super heavy jackets, so you can't really see like how buff she could be.
Yeah.
Maybe she is buff. Maybe it's a story arc.
But like there's a WWE star. I don't watch WWE, but I'm aware of this one female wrestler called Rhea Ripley. Who is like that.
Oh wow.
I don't know how she is as an actor or whatever, but that's the build that I go, okay. Whoa, chill. I don't want to make you mad. Like, just gruff, military, like 5 years deep.
Yeah.
Like, found a way to survive. So, I don't know. But for me, that was because I saw her on screen. She showed up, Abby, the character of Abby. And I went, no.
I mean,
that was my first response. I was like,
really?
No. And I had to Google the character again because it's been a while since I played. But
hold up.
Producers just have a tendency not to, like, cast women that have, like, larger body types. Like muscles or whatever, and it'd be nice to see that, variety a little bit, especially for characters where it makes sense for the character.
It's rooted in it, yeah.
I'm gonna tangent real hard right now, just for a moment, because I just noticed that there's a person on our chat with the name One Wheel Bros. What's up?
You can try to type a little wheel.
So I thought it was like some crazy inflammatory comment or something. I'm gonna rant on this. But yeah, anyway, that's my only real thought with the show. Beyond, I'm enjoying it very much. But yeah, that's a tough one because she's a significant aspect.
Because I can kind of understand the sort of casting director issue there. Is that like. You want to cast someone who fits the role, but at the end of the day, the most important thing is whether or not this person can act.
Yeah.
And you gotta prioritize acting ability over physical stature and matching, like, a character that way.
Yeah.
It's tough because either one really takes you out of it, to be fair.
But once again, that's where, it's a movie or a TV show. It's like, you have other tools. you don't have to just rely on the actor and exactly who they are to be your full character. Like, you can do things.
Do that
you know?
Ryan Reynolds head replacement from what was that movie he was in?
Oh, Fall Guy.
Was it Fall
Or
Guy?
not Fall Guy.
No,
not Fall
that's
Guy.
Ryan.
Extra Life or Extra Guy or whatever.
Yeah. Where they had that giant buff
NPC
guy.
man.
Yeah.
Do that for the whole
Free Guy.
show.
Free Guy. Or, you know, like,
Free Guy.
I think about like Joseph Gordon-Levitt from Looper, where they put his jaw prosthetic on to make him look like Bruce Willis.
Right, and it was a
You know?
super subtle prosthetic.
Yeah.
Just like a little bit of changing his jawline, his cheekbones, his nose, just ever so. No, his brow as well.
I mean, we put you in a muscle suit for Son of a Dungeon.
Yeah. Look at the muscle suit going.
But you know, I mean, could you actually? I mean, maybe she does bulk up. Who knows? Free Guy. I always like Nico. It's called Free Guy. Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good show though.
Yeah, so Last of Us Season 2, I assume we'll have some additional moments later on that are going to be pretty sick. I remember everyone being like, oh my god, the giraffes were CG. In Season 1, there's like that shot where the giraffes come up, but they look super realistic. So I think it was like, what, the beginning of Episode 1, where the giraffes show up again. It was like, cool.
Yeah.
How? Why are there giraffes here in Utah?
Yeah.
I can suspend that disbelief. I'll allow it.
Would you guys like to tangent into something completely different?
Oh,
but
let's-
still very esoteric.
Swing it. Let's do it.
All right, so I've been working on this project. You guys know because we just filmed reactions, but I don't know if people in the podcast or the live stream know. But I've been working on this project, this like RGB etching art project, and Daniel and I have a video coming out this upcoming weekend here. So keep an eye out for that. Hopefully, I mean it's on track. It's on track currently. And the actual art pieces are done. But basically, through a combination of etching pieces of acrylic with red, green, blue lights, you could combine them and you get them to be full color. That was at least the theory, and I wanted to try building it. And I've been wanting to do this for a long time, and so we finally did it. And I'll let you see the video to see how it turned out. But in the process, I was trying to make a test image. And I was like, well, you know, I need to test the colors and see how they come through on this thing. What's a good way to do this? It's like I could maybe do the bar image that you have on your TV when you don't have a signal, you know, like that image. You know what I'm talking about? You know, like a rainbow. Like I had this picture of my cat that like has good black and white tonality, but like not a lot of colors. So I was like, well, is there just like a picture that has all the colors in it? And I started Googling it, and I found like one old picture that somebody had kind of done this cool fractal, but there wasn't like anything that just had all the colors. And so I decided to use Claude to help me write a script where I could have it start with a single color pixel and then it would grow up from there, and it would like pick colors next to it and eventually place on this image every single possible color in 8-bit RGB space. Because if you take 256 by 256 by 256, which is all the colors, it's about 16.7 million. That also happens to be the exact same number as a 4K by 4K square image of pixels. So 4096 by 4096 is the exact same number of pixels as 256 to the third. So you can place one pixel for every single possible color in RGB 8-bit space into this image with no repeating pixels. And so I went into this rabbit hole. We're supposed to be working on this etching. I'm like, wait, I have this weird esoteric way I can make a picture with all these different colors. And I basically vibe coded a program to render these images. And in doing so, I learned a whole lot about vibe coding. I started using Cursor and like.
Wait, define
Please explain,
what?
yeah.
Like we've talked about vibe coding.
It sounds
before,
like
but,
the coolest thing in the world.
It's a relatively new term. Define what it is.
Vibe coding, and I was semi-vibe coding, but like.
The vibes weren't immaculate. They were lame man vibes.
Vibe coding love these guys. It's lame to vibe code. Vibe coding is when you basically have an idea for like something like a computer program, something you want a computer to do, but you don't know how to write the code, or you don't want to actually write the code, so you have like ChatGPT do it for you. So for example, let's say you had to rename a bunch of pictures in a folder, and there's also a bunch of other subfolders, and like you just didn't want to deal with like this, but like you could express yourself in English in a moment, saying like, I need you to rename all the folders that start with a lowercase r and put them into this folder. You know, it's like, imagine something you'd like tell an assistant to do, right? And so you just go to Claude or ChatGPT and be like, I need you to write a batch file, a .bat file that does this, or whatever. And then it goes, okay, it spits out a bunch of code, you just double click on it, runs it, executes, does all the things you wanted to do. That's vibe coding.
It's like how a DJ makes music.
Yeah, or
Yeah.
or for another example here, I don't have Adobe stuff on my computer right now because I'm trying to live an Adobe-free life right now.
Rebellion is alive. Look at that.
Yep.
And I needed to simply invert a picture. I needed to invert the colors, and I didn't want to have to like pop it open in DaVinci Resolve. I didn't happen to have an image editor installed at the time. So I popped over to Claude and I said, "Hey Claude, can you write me a little Python script that will just invert the color of an image and save a copy?" And it did. It spat it out. I ran it. I basically programmed my own little mini Photoshop filter.
That's so
Wow.
to do the task, the specialized task I wanted to do. So this whole RGB crystal thing is like more or less an experiment in like, can I make a program do what I want it to do for something goofy like just putting every single RGB color on the screen. So that's it. I did give Christian a couple pictures that I've generated using different crystal growth algorithms.
Oh, whoa. What a sentence.
Yeah, because the whole idea is to basically have it organize, visually organize the colors in a way that's pleasing to the eye, inspired by real-life crystal growth patterns.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Because I guess I don't know how many pixels would be in like that white category, but I'm not seeing a ton.
They're there.
Christian hit F11.
They're just on the edges there. Like
Yep,
the leaves
they're on
and
the
whatnot.
points of those little
I would have expected more.
barbs.
Interesting.
And this is 1 pixel for every single possible color in RGB space. Now, perhaps there's bugs in my code. That's the thing about vibe coding. I don't actually know how to program very well.
You can vibe code a fix.
And that's why it's called vibe coding, because you kind of just take what you get. And you roll with it.
That's cool.
So this one right here is a dendrite pattern, which is based on
Dendrites.
how snowflakes
That's
form.
what kills batteries. Dendrites is yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, it's I guess the way dendrite crystals grow is, and so what I did here is, you know, so I was using Gemini, Google's Gemini 2.5 Pro, ladies and gentlemen, which is
Gemini 2.
insane.
Wait, really?
Yes, it is.
What do you mean?
The things it can do, the things you can ask it to do in code that it can like figure out, is just far beyond anything else. So for one thing, when you work with like a chat bot or like an LLM, they have a certain amount of words they can take in before they max out, and it's called context length. So
Okay.
imagine you're like asking a question, like imagine like you pasted the manual for like Nuke there first. You said, please tell me about like what I need to do for this filter. It might not be able to maintain the whole manual for Nuke in its memory, like when communicating with you, basically the chat history, so to speak. But Google, because of the architecture of the hardware that they built, the TPUs, they can give this a 2 million token context window, which is the entire Harry Potter series, like multiple times over. Whoa! So you could literally copy and paste the entire Harry Potter series into your chat window, and then after that type, can you please give me a summary of like what happens to Snape? And like it'll go, what? And it'll write you. It'll contextualize all that and like spit out these things.
Wow.
So with code, when you're giving it code and it's looking at your programs, it can look at all your files, it can read the whole thing, it can make judgment calls on how to modularize it. Like it's crazy.
That is nuts.
It's crazy, and I'm like super psyched about it.
Well, that's the thing, is all the different AI things you can use have different advantages, right? Because Claude was always like the better at coding between
Right.
that and ChatGPT, right?
Yeah.
So where's Gemini in this?
Gemini is the best now.
The best in all categories, or like
Coding.
specifically in coding?
I mean, it's pretty good at other stuff too, but like, and there's also like just how it talks to you. Like, I find ChatGPT to be like really corporate sloppy, just like. That's a great question, Nico. I was like, shut up. Don't waste my time. I know how this works, guys. Like, I'm not a moron. Jesus.
And the irony there is OpenAI came out and said that like all you saying thank you and please to ChatGPT is wasting millions of dollars of energy because it's useless.
Yeah, but it's us having fun. Come on, OpenAI.
But they're just saying it's like, oh, that was a meaningless thing to say, and like everyone's saying that is now like racking up the electricity bill. If you itemize all of it, it adds up to millions of dollars. And then you're like, yeah, but they're just like, that's a good question, Nico. It's like, you didn't need to say that. That was longer than saying you're welcome.
Yeah. Whereas like, having a company that makes a tool that like they don't try to sell it as more than what it is. And it's like, yeah, it's a tool, guys. It's just like a knowledge. It's like a fucking smarter encyclopedia. Sorry, pardon the F-bombs. But like, it's like, just let it give me what I need it to do, and like no frills. Don't try to hide stuff. Don't try to like make it sound smarter than it is. And like that's where I found Claude to be the best. Where it's like, unless you're doing like coding, you need the best of the best with Gemini. Like when I'm, I don't know, just trying to figure out like summarize. Like, well, for example, when we did the AI voice video, where we had the video without.
Do you mean the math voice video?
The math voice video. Same thing, believe it or not. The paper that the people published, I put that into Claude so I could ask Claude questions about it. You know, because I started reading it and it's pretty complicated, but I wanted to I thought I got it, but I wanted to verify it. So I pasted it into Claude. I'm like, my understanding is this is how this is working. Am I right or wrong? And like, explain how this is working. Please double check this. And basically, Claude acted as like a secondary expert or another teacher to like let me check my questions off of regarding this paper that I just read. And that was really nice to be able to kind of like, I think this is how it's working. Am I right or am I wrong? And like, and Claude would be like, you're right about this. You're wrong about this. And you know, it would just help me ask questions about it.
That's my favorite YouTube.
Yeah. Is there anything out right now that can take an entire YouTube video and summarize it for you? Like you just paste a YouTube link, it'll go through, transcribe all the audio, and then like summarize the main points from that.
It's not like out, but there's tools now that can do it.
Because I know I can do it if I broke down those steps myself. Like I could download the video, I could then like process the raw audio, I could then transcribe that audio and take the transcript of that and plug that in and get a summary. Like sure.
Yeah. Well, Meta just dropped a open source thing that really flew under everybody's radar, and it came out like 2 weeks ago. It's called the Meta Perception Encoder. And it's their full suite of tools for bringing the world that you see into computer programs. So they have like a Z-depth estimator. They have a human pose, like basically a camera mocap basically estimator. They have, you know, face tracking, but they also have a large language model, just a Llama 8 billion parameter model, that you can give it a video, and you can give it a question, and then it will give you an answer. So you can ask anything you want about the video.
Interesting.
Because it's an LLM. You can be like, give me the sequence of events as they play out, second by second. You know, you would say, write down all the actions as if this were a script, and you wanted to, you know, retranslate it back into script form, etc. Or, you know, how many people walked by. Like, it doesn't matter. You can ask it anything, because it's an LLM, and it watches the video and then it tells you. And it's open source. You can go download it right now and mess with it.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
That's one thing I'm really working on myself on, is thinking of creative ways to apply this technology to my life to make it better.
I think if you could figure out a way to get more Vex code into one of these systems so that you can... You probably actually just straight up could. So Cursor is a program I started using this past weekend. Because previously, when I was doing this stuff, like when I made the muzzle flash thing, I would talk to Claude, probably put something out, and I'd copy it from Claude and paste it into, like, you know, my code editor, or even just Notepad sometimes, and hit save and run, right? Cursor, you point it to a folder, and it has its own little, like, kind of interface LLM, I think, that will kind of translate between, like, Gemini or Claude and actual commands for this program. So you point out a folder, and then it can create files in this folder. It can edit the files in this folder. And it doesn't have to just be code, but it could be Vex code. It could be Notepad files. But you basically just manage this thing like, you know, make a plan here, spit that out as a README file. Then I want you to open and create these files, create this folder structure for these assets that we're going to do. All right, I've got these like Vex scripts here that I've loaded up. You know, here's the manual. Now we're going to code some new ones, contextualize those so you know how this works. Like, you might be able to use Cursor to make Vex script.
That would be incredible.
Crazy.
Yeah, I've tried on and off.
Vex script, is that the coding for Houdini?
For Houdini, yeah.
So you're talking about a real like esoteric script that's like these things are not trained on. So that's the thing you have to like deal with.
Yeah, you code in Vex inside of Houdini. You can also use elements of Python. I don't know how deep that goes. I'm not really much of a coder myself, but yeah, Vex in particular I've tried multiple times to get it to build stuff based on what AI has generated, and there's always some glaring issues that take either a ton of iteration and still don't work properly, or, you know, it's just easier for me to go in and like manually clean it up.
100%.
But it's nice as like a baseline. Give me the syntax layout, and I'll go in and fact check all the lines. I like it to be better than that, though. So hopefully moving forward, it's all just going to get more intelligent.
Well, with Cursor now, it's like you can have the stuff you've written, you can have everything there. You can even have your other files, and you can be like, locate me this one function and change this variable name. Or you can just be like you can give very specific commands. So I was like, okay, I need to chain this thing. And like, rather than having to sit there and like just do a lot of the number work and just the manual input, you just use the basic English version. Like, you know, when you said earlier, like, hey, grab everything that begins with this and put it here. You know, you can just literally dictate that into your phone versus for 5 minutes in a program.
I did use the technique that I think Sam who told me about it, where you record a whole conversation and then you have it distill notes about that conversation in question and answer form.
Oh, nice.
That's what I did, and then I basically just had this full recap of a combo and be like, what was, oh, yeah, that's right.
Nice.
And that's amazing.
Dude, I did that 2 days ago for our brainstorm session.
I noticed, yeah.
Yeah.
And so we had this 45-minute long brainstorm session for this RGB video. What's the title going to be? What's the hook? What's the beginning of the video? And the first half of the conversation was that. The second half was actually outlining the video with me and Daniel. And I took that whole transcript from voice memos, because Apple Voice Memos gives you a transcript now automatically.
I love that.
Paste it into Claude.
Nice. Yeah, okay.
And I said, the second half of this, we start talking about the video outline. Read through it, find the parts where we did the full read-throughs, and make a script where possible and outline the rest where possible using as much of our actual quotes as possible and give you the video. And it did, and it got like 90% of the way there.
Wow.
And I went through and I basically rewrote all my dialogue, but it took our quotes, like quote for quote, and then just put the bullet points around it what happened. And it was such a instant, fast, like brainstorm to like good first draft script. That's all our words.
That's exactly the thing is after brainstorm meetings, like when Dean and I are working on a video or something, one of us will say something that I'm like, oh my gosh, yes. And then if it's Dean, for example, I'll later go, hey, what did you say again? I loved how you said that. Lost the time.
Yeah.
But now we have recorded history.
I saw this piece of hardware online one time. It's like a little pin that you clip to your shirt, kind of like our lav mics that we use, the Rode mics and DJI mics, but it's even smaller. It's less obtrusive, and it's just recording audio at all times, and it automatically uploads that audio to the cloud so that it can be transcribed by an LLM to summarize your day. And it's constantly doing that.
That's
it
cool,
feels a little weird because it's like
it's the cloud stuff I don't like.
well, I mean, I don't know if it's like an offline cloud sort of situation or if it's going to some server, but I like the idea behind part of that. The idea of it always recording, I'm not exactly a huge fan of, but like,
pull it out when you need
like I do want so I want a less obtrusive version of how you were doing it with your phone, right? Where it's like I want to be able to like record a period of time so that I can just like have everything be tracked and summarized after the fact, but I don't want it to like be intrusive. I'd like to be able to just like for instance, if I'm at the gym and I'm experimenting with new workouts and I'm not really, I don't want to pull my phone out to like write like how many sets of this I did. I want to be able to just like at the end of it, it's like, okay, I did 12 sets on that and then move on. And I just say it out loud. Yeah. And then but I'm listening to music at the same time. How do I reconcile both of those things happening?
Yeah.
It'd be nice to just like have an automated version of that. I don't know.
Yeah, I love how our goals shift as what becomes possible changes.
Well, like in an
like I never would have thought of that as like a goal, but it's totally fair.
Because I now like whenever I'm going and doing like a new workout or whatever, I will have to like pull out my phone and be like, all right, what's the next exercise I'm gonna do? And because I don't pre-plan this stuff, I'm like trying to figure out, okay, I've done these muscles, I need to do these muscles next. How much weight am I doing? How many sets am I doing? And stuff like that, and it kind of interrupts my flow whenever I have to pull out my phone and like open up the notes app and then like note it down and then like format it and then put it away. And now I'm on the next one. Which if I'm taking a rest between sets, it's like I can do it, but it'd be nice to be able to be like, okay,
yeah,
I could just say it out loud and it's just automatically noted and I can move on from it. And I'm just using that as an example. It can go to anything.
Yeah, it's good to imagine like in the ideal sci-fi future where you could have this thing. Like, what would your ideal tool be? It's like, yeah, you'd want a little like personal AI that just like helps you know, with your assistant. That'd be awesome. But like
that's the biggest thing I'm looking forward to with the AI revolution is just like I want a personalized assistant that can help me with life admin.
I'm hoping that this stuff gets good enough where people can just run it in their own house without needing to rely on a subscription or a company or a cloud or a service. It's just gonna enshitify and like abuse that close relationship, because like this is like at this point it becomes a really tight relationship of trust, right? Like this is a thing that's going to be like intimately familiar with your life details. Like it needs to be like a family member, and it can't be motivated by money.
On that note, the thing is trust. I started taking photos of the back of certain food products and sending it to ChatGPT. I have the Pro plan after that, and I send it up and I say, "Can you break down every ingredient here and the benefits or risk of every associated ingredient?" And it will break it down and tell you all the advantages or disadvantages of each of the things, which is really cool. Like
that's super cool.
Really good to know. So I trust it there on like what I'm consuming, but then I asked it for some help with calculating render times the other day. And I was trying to figure out how many, it was basically simple math, but now I'm just a lazy boy. And I was basically trying to figure out across 3 machines how many I could render on each machine based on average render time and stuff like that. And it was, I asked this on Friday so I could optimize my time over the weekend. And it said, "Sure thing, Jordan, that's a great question." And I was like, yeah, I'm smart. But then it said, "Today is Thursday, April 25th. well, first of all, it's Friday, April 25th. So, what is going on here? This is a known thing. There's calendars. It had the year right, but it got the date wrong with confidence. That did scare me a little bit because that's a very simple thing.
That was always the thing that kind of freaked me out when trying to leverage AI to like help me write videos. Is whenever it would be wrong and confidently wrong.
So confident. Yeah.
I've heard it referred to as it has spiky intelligence. Spikes of high intelligence and valleys of low intelligence.
Yeah,
But it's very
There was one real cool thing I saw on Reddit as like a suggestion of what to do with your ChatGPT. If you use that, for example, is that you ask it based on our chat history, all the conversations that we've had to this point, paint me a picture of what you think my future looks like.
Oh.
It's really fun for those of you who want to try it. Or sad. It depends really on the conversations. But yeah, it really will illustrate, and it will detail exactly why it painted every element of the painting for you.
Wow.
And what it all represents. So you get like this curated piece of art of what it thinks your life will be.
That's pretty cool.
Really, really fun to try. Yeah, you should with how much you use it, you should definitely give it a shot.
Interesting. Okay. I tend to avoid OpenAI. I tend to rely on Claude and Gemini.
Why is that? Should I pivot? Because I can pivot. I have no loyalty here.
It's a little bit like morality.
Oh no! Should I pivot?
No, it's fine. It's just OpenAI is for the normies, and the other ones are for like people who are cool. So.
I am honestly, to be fair, God. You can't find a more normie AI user than me because I'm so new to it all. So yeah, I'll go through the basics. I'll learn Claude.
It's just Claude was a champion of coding for the longest time, and really the only time I really needed to use this stuff was when I was coding, and now the transcript stuff, which I also tend to. ChatGPT can probably do it fine, but I kind of like Claude because it's like Lyft to Uber. It's the underdog, you know.
Can Claude perform at greater levels? Like, for example, the subscription cost is what, $20 a month for ChatGPT Pro?
It's $20 for Claude also.
Yeah. It's $20 for Claude, and you're saying it's superior.
I would argue that Claude is a little bit superior.
Because that alone, I'll pivot. Yeah, same price
It can't
point.
generate pictures.
That's okay. I mean, I was just doing that for fun.
Okay.
But yeah.
Well, I've been using Chat 4.5.
Look, OpenAI makes a good product. It's just like the way Claude speaks to me. I like, and
you don't like that good question stuff.
I don't. Claude's like, I know you want to get shit done. Let me help you get shit done. OpenAI's like, you want to play some games? And I'm like, no. I don't want to be on my phone. I want to get this shit done. So just give me the stuff I need to know and let me get out of here. That's Claude. Yeah. That's the best way I could describe it. And then actually, to be honest, most of my time is now with Gemini 2.5. If you go to aistudio.google.com or gemini.google.com, you can mess with it for free. You go to specifically AI Studio.
In that hour.
Yeah. There might be look, I don't know. They might have different triggers. And if maybe you blow through like 2 million tokens, and they're like, all right, chill out.
Yeah.
But then you can just drop down to 2.5 Flash, which is like their other one, which is a little bit dumber, but whatever.
Because like my experience using AI is like I will use it a lot for like half an hour and then not touch it for the rest of the day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, try Gemini. Gemini is pretty cool. It's a little wordy and it's a little listy, and specifically 2.5 Pro is a thinking model where it thinks to itself, but it's like really cool to read it. Because it'll be like, okay, I got to think about what they're asking. They're trying to do this. Okay, and how could I address that? Let me just check. Is there any other way I could do that? Like, and you can see it thinking through
That's
it. Your response.
And that has like live link to the internet and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, Gemini is not quite as good as web searching as Claude. Claude's really good. Or like, I'm doing this research on this. Can you check this out? Like, let me search the web, and like it'll search the web and like, okay, I've learned more specific terms for what you're talking about. Let me search the web again. And it does that. It's like, okay, now I'm starting to get what's going on here. Let me refine my search and search the web again. And so like it'll actually iterate on itself and get better and better web results.
So could I do something similar with Vex? Like the language itself, where I could tell it to research it? And then it would get better at it? Is it like that? Or would
your better results, since at the end of the day, these things are basically pattern prediction models, is to do something where you load up like a manual on how to use Vex, and then load up Vex files that are examples of good Vex and like have things that you like, and then be like, okay, let's make a new Vex file, and it can look at all this other stuff, be like, okay, here's the syntax, here's the context, here's how good stuff looks. I can mimic that pattern, and then.
Does nobody else feel bad for Wikipedia? They're one of the most important websites in the world, and they still have to beg people for donations. They do all this important, thankless work, and what do they get in return? Teachers saying that they're not a reliable source and that anyone could change Wikipedia, which isn't even true. Less and less people are even using Wikipedia now that AI is a thing. And what do they get in return? Nothing. They're a nonprofit. They have to panhandle on the internet to stay alive. Listen, Wikipedia. Just sell our information. You deserve it. Just sell. Does nobody else feel bad for Wikipedia? They're one of the most important websites in the world, and
one of the darkest moments in the Hunchback of Notre Dame movie is when Quasimodo is strapped down to the pillory at the Festival of Fools while being assaulted by the fruit-flinging audience, all for the unforgivable.
Can you help me think of a single movie that doesn't have a scene of someone eating? There are definitely movies that are entirely about food, but why is it that every single movie ever made includes a scene of someone randomly snacking? Every comedy movie, every fantasy, every sci-fi, even movies that aren't about humans will still show the characters chowing down for some reason. Like, if I go through my library in Vertigo, we meet the main girl at a restaurant. In Spirited Away, the parents famously turn into pigs at a buffet. You'd think that a movie like Doubt, that's about nuns confronting a priest, might get away with not having one, but here's Sister Aloysius pounding a pork chop. In real life, people only spend about 70 minutes a day eating, so why is it included in every single 2-hour movie? But if you can think of one that doesn't have a single scene of anyone eating or drinking, you'll be our hero and we will celebrate you. Can you help me think of a single...
If you tug on your horse's tooth, you'll notice something strange. Look closely. It's extremely long. Well, how long would it be if I pulled it all the way out? Well, monkey teeth are short. Porcupine teeth are exceptionally long, and horse teeth grow like push-up popsicles. When the tooth wears down, there's extra tooth inside the jaw that can push up to replace it. So how long are these teeth? Well, that's pretty long. If you tug on your horse's tooth, you'll notice something strange.
Hey man, what happens if all your fans are set to intake?
No, dude, don't do that. If you do that, you're not gonna have a good time.
I don't believe you.
Where do you think all of the air is gonna go?
In.
Okay, but once it's inside, where does it go?
Cools the computer.
What happens when you blow air in a balloon?
The air goes in the balloon.
And then where does it go?
It stays in the balloon.
And if you keep blowing air in the balloon, what happens?
It gets bigger.
But when it gets as big as it can get, if you put more air in it, then it
flies.
No, it pops!
Yeah, but PC cases are made of metal. Balloons are made of rubber.
Dude, this is useless. Just turn it on. Holy crap, look at the dump truck on that thing.
See? It's not popping. That's because it's made of metal. Hey man, what happens if all your fans are set to intake?
No, dude, don't do that. If you do that, you're not gonna have a good time.
I don't believe you.
Knock, knock. Hi, I'm the new med student. Oh, hey, I'd ditch the white coat if I were you. We're dealing with an E. coli gastroenteritis outbreak, so it's gonna be, not white pretty soon. Ugh. Hey, boss, Jasper's asking if he can be discharged. What? No. He needs to thresh his wheat. Well, he has Guillain-Barré. He's paralyzed from the waist down. He's literally not going anywhere. Guillain-Barré, that's pretty rare, right? Ugh, not when you drink as much raw milk as Jasper. Ugh, really? Yeah, we've been seeing more infections from raw milk consumption lately. Campylobacter, Salmonella, Listeria. It's probably because of the new U.S. Surgeon General. She's a big proponent of drinking raw milk. What kind of doctor is she? The wellness influencer? What? She quit medical training to sell supplements and tell people to drink raw milk. Pasteurization exists for a reason. Yeah, I know. There's cow feces in raw milk. Yep. She said it's safe as long as she can meet the farmer and pet the cow first. Okay, see, that's how I know she's never seen a cow in person. How do you know that? Because if you've seen a cow up close, you wouldn't drink milk directly from it. Where do you get your milk? Oh, I get mine from Texaco Mike. Texaco Mike? He runs a combination CT, MRI, and thriving fan boat business in the back of a Texaco gas station. He also produces most of the milk in this community. Does he pasteurize it himself? You know, T-Mike actually dabbles in genetic modification. The milk comes out pasteurized. Well, that's cool. How many cows does he have? So that's the thing. He doesn't own any cows. So what's he milking? What's he milking? Knock, knock. Hi, I'm the new med student. Oh, hey, I'd ditch the white coat if I were you.
Then it has enough just general code knowledge to solve a problem with you.
So cool.
That's how I would do it.
That's crazy. What a time.
What a time. And I think with that time, it's time for us to end our podcast here. But we're going to be continuing on corridordigital.com with our after show, where it's a little more chill, a little more casual. We're going to be communicating with everybody in the chat. So, hey, to anybody who joined us on YouTube today, as we did this experimental live stream on the Corridorcast YouTube channel, thanks for joining us. I hope it was cool. If you guys would like to join us here on the live stream with chat and stuff, check out corridordigital.com. We'd love to have you as a member. So, anyways, on to the after show.
Well, also, I want to just point out that we've got a T-shirt for sale in the next few days here, and that's I'm a VFX artist. React viewer. It's a real funny shirt. I love it. And it's, of course, just it's a fun jab at Disney because we're able to use Steamboat Willie.
Yeah, he's
in
ours
the
now.
Public domain, so we can actually make merchandise using it and not be sued by the most sue-happy company in the world.
Yep.
Oh, thanks for joining us, everybody. See you later.
Oh yeah, and the shirt's only available for a few more days.
Comment on the YouTube replay if you join on the YouTube channel.
Yeah. All right.
YouTube.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the Hardware News Recap of the Week. We have another one this week because there's a ton going on. So for this one, we're going to be talking about the RTX 5060s. Previously, they were announced. There was the announcement, and then the actual announcement. And now there's the launch announcement following the announcement that announced the announcement. The RTX 6000 Professional Series GPUs are starting to show up online. They're very expensive. AMD's RX 9060 XT, which is already known. They've said it's launching this month. Now it's starting to get some rumored release dates and specs and additional information. EA, as in the games studio, I guess, a conglomerate, has had layoffs. And then for the Made in Germany series for GN, we're continuing that soon. So we've got the Liquid Metal episodes coming up, and then some others to talk about that today too. Before that, this video is brought to you by the Antec Flux series of cases. We previously benchmarked and independently reviewed the Flux Pro case and found it to be one of the best cases we tested last year. The Flux Pro features the modern trend of wood accents while also focusing on a high airflow design. We found its performance to be among the best in our thermal testing. The case also has a number of ease of installation features to make assembly and cable management easier. Learn more at the link in the description below. Quick heads up, our Made in Germany series, so we've done factory tours all over the world. This is the first time we focused on factories in Europe in general, but all of them were in Germany for this series that's coming up. We filmed these months ago. They're finally coming out. So we did the thermal paste one previously with Der Bauer at Thermal Grizzly's factory, and now we have the Liquid Metal episode coming up shortly, so that'll be airing soon. That was also with Thermal Grizzly and Der Bauer. And then we have another one at Watercool, which is a water block manufacturer, also in Germany, not far from Thermal Grizzly's headquarters and their factory. And those are all coming up. There's one other quick heads up I want to give though. Height, as you all know, has mostly stopped shipping into the US due to tariffs, and in the thermal paste factory tour video, some people asked why Height is still running ads on the channel if that's the case. And I wanted to bring this up here because their ad was in the Thermal Grizzly video and people were sometimes confused about that, so it's a good question. Actually, 60 to 64% of our viewers are not from America, and Germany is one of the next largest demographics. We have about 34 to 40% US viewers at any given period. It's the largest single geographic demographic, but not the majority overall for viewership. So I did mention it to Height, and I said people might be confused about the ads because they're not shipping into the US right now, just because of cost. And so we've decided to do the ads in different languages with them. I brought this idea to them. I said, hey, I took German in high school for 4 years. I think I can do this auf Deutsch. Let's try it. And they were 100% on board. So it'll be fun for everyone. It'll be fun for me because my German speaking abilities these years I have not used it a ton since high school. I can still read and write pretty well. I cannot speak on the fly. So I'm going to do my best, use the actual like knowledge that I gained from those clouds. I'm not gonna use a translator. I'm gonna do my best to actually write the ad auf Deutsch, and then you all can let me know about my pronunciation and my word choice. The reason I'm mentioning all of this is because I think people are going to be very confused when they get like a minute into the video or whatever, and suddenly the language changes. And this is not the only ad we're doing this for, by the way. So I've brought this idea to other companies that want to focus their sort of advertising efforts on different regions. It's a cool shout out for viewers in those regions. They're then working with localized retailers rather than the huge, like just Amazon or whatever. So that's kind of interesting. And we're gonna do these so we have German lined up, which I speak pretty okay sometimes. We have Chinese lined up, which I'm fairly fluent in. And then, I mean, if Height wants to run an ad in Spanish or some other company does, then what I'm gonna do, this is gonna become a series. I will do my best to actually learn, not just Google Translate or GPT. Like, I'm gonna actually try and learn 30 seconds worth of different languages that the advertisers wanna focus on for those regions to do the ad read. And that means I'm gonna have like the most eclectic and probably useless vocabulary in those languages that anyone has ever had. Like, if I have to learn some Spanish for an ad, I'm gonna be able to say things like computer case, LCD, RGB, which I assume is RGB, but you can let me know in the comments. That'll be my first word. And fans or something like that. So it'll be fun. It'll be different. But it's also a way to kind of adapt where some of the companies are just focusing on different regions. And so this is our way to adapt to that as well, and their way too, so we can continue to kind of run the usual ads on videos and keep things flowing. So anyway, the videos for the Made in Germany series are getting finished now. They're really cool. There's some awesome factory stuff in there. Liquid metals it's such a chemical process. It's very different, something for us to film that's not so purely mechanical in a factory, so I'm excited about that. And that series, again, will have ads auf Deutsch, so don't be too surprised by it. Like I said, German's a little bit difficult for me these days, but I'm gonna do my best. And then, 如果还要中文的广告，应该容易一点. So that should work out too. All right. And also a shout out to our viewers around the world as we start to do these. I'm looking forward to your comments as you help me learn whatever language you may speak so that I can continue to refine my very computer-centric vocabulary. All right, as a quick separate note, our B-Stock mod bats got stocked earlier this week. They are at $70. They're still selling. They've been doing pretty well. If you want to grab one, there's a decent amount of stock. They have minor defects, but we wanted to launch something at a time when prices are going up everywhere that has a lower price instead. So that's on the store if you want to store.gamersnexus.net. Okay, first story is the RTX 6000 Pro. Several retail listings and benchmarks have revealed more information about the upcoming NVIDIA RTX Pro 6000 Blackwell workstation GPU. NVIDIA announced the RTX Pro 6000 in March and said the Blackwell-based GPU will be available through global distribution like PNY and TD SYNNEX starting in April, with broader availability from more manufacturers in May. The first listings indicate that the card will cost more than $10,000 US. Tom's Hardware reported that a UK-based retailer, Scan Computers, has PNY branded cards for 7,860 British pounds. And in our efforts to continue representing different audiences and languages around the world, because we're talking about British pounds here, I'm gonna switch to their language. 1 second. What is the most common language in England?
English.
No, that doesn't sound right. Well, anyway, we tried. So it's 7,860 British pounds, which is more than $10,000 US. Twitter user Jisakuhibi posted a screenshot of the workstation GPU from a Japanese retailer with a listed price of 1.6 million Japanese yen, or more than 11 grand US. Not all early retail listings have been priced that high, though. Last month, Video Cards reported that US-based reseller Connection listed the Pro 6000 card for between $8,435 to $8,565 US dollars. The original listing has since been removed. Similarly, US retailer ProVantage has a PNY RTX Pro 6000 listed. However, ProVantage's page says the manufacturer list price is 11 grand. It's not clear what the MSRP is, if there is one, based on this listing. In addition to retail listings, early users appear to be using and testing the new workstation GPU. Tom's Hardware reported on an RTX Pro 6000 benchmark score submitted to Geekbench, claiming that the RTX Pro 6000 scored 368,219 in the OpenCL test. For comparison, the RTX 5090 achieves an average score of more than 375,000 on Geekbench's OpenCL benchmark list. Now, this is a benchmark score for the RTX Pro 6000 that might be using pre-release drivers or early hardware. It could also be that the card just underperforms in tests that don't leverage its memory advantage. NVIDIA hasn't officially commented on the result. NVIDIA also previously stated that it's planning to launch other Blackwell-based workstation cards for the summer, including the Pro 5000, Pro 4500, and Pro 4000. And if you happen to get a Pro 6000 card, then we'd be happy to either buy it. I mean, I don't know if I would say happy. Happy's probably stretching the use of the word, to be honest. I would buy it. We would make a video out of it. I'd try to, maybe it's overclockable. We could do that on stream or something. That'd be interesting. That'd probably help earn the money back. But we would definitely buy it if you have one. Or I could take it on loan. We test it, send it back or something. So let us know if that's you. You can email some of that one into tips, tips@gamersaccess.net. All right, up next, RTX 5060s. One more NVIDIA one here, available on May 19th. So the other end of the stack entirely, NVIDIA's RTX 5060 GPUs are now supposed to be coming out. They are launching on May 19th, and the company already announced these. We're not sure if they're going to send out review samples yet because we got this formal launch date prior to receiving any word from NVIDIA about potential review units. It is their right to send them out or not send them out. We will do our best to get one I'll probably just buy one in Taiwan, honestly. We're going to be there when it launches. It'll be very easy to get them. So anyway, that's the plan. I don't know if they're going to send out review units. Maybe they will. It'll just be under the wire or something, but let's talk about the card. NVIDIA announced that the 5060 GPUs will be available from retailers, SIs, and partners starting on May 19th. It says for $300. Laptops for the 5060 GPUs will also be available on the same day, with those prices starting at $1,100, obviously including the whole rest of the laptop. According to Notebook Check, Best Buy listed the first 5060 card for sale, which was a PNY 5060 GPU with a price of $300. We couldn't find another 5060 listing in our checking. NVIDIA compares the 5060's gaming performance to the RTX 4060. The company claimed that the 5060 will offer, quote, double the performance of the previous generation 4060 in games with DLSS 4 multi-frame generation, end quote. Because of course they would claim that. This is a continuation of NVIDIA's insistence that the cards are compared with frame multipliers that exist on one and not the other. So just be aware of that. Those numbers are extremely misleading. It is not a like-for-like scenario. We talked about the like-for-like scenarios. They did provide one with Delta Force when we covered the announcement of the card. So there is a number out there, but this, generally speaking, they're leveraging MFG with multipliers against the frame rate and then normal FG at best on some of the preceding cards. So it's not a fair comparison. In March, NVIDIA said that DLSS 4 with multi-frame generation is now available for more than 100 games now. But again, is very limited to the amount of cards that it's on. NVIDIA launched the 4060 2 years ago with the same $300 MSRP as the 5060. The 5060's May 19th launch date is one day before Computex officially kicks off on May 20th, although the show will basically start before that. NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang will deliver the first Computex keynote on May 19th. Up next, speaking of, it feels bad to say, but like air quotes low-end GPUs, the 9060 XT listings are starting to appear. The card's official, we know it exists. AMD has said as much since basically they announced the 90 series, 9060, 9070 series. We're just waiting for them to finalize the specs, but it's starting to show up online. According to Video Cards, a retailer in Brazil listed a Gigabyte Gaming OC edition of the rumored 9060 XT. The retailer, called Terabyte, is selling Gigabyte cards. That seems like a power play. Included some of RX 9060 XT specifications, but did not reveal the card's pricing or release date. Video Cards recorded the 9060 XT's specs before Terabyte removed the Gigabyte listing. Video Cards said the Gigabyte 9060 XT will have 16 gigabytes of GDDR6 memory sold by Terabyte, and it'll have a single 8-pin power connector and 2048 stream processor. Now, there's been discussion of 8 gigabyte cards from AMD coming up as well, and beyond saying that they're going to launch cards in May in this 9060 XT type series, AMD hasn't really given any official information yet on the specs or the date and the time. I don't think they've stated, but you could predict it given Computex with their keynote. So, benchlife.info reports that AMD is expected to launch the 9060 XT on May 21st, which would be kind of the middle of the show. and Amy's Computex keynote is also May 21st. Now, from our own side, just to jump in here, that'd be a kind of weird time to launch a card. They've done it before. NVIDIA especially has launched cards in the middle of events. Normally they want to do the reviews just before or just after the event, because otherwise it's going to get buried. So everyone's trying to post like 3-4 news videos a day. If there's a random GPU review, that kind of demands, it's like 30-minute long deep dive type of thing, demands more time, more focus. So my guess is that it's going to come out either before or after Computex. The keynote will be the time that they talk about it, though. Up next, Electronic Arts has conducted a mass layoff. Bloomberg reports that between 300 and 400 people were let go, roughly 100 of those being from subsidiary Respawn Entertainment, which has made Titanfall. Responding to the cuts on Twitter, Respawn wrote, quote, "As we sharpen our focus for the future, we first start with sharpening the axe." Oh no, wait, it doesn't say that. Correction, we've made the decision to step away from 2 early-stage incubation projects and make some target team adjustments across Apex, that's a hell of a way to say it, just here laying people off, across Apex Legends and Star Wars Jedi. These decisions aren't easy, and we are deeply grateful to every teammate affected, which is why we're telling them to get the f*** out. Oh no, wait, that was between the lines. It doesn't say that either. It's just, it's kind of like right in between the lines of the quote. Their creativity and contributions have helped build Respawn into what it is today, end quote. Bloomberg reports that one of those canceled projects was an extraction shooter set in the Titanfall universe. This follows recent rumors of a Titanfall 3 game, which are now squashed, basically. Titanfall has a very active, smaller following that's been waiting for games for years now. Apex Legends has kind of gotten that focus from the team that made Titanfall, and there were recently discussions about a Titanfall 3, and it sounds like that's over. So I liked Titanfall a lot as a game back when we tested it. I played it. That was one of the more fun ones. Pretty unique shooter. But anyway, EA is no stranger to layoffs. Last year, it let go of 670 employees. And as usual, we expect the acquisitions and layoffs will continue until the shareholder value improves. Up next, Giant Bomb implodes and Polygon gets sold. Implodes. We probably should have said explodes. Bombs are more of an exploding thing, not an imploding thing. Anyway, this is the last of the unfortunate or more depressing layoff news this week. So sorry to bring it to you. Skip ahead if you don't want to hear it. So gaming sites Giant Bomb and Polygon were both hit with layoffs for different reasons. Starting with Giant Bomb, several members of the gaming site are no longer with the publication. Kotaku is reporting on that implosion and says that it was, quote, over editorial interference, end quote. The media site noted, quote, creative director Dan Reichert announced on a recent live stream that he will no longer be appearing on the Giant Bomb cast, and co-host Jeff Grubb confirmed on social media on Thursday that he's no longer with the company. Giant Bomb is currently on hold while fandom engages in a, subquote, strategic reset and realignment of our media brands, and subquote, it confirmed to Kotaku, end quote. This is like, they've taken training from EA on the phrasing here. Multiple staff members took to Blue Sky to write posts about their departures, and Kotaku points out that the Giant Bomb staff had previously mocked fandom's brand safety concerns, which may have contributed to the departure. In an email to Kotaku, fandom wrote, quote, as you know, we've temporarily paused the Giant Bomb live streaming, and that content is currently available on demand for our audience, end quote. Fandom added to Kotaku, quote, we understand this programming pause isn't ideal for our audience, but it's part of a strategic reset and realignment of our media brand. We have some creative ideas for the future of Giant Bomb that we're actively working on that we'll be able to communicate more about soon, end quote. Moving on to Polygon, Vox Media, which owns it, ended up selling it to Valnet, which we're not familiar with. Valnet owns 27 brands. Some of these we're familiar with, so those include Android Police, Game Rant, Screen Rant, and a lot of other ones, and at least a dozen people were laid off as a result of the sell-off. Up next, Microsoft, but this time not with layoffs. Last week, we talked about Oblivion Remastered. This week, there's another remaster. Microsoft announced Gears of War Reloaded, a remastered version of the original Gears of War game from nearly 20 years ago. Gears of War Reloaded will launch on August 26th for $40, which now looks like a hell of a deal, because Microsoft just in the last week said it's going to increase its first-party game prices to $80. 40 is like half off, and the game is only 20 years old. Anyway, the game will be available across platforms on launch day, including PCs, Xbox, and PlayStation 5, which is interesting. Among the improvements, Microsoft said the remastered game is, quote, enhanced for the latest hardware across multiple platforms and includes 4K resolution, 60 FPS in campaign, 120 in multiplayer, they say, enhanced visual effects, and crossplay on supported platforms. Unfortunately, you'll need a Microsoft account to unlock the full crossplay capabilities and to send invitations across platforms as well. Now, while Gears of War coming to PlayStation might be, under older terms, a surprise, this is a move Microsoft's been doing a lot lately. They have basically moved to publishing their games wherever they can, probably because the Xbox sales were terrible. And this supports Microsoft's strategy of cross-platform support. So in 2024, Microsoft stated that it was bringing Xbox-only and exclusive titles to the PS5, and earlier this year they did that with Forza Horizon 5, which became available on the PS5. In a recent blog post, Sony reported that Forza Horizon 5 and Minecraft are among the top most downloaded PS5 games in the US, Canada, and the EU. And again, both of these are Microsoft products, although Minecraft wasn't always one. Actually, most things weren't always one, including Windows. But anyway, this is Microsoft's second remaster of the original Gears of War game. The company released Gears of War Ultimate Edition about 10 years ago, which had new campaign content and improved graphics. Gears of War Reloaded will include all updates from the prior editions, and Microsoft said this, quote, Gears of War Reloaded includes the full breadth of content from Gears of War Ultimate, delivering the most complete version of the game to date. Players will gain immediate access to all post-launch downloadable content at no additional cost. This includes the bonus campaign act, all multiplayer maps, modes, and a full roster of classic characters and cosmetics unlockable through progression. The game will be free as an upgrade for anyone who purchased the digital version of Gears of War Ultimate Edition prior to the May 5th announcement, and Microsoft will provide a code for the free upgrade to eligible Xbox accounts through DM. I guess for this audience, I should clarify that's a direct message, not done. That would be interesting, though. Send someone to your door with a DM's guide and a game code. All right, GTA 6 has another trailer. I don't know. I need something to make it interesting for some of these. Like, when you have news weeks like this, where it's like, half of it is just sad, you gotta keep it interesting. Let me have my DM jokes. All right, GTA 6, speaking of Dungeon Masters, Rockstar Games. We're gonna get this back on the tracks, all right? Rockstar Games has dropped another trailer. Rockstar Games collected the footage on a PS5, they say, and the new trailer includes more footage on the settings, the visuals, and the characters. Now, when we use the trailer for B-roll in this, we're gonna cut around some scenes, because those will probably change how monetizable this video is. Shooting people in GTA, that's fine. That's no problem. It's just the other stuff that they might flag the video and reduce the monetization. Anyway, the new trailer includes more stuff. GTA 6 will return to Vice City in the US, the same setting used in 2002. Rumors have indicated that Rockstar is spending the extra time refining animations, movements, and they've allegedly focused particularly hard on getting multiplayer in a good spot for launch. Rockstar's GTA Online became a cash cow for the company and allowed it to make literally billions of dollars between the copies sold and the online purchases. The new trailer looks like it has some ray tracing effects, maybe. It has some of the windows and puddles that could be localized reflections, but they look like RT. And overall, it has far more complex graphics than GTA 5, which is exciting from a benchmarking standpoint whenever it comes out on PC. We're looking forward to testing that for performance and for optimization like we did back in 2015. Rockstar will release GTA 6 on May 26th, 2026, for the PS5, Xbox Series X and S. And while it mentions those dates, it has not mentioned a PC release date yet on its GTA 6 site. Probably because it's better to sell the game lots of times to lots of different device owners. That's what they've been doing. This is actually consistent with the release schedule in the past. Like with GTA 5, and I want to say Red Dead 2 might have done that as well, where it did, I think, the Xbox and the PlayStation first, and then the PC like a year later or something. The second GTA 6 trailer has already been viewed more than, by the time we're writing this, 35 million times. And that number likely has increased dramatically. So the first GTA trailer, for reference, has 250 million views. All right, up last, Microsoft has officially hung up on Skype. So in February, Microsoft announced and recommended that Skype users begin migrating over to Microsoft Teams, and that included options to export data if you weren't going to migrate, or import it into Teams if you were. And they said they would shut down on May 5th, 2025, and true to their word, that's what they did. Several parts of Skype will exist for the foreseeable future. The Skype dial pad will be available to paid users from Skype web portal and within Teams. Additionally, paid users can use their existing Skype credits or subscriptions to make calls. Microsoft acquired Skype in May 2011 for $8.5 billion. At the time, Microsoft said, quote, Skype will support Microsoft devices like Xbox and Kinect, Windows Phone, and a wide array of Windows devices, and Microsoft will connect Skype users with Link, Outlook, Xbox Live, and other communities. Microsoft will continue to invest in and support Skype clients on non-Microsoft platforms. Asterisk on the word continue there. Now Skype will join several other defunct products on that list, including Kinect, Windows Phone, and Link. Microsoft closed its acquisition in October 2011, and the company unveiled Teams in November 2016. All right, last one is about stuff we have coming up, so it's Computex. I talked about this in the last episode, but I'll bring it up again because for us, and I think for a lot of the people in this space, it is one of the most fun events of the year. You get to see everybody, all these engineers also come out to the show, so it's a lot different than other trade shows where it tends to be at Computex, tends to be more focused on getting access to engineering, product managers, people who really can teach you stuff. And so I'm excited for that. We get to meet up with a bunch of people in those positions to learn, like we do with Jacob Dellinger from Noctua, for example. We ran multiple interviews with him last year. They were all really educational on fan design and heatsink design and frequency behavior of the acoustics of the fans. So we have more stuff coming up with him, which I'm really excited about because he's got a whole list of technical discussions prepared. He's been planning for it and prepping things to bring. So that'll be fun. And then we have others as well. So that's going to be in the next week. We'll be doing our sort of pre-show rounds where we go to different labs as always and just spend some time hanging out in Taiwan. And then the week after that, so about 2 from when this airs, we'll be partway through Computex at that point. And that's where we're going to be running all the news for all the new stuff coming out. And then plus a bunch of interviews, some videos with other creators you may know in the space, YouTubers. I think I've got something lined up with Steve from Hardware Unboxed. So maybe we'll do I don't know if we did like his AMD Screwed or something. I think we called it last time. So maybe we'll do another one of those. And I've got stuff planned with Wendell as well coming up at Computex, as well as stuff we filmed here recently. So really looking forward to it. I love spending time out there. It's fun. You get to see a lot of really cool stuff and get hands-on with things coming out. And we can kind of get some early ideas for are these products going to be any good or not. So that's where we're going next. Very product focused, very computer hardware focused, which is nice because we've been doing all these big stories like the factory tours and the Terrace video and all that stuff lately. So that'll kind of bring us to just the hardware for a little bit. So really looking forward to it. Thanks for watching. Check back for that. Subscribe for more and to catch it. And go to store.gamersaccess.net to grab things like our B-stock mod mats for a little cheaper than we'll call them A-stock mod mats, the GM15 ones you can get on the store. Or you can go to patreon.com/gamersaccess, where we recently posted a Patrons Ask GM video, and we're going to take questions soon for the next one. And we posted a behind-the-scenes update, plus other stuff coming out over there if you want to throw a few bucks our way to support us. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you all next time.
I watched that Piers Morgan. I'm not pro universal tariffs the way Trump did. I'm pro his selective tariffs.
His selective tariffs? So then not his tariffs.
He asked about the economy doing bad, and then you were like, yeah, if Joe Biden did the exact same thing, I wouldn't defend it. What you're saying does not answer that question at all. You understand it, right? Let me try and explain it again. Yes. The simplest way I can do it without going into, like, I don't know, the Qatar-Turkey pipeline, the Suez Canal, the Crimea, and all of the things we can talk about with Michael Zachevsky, Biden's actions overseas. We don't need to get into that. Sure. I'll just keep it surface level and as simple as possible.
Thank you.
Biden is for child sex changes. Trump
So
opposed.
that means that if he does something...
Let me answer your question.
Okay, sorry.
Now, do you want me to give you a 1-hour essay thesis on everything Joe Biden did that I think was criminal, wrong, and he was for? I'm trying to avoid doing that by saying very simply, what Donald...
Breyer was a good champ conceptually and artistically. Yeah, I think Breyer was pretty awesome from that standpoint. I think the regret I have on Breyer is I think our balance strategy doesn't allow a character that straightforward to sing the way I think she could. And so I have regrets about making her that straightforward. If I look at the Melee champions that I've made that I think are like better positioned, it's characters like Viego and Echo who have a lot of like nuance and complexity to them such that they can not have to be maintained around very high win rates to be functional. I think that tends to be a better spot for a character to be in. Whereas like if I look at my characters like say like Briar and Kale, I feel like their simplicity creates a lot of like difficulties in regards to maintaining their balance. Briar was a good champ conceptually and artistically. Yeah, I think Briar was pretty awesome from that standpoint.
AirPods Max versus AirPods Pro. Mic test.
The moon and the sun's conversation during an eclipse.
You better not. Better not.
Or just kind of coming through here.
Dude, you are such a f***ing piece of shit.
What am I
You know
doing?
what? They're gonna think that we're the same size, and I'm a zillion times bigger than you, dude.
Who cares? It's not a big deal.
It's a huge deal. Dude, if they look at us, the light from my edges is gonna refract and reflect around you. It'll blind people that look right at it.
Oh well. If you were closer than me, maybe you could do this. I wouldn't care.
Dude, just try that again. Try that again, dude. Dude, I swear to God,
Hey, you know, the bigger they are,
What?
the bigger they are.
Bigger they are what?
Solar flare! Man, the moon is an asshole.
Yeah.
The moon and the sun's.
This 3D printed cat is not what you think. Every time I washed my build plates, it left a mess. So I quickly whipped up a basic stand, but it wasn't really stable and didn't hold much water. But the shape kind of looked like a cat head, so I redesigned around that. Now it holds up to 10 build plates and the water drains through. And here's my favorite part. Once the plates are dry, you can pour the leftover water out its mouth. This 3D printed cat is not what you think. Every time I washed my build plates, it left a mess. So I quickly whipped up a basic stand, but it wasn't really stable and didn't hold much water. But the shape kind of looked like a cat head, so I redesigned around that.
When this girl was on a walk, she came across a turtle that was flipped upside down and stuck. So once she helped him flip back over, it took a few seconds, and then he took off. But then, the craziest plot twist you'll ever see happens.
Go, little turtle, go.
She then runs down there to help him again, while he's thinking she's probably there to finish the job.
Oh, I'm so sorry that happened. That was so scary.
Unfortunately, his shell was cracked, but luckily he was okay, and she took him to another spot for safety. When this girl was on a walk, she came across a turtle that was flipped upside down and stuck. So once she helped him flip back over,
Those elf ears look cute on you. Thank you.
Help! Someone help me! Oh my god, don't worry about it. I'm gonna figure out a way to get you out.
Please, man,
Just get it off me. Okay, it seems too heavy to lift, but maybe I can roll it off. No, you can't do that. The car's gonna run over me. Oh, okay, yeah, good point. Please, just lift it off me. It's the only way. No, I can't lift it, man. There has to be another way. Don't you have a jack or something? How did you get it up? That'll take too long. This is an emergency. Okay, can I be honest with you, man? What? I don't think I can lift this car. You haven't even tried. Well, I guess if I'm still being honest with you, it's not about the car. What the hell are you talking about? It's actually just like my breakfast this morning.
1 week from today, May 15th, Thursday, 1 week to the day, or I should say evening, I will be hosting my fifth trade night. It is going to be in the Alexandria area. It's going to be at the Garden.
Question for any or all of you, either on or off camera, what is the biggest mistake you've made where you've actually felt a real sense of live danger?
I had the bright idea to
be me. An office job draining my soul. Start volunteering at animal shelter to feel alive again. Love dogs, not people. First day meet volunteer coordinator, Chloe. Hands me a leash tied to a pit bull the size of a truck. Dog drags me like it's prepping for a strongman contest. Chloe laughs, lean back, use your weight. Nearly eat pavement. Mornings equal kennel cleaning. Feeding. Volunteers help socialize, walk, train dogs. Behavior board lists quirks like reactive to men. Every dog has a profile.
Trump represents morally, as for America, is much more in line with my worldview. I can get into great detail on the Burisma scandal if you want me to, or Tony Bobulinski, or Devin Archer.
We should have that debate, by the way.
All
we don't have that much time.
No, hold on. He wants to hear the Cutter Turkey pipeline. Okay, so in 2009,
oh my God.
We don't want to go there,
2009.
but I absolutely could. For the sake of time, I will just say this: Trump, in my opinion, universal tariffs doesn't make sense. I am skeptical of it, but I am largely biased in favor of Trump's moral worldview and hopeful that his administration has a plan that will bear out positively. That being said, I'm not entirely sure universal tariffs do. Selective tariffs I'm a big fan of because I believe, being a manufacturer of skateboards, I can tell you directly as an industry how free trade destroyed an industry and destroyed people's lives. Okay, sure. I guess so. Joe Biden.
You did respond.
So let me confirm what you said. And now Joe Biden, with all the things he's done that I think are bad, were he to enact universal tariffs, I do not trust him because I believe him to be an amoral crackpot, so I would not give him the benefit of the doubt.
So what you're saying is that you cannot acknowledge when something is bad just because the person might have a good intention?
I literally said the tariffs were done poorly and that I'm skeptical of them.
Okay.
Skeptical.
So I support universal tariffs, but when Biden does it, you don't.
I do not support universal tariffs.
Selective tariffs. Okay, Cash, get off.
Okay, sorry. My friend Alex and Max.
Thank you for coming up. That was great.
Thank you, Cash. Okay, hold on.
I love all of you. You just got to read the Constitution better. Much love.
Okay, thank you. All right, now, is it transgender? Do you have balls enough to come up here yet? I know. Well, then come in and tell us about it. Come on, we only have a couple people. Come on, you don't get to come here and not say something. Oh my God! You know, it's funny for not having a pussy. You sure act like one.
Somebody said he thinks a couple people have linked this. These are the people that Tim Pool was talking about. A couple from South Baltimore's Cherry Hill neighborhood were arrested Tuesday on charges related to the U.S. Capitol riot, January 6, 2021. Federal court records show. Tyrone McFadden Jr. and Carrie Ann Williams were arrested on charges including disorderly conduct in a restricted building and disorderly conduct in a Capitol building, according to arrest warrants. McFadden and Williams told law enforcement that they are engaged and live in Cherry Hill, according to an affidavit from an FBI special agent. The affidavit said the two were tagged in a Facebook photo taken at the Capitol, along with Aaron James Millure, an Alaska man arrested in March 2021. Other videos and photos provided the FBI show a man and woman who appear to be McFadden and Williams inside the Capitol Rotunda on January 6th. The affidavit said Google records and security video footage also placed the couple inside the rotunda, with footage showing them entering the Capitol at about 2:46 p.m. Wait, what? When McFadden and Williams were interviewed by the FBI, they said they were outside the Capitol that day, but they never entered the building. Oof, so they lied. Nice. I believe this was false and that Williams and McFadden were untruthful in that interview, the agent wrote in the affidavit. In a Young Patriot Society video on YouTube called Storming the Capitol, and described in the affidavit, McFadden and Williams were interviewed alongside a person who said we were definitely within the first 100 to 150 people to get into that building. Oof, okay. Oh, how did Tim present this? They just wandered up towards the end and they just happened to be on the grounds? If these are the two people he's referring to, probably is. Yeah, we were too. We definitely were too, Williams said in the video. They were going to lock us in there. You know what I'm saying? They bombed us twice, McFadden said. On January 7th, 2021, Williams and Millure discussed taking down Facebook videos and photos they had posted, according to the affidavit. Still had a blast, but calling us domestic terrorists, Williams wrote to Millure on Facebook. I'm not taking the pics down, though. Court records show that McFadden and Williams were released on personal recognizance. A status hearing is scheduled for November 17th. Okay. Tim said they were from Maryland. Yes, South Baltimore couple arrested in Connecticut. Yes, okay. Baltimore is in Maryland. Okay, yes. Fuck you. Stop. Making me doubt my sanity.
An enemy has been slain.
There's a certain amount of no's we'll respect.
I know. Okay. All right. Is that Tyler, right? You've been wanting... No. What's your name in the hat? Or did you submit, T-Bone?
My boss did.
Okay, well then let's get the black dude. Come on down, T-Bone.
We know this guy.
I took a lot of notes. All right.
Yeah, all right.
So I want to go ahead and I want to go to your point, Alex. You were talking about Lake and Riley,
yes,
right? But also the entitlement programs. We forgot about that. And about all the money that was spent through all the illegal immigrants. As soon as they came in, they had a bunch of I don't know if there's a bunch of cards with money on them, but I was at the airport, I believe it was last year, and I had somebody walk up to me, and he was an immigrant, and he talked to me in Spanish, and I knew a little bit of Spanish, but he gave me a bunch of He gave me a bunch of cash and was like, "Hey, can you help me get to New York? I just need you to buy a ticket." And I'm like, "I'm sorry, I can't do that." But he had a wad of cash and he had a backpack on his thing, and he had this app on his phone.
The CBPD.
Do you guys remember about the
CBP one? Yes.
Yeah,
oh
CBP
my
one.
God.
Right. But anyways, so
that fucking app.
You said to close the border, right? That will solve all the issues. But how do you get with a president before that sabotaged our own country and sabotaged our borders, allowing all of these other people to come in, and now you're telling the other president that no, you have to follow some sort of standard.
Sit down. Thank you. Good job. Great job.
There are, people will use these examples, and first of all, let's be clear. Some of these benefit programs are state-run, some of them are federally run, and one of the reasons why these people are given benefits at all is because oftentimes they don't have authorization to work.
Okay, when you're applying for asylum, you can get an EAD, but you have to wait a certain amount of time before EAD is an employment authorization
This guy
document.
okay?
You have to wait a certain amount of time before you can apply for EAD. And so in the interim, you're literally making it illegal for this person.
Yeah, but 20 million people?
What do you mean?
20 million people are applying for this?
So you're saying 20 million people cross the border illegal and have entered into the country. So I think that number is inflated. It's not true. But I'm going to take it.
Let's say 10.
10, 15. So because it calculates.
Notice how
border
the actual
crossings
number
that some
doesn't
of them
really
are,
matter because nobody
multiple times.
truly
And
actually
I
really
think
knows,
it's
right?
But not everybody is a beneficiary of those programs. On net, once you give them EADs, these people are putting money into our entitlements. Literally, they're given tax numbers so that they can pay into things like Social Security and Medicare, and they're never going to get those benefits from those. So when you let them work, and I'm not saying that I agree with illegal immigration. I don't agree with illegal immigration, but it's just a function of the fact that otherwise these people are going to be like, I don't know, dying on the street.
Now, remember when we came onto your show in Scrapjaw, and he was talking about how he went over to Springfield, Ohio, right? And it was a bunch of issues, not necessarily what we thought was the problem, which was people were eating dogs and cats, whatever. But he was talking about how there were a bunch of immigrants that had money that were paying for cars that didn't have licenses, that didn't have insurance on these vehicles, and they were wrecking these vehicles. Now, the problem was those vehicles, he would take them back to his not to a shop, but like the yard where where they tow. Right? But they couldn't take the vehicles. Why? Because of these issues. So what exactly are we supposed to do when we have a president beforehand that caused all of these issues, and now we have to I'm going to assume pay for that?
Yeah. But it's also a function of we don't have the capacity to solve that. Like the manpower, the labor, and the resources to rectify all those problems.
But we do have the capacity for like $1 trillion in tax cuts.
Oh, those are two different things.
So to be clear, like we say that we don't have the capacity, but these terrorists that you say you don't agree with, they've wiped out a ton of wealth in this country. People are against them, and the poll numbers is economic rate going down. So I feel like you're dodging the question entirely. Let's assume that everything you're seeing in terms of what the previous administration did was wrong, illegal, immoral, however you want to say it. Why is illegal immigration wrong? Can I ask you?
Well, can you do the same thing into another country? Can we go to another country?
No, you can't. Did he seriously say that? Your evaluation for what's right or wrong is based on what people can do in other countries? What?
Why is it wrong for someone to come into the country legally?
Oh, well, you see, exactly, because, hold on, guys. Well, we see why, right? Look at what happened in Italy, all right? You saw what happened on that island. They got ransacked by a bunch of people. There's only 7,500 people that lived there, and there were tens of thousands that just overran that entire island. Look at what's going on in the UK with all the stabbings. Look at what's going on in Canada with all the issues that are going on.
So is the
so in the UK and Canada, I don't think those have to do with illegal immigration. I think that has to do with just immigration, period. It's interesting that he's going to examples of legal immigration that he doesn't like to say why we don't need illegal immigration. I think it's telling because truly these people just don't want any immigration at all. That's what they really mean. That's what they really are trying to say. And it's important to get that because, yeah.
I'm hearing crime. I'm hearing economic considerations. I'm hearing fiscal impact. So Trump, for instance, has said he wants immigration. He wants more immigration. Yes. He just wants it to be legal, right? You've heard him say that.
Legally.
So, and in this country, we have really low unemployment, record low unemployment, even now. Still, the jobs report that we just got was better than expected. So there's a labor shortage in this country in terms of the economic impact. So
that's true.
Trump wants to bring in. Trump has said that he wants to give green cards to people who complete university in this country. So he's at least as Trump says it, he's okay with immigration. He just wants it to be done legally.
Exactly.
So if your problem, I just want to finish the point, then I'll let you guys go. If your problem with immigration at bottom is that it's illegal and disorderly, then your problem is the illegality. And therefore, you should be just against illegal actions by the states.
So let me answer why illegal immigration should be illegal. Right, first. That seems redundant, right? It's illegal immigration is when you come to this country outside of our laws for properly managing influx of new people. The reason why we made it illegal, I can give you a real-world example, which is Sweden, for instance. Well, a lot of these countries are bringing a lot of immigrants in because of their low fertility rates. It's going to cause labor shortages and economic crises. In the 90s, Sweden brought in a bunch of, I believe it was Somali refugees. These refugees were not properly integrated, and this is not to say that they were forced to, it's that the country failed them. What ended up happening was the refugees that came in legally were told, best of luck, welcome to Sweden. So what did they do? They formed enclaves, incidentally, not intentionally. People want to live next to each other because it's familiar, it's easy, and if you're going to get a job and provide a service in your community, speaking the language makes it a lot easier. After 20 years, this resulted in a very serious cultural problem. The children of these refugees were considered Swedes, but in their home country, they were not considered Somali. They had no home to go to, but the Swedish native population would not give them jobs or opportunity. What happened? They created areas of the country that were I guess say, skeptical of the outside authority. This resulted in police getting attacked. It resulted in inter-gang conflict. there was a grenade thrown in I believe it was 2017, onto a balcony that killed an 8-year-old British tourist. The culture that grew in these communities was entirely separate, isolated from the Swedish community because they were not properly brought in. And so, why do we make it? We want more legal immigration. We want to make sure that when people do come here legally, because we do have a labor shortage and a fertility crisis, they come in a timely and orderly manner where we can track where they're going, which communities can handle them and which cannot. But when, let's say, even 1 million people come across the border unchecked and we don't know where they're going, this can result in, I shouldn't call it intercommunal violence. So you run into conflicts like whether or not the story of cats being eaten is true. You get the local population in Springfield, Ohio, were livid complaining about this. Or you end up with, when I went to Sweden, one of the most fascinating things that I saw was local Swedish guy, who I think was in his 20s, told me he was terrified to go to these neighborhoods because he would be murdered. And I thought that was nuts. And I freely walked about these neighborhoods with no issue. But there was still a fear of interracial and interreligious conflict because
What are these
of the lack of
neighborhoods?
assimilation and integration. So for economic reasons, for cultural reasons, and to preserve the moral traditions of our country, our democratic values we do think are important, we say, guys, one at a time.
Junie sent 50 Destiny gift memberships. Thank you. In YouTube chat. How are you, buddy? Malmo is not a neighborhood, that's a city.
Are you willing to have a conversation with the Zionist Destiny? Yeah, I'm willing to have a conversation with him. But he hasn't even responded to my video. He asked some questions, I gave some answers. And then I asked him some questions and he hasn't responded. No, he did respond. He didn't. Well, I didn't see it. He didn't tag me in it. What did he say? I'll have to check into it. I'll have to get back to you. There's no sense in debating Zionists without getting back. I mean, the thing is like I was just responding to his post, and you know, the post did better than his post, and it proved my point. And
oh well, if it did better, I guess that proved it.
It's in his stream today. Okay.
Increase legal immigration, right? His argument was, here's all the problems with immigration. You're like, well, if you only have a problem with illegal immigration, then we should just make more of it legal.
Well, what I'm presenting to him is that Donald Trump has said that there are a lot of benefits to legal immigration, that legal immigration would benefit the economy, that we do want these people, right? So I take it as a given that you agree with Trump on that, and that you agree with his policy, like rationale on that. And so it seems to me like the biggest problem that people have here is they're cutting the line. They're doing something.
Well, and they're not paying taxes. You have a two-tier justice system. Okay, we only have time for one more guy. So great job, T-Bone. Now the guy in the suit. I know the guy in the suit.
I just ignored the whole thing that Pisco explained about the taxes.
So you got 1 minute, guys. This is our last one. I'm sorry we didn't get to you. We only have a limited amount of time, unless you guys want to do one more after this. But say your name, and you got your 1 minute start.
My name is Andy, and thanks so much for giving me the opportunity. I wanted to address what Tim said regarding the existential crisis of it all and the relations of the Alien Enemies Acts and whether or not that's being applied far enough with Venezuela. I'm going to make some seemingly wild claims because this stuff hasn't been reported yet. But as far as Venezuela's role, the World Social Forums on Migration were 8 global conferences since 2005 that planned the weaponization of migration against the West, sponsored by Venezuela and Cuba. They essentially organized and networked the NGOs and groups that facilitated the migration crisis.
By the way, in 2025, NGO is the new big. Like, growing up or earlier in time, anytime somebody was going to say big whatever, you knew that they were about to say some crazy shit. Big pharma, big oil, big tech, big whatever. It's always going to be followed by some retarded shit. NGOs are the new thing. Anytime somebody's like, the NGOs, they're always these like weird, shadowy organizations that are like all in cahoots with each other trying to take down or reestablish some new global order, but apparently they suck at it.
So whether or not immigrants are Venezuelan or not, since Venezuelan proxies, by the definition of the OAS and the U.S. Congress, helped facilitate the transfer of these immigrants, aren't all immigrants that came in as a result of a hybrid war effort alien enemies and enemy combatants?
No, by definition.
Take a seat, sir.
The Alien Enemies
I don't
Act,
think that's right.
No, the Alien Enemies Act allows you to designate like a foreign country, and then only citizens only. No shit, Sherlock. No, bro, do you think I just said that invasion isn't in the statute? What do you think I just said? Literally, do you think I just said invasion, physical encouragement aren't in the statute? You think I haven't read the statute? No, yeah. So what I said was, what I said isn't contradicting by what you just said. What I'm saying is that you have to designate a country. It's invasion. Oh my god. It does. Alien Enemies Act, you have to designate a country. So, and that country is, you can deport, detain, and send out people of that country, citizens of that country, whether they're here legally or not. A foreign entity, you have to designate one. So the proclamation that Trump issued only applies to Venezuelan nationals by definition. And so no, it doesn't apply for
I understand that. What I'm arguing is that other immigrants, by virtue of whether they're Venezuelan or not, are playing a part as weapons in Venezuela's...
I don't know if Pisco understands, or maybe he does. This guy is spinning crazy conspiratorial bullshit at him. That there's like some planned takedown of the United States from multiple foreign countries and NGOs. to flood us with immigrants that are going to destroy us in like a coordinated invasion. I don't know if Pisco got that. That's how crazy this guy is or not.
Hybrid war.
So do you think that so then you'd have to designate every country as being part of the invasion? And
so then
yes.
so be it.
Okay,
He'd say yes, yeah.
That's how the current proclamation says. So when Trump wants to say that the whole world is invading us and issue a proclamation to that effect, I'll address it. I mean, I think the problem is that's so attenuated from the underlying,
100%.
right? Like, is that, and also it would swallow up every other part of immigration law. Like, basically, it would. You could deport anyone here legally or illegally for any reason. Right. So I think that as a result, I think that. I don't even know if we actually disagree that much.
No,
I guess we probably disagree on whether or not there is a predatory incursion.
Even Americans, white people, Christians, everyone's got to go. Nobody can.
But just be clear, the alien, so if the Supreme Court were to uphold Trump's power under the Alien Enemies Act in this case, he could deport any Venezuelan, whether they're here legally or not.
Yep.
So if they're here legally, you can get rid of them too. The Alien Enemies Act is a very powerful ability for the administration to get rid of any alien, and that means any non-citizen, really.
I do think that just real quick. We can interpret however the powers that be interpret. I mean, whoever's in charge interprets it the way they want, they enforce it the way they want. And I really do feel like whenever we have these debates, and I feel it's a lot on the culture war, I'm like, we're sitting here acting like we don't understand these laws all the time, because maybe we don't. 2 different sides, 3 different sides, different political factions, all saying, no, the law means this, no, the law means that. And it's really, at its core, my moral worldview would be this, no, my moral worldview would be this, and the law is less material to the argument.
Let's say that I cede the fact that, okay, it applies only to Venezuela. Well, then all of their proxies, which, again, you can demonstrate that these groups that facilitated migration are, under U.S. and OAS definitions, proxies of foreign enemy states. Shouldn't they be prosecuted and jailed under the...
for what crimes?
For Foreign Agent Registration Act. They're acting as proxies of foreign governments and not
stating taking direction from them. Prove it.
This is a hybrid war that carries all 12 dimensions of the hybrid war. I shared some research beforehand, and I hope you...
Yeah, so under FARA, you need to have... So if you have specific evidence that they're failing to register and engage in some kind of lobbying effort, and you can point to specific individuals, I guess, FARA also applies not just to other countries, but to foreign principles. And so that can include, like, one of the reasons why we should have the Burisma conversation at some point is that Burisma would be considered a foreign principle under FARA, and that's one of the issues of the Hunter Biden situation. And so I can see a cognizable case if you can show me the evidence that the specific individuals involved should,
it's not,
failing to register.
It's not been reported yet, but trust me.
Citizensintelligence.net has a downloadable PDF with 600 sources, about 100.
Oh, citizensintelligence.net. Let me open this on my other monitor first. Keeping Americans informed. Ooh, and it's gonna have the same abbreviation as the CIA. Oh my god. United Socialist Party of Venezuela, a hybrid threat to the United States. From Dr. Ariel Sheen, Director of Operations, Citizens Intelligence Agency. Ooh. 120-page PDF. God damn. International Castro Chavismo data. Collaborative effort between state actors, Cuba and Venezuela, foreign state actors, and NGOs to subvert democratic governments abroad. Castro Chavismo leaves numerous traces of its existence. While their efforts are frequently commented upon in indictments and pacts written by government agencies or articles written by NGOs, there are a few instances where they are cataloged. Holy shit. Careful.
Yeah. 50 pages long, and it's free along with network maps.
So can I ask about the moon necklace?
It's a pig tusk from Vanuatu. Pigs are considered sacred there because this is like mining your own pig coin. The more they curl, the more they're worth. So they pull the top teeth so the pig tusks continue to curl. And if you got a pig with a triple curled tusk, it costs somebody a pig just to take a look at it. There's a YouTube thing called Vanuatu's Piggy Bank that's like a 15-minute Australian
This guy
special.
is insane. Okay, all right, get off. Wait, we're almost done. The guy with the sunglasses in the back. Well, you've been looking at me all night. Come on down. What you do?
One the microphone already, though.
I know, but I'll just hand him mine. What are you just? Well, come up here, real quick. What are you been looking at me creepy? You, so one guy in the sunglasses. Yep. Hurry up. We only got 1 minute. I can already tell this guy's gonna be weird. Here, take my mic. What do you want to say? Stand back there.
I do have a quick question about
one question.
Okay, constitutional rights. I don't know, I'm not a lawyer, but if an illegal immigrant were to come here, would they have the constitutional right, like Second Amendment rights to buy firearms?
I think they do, yeah. The Constitution is very clear when it refers to persons and when it refers to citizens. So we had this conversation. I think you agreed with it.
Yeah, I mean, and it could be an issue of how they've changed. Like when the 14th Amendment was made, it draws a distinction between the rights of persons and the rights of citizens. But I would also add that creates an abortion issue for you if you do accept that argument.
I'm not actually sure either of you are right about this. So for example, it says the security of so the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed, and that's the people. And other parts in the Constitution, including the requirements for president, the requirements for Congress, it refers to U.S. citizens, and in the Privileges or Immunities Clause of the 14th Amendment, which is what he was referencing, it refers to.
Okay, I hear all that, right? Clearly, under current law, we have a lot of restrictions on aliens and what they can say that would infringe the First Amendment if applied to citizens.
I think that's up to, I don't know about
espousing support for terrorism is sufficient to get you.
Well, that's being litigated right now with the Mahmoud Khalil case.
Right, but I think you're.
Well, we'll see.
But my point being that, like, if that's true, then I think you could say that an illegal alien could not be imprisoned for a crime that would not be a crime for an American citizen, but they could be deported. Interesting. Right? Like, you could make it a condition of their residence.
But one of the big problems with having this carve out and saying that rights don't apply to illegal immigrants, then the rule, that exception swallows the rule. And now all of a sudden you're going to be saying, and I hope you don't say it, is are you allowed to search without a warrant in an unreasonable search, let's say, of an illegal immigrant's house because they don't have Fourth Amendment rights?
No,
but that's a right of the person against the government doing something to them, right? In the same way that you can't imprison in the same reason you can't imprison an illegal alien without due process, but you can deport them.
Yeah, the Second Amendment has been interpreted by the Supreme Court to the delight of gun owners to be an individual right? That's the big win in Heller, is it's not...
Holy shit. Imagine if they did do that. Abrego Garcia does a fucking GoFundMe and they raise $5 million and he just buys a gold card.
Interpreted by the Supreme Court to the delight of gun owners to be an individual right? That's the big win in Heller, is it's not just a militia-based right. It's an individual right to bear arms.
So is the right to free speech.
So and the right to free speech is as well. And so if there's an individual rights component to the Fourth Amendment that protects you against unreasonable searches and seizures, surely, and it applies to people and persons, and there's a distinction between persons and citizens in the Constitution, we should read that into the Second Amendment.
But I don't think that quite, the analogy doesn't work, because there's... the distinction that we're always talking about these First Amendment cases and then in the Second Amendment cases is this criminal punishment versus removal.
Correct.
And I don't think that is even in the ballpark of what's going on in the Fourth Amendment, right?
So do you think, but hang on a second, so we're not just talking about criminal punishment when it comes to immigration matters. So the First Amendment, for example, applies to if you want to get a liquor license and you're a Trump supporter, imagine that the administration says something, or the Democrat administration says, you don't get a liquor license if you support Trump. Or you guys complain about the IRS, right? So let's say that the IRS institutes a policy that says something like, we're only going to do IRS audits of Trump supporters, right? Let's say they instituted that policy. So they didn't do that policy. But let's assume...
De facto, that's what...
Just chill, take the hypo, all right, bro? Don't be less mad, all right? Jesus Christ.
All right, let him finish, guys. We're about to end this. Let Pisco finish.
That's a situation in which an investigation isn't a criminal punishment. An investigation isn't a criminal punishment. The denial of a license isn't a criminal punishment. But these rights still have First Amendment, for example, still has purchase, even though it's not a criminal punishment. The Second Amendment, there could be some gun legislation that doesn't apply in the criminal context. It would still have purchase.
I want to just add, I do think I would like to hear a clear answer from the courts on this. Does the people mean the body of citizens, or does it mean all persons? Because when they did draft the 14th Amendment, it draws a distinction between what makes someone a citizen and what rights a person has. They're distinct.
I'm pretty sure non-citizens are protected under the 14th Amendment under current Supreme Court precedent.
If it wasn't that way, that you could, as a punishment, torture non-citizens.
And I think that's right. I mean.
Oh, gosh.
Anyway.
All right, we're going to end on that, guys. Thank you guys so much. Give it up for yourselves. This was the first pilot episode of the Culture War Live. Give it up for Pisco. Or I don't know if Raymond would say that. Give it up for Will Chamberlain, our debaters, and, of course, Tim.
I'm here to say goodbye to everyone. It was a beautiful show. Shout out, Tim. Fucking rock and rolling.
Yeah.
Culture War IRL. Pisco, the gentleman from the left. We came on the show. We appreciate you, sir. Yeah, and he has a couple guys in the crowd, and one of the gentlemen came up there, Mr. Cash, so that's fucking rock and rolling. We love that. Next time, we want more lefties. If you're watching, feel free to come in. It's a good time.
Absolutely.
The better debates, the better, right?
Yes, everybody, thank you all so much for being here. Share the show with everyone, smash the like button, subscribe. You can follow me on X and Instagram at TimCast. You guys want a quick shout-outs for who you are, where they can find you?
Primetime99 Alex Stein, Tip on a Blam, on Twitter, X, YouTube. Follow Primetime with Alex Stein.
Will Chamberlain, at Will Chamberlain on Twitter, and the Article 3 Project, article3project.org.
Pisco Liddy on Twitter, and Pisco's Hour on YouTube.
This was fucking awesome.
This was fun. Dude, it was good time.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks for coming.
Any sane engineer would want the losses to be many, many times larger than the gains.
Agreed. Hi, I'm Tyler Fultz. I'm a nuclear engineer, a little over 10 years of experience in the commercial nuclear power industry. From engineering to operations to emergency response. I don't claim to know everything there is nuclear, but I can certainly share some knowledge. Today we're going to be looking at another one of Kyle Hill's videos on Oppenheimer's terrible possibility, or the atmospheric ignition during the testing of the atomic bomb. Let's take a look.
In the cold, dark hours before the United States detonated the first nuclear bomb, On July 16, 1945, Manhattan Project physicist Edward Teller was making everybody nervous. It was before 4 a.m. in the New Mexico desert. The sun wasn't out yet, but he was applying sunscreen. Teller was worried about a different kind of radiation.
Teller would later go on to design the thermonuclear bomb, which is even more powerful. That's the fission-fusion hybrid weapon that basically uses the fission to cause fusion and make an even bigger nuclear bomb. This is after the stuff with Oppenheimer, though.
Trying to relieve the unbearable tension that years of highly secretive work had led up to, fellow physicist Enrico Fermi decided to take bets. He reportedly said, quote, "Now let's make a bet. Let's make a bet whether or not the bomb will ignite the atmosphere, and if so, whether it will merely destroy New Mexico or destroy the world." A few scientists took the bet. He may have been joking at the time, but only because a number of the world's top scientists convinced themselves that the first atomic explosion would not accidentally destroy the entire planet.
So was he saying that it would just ignite the atmosphere above New Mexico and then stop? I'm not sure he follows, because he knows the original bomb wasn't powerful enough to destroy New Mexico, right? This is Fermi we're talking about.
Los Alamos Laboratory Director J. Robert Oppenheimer bet $10 against another physicist's entire month's pay that the bomb wouldn't work at all, and waited silently in a hardened bunker for the milliseconds-long transition to the nuclear age that his gadget would soon usher in. This is the true story of the day we almost set the world on fire. For most of human history, science has been comparatively tame. Galileo dropping two spheres of different masses to interrogate gravity. Newton angling
Interrogate gravity, I like that.
But as the centuries passed, technology allowed humans to press onwards into increasingly extreme energy regimes. Today, experiments with kilometers-wide particle accelerators force us to at least entertain the possibility that, for example, smashing atoms together at just 3 meters below light speed could produce microscopic black holes. In 1942, we had to ask a similar existentially imperative question.
So this reminds me of, he's referencing about 10-ish years ago, the Large Hadron Collider. There was this concern that, kind of similar to this atmospheric ignition thing with Oppenheimer and his team, that it would destroy the world either by creating a artificial black hole that would just engulf the Earth, or by creating a strangelet, a pocket of strange matter that would infect and turn the entire world into a big clump of strange matter, which can't support life. I'll put a couple of links below on that. Kurzgesagt actually did a really good video on that one. But yeah, scientists do need to entertain these sort of things just because when the risk is extreme, you need to at least address it, even if it's just a simple bounding calculation that just says, hey, this ain't gonna happen.
Would detonating the first nuclear weapon ignite the atmosphere and end all life on Earth? A few years before the first nuclear detonation, codenamed Trinity, obliterated a bleak stretch of New Mexico desert, one of the physicists on the project, Edward Teller, reportedly walked into an office with a few other scientists and asked bluntly, what would happen to the air if an atomic bomb were exploded in the air? This basic question apparently hadn't been fully considered, and so it was taken to his superiors on the project, one of them being J. Robert Oppenheimer.
Is he referring to an airburst detonation specifically, rather than a surface detonation like the actual test?
What they were worried about was the possibility of a nuclear explosion being so intense that the fission event would cause a fusion event, where atoms in the air fuse together, releasing many times more energy than if they were split.
That takes a lot of energy to actually pull off. I talk about this in another video where they go more deeper into Oppenheimer's math. But for fusion, you basically need 3 things. Extremely high temperature, and by that I mean far higher than that of the atomic bomb, especially since we're talking air rather than just hydrogen as displayed on this little infographic right here. A lot of pressure, so you have to pack all of these atoms together at extremely close range, and confinement time. It's got to stay in that state for a long time. Nuclear reactions are extremely fast. If you've watched any of my previous videos before, I say they happen on the order of shakes, which a shake is 10 nanoseconds. So you're multiplying by a very small number there when you look at your fusion criteria or the Lawson criteria. And I'll put another link into that down below. But yeah, they weren't anywhere close. But then again, this is all fairly new territory. It'd be like trying to ask Ben Franklin about some modern electrical stuff when he was still just doing experiments with a kite. So, yeah.
This would start a runaway chain reaction that would spread promptly through all of Earth's air, emitting enough energy to vaporize everything.
Take a lot of
Some
energy
of the
to do that.
scientists were immediately skeptical of atmospheric ignition, but no one had ever unleashed the atom like this before. There's nitrogen in the air, Teller told Oppenheimer, and you can have a nuclear reaction in which two nitrogen nuclei collide, and in this process you set free a lot of energy.
That's true. You can. On stars that are even bigger than the sun's not even capable of fusing nitrogen, at least not in its current state as a main sequence star. You just need, like, the sun doesn't have enough gravity to get that kind of pressure or enough temperature. Other stars have that though. So it does exist in nature, but ain't gonna happen on Earth.
Couldn't ignition happen? That's a terrible possibility, Oppenheimer responded. And someone had to take Oppenheimer's terrible possibility seriously. Edward Teller, Arthur Compton, Oppenheimer, and other Manhattan Project.
I love it when Kyle does this. He releases these primary sources. That's one of my favorite things about watching his videos.
Now needed some calculations to address two possibilities. When the gadget, as they called it, goes off, its apocalyptic energy is going to expand outwards in a sphere. If that energy causes additional fusion to happen in air, this sphere will pick up energy as it moves outwards, eventually consuming everything. That was one possibility. The other possibility was that even if the bomb caused fusion of air molecules, as the blast expanded, it could lose energy to the environment faster than it gained energy from fusion. To solve this dilemma, some of the smartest men alive were tasked with calculating whether or not Earth
created character. Play main story for 20 minutes. Killed chicken in Riverwood. Realized it was mistake to kill chicken in Riverwood. Got chased for 20 minutes by chicken elf lady. Shot 50 arrows into her. Ran out of arrows. Ran to shop to get more. Crazy chicken elf lady followed me into shop. Crazy chicken elf lady kill me when I buy arrows. My arm glitched off my body and I bled all over floor. Realized I saved Gamma after I killed chicken. Got stuck in infant loop of crazy chicken elf lady trying to kill me. Ran away. Stole horse. Got chased by foot soliders. Decided to turn around to try and run over foot soldiers. Got stopped. Told to pay a fine or go to jail, ran from authorities, ran back to Riverwood. Crazy chicken elf lady saw me. Crazy chicken elf lady killed me. Forgot to save, smashed laptop, bought new laptop, reloaded game loaded into Riverwood. Crazy chicken elf lady saw me. Put a bullet in my head. Came back to life, restarted all of Skyrim after realizing I had completed only 20 minutes. Went to Riverwood, bought a bow and arrows, randomly shot at ground. Ground was
Yes, what?
Looking forward to the fire.
I had to do it. It looked I had to. Yes, what?
Looking forward to the fire.
I had to do it.
Could I get your name and badge number?
Yeah.
What's your...
Alright, you gotta stop doing that. It's Gaspari 1584.
Good boy.
Yeah.
You want a treat?
Nah, I'm good, thanks.
I am naughty.
No homo.
No homo. No homo. I want to see your teeth and your tongue.
I got great teeth.
I pulled you over?
I don't know, did you already forget?
Get out the car, spread your butt cheeks, and put your teeth on the curb.
You know why I pulled you over? Yeah. Let's get it over with.
How much you had to drink?
I told you, 2 shots and a Rebel.
It smells like you had a whole lot more than
You
that.
want to smell me?
Your breath smells like shit.
Cognac.
Yeah, it
That
smells
was
like
cognac.
It smells like cock.
That's all I could
That's
drink.
what it smells like.
You're gonna
smells like
fucking...
cognac.
Are you gonna...
Could I get your name and badge number?
Yeah.
What's your...
Where is this deduction coming from?
Her bra strap was showing, Bert. It is an automatic deduction.
Oh,
if it's
come
undergarment.
on. Doris, she's flipping through the air. She's spinning. Doris, of course her bra popped out. That rule is ancient.
Apparently, so is her bra.
Even I think that's low. And I should be happy. I mean, I want to win.
1/10 off because her bra was sticking out. Come on, Haley, you're up.
Did you just scratch?
An intentional scratch from Haley Graham in event finals. This has never happened before.
I have never seen this before. Back-to-back athletes scratching intentionally.
Where is this deduction coming from?
Her bra strap was showing, Bert. It is not...
Recce's are smart snow goggles with a built-in heads-up display. You can see where your friends are, how fast you're going, control your music, answer phone calls, and so much more.
But these aren't VR goggles. We're not blocking your view. In fact, we're using anti-fog and contrast-boosting technologies to make them the best ski goggles possible.
What does this cost?
It's $349.
What does it cost you to make it?
Our current run that's in production right now is $130 a unit.
I'll do the deal, $300,000 for 20% with this one contingent. I get 20 cents when a dollar is put out to pay yourselves.
I'll make you guys an offer, just really simple, $300K for 15%.
We can't go any higher than 12.5%.
Why?
We think that with the other action sports, then eventually military and law enforcement, it could be a really big company.
Okay.
So let's do it.
Congratulations, guys.
Recce's are smart snow goggles with a built-in heads-up display. You can see where your friends are, how fast you're going, control your music, answer phone calls, and so much more.
But these aren't VR goggles. We're not...
Retail workers, what's the saddest thing you've seen someone return? I worked in retail as my summer job for 2 years. It wasn't the best job, but every once in a while, something would make it worth it. One day, a young couple...
Okay, Nordic, so we agree that we have a day of Tyr, day of Odin, day of Thor, and day of Freya. Oh yeah, sounds good. You gotta respect the gods. Okay, good. So the next thing is... Wait, is Iceland not there with you? Oh, not this again. Iceland, get in here. Oh, sorry, did I miss the meeting? Because I have the days ready. You have the days ready? I hope it's a lot of God respecting. Oh God, no. We have Sun Day and Moon Day. Ah, like the Europeans. Okay, that's fine. And then you have the third day. Oh, and then the middle of the week day. Oh, we actually like that one. And then of course we have the fifth day. Are you just counting the days? I mean, that's not a bad idea. Wait, Greenland? You like the counting? Well, yeah, it's nice and simple. Well, I can't argue with that. So Iceland, what's next? And then you have you're not allowed to eat day. That seems overly specific. And then I have a pretty sensitive topic. Oh, what is it? You know when we invade those other countries? Yeah? Well, they told us that that's not cool to do and that we smell. Smell? Well, we could have a day where we have to take a bath. Oh, that's a great idea. We can call it pool day. Okay, Nordic, so we agree that we have a day of Tyr, day of Odin, day of Thor, and day of Freya. Oh yeah, sounds good. You gotta respect the gods. Okay, good. So the next thing is... Wait, is Iceland not there with you? Oh, not this again. Iceland, get in here. Oh, sorry, did I miss the meeting? Because I have the days ready. You have the days ready? I hope it's a lot of God respecting. Oh God, no. We have Sun Day and Moon Day. Ah, like the Europeans. Okay, that's fine. And then you have the third day. Oh, and then the middle of the week day. Oh, we actually like that one. And then of course we have the fifth day. Are you just counting the days? I mean, that's not a bad idea. Wait, Greenland? You like the counting? Well, yeah, it's nice and simple. Well, I can't argue with that. So Iceland, what's next? And then you have you're not allowed to eat day. That seems overly specific. And then I have a pretty sensitive topic. Oh, what is it? You know when we invade those other countries? Yeah? Well, they told us that that's not cool to do and that we smell. Smell? Well, we could have a day where we have to take a bath. Oh, that's a great idea. We can call it pool day.
Be me, married 6 years, things falling apart. Still holding out hope it's not over. Wife's been begging for a Hawaii trip. We need time together. It'll help us. Agree, work extra hours. Come home exhausted every day. Finally get there. Tropical paradise, beautiful views. First night at dinner, she's glued to her phone. Smiling, typing nonstop. Try making conversation. What do you want to do tomorrow? Whatever you want, she says, eyes on screen. Feel uneasy. Ignore it. Later, wake up alone. Find her by the pool at 2 a.m., still texting. She sees me, hides phone. Couldn't sleep, she says. Next morning, check flight info on her phone. Shared Apple ID, messages synced. Open them, hundreds of texts with her coworker. She's planned this trip to meet him, he's here with his family. Every solo outing, she was with him. Sit there staring at the screen. Pack my stuff, leave a note, hope he was worth it. Book early flight, go home. She never calls. I spent everything trying to save us. Marriage was over. I just didn't know it yet. Be me, married 6 years, things falling apart. Still holding out hope it's not over. Wife's been begging for a Hawaii trip. We need
Move! That's not what I meant at all.
Smell it.
Believe me, when this player accidentally missed the ball, he shocked the world. He immediately stopped and...
Someone says, why isn't she just moving with you? Are you kidding me? I've known her for f***ing 4 weeks. And honestly, I think she might kill me in my sleep.
I will.
By sheer coincidence.
If you want. Here.
Someone says, why isn't she just moving with you? Are you kidding me? I've known her for f***ing 4 weeks. And honestly, I think she might kill me in my sleep.
I will.
By sheer coincidence.
If you want. Here.
Ay, ay, ay. This is a pair of desserts.
Watch this contestant present the most unique dessert ever on MasterChef.
Hey, I want to talk to you about the latest Trump appointees and firings. Do you have a minute? I really don't. Trump just fired the Librarian of Congress, and we don't know why yet. I just want a minute to watch reality TV and escape from the world. Oh, Trump just appointed her to the Holocaust Museum Board. Siggy Flicker from the Real Housewives of New Jersey? Yep. Then I'm going to watch something else. Is this the documentary about Robert Dirts? Yeah, it's great. So this person right here, Janine Pirro, she's on Fox News a lot. Don't care. I don't watch cable news. She was named in 2 defamation lawsuits against Fox News about the 2020 election. Don't care. Anyway, Trump just appointed her for interim U.S. attorney for D.C. Fine, I'm just gonna watch YouTube. Okay.
Is that Casey Means?
Yes.
She's Trump's pick for Surgeon General.
Come on.
Okay, sorry, let's talk about something else.
Thank you.
So India and Pakistan are on the brink of a major military confrontation. Hey, I want to talk to you about the latest Trump appointees and firings. Do you have a minute?
I really don't.
Bella, that's your daughter?
Yeah, that's her. She's hiding.
You can come out from behind the chair. I can see you very clearly. Can you put her on the table? I'm not doing all that. Cough for me. Okay, you don't have to stick out your tongue to do that. How's algebra?
She's in elementary school.
Okay, I mean, we have nothing in common. No, you can't try this because it's
I'm taking head out, but I'm not taking it to get the tab. I'm taking head out so I can hand them down. This! Oh my god! Round 2. No, Renekton. I'm taking head out, but I'm not taking it to get the tab. I'm taking head out so I can hand them down.
I'm trying to help, and you're being a real jerk.
I haven't seen water like this in a game before, so here's how I made the ocean for Plunder. Normally for pixel art water, you just draw a tileable water texture by hand, but I wanted the ocean to have real waves, so I studied fluid dynamics and color theory for weeks and was able to make this. After making this abomination, I had to look for another way because hand-drawn was obviously not going to work for a guy like me. I stumbled on this video by Jump Trajectory where he made this super realistic ocean simulation using some math. I altered it to have really calm waves and flat lighting and recorded a loop at the resolution of Plunder in just 2 colors and made it transparent so you can see details underwater. This game will be free to play, but if you want to support it, join my Patreon. I haven't seen water like this in a game before, so here's how I made the ocean for Plunder.
What they did not teach us in school and what I wish they would have taught me. I don't care who you are or where you're from, we all live the same life and it goes like this.
Watch this comedian explain life in under 1 minute through a...
Do you guys want to do introductions? This is kind of a... We haven't all hung
Yeah. I am LOL Tyler 1. I'm 6'5", 255 pounds. I have a 450 bench, 600-pound squat. I got 2,000 rated chest. I'm a 5-year-old challenger player. I'm good at every single game I touch. Everybody knows me. I'm from Kansas.
No, you're not.
Shut up. I'm from Missouri. But... Why are you doxing me?
Why would you lie about?
The fuck is wrong with you people?
Why would you lie about the state? Like, what a random.
Because I don't want to get doxed.
Do you guys want to do introductions? This is kind of a. We haven't all hung out.
Yeah. I am LOL Tyler 1. I'm 6'5", 255 pounds. I have a 450 bench, 600-pound squat. I got 2,000 rated chest. I'm a 5-year-old challenger player. I'm good at every single game I touch. Everybody knows me. I'm from Kansas.
No, you're
David Goggins does not run like a normal person. Here is why.
And when you see him in real life, it's even scarier. But it's weird the way he's running. So here it is, him running. Like Izzy looks sort of loose and relaxed. His legs straighten out. David's legs never straighten out. They always have a bend to them at every step. Like when you see him sideways, you really get a chance to see it. That's odd, right?
He might be just trying to stay with Izzy because Izzy's going at a slower pace.
He must be in agony. And if you've seen the x-rays with all the screws and shit, they sawed the top of his femur off. He's got giant scars up both of his knees. He stretches for 2.5 hours every night. And that was one of multiple workouts he does in a day. David existing raises the bar for literally everyone on earth.
David Goggins does not run like a normal person. Here is why.
And when you see him in real life, it's even scarier. But it's weird the way he's...
Is Viego really showing us his full potential? You see, all of Viego's abilities in-game reference his lore, but canonically, he should be capable of a lot more. A part of his magical abilities come from his blade. Most people will know it as the Blade of the Ruined King. But this blade actually has a real name, because believe it or not, Viego wasn't always ruined. And so, the blade used to be known as Sanctity. Sanctity was special because every time the blade was passed onto the next heir of the throne, the blade would consume a piece of the new king's soul, with only the worthy being able to survive this ritual. This was supposed to indicate the king's devotion to the kingdom, but the soul binding also had a practical use. While the blade had its own place in the kingdom of Kamavor, It could be summoned into battle by its current wielder at any time. This is why, in the Ruination cinematic, you could see Viego pulling the blade out of nowhere. Of course, later Viego blows up the Blessed Isles and becomes the Ruined King. Here it is the soul-consuming properties of Sanctity, combined with the healing waters of the Blessed Isles, which triggers the new existence of the undead. This is also likely why Viego has the ability to possess people now. Even this domination should still be part of Sanctity's corrupted powers. But on top of all of this, there is one more thing that Viego is capable of. Because you see, Viego was the first king of Camavor who was born to be a mage, which was revealed to come from his mother's side. What does that mean? Well, in the Ruination book, it was described that every time Viego had a tantrum, he would let his magical powers loose, with one of these scenes happening later on as his beloved queen was passing away. He was magically choking people, throwing them against walls. He was shattering objects with pure rage. And overall, it was one-to-one with that one Kylo Ren scene from Star Wars. So yes, Viego can quite literally
had an ignition point. And so, the analysis began. The worst-case scenario for energy gains, the scientists figured, would come from a single reaction involving nitrogen. A fusion reaction between two nitrogen atoms will produce fusion products like magnesium, an alpha particle, and 17 mega electron volts of energy in the form of photons. 17 MeV sounds like a lot, but it's only around a trillionth of a joule, a million times less energetic than a single snowflake striking the ground.
This is per atom, though, so that is actually a huge amount of energy. To compare it, per molecule of coal or natural gas, you're talking on the order of just regular electron volts, maybe tens, maybe hundreds of those per molecule. This is per atom of, in this case, nitrogen. Another unit is this. Millions of electron volts are also used in fission. So fissioning a uranium-235 in a nuclear power plant is the total energy of everything is about 200 mega electron volts. That includes the fission products, neutrons, neutrinos, everything that came from this. So this one you're having about 17 mega electron volts left over. That's a good bit. But in order to get those nitrogen to fuse anyway, it takes an even more amount of energy. I don't even know it off the top of my head. That's more of a astrophysics sort of thing that, again, you'd only see in really, really massive stars to give you conditions to fuse something like nitrogen.
However, the danger wasn't in a single reaction. It was in all the possible reactions. Nitrogen makes up 78% of Earth's atmosphere. If you were to cup your hands right now, there are likely 1 million quadrillion nitrogen atoms in the air that you've captured. If all those atoms underwent fusion because of a nuclear blast, just the energy in your hands would be in the gigajoule range, as though you were Zeus himself, grasping a lightning bolt.
So how much is a gigajoule? That, you do the math, I think that figures out to about 1/5 of a ton of TNT. So having that just in your little hands like this that adds up real quick when you're thinking about nitrogen over, however big an area this nuclear blast is going to be, which is a atomic bomb. We're talking just the fireball by itself is on the order of a radius of between 0.5 and 1 kilometer, depending on where you exactly detonate the thing.
Knowing the worst-case reaction, the scientists then estimated how many nitrogen atoms would be in the air around the gadget, how likely it would be for those particles to fuse with other particles near them, and how energetic this hypothetical chain reaction would actually be. They had the gains, now they needed the other side of the equation, the losses. In the first milliseconds after a nuclear bomb explodes, a spherical region of air is heated to star-like temperatures. In this ultra-hot plasma, products of fission and/or fusion are flying around with tremendous kinetic energy.
So star-like temperatures, we're talking not the entire sphere, but at least the areas at the very close to it, where the reaction occurs, we're getting onto the order of hundreds of millions of degrees where the reaction actually took place. Now, getting out to the actual sphere, it drops off rapidly to just a few thousand. So, starting from like the cores of stars, or even hotter than the cores of stars, to like the surfaces of stars as the sphere expands outward. And again, the star actually probably had less temperature at its core in question. I mean, the sun, we're talking, I think, tens of millions of degrees Celsius. But what the sun has that is capable of causing fusion is the gravity, which creates pressure, and it holds all of the nuclei, in the case of the sun, just hydrogen and helium, which is way easier to fuse than nitrogen. The smaller, really small stuff is a lot easier to induce fusion in. The sun mainly converts hydrogen into helium, not nitrogen into magnesium. You're gonna need bigger stars than that. But yeah, that's those are the other things you need. So there can get this will get you closer to one of the three conditions you need for fusion. And again, I'm talking fusing something easier than nitrogen.
Smacking into the air at the edge of the fireball, giving it energy. However, while the nuclei of these edge atoms, protons and neutrons, can hold on to this impact energy, helping to maintain the temperature of the explosion, the electrons flying about in this plasma cannot. They let go of the energy imparted to them very quickly.
Yes.
When electrons are accelerated or decelerated in the presence of an electric field, like from a charged particle in a nuclear plasma, they can trade in some of their kinetic energy for electromagnetic radiation across the spectrum. This so-called breaking radiation was the main energy loss nuclear physicists considered when imagining the Earth basically engulfed by a star.
That's a good assumption on a microscopic scale, that, yeah, for the electrons slowing down, again, there's other things, such as just good old school conduction and convection. Conduction, not as much so, because the atmosphere is not that much of a conductor, but there's just a lot of air that as the sphere expands outwards, you just lose energy. But I can see they're doing a bounding calculation. Then sure, let's just stick with the microscopic Bremsstrahlung radiation and completely neglect everything else, just to be overly conservative in our estimate. I've done these sort of things before, in when I've done calculations just to prove a point.
Knowing the main energy gains and losses in a catastrophe they did not intend, Manhattan Project scientists working out of Los Alamos worked out what would eventually go into this paper in the April of 1946. It wasn't declassified until the late 70s. Again, the fear was that Earth's atmosphere could ignite if fusion gains during the Trinity blast exceeded the energy losses. Divide these two values then, and you get a ratio that tells you how close you are to that terrible possibility of ignition. And so, Trinity's safety factor would be just how much larger the calculated losses were than the calculated gains. Any sane engineer would want the losses to be many, many times larger than the gains.
Agreed.
For this ratio to be bigger than 1.
Yes.
But when the safety factor was calculated, it was just 1.6. In the complicated calculations you can read yourself, the safety factor could get as low as 1.6. Your car's engine parts have a better factor of safety than that.
Now, they're just testing one specific assumption when they did that. I'm pretty sure he's going to get into that later, but just to be fair, they're testing one specific thing. They haven't multiplied all the other things together when they're looking at it. I think I know what he's talking about when he says 1.6. It's those two curves, the production from fusion, which again, fusion's a big if. You're going to want to take that with all the salt from the Dead Sea, and then, and again, you're assuming your losses are just from Bremsstrahlung radiation. Then sure, yeah, I can see how you get to 1.6 that way.
This value was low enough that if any of these scientists were off in their calculations by just a handful of percentage points, they'd be flirting with human extinction. No sane person would take a risk like this. So why did nuclear testing proceed?
So one other way of looking at it, so that safety factor ratio 1.6, I've joked in a few of my other videos if you've seen it, that another way of saying it is, let's just say 1 + 1 is 100, because we just want to be absolutely sure we accounted for everything, and we want to be over-conservative in our estimate, so we're going to say 1 + 1 is 100, just to let you know how careful we are.
And proceed for decades.
Are we saying there's a chance that when we push that button, we destroy the world? Chances are near zero. Near zero.
Just like with the Large Hadron Collider.
Theory alone. Zero would be nice.
What this disturbing factor of safety was missing was the variable of temperature. The fusion of atmospheric nitrogen, and therefore civilization and world fire, would require a Trinity blast temperature of at least 100 billion Kelvin.
Bomb's
but at
not
the
that
time,
hot.
The highest temperatures that any bomb could even theoretically produce were 1,000 times lower than this, changing the safety factor from 1 to 1,000.
The number I had in my head earlier for when I said like 100 million degrees Celsius, I don't think the atomic bomb was that hot. Now some of the bigger bombs later, the ones that use nuclear fusion as part of their design, the thermonuclear bombs, they can get that hot, but a pure fission bomb, I don't remember the temperature off the top of my head, but it's not going to get nearly as hot as a bomb that also includes fusion as part of its design. And yes, when they use fusion, they're fusing stuff like hydrogen to helium, hence the term hydrogen bomb. They also have lithium-3 in there, or helium-3. Things that are really small, smaller than nitrogen with an atomic number of 14. So little 1s, 2s, and 3s.
From this value, the original report concludes that, quote, it is shown that whatever the temperature to which a section of the atmosphere may be heated, no self-propagating chain of nuclear reactions is likely to be started. End quote.
And that's just temperature by itself.
Though the Manhattan Project scientists didn't identify any bomb that could feasibly lead to the end of the world, that doesn't mean they didn't calculate one. Just in case the huge safety factor wasn't enough to quell private concerns, the 3 scientists writing the original paper calculated the minimum volume of air that would have to be heated up to that 100 billion Kelvin temperature and the energy required to do so. They figured out that not only would a nuclear blast have to create a sphere of air 10,000 times hotter than the core of the sun in order to sustain a nitrogen fusion chain, that sphere of air would have to be over 100 meters wide.
That is huge. So being able to exert that sort of pressure on something that big would be insane. I don't think the entire world's nuclear arsenal, if you could somehow miniaturize it in one zone or set it off all at once, to get anywhere close to that. Because again, the 100 billion degrees isn't going to be in a very large area. It won't even hit 100 billion degrees. But yeah, that's... It's cool that they looked into it. I love it. As someone who used to calculate how powerful the weapons in Star Wars were, this is getting to be how powerful we're getting, crazy Star Wars weapons or something like that.
And to do all of this, it would require an amount of energy equivalent to 20 times more energy than is contained in the current world supply of nuclear weapons.
And you'd have to concentrate it to such a small area, too. That's going to be even harder.
When the Little Boy nuclear bomb was dropped on Hiroshima, Japan, just a few weeks after the Trinity test in the August of 1945, it contained 64 kilograms of uranium-235. But when it detonated, less than 1 kilogram underwent fission. The total amount of energy released that day was from just half a gram of mass turning directly into energy. To set the whole world on fire, the Los Alamos scientists reassuringly calculated would take roughly 1,000,000 times more material than this. A bomb with 1.5 million kilograms of uranium reacting with 100% efficiency.
And the little boy being so inefficient was mainly a geometry thing. It just sent a mass from, it was basically a little gun. It just sent a chunk of uranium towards another chunk, kind of like that. Whereas you'll see in other designs, such as the Fat Man, it was a sphere, and the sphere with the implosion mechanism kind of surrounded it and pushed it in and made it more efficient. A lot more efficient than Little Boy, but nowhere close to 100%. It was more like 10% efficient. And it also used plutonium in there, so you didn't need as much material. So trying to do this with, what was that, 1,500 metric tons of uranium-235? Good luck coordinating that, and again, and also packing it into a small enough area for long enough that it could cause a crazy runaway fusion reaction. But it's important to know that this sort of thing is not impossible, which is cool and terrifying.
Again, impossible. The Manhattan Project also considered one final protection from atmospheric annihilation. In a small volume of air, radiation can easily escape, but in a much larger volume of bomb-heated air, there is a larger chance that the radiation and energy inside will interact with itself before leaving. Inside a glob of star-temperature air, photons of radiation and hot electrons bump into each other, which robs the electrons of their energy needed to sustain potential fusion reactions. The end result of this inverse Compton scattering is even more energy losses in the safety factor equation, increasing the safety factor by up to 400%, and making a very unlikely scenario even more unlikely.
That's interesting. I didn't even think about the inverse Compton scattering, how the radiation could just interact with itself and push each other apart. That's kind of cool.
To be clear, Manhattan Project physicists were skeptical of atmospheric ignition even before the ink on the calculations was dry. But in these numbers, they found all the justification they needed to split the atom, and therefore history, in two. 15 seconds before 5:30 a.m. on Monday, July 16th, 1945, half of the world's supply of plutonium was compressed by conventional explosives into a critical mass. The resulting energy release vaporized the gadget, disintegrated the tower it was hoisted up, and melted the sand around the site into radioactive glass. A mushroom cloud rose into the morning sky, a second sunrise, as the scientists described it, and instantly became the symbol of the nuclear age. Manhattan Project scientist George Kistiakowsky was reportedly knocked to the ground, even though he was 5 miles away. He got up and ran over to Robert Oppenheimer, who was nearby. "Oppie," he said,
"Oppie,
you owe me $10.
That's awesome.
In most of the reports you'll read, the scientists doing these calculations were satisfied with their conclusions, but fears about igniting the atmosphere have persisted in public consciousness since the 40s. Obviously, the world didn't end with Trinity, but I'm struck by how just a few calculations were enough to dismiss a brand new existential risk and move forward headlong into the atomic age. But
well, they were bounding calculations where they made a bunch of very conservative estimates just to be sure that this sort of thing wouldn't happen. Again, in my other video where I talked about the math, I showed an example of how I did bounding calculations for modifications we made to my nuclear power plant after the Fukushima event, just to be absolutely sure all of our additional power sources we provided were more than enough to protect us in the event such a disaster could occur again. So yeah, while these calculations are simple, I just want to emphasize this is a very quick way to prove a point that something is safe or not safe. A bounding calculation is a go, no-go. That's very conservative. That makes it pretty easy to make your decision. So while it is simple, it is more than effective.
Be said that the gravity of what had happened there in the desert that day was not lost on Oppenheimer or his colleagues. Many of the scientists present were haunted for the rest of their lives.
Few people laugh. people cried. Most people were silent. I remembered the lines from the Hindu scripture, the Bhagavad Gita. Vishnu,
the famous quote,
was trying to persuade the prince that he should do his duty, and to impress him, take on multi-armed form.
I'm always taken aback by the emotion when he says that.
Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds. I suppose we all fought that one way or another.
I always like Kyle's stuff. It's a very well done narrative that shows primary sources within from the actual calculations and experiments. It's all very, very fascinating stuff to watch. Hey, if you prefer peaceful uses of nuclear energy and nuclear technology, please join me on a journey to a clean, safe, sustainable nuclear energy future by liking, commenting, and subscribing. Thank you very much for watching. I'll see you next time.
From the moment that biological life started taking hold on Earth, and ever since humanity started taking its first steps, men have wanted one thing and one thing only: woman. But not just any woman, okay? One that happens to be an avid video game player while also looking like this. You can't deny it, it's just factual truth. Now listen, it might have taken millions and millions of years, but I'm so happy to announce that in the 21st century, not only can you find women like this, but there's actually so many of them that they've been given a name. E-girls. Not only do they play video games, but they're also pretty and have that discount goth girl aesthetic. Due to this, they have managed to clutch society by the balls, having their own Wikipedia page. This is the first image you see that represents e-girls. How flattering, right? So it's no surprise that many people dream of having an e-girl girlfriend to play Valorant with. But here's the thing. Behind the very skillfully applied 5 kilograms of makeup on their face lies a very dark secret. E-girls have the psychological profile of an unstable serial killer. They could probably easily scoop out your eyeballs while you're sleeping because you messaged another girl the other day. Yes, even if it was your own mother. And unfortunately, most guys who are infatuated with their aesthetic only find out about this when it's a bit too late, when they're in the clutches of a relationship. And that's exactly what happened with Bunny Girl Nabi, a seemingly innocent cosplayer who's being exposed for who she really is in private. And typically what happens in these situations is that one person who used to be in a relationship with her would probably try to expose her, make a document recounting their experiences. But no, she was allegedly so horrible that 3 of her exes banded up together like the Avengers and co-wrote a document together recounting their horrendous experiences with her to try and expose her true nature to the world, okay? They assembled together like the Avengers trying to take down Thanos. You know how hard it is to be compared to Thanos? Like, that's an achievement by itself. What set all this off was a tweet on April 21st, 2025 by Keisha saying, "The truth about Bunny Girl Nabi, trigger warning, mental abuse, animal abuse, and rape." As you can see, the allegations are enormous. And what makes it worse is that around the time this document was posted, she deactivated her account. This Google Doc, coupled with her response afterwards, are one of the craziest roller coaster rides I've taken in recent memory. In many ways, Bunny Girl Nabi is the final boss of e-girls, but her exes, especially one in particular, are the final bosses of e-boys. There's a reason their document got deleted not even 1 week after publication. It is such a mess, so we have to talk about it. Let's do this. So Bunny Girl Nabi is a cosplayer hailing from the land of Belgium. But these days, being a cosplayer can mean 1,000 different things. You can mostly cosplay characters you liked as a kid. You can be mostly focused on video game characters or movie characters, or you can just make it more about your body. In Nabi's case though, there was no question. She knew exactly what she wanted to do. Look, if there was a cosplay handbook on what to do to attract a certain male demographic, she followed it to the teat. Cosplaying extremely generic characters that are very popular like Mona from Genshin Impact, Nami from One Piece, and of course, Raven from Teen Titans, a great way to know that you're dealing with an e-girl. But there's a good chance that you're not aware that in the cosplay scene, there are so many people who do the same thing. And so even if you're attractive, it's still very hard to stand out. So what did Nabi do? She collabed with the mega massive Minecraft YouTuber by the name of DeQuavis. This is a Minecraft YouTuber with almost 11 million subscribers. This is a ridiculous achievement by itself, and collabing with someone like that can literally make your career. Now, I have no idea what his relationship with Nabi is or was, but they collabed together and made a few different YouTube shorts that were actually pretty damn successful. But you're probably asking yourself, what would a cosplayer and a massive Minecraft YouTuber do together anyway? Well, feast your eyes on an example. Watch. Dude, what am I doing with my life? Why am I not making content for children? What am I doing wasting my time making content for young adults and adults? Seriously. This has almost 1 million views, okay? But you know what's even better? Their most viewed short together has 48 million views. That is just so ridiculous to me. Anyway, so yeah, it was quite significant, and he was tagging her in every single one in the title, Nabi Cosplay. This is her YouTube channel. Now, her YouTube channel was how she began, making shorts of popular characters she cosplayed, and in them she would say one iconic line relating to the character while music played. Pretty simple. But as you can see, with 4 shorts, she was at 22,000 subscribers. And if you're not familiar with YouTube metrics, that's very impressive. And of course, this was partly because she had appeared in so many shorts with DeQuavis. Here's one of her shorts, and as you can see, one of the comments said, "Who came here from her getting cooked by DeQuavis?" So it definitely helped. What happened afterwards was a bit of a blur. She kind of abandoned this channel and actually went through a complete rebrand. As you can see from this old banner, she used to go by the handle Nabi Cosplay, with her Twitch being Nana Joestar. She ditched that name entirely and decided to go with Bunny Girl Nabi on every platform, including Coffee, where you can spend 30 euros for 12 pictures of her Makima cosplay. Wow, I guess inflation really is getting out of control, huh? Because this is wild. Either way, she even created her own website that links to all her socials, which have now been privated ever since that document about her came out. But look at how innocent her profile looks, okay? Hi, my name is Nabi. I love cosplaying and gaming. Likes? Cats, pink stuff, music, gaming. I mean, seriously, she must be a perfect human. She must make no mistakes, right? Oh, right, the document. Okay, well, let's get right into it. How did it all begin? This incident actually started a few days before the document being posted by one of her 3 exes, which is Lazar. On April 18th, 2025, he tagged Bunny Girl Nabi's Twitter and said, "I know you will read this, and no, I don't give a fuck, you will get cooked tomorrow." Then he proceeded to tag some pretty well-known figures in the cosplaying community on Twitter specifically, right? Anything ranging from 10,000 followers to 1 million followers, saying, "She talked so much shit behind you guys and was an insane hater." I mean, you see something like this and you think, like, what? You're just gonna show me some gossip behind the scenes? Come on, we all know e-girls eat babies for breakfast. What's next? Well, she just deactivated her account on Twitter the next day. And Lazar said, "The fact she deactivated both accounts before I provided any proper proof already tells you everything. She is cooked." But of course, they didn't post anything else on April 19th. They took more time to finish off the document. At 4:45 p.m. European time on April 21st, Nabi would post this in her Discord saying, "A certain someone from the past has been trying to expose me. I will be addressing that tomorrow. Please don't take sides before knowing both sides of the story." And around 2 hours and 15 minutes later, Keisha would post the document. But Nabi would respond almost immediately. Now, yes, you think, Mujin, how? She deactivated her account. Well, she used her alt account, Bunny Girl Nabi 2, and replied to this document with this tweet saying, "I will be responding to this tomorrow. Just think twice before you believe anything an ex of mine says." Well, Nabi, it wasn't just one ex, it was 3 of them banding up together trying to take you down. So what the hell is in this document? Well, guys, I hope that you're mentally prepared because we're about to dive right in. Let's go. The document's titled Exposing Nabi, and it starts off saying this. "Hey everyone, a bit of an unusual tweet this time. Today we are exposing and talking about a semi-big cosplayer called Nabi. Me and Lazar, two of some of her exes writing this, wanted to share our and others' experience with being her partner or friend. There are multiple points we want to talk about and share. Now the list is already incredible, okay? Social media and backstabbing, number 1. Number 2, scamming. Number 3, Sudoku bait. I can't say the actual word, it just means when you leave this planet. Number 4, animal abuse. Number 5, manipulation. Number 6, sexual abuse. Number 7, cheating. Number 8, other weird things. What else? What else could other weird things be compared to the 7 ones before? Starting off with number 1, social media and backstabbing. Nabi is a cosplayer from Belgium and recently started gaining a lot of followers on X. Before, she used to go by Nana Joestar on X. On X, she started posting cosplays, which aren't bad, but aren't anything special either. Alright, I can tell there's some resentment there. Let's continue. Looking at the people she follows, you see a lot of other cosplayers, some smaller ones, some bigger ones, and even some large ones. Some do SFW only, some do slight NSFW or have an OF as well. If you look at especially the ones she is mutuals with, interacts with, you would think that she's the typical girl's girl, supporting other female cosplayers because that's just a normal thing to do. But sadly, this is just a mask she puts on to gain popularity and good relations with people online. Behind their back, she makes fun of them, judging their bodies, judging the way they edit their pics at all, and calling a lot of them sluts. For this, we provided 2 example screenshots showing the quoted message, not the original ones because she deactivated all her accounts before Lazar could take a screenshot of it. Wait. You guys wrote this document over the course of I don't know how long, and Lazar didn't think to take screenshots of these DMs before calling her out publicly on Twitter saying they'll ruin her? Oh my god, this is already off to a great start. Anyway, in the quoted text, she is actively harassing cosplayer It's Sin for the way she cosplays and poses. Calling someone a slut even though you pose similarly and reveal your body as well is really concerning and pretty two-faced if you ask me, and saying that someone looks retarded is weird. During the time she dated Lazar, she has done this with other cosplayers like Dolfault, Merzweb, Brunari, Laurent, and a lot more. Like I already said, we can't provide any proof of the other cosplayers until she reactivates her account. Dude, come on, man. This is already starting off really sloppy, but let's give them the benefit of the doubt here. There are a couple screenshots, let's check them out. In the first one, you can see Lazar replying to something that Nabi had said, which is, lol average Twitter slut, I knew she'd become like this too, linking a tweet from It's Sin. One of the cosplayers they were saying that Nabi was being two-faced to. And in the other screenshot, it's the same thing. It's Lazar replying to a message by Nabi in which she calls Sin retarded. And that's all the proof they have about her talking directly behind other cosplayers' backs. The document then continues, saying, while always talking shit about some of the many cosplayers she follows do NSFW, she also developed into this direction, posting revealing cosplays, especially a recent one which got deleted, cosplaying as Yumeko from the anime Kakegurui, holding a gambler necklace in front of her private part while spreading her legs open. Wait, really? Wait, let's see if we can find it. Ah, of course. Support to unlock. So she didn't really delete it, more like tease it and then kind of ask for support. Let's see, how much does it cost? 20 euros per month. Yeah, you know what? I'd rather use that money to buy a McChicken because with the way inflation's going, that's how much it's going to cost soon. Thanks. But I guess the whole idea so far is that they're trying to illustrate her as a hypocrite. She shames people who do NSFW, but she's slowly treading along that path. But based on what was said in the intro, this is probably one of the least worrying things in this entire document. Anyway, they continue. In conclusion, if you are a cosplayer and she followed you, be aware that she trash talked you or called you a hoe/whore at some point because you post yourself online. During the time I dated her, so this isn't Lazar, it's Keisha, especially in the on and off phase I had with her from January 2024 until July 2024, she always called girls sluts for showing even an ounce of body. This happened in Discord calls, so I can't prove this, but with the proof you already have, you can quite imagine it. He then links 2 screenshots of his DMs with Nabi. In the first one, you can see her saying, not to be cocky, but it's always the regular girls going viral, to which he says, I'm born to be a hater. Nabi, I swear you look way too good. And then she says, I'm a born hater. No, but for real, I'm a really big hater. You will see IRL, I always have something to say. Now, look at this, okay? This is the second screenshot. It's Keisha replying to a message from Nabi in which he says, why do so many transgenders, male to female, have OnlyFans? And he replies with, because it's a kink. I can't say that word on YouTube. It's a sexual preference. And here's what the caption says. Here is another screenshot. Could be transphobia. Bro, she's asking a question and you're calling it a kink. The caption also says, and also a born hater? Question mark? Implying that what she said was bad. 2 messages before she said that, you said, I'm born to be a hater. What the hell is happening? Is this a joke? Okay, wait a second. Maybe this is just all a bunch of terrible people trying to expose each other. Maybe. Wait, let's see. Anyway, he continues, before her ex-persona, she used to only post on Instagram and TikTok, being quite huge in the Belgian cosplay community. She thought no one could beat her, basically being really narcissistic, talking shit about other cosplayers, calling them ugly and fat was a thing I was hearing every day. At some point, I stopped listening to her ranting about it. In these DMs, you can see her saying, I'm crying now. She posts 4 tweets with selfies each with 3 minutes in between and they all get so many likes. How is she so lucky and I'm not? And in these screenshots she provides in those DMs, it's her, I guess, talking to the cosplayer in question. She said, nothing lol, I'm shadow banned as fuck, to which the cosplayer replies with aw, and then Nabi says, yeah lol, it's so depressing. And that's actually a trend you'll be finding with Nabi a lot. She's convinced that she's shadow banned, and that's the reason why she's not successful. Here's her TikTok when she was at 47,000 followers. This was fairly recent, okay? Look at her bio, IRL dress up darling, lazy, socials, okay? This was her profile at 49.5k followers, and the first thing you see in her bio is shadow banned as fuck crying emoji. So look, we don't really need the document to tell us this, but she seems to be the kind of person that blames everyone but herself for her failures. Anyway, the document continues, and now we're in the second part, scamming. As you know, most cosplayers have a way to donate money to them, platforms like Patreon, Ko-fi, and Throne. First, we will take a look at her Throne. Throne is a platform where you as a creator can create a wish list of things you want. You can add things, in this case cosplays, and even custom things like tips as well. The issue with Throne is that people do not actually buy a cosplay, they are basically buying the option away and the creator just receives the money. This is a thing Nabi is doing. She always posts about funding for a cosplay but never ends up buying that cosplay and just keeps the money in her pocket. In my opinion, this is a scam, but not something really bad. You know what, guys? I can confirm this. There's not a lot on my own wish list. There's only the Lube Life water-based personal lubricant, 275 gallons lube for men, women, and couples. But unfortunately, it's fully sold out. I don't know who bought the whole thing on Amazon, but as you can see on the bottom right here, it says payout, which means I'd be receiving the money and it's up to me to buy it on my own time. You're not actually shipping 275 gallons of lube to my tiny Parisian apartment, okay? But anyway, I do think that if you're actually saying that you want to cosplay something, fundraising an outfit, someone buys it for you, and you just pocket the money, that is pretty bad. Her whole shtick is that she's a cosplayer, right? Imagine if a VTuber says, hey guys, let's fundraise a new model for $2,000. They get the money, pocket it, and then pretend that nothing happened. That would be pretty scammy. What I find hilarious here is that her saying that she's a natural born hater carried more weight in this document than this, her scamming actual people, with the author saying this isn't something really bad. Like, what? But it gets worse. The bad things will be shown now. Wait, nothing bad was shown so far? Anyway, he continues, Ko-fi is another platform similar to Patreon where users can buy a membership and also tip a creator. Benefits for the membership are having access to private photo sets of her cosplays. In these, she posts the exact same pictures she posts on her social media as well. If she posts a cosplay of a character, it will be 2 pictures, and a week later it will be 2 different pictures from the same character, meaning that she posted her set online already. This is the low tier of her Ko-fi. The other tier basically gives you permission to text her. Usually she will just be really dry and leave you undelivered, unless you want to give/tip her more money. And here's where it gets interesting. Look at this screenshot right here. It's Keisha saying, I hope so, and her saying, yeah. Yesterday, I made 500 euros by scamming some dude on Ko-fi saying I can't afford a diagnosis for my chronic illness and he felt bad for me. In case you wonder where I get so much money, I'm just really good at convincing people to give me money. I can prove it all, no flirting or anything. Now I can get a really nice laptop for school. To which she replies with, what the fuck? Dude, she actually thought she was flexing. Like, yeah, bro, I just made 500 bucks, baby. Scammed his bitch ass. And I love the part where she's like, hey, I didn't flirt or anything. I can prove it. It's like, that's not the problem, you dumbass. That's not the issue. The document then continues. This is a screenshot I took in May/June 2024. Here she was saying she scammed a guy so she could afford a diagnosis for a chronic illness she already had diagnosed as a child. Shortly after I took the screenshot, the chats got deleted for me and her. Now that is a healthy relationship right there. He continues, another benefit is getting a shout out on social media. She has never shouted out anyone who bought this tier. Now we're back to the other ex, Lazar. Lazar and her planned a Korea trip for months. Everything was booked already. In December 2024, Nabi booked the flights for herself and Lazar, even while knowing he did not have the money for the flight. On February 2025, Lazar's parents gave her the money for Lazar's flight. About 2 weeks after receiving the money, Nabi suddenly did not want to go to Korea anymore, telling Lazar this pretty often, but still tweeting about being excited excited about Korea on her alt account, Nabi Loves Lazar, now Kisses Nabi X. Those accounts don't exist anymore, by the way. I think they got converted to whatever account she's using today to respond to these allegations. He continues, a week before the flight should have happened, beginning of April, Nabi officially canceled going to Korea. She apparently had a high bill that needed to be paid off immediately. Her grandparents also offered her about 500 euros to not go to Korea, basically covering the bill. From my perspective, it looks like Nabi canceled both flights and the Airbnb way before and already had the money from the flights back. Money from Lazar's parents and her grandparents as well, but I cannot confirm if she actually got back the money from the flights. From everything I know so far, we know that she got 1,100 euros from Lazar's parents and 500 euros from a guy she scammed on coffee, meaning we are at 1,600 euros that are 100% known so far. And now we talk about the third ex involved in this document. Going way back to the year 2023 now, she was dating a guy. Due to privacy reasons, I will not mention his name, gave her a lot of money. You can see Instagram DMs with that guy, with him saying, you wanted to move, so I did everything I could to make it happen, which didn't work. Then I paid 2,100 euros for your rent, so you can survive all while I was by your side the entire time. Bro, 2,100 euros for rent? What is she living in, man? Oh my god. Anyway, she replies with, you really don't care about our friendship anymore? Just say yes and you won't hear from me again. Then she sends a video and says, these were your gifts in case you want to know. I'll throw some away and use some myself because I don't want to entirely waste how much I spent on everything. I will never forgive you. You will get your money soon, don't worry. Again, just a very healthy, love-filled relationship. This is ridiculous. The document continues. One of her exes always mentioned that they were friends only, gave her 2,100 euros in order for her to pay rent and survive. Nabi went to university at this time, gets money from the Belgian government to this day, around 300 to 500 euros from her mother, and another 100 euros from her grandparents, so there's no way that she cannot afford rent. Her ex never got his money back to this day. We are ending this with a known total of 3,700 euros, which he scammed from people. I'm guessing that there is more, but there's no way of proving it. Alright, so right off the bat, talks crazy behind people's backs, scams like she was born to do so, okay? More effortlessly than you can imagine, and we're only getting started. Part 3, Sudoku bait. Out of the known 3 guys she was dating, she has attempted to commit Sudoku with all of them at least once. For me, her first attempt was in March 2022. The second attempt was with her other ex around October 2023. The third attempt was with Lazar in November 2024. We all saved her from it. For me, her reasons were being ugly and doing bad in school. For her second try, it was her mom officially disowning her. Can't tell if this actually happened. For her third try with Lazar, her reason was that Lazar wanted to break up with her because she stated herself that she was faking a different personality after he got back home from visiting her. All these tries were done with medication, which we do not know the name of. These Sudoku baits traumatized all 3 of us, especially when you already suffer from bad mental health or it being done when you are young. I was 17 when this happened. So obviously this is a very heavy topic, but if you do it every single time you're in a relationship, it seems manipulative. And according to this document, they somehow saved her every single time. So it doesn't make her look any better in the grand scheme of this document, but we still haven't heard her side of the story. Either way, it's an absolute mess so far. You still want to date an e-girl? I hope not. Anyway, part 4, animal abuse. Okay, this actually is pretty serious, okay? This is not fun in any way. Nabi has a cat named Jojo. The boy cat is almost 3 years old. She got him when he was a small kitten. The previous owners did not chip him and also haven't sent him to a vet, so the poor cat was suffering from worms in his body, resulting in him almost dying. Nabi was a complete idiot. Also didn't take him to the vet at first, was mad that he did not want to eat because he was sick, worms making him poop a lot, so she ended up locking him up in her shower for an entire night so she wouldn't have to deal with him. In Discord calls between me and her, she often stated that she will kill him if he does not get better fast and stop screaming because of his pain, saying things like how she'll throw him out the window, smashing him against the wall, etc. Bro, what the hell did I just read, man? What is this? Everything else can be, to an extent, excused, but this, if it's true, send her to prison. 10 years minimum sentence, man. What the hell? Part 5, manipulation. This is nothing compared to part 4, bro. The document says dating Nabi is difficult. You don't say. Even when you get to know her, entering a talking stage, she will lie about pretty much everything. Lying is a normal thing to do. A bad past is also normal, but lying about dating people, how they treated you, lying about your entire past basically shouldn't be a thing. Nabi love bombs a lot, wants you to be obsessed with her and not do anything else. She also has a victim complex. You do something wrong, it's your fault. You do it right, she will still be negative about it and play the victim again. She will tell you that you can hang out with friends, but when you do, she ends up being angry at you and makes you feel bad for leaving her. Basically, you are the person doing all the mistakes and she will make you feel that way. You can't have a discussion with her. You also can't criticize her. If you wanted to break up with her, she would hint Sudoku again. So it was difficult to escape because you feel like you'd be the reason for her shit. So this is the same ex, I think, who gave her 2,100 euros. And in this huge wall of text, he's pretty much complaining that she's stonewalling him. She's not talking to him anymore because he played games with someone else and told him that because of that, he clearly doesn't care and she'll never forgive him. He's saying that he tried everything, but he has to think about his own mental health. And he ends it by saying he did what he could, but he has to leave now. He doesn't want to interact with her anymore. Guys, if it wasn't clear yet, if you have these massive walls of texts regularly in your relationship, then that means you should marry the other person ASAP. It doesn't get healthier than this. But no, really, this is hell on earth, and I wouldn't wish this on my worst enemy. And speaking of hell, let's check the next section out. Number 6. Sexual abuse. Lazar and I share similar experiences. I had my first time with Nabi when we first met. Before we first met, I was with my family on vacation. We already had talks about meeting up. Nabi is a hypersexual person a lot of the time when you were dating her, so of course she asked if you could have sex. I was unsure, since it was my first time back then and she was also the first girlfriend I ever had. I told her I'm not sure about it. She got pissed. We came to an agreement. If she came over and I ended up not wanting to have sex with her, she would be hella pissed, possibly breaking up. If I have intercourse with her, she is happy and will probably stay together. Obviously, I didn't want to lose my first girlfriend that fast, so I ended up agreeing when we met. When we met, in bed, she randomly started touching my private parts without really asking beforehand, but in the end I didn't refuse. I just felt uncomfortable the entire time. Side note, after her first Sudoku attempt, she started having severe memory loss and did not remember having any intercourse with me at all. So she doesn't actually know that she did this. Bro, can this story get any crazier? Seriously. Anyway, the document goes on. Lazar had a similar experience. Before their first time meeting up, Lazar was already sure he did not want to have sex with her when meeting her for the first time. She did not like the way Lazar was thinking and said, "You can forget coming over if you do not want to have sex with me." So Lazar agreed, because he also just wanted to see his girlfriend. When Lazar met her IRL, he was still unsure about it, so she kept pushing it, like flashing him her breasts, and started grabbing his private parts. Hey, listen, I know this might sound good to some of you watching, but reverse the roles, okay? Reverse the roles. Imagine if a guy flashed his you-know-what, okay? All right? The document continues. This is just insane behavior. I would not call it rape, but it's a horrible way to manipulate someone. At some point, she was asexual with Lazar. He respected it. She got mad because he did not beg for intercourse. What kind of behavior is this? And if you did not want to have intercourse with her, she would think you don't find her attractive and that you hate her, basically manipulating you again. Now look, I did talk about reversing the roles, so I'm gonna be fair like I always am. All of this sounds terrible, but of course we have no proof. Would I be surprised if it was true based on the rest of the document? Hell no! But we also can't assume that it's 100% the truth. But it's a bit different here though, because we have two people saying the same thing, so it does add a bit more weight to it. On to the next section. 7. Cheating. This is really just everything, right? Like everything that could go wrong in a relationship is in this document right here. Nabi and I have been on and off from November 2021 until July 2024. After her Sudoku attempt, she became more distant after she got out of the hospital. Her mom became an alcoholic. My guess it was to cope her daughter's Sudoku attempt. Around April 2022, she started going to parties, getting hard drunk, posting stories with people, and ended up blocking me from viewing her Instagram stories. A week after my birthday, in May 2022, I found a guy she was following, saw him and her kissing, and in a different story, she was on her knees half naked in front of him. Fast forward, I forgave her for it after she tried playing it off, saying she got drugged and raped by him. I don't know if this is the truth, but considering the way she was towards me, I do not quite believe that this is the truth, but I do not want to make any conclusions here. Oh my god. By the way, if you couldn't tell, I'm just laughing at how ridiculous this all is, okay? But I would assume that if someone were to drug a woman and try to take advantage of her, he wouldn't post it on his Instagram for everyone to see. The document continues. Sometime in 2023, she was dating a guy. The guy who gave her 2,100 euros. She cheated on him as well with one of his friends. So this is again the same guy, the third ex, right? And in this huge wall of text, you can see him complain about the fact that she cheated on him with his friend, and then going on to list other things he was unsatisfied with, like how, for example, she wouldn't show him any affection, barely spending time with him, and we can kind of see a trend in this relationship with both of these. Like here he says, "You still complain to me all the time, and I still got you tons of gifts during that time." Then he left because he got sad from how much effort she was putting into his friend and nothing left for him. So essentially the guy was like a piggy bank and he didn't know until it was too late. There's too many situations like that, unfortunately, especially with e-girls. I think it's safe to say that she never really loved him. All right, we made it to the end, guys. Congrats. The last section is titled Other Weird Things, and it says, while being with her, other things also happened. Okay, what kind of things? The first thing is she is obsessed with Hitler. Yeah, Hitler. Who are you dating, man? Kanye West? Wow, off to a great start. What's the second one? She said the N-word multiple times in Discord comments. She's transphobic sometimes as a joke from what she says. She hates when you use the wrong pronouns of a video game character. Wait, aren't those two usually conflicting? That's kind of random, okay. She got fake boobs during the time she got sent 2,100 euros. Rent, by the way. She gets lip fillers, not that weird. She got fillers for wrinkles, she is 20. She makes fun of girls getting the same stuff, fake boobs, fillers, etc. So getting the same things doesn't make sense. She doesn't have IRL friends because she backstabs them, talk to some of her ex-friends. Well, it would have been nice to have what they had to say in the document because so far it kind of feels incomplete. Anyway, he goes on. She reads yaoi hentai manga but would hate you if you watch normal romance anime. Oh, you can find plenty of people like that on Twitter. She would hate you if you get mouse pads with girls on it. She would make you mute girls in game. She would make you not have any friends. Yes, isolation. It's a proper manipulation tactic, of course. She has an unhealthy obsession with JoJo's Bizarre Adventure even though she didn't watch or read it. That's so random. She also used to like yaoi shit with underage looking Genshin Impact characters, good old times when Twitter likes were public. Are there any underage looking characters in Genshin that are male? Anyway, that's definitely random and like this entire section there's no proof. She hates you when you do good in games. Damn, I guess she would hate me. Fuck. She is boosted in any game that has a ranked system and flexes her rank. That's just an e-girl. You watch anime that's not Death Note or JoJo, you are weird. Okay, bro, seriously, let's take a step back here. What the hell is this? How did we go from criminal allegations to, like, children bickering? This entire section is useless, bro. Like, what the hell is this? He goes on and says, she edits her posts and bots her followers on every social media platform. Cringe. Anyway, conclusion. Nabi is a horrible person, both as a partner and a friend. She does not deserve any platform and should be kept off the internet. She hurt too many people without realizing it was always her fault. She always plays the victim and would even do it after this post. You shouldn't be mutuals with just anyone. There are way more things we could put into this. This is just a fraction of the things she has done. We do not want to harm her in any way with this, but we hope for her to get the professional help she needs. Deactivating and privating won't change your actions as well. So as you can see, this was quite the roller coaster. But I'm going to be completely honest, even though yes, she does seem to be an absolutely deranged human being, this document could have been written in a way better way, and if it wasn't for their sloppy work, more proof could have been included. At the same time, in the conclusion, they say this is just a fraction of the things she has done, so if you're really worried about her actions, then why not talk about everything? Like, if you ever needed an example of what not to do when writing a Google Doc, this is probably it. But here's the reality. The allegations and the proof provided in this document were enough for some people in the cosplaying scene to want to cut off contact from Navi permanently. On the initial document tweet by Keija, you can scroll down and see one of the cosplayers that Nabi was insulting behind their back, tagging 4 different cosplayers of varying sizes that follow her, saying, hey girlies, I'm not mutuals with all of you, but I think you should see this. One of our mutual cosplay friends is backstabbing all of us, / a terrible person. It's pretty bad. These were people that she was trying to build bridges with in order to further her own career, and now, all of a sudden, they all unfollowed her and want nothing to do with her. This is a stain that's going to follow her for the rest of her life unless she does something about it, and that's exactly what she hoped to do, saying that she was going to respond to this the next day. One of her exes and one of the co-writers of that document we just read, Lazar, screenshotted her tweet and had this to say. You have 4 exes who all shared similar experiences with 4 fucking people, plus all your IRL friends left you already before because you stabbed them in the back. You have 0 long-lasting friendships or relationships because you always end up doing the same fucking shit for years. So he wasn't having it, and he didn't want anyone else to think that she could somehow redeem herself. But even with all of that effort, that didn't stop her, and she actually did end up posting her response in the form of a Google Doc the next day in this tweet saying, my response to Keyjax and Lazar. Guys, if you thought that we were already on a roller coaster so far, get ready, because this roller coaster is about to go underground. Let's do this. So this document's actually pretty well organized. She took the time to respond to every single section individually and had a lot of receipts at the end of the document. She starts off with the social media and backstabbing section, saying, Lazar wanted me to hate its sin because she is Albanian and he is Serbian. He coerced me into hating her. No matter what you do, you just can't avoid the Balkan Wars, dude. The Balkan Wars always find you. Oh my god. She then continues, he would always shame OnlyFans creators and NSFW accounts. However, I will take responsibility for this because I said the words, not him. I'm sorry for what I said. I would take it all back if I could. I realized that the relationship with Lazar had a negative influence on me and my character. I became someone I didn't want to be, and that's why I broke up with him. Whoa, wait a second. You were the one who broke up with Lazar? Keisha's document specified that if they had tried to break up with her, she would just do Sudoku then. Lazar specifically made it out to be that he was the one who broke up with her, but she's saying that she broke up with him, so we already have a discrepancy. Interesting. She continues. The last month, I did a lot of self-reflection and have been trying to be a better person, even going to therapy, reaching out to old connections that I've lost, apologizing, and taking accountability for my past behavior. Guys, she would go back in time and take it all back if she could. Wow. That therapist must be performing miracles or something. Anyway, she continues, I never spoke ill of the other mentioned content creators, and I do not know why they were brought up. In fact, I was very excited when Lorenz followed me back and sent her a message about it. I am not transphobic or anything of the sort. My friends can confirm this. But you have friends? I thought you backstabbed all of them. Wait, which friends? I have been part of the LGBT community since I was 12 years old and even defended trans people so hard to Lazar that we got into very heated arguments. I can only imagine what these arguments must have looked like. Anyway, she ends this by saying, why my relationship with sex work is so bad. Since I started cosplaying shortly after I turned 17, I've been harassed so often and been begged to do NSFW. This kept going on for the past years. This has caused me to develop a hatred towards it. However, I take responsibility for talking poorly about people who create this kind of content, and I'm sorry for doing this. The lines between sex workers and sex work started blurring for me since I'm very influenced by others' opinions, but I've been actively educating myself more on this topic, trying to be more open-minded and working on myself. You know what, that's probably true because only 6 days ago, she posted her Yumeko cosplay in which she had her legs open with an object blocking her private parts. So you know what, maybe she is actually reformed when it comes to this. But now get ready because here comes the juicy part. Scamming. As a student who is completely independent from her family, money is always tight and sometimes I have to use the money I got from Throne for bills. I'm sure many can relate to this. However, I try to still get the cosplays they got for me when I have more financial freedom. As for my coffee, I post photos there that have not been posted on social media, as well as ones that have been posted. I reply to people who DM me on coffee, but I do not respond to NSFW. As for the shout out, I will shout out the person if they want that, and never have I gotten asked to do this. Most people prefer to stay anonymous. The screenshot of me saying I scammed someone. This person is aware I purchased a laptop for school instead of doing the diagnosis. This can be proven per request. What is this, bro? Fucking auction house per request? Please email me for a quotation on the price of this apartment. Dude, just show it. She continues, I said what I said because I was being accused of sex work, which was incorrect. I apologize for how I worded it. This was definitely not something I am proud of. Okay, not a single word in this entire section in that document ever implied she did NSFW stuff to get the money, okay? This is just her saying she scammed some dude and got 500 euros, okay? That's a really shitty thing to do. And unless she provides the proof that is her request, I'm just gonna assume that she did it and she's not even apologetic. She then continues, I owe money to X, which is the guy who gave her 2,100 euros for her rent, which ended up being her boob job, I guess. She continues, this is a large amount which I haven't been able to pay back because I'm a student living alone on funds. I have not forgotten. My family members are aware of this as well, and they are very keen on repaying debts. Then she talks about her Korea trip with Lazar, saying, I canceled the trip because I didn't feel safe to go anymore. Lazar showed very aggressive behavior towards me before the trip. This made me feel unsafe. My family confided in me that it was not smart to go on this trip since my relationship with Lazar was very unstable, and being in a different continent with him would be a bad idea in case things go wrong. I never got the money back. I didn't scam him, and I don't owe him any money. I also lost 700 plus euros from this trip. The trip was non-refundable. I tried getting the money back when we were still together, but it was impossible. As you can see below, I tried to get the money back through PayPal, which did not work. The airlines company sent me a document that showed that the flights could not be refunded. I also showed screenshots of my bank and PayPal to prove that I didn't get any money back. Conclusion, I didn't get the money back. I don't owe anything to Lazar or his family. So in order to refund a trip, she filed a case through PayPal against the airline. I mean, usually when you do this on PayPal, it's because the seller scammed you. That's not how you do things, I'm pretty sure. Anyway, they said, "Dear customer, please find the attached file for more information." Oh, so she tried to contact them, and when they said no, she tried to raise a case on PayPal. They said, "Customer has already contacted Brussels Airlines and has been informed about cancellation policy, about no possibility for route and name change." Okay, so she actually didn't get the money back at all, and she tried to get a refund. See how cool proof is? It can change everything. I'm glad that this image wasn't given based on request, okay? It was just given in the document. Good job. Then we get to the Sudoku bait. Down below you can see actual medical reports of me being hospitalized for attempted Sudoku, see screenshot. As for me getting disowned, the reason I live off support funds is because my mother stopped helping me financially and still does not do that, neither does my dad. This is also written in the medical reports. Okay, so the first image is just like a blood test, but what really interests us is the second image, and the whole thing is in Dutch. Of course, she couldn't be from the French-speaking part of Belgium. But here it specifies overdosis. And here you can see February, and apparently tweede poging is second attempt. That proves this was her second attempt. And geen contact meer met ouders means no contact with parents, proves that my mother caught me off. Now this is really interesting because in the initial document exposing her, it specified that they all saved her from it. But I guess saved her in what sense? If she actually attempted and failed, did they really have anything to do with that? Or was it just the fact that she failed? Someone here is very wrong, and I'm actually going to go with her exes because she provided medical records. So how did they save her exactly? It doesn't really add up. Things are getting interesting. Then we get to the animal abuse, which was probably my least favorite part to read in that other document, in which she says, "I have literal proof of me bringing my cat to the vet one day after getting him. I adopted Jojo on the 9th of October, and I brought him on the 10th of October to the vet, as you can see in the screenshot below. Everyone who knows me knows how much I love my cat Jojo. He is literally my child and my everything. He is like my support animal. I sleep with him laying next to my pillow every day. We watch TV together, we eat together. I literally get anxious when I'm not with him. I think this is a very low blow from Lazar because he witnessed firsthand how I felt when I was without Jojo and visiting. And this is an image, I guess, with worm medicine at the vet. So good news, no animals were harmed in the making of this video, I guess, hopefully, maybe. It's looking like it. 5. Manipulation. As for the manipulation, I recommend you check the screenshots below. I admit to not being the best partner for my exes, but that is something in the past that is heavily influenced by the way they treat me. Oh, is it really? I, however, take responsibility for everything since I made my own choices and controlled my own behavior. I apologize for how I have treated you, and I am working on becoming a better partner for my future relationship. Doesn't really seem like a full apology to me, but we'll see those screenshots below later. Now comes the sexual abuse claim. She says, "I am denying all rape allegations. I did not rape anyone. I did not try to manipulate or coerce anyone into having sex with me. I would never do such a thing. As a victim of rape, I could never do this to anyone. I never grabbed anyone's private parts or anything of the sort without any consent." Then she says, "I indeed felt asexual a bit into the relationship with Lazar because of a reason I won't share out of respect." What does that even mean? I don't recall getting mad at him for not asking me for sexual stuff. I simply found it strange since before I felt this way, he would constantly ask for nudes, etc. 1 to 2 months prior to this, he also made it clear that I had to continue sexually pleasing him. See screenshots below. Oh boy. Also, I did not want him to resort to pornography, so I continued to sexually please him for a while before telling him about my true feelings. You know, I could be wrong here, but this doesn't sound like asexuality at all. This just sounds like her falling out of love with him, not being attracted to him anymore. Those are two very different things, right? But anyway, let's move on. Number 7, cheating. After my suicide attempt, I didn't remember much from how I was feeling before I did it, so I resorted to trying to escape my home situation by going out more often with friends. I cheated because of the state of my home at the time. I needed somewhere to go since I was young, 17, and desperate and needed a place to stay. I made a bad choice. I won't explain this fully since this is private, but I do not excuse the fact that I cheated. I take full responsibility for this. I was raped in a foreign country by the same person who offered me a home. Also, this person was 19 or 20 years old while I was 17. I didn't remember things properly for a while, but it did all come back clearly. After explaining the situation to my stepsister, she came to the conclusion that I was raped. Oh, she came to the conclusion, huh? She says, "I hadn't fully realized it by then, but her confirmation made me call it actual rape. I couldn't report it because I didn't have any evidence anymore." I mean, look, even though it was her stepsister that convinced her that she was raped, there's no need to even question this, right? We can just assume this is true. But how does that explain the cheating? It doesn't. Like, I'm sorry you got, but how does that have to do with anything? Like, I don't understand. This paragraph makes 0 sense. No one's mad that you got raped. Like, what about the cheating? Oh my god. Anyway, here we go. Other weird things. Are you guys ready? Because I'm not. I'm not obsessed with it. I wanted to rewatch the movie ist wieder da, because I found it interesting and funny to see him in the present day. Yeah, I think that's a movie in which like someone dresses up as him and goes around waving to people and he gets positive responses. Sure. I did not say the N-word. However, funnily enough, the people who say I have a history of saying it. I am not transphobic, have been a part of the LGBTQ since I was 12, and this can be confirmed by many. Who exactly? I have no idea. First you say I'm transphobic, then you say that I can't stand when you misgender someone. You literally prove that I'm not transphobic. Yeah, sure, those two things aren't very consistent with each other, but it doesn't mean they can't be true. She then says that she didn't do a boob job and that can be proven. How? I don't know. I have no idea. She then adds, I indeed have lip fillers. I do not have fillers for wrinkles. I do not make fun of girls who get cosmetic treatments or procedures. Yeah, no, I don't know about that last one, okay? The way she was talking behind those cosplayers' backs, I could totally see her doing this. I'm sorry. I do have IRL friends. The person you're talking about can confirm this. So she's saying that her ex-friends can confirm the fact that she has IRL friends. I wonder what they have to say. In a relationship, I do not consume pornographic content, and I expect the same of my partner. I am, however, not against my partner consuming romance. Lazar was against me consuming romance. At the time of dating him, I consumed 2 romance shows, My Demon and Paradise Kiss, and he seemed to not approve of this. Dude, no, this is actually us just seeing like how children conduct themselves in relationships. I feel uncomfortable. These people are not adults, bro. It's like they're discovering how to be in a relationship for the first time after hitting puberty. I was indeed against my boyfriend getting a mouse pad with an anime girl on it. See what I'm saying? I have done this indeed, but often my ex would do it by himself. This is about the she would make you meet girls in game point. And then when it comes to the she would make you not have any friends point, she says, I agree and disagree. What does that even mean? She then says, I indeed have an unhealthy obsession with JoJo, completely botching the spelling. But I have seen it and I'm currently reading it. Reading manga is hard for me with my ADHD. There's always an excuse, have you noticed? Then she said, I did read NSFW mangas of minors when I was 17, also a minor. I know why you consume such content. This was almost 4 years ago. Guys, it's all good. You can consume any underage NSFW content as long as you're under the age of 18. Like, once you reach 18, it's over. Real and true. She then argues that she doesn't get mad when her partner's performing good in a game, and starts justifying why she's diamond in Valorant. Dude, I don't care. I genuinely don't care. Finally, she admits the fact that she botted followers on Instagram in the past, and that Kija also botted followers on X. In fact, according to her, Kija was the person who introduced her to botting to begin with. And then, last thing I'll read in this section before I lose my mind, she says, I indeed said someone gifted me X Premium, but I have been paying it myself. I lied because I was embarrassed paying for a free platform, but now I have no problem admitting that. Oh my God. I don't care. We're skipping the rest of this section like we did in the first document because, guys, genuinely, it adds nothing to this whole situation. She then says, I hope this will give you insight on how much these two people crave to destroy me. It seems those who made this document put a lot of projection into it, accusing me of things they did themselves. Kija DM'd Lazar the day after we broke up. We haven't spoken in nearly a year, and here I thought he'd be over it already. Seems I'm not the only one who needs therapy. They even contacted past friends of mine, trying to get information out of them about me. 2 days ago, Lazar called the police on me. That's obviously a huge accusation, right? But no proof so far. She continues, I have genuinely been working on myself the past month and trying to create a healthier environment for myself. I just want all of this to be over, but they seem to be unable to move on. I am asking one last time, just let it go. I will continue taking a short break from social media and I will come back better than ever. She then flips the script on me and says, I will now show some evidence of what I mentioned above with the limited screenshots that I have. She starts off with a section titled Lazar, saying that he was the one who was actually Sudoku baiting her, not her, attaching screenshots. There are actually multiple screenshots here, with the first one being DMs between Nabi and Lazar. It starts off with her saying, you're saying hurtful things, Lazar. With him saying, we broke up, I don't care, we are done. I will eradicate myself next. It doesn't matter anymore, nothing matters. She then says, you hurt me by saying those things, to which he replies, it doesn't matter. She says, I'm actually crying. And then he says, you don't want me anymore. In the next screenshot, we can see a blurred name, which is meant to be Lazar, and it's him talking by himself, DMing Nabi, saying, please, please, I'm crying. It won't stop. Please, baby. He calls her, she doesn't pick up, then he continues, Nabi, please, I want to eradicate myself. I will over now. I love you and always will. Bye. Don't let my parents find out it's because of us. Thank you. Take care. Antidepressants with beer will be yummy. Cheers. I died a fool are my last words. God, this is so cringe, man. This is so... These are just two unstable teenagers, bro. In the next screenshots, you can see some very interesting conversations with Lazar saying, I don't think so. Nabi saying, I stay true to loving you, but I won't chase what doesn't want to be chased. Lazar says, I wish I didn't call the police to save your life. I wish you the worst. Gracias. To which she replies with, okay. Then he says, now I sealed the ending and nothing will make up for what I said. I love you and I will also try to delete myself today. Don't interrupt. To which she says, I know you won't. Oh my god. He says, I'm numb, I don't care much about anything. And then she says, I know you won't try to delete yourself. What a healthy relationship, man. Truly, I'm so impressed. Then he says, I have tons of medicine at home. I have easy access. To which she replies with, I'm many things, but not an idiot, Lazar. He says, we will see. Then she says, I'm here for you if you feel like you need me. Bye. He says, I don't need anyone. Nobody can help me. Nobody will ever be able to truly understand me. She says, okay. To which he says, I hope you get ripped again. Deadass, you are useless. You know what? Yeah, my theory from the beginning, yeah, it turned out to be true. I think everyone here is just terrible and they're trying to take each other down when in reality, they all deserve to be taken down. Oh my god, they're all horrible. Then she says, Lazar is transphobic. One time we had a huge argument that ended up with me having a panic attack because I confronted him about purposefully misgendering Hunter Schafer. I replied to a picture of her on Twitter and said something along the lines of she's so pretty, and then Lazar replied, he. I then proceeded to say he was being transphobic and kept denying it, and he's also racist. He clearly is projecting and he knows this very well. He also often says the R word and the N word. See screenshot below. Oh boy. Here's a conversation between Nabi and Lazar, right? And he's saying, also when you are here, I can protect you better. I'm really scared that you live alone in a city full of and immigrants. Yeah, that's the N word. And then she says, Lazar is very toxic. He has said he hopes he'll get ripped again, has blocked me for 24 hours because he just felt like it, etc. See screenshot below. In the first screenshot, we see DMs between Lazar and Nabi, with Lazar saying, just felt like being rude today, you pissed me off. With Nabi replying, okay, I'm sorry. Lazar then says, tomorrow at 1 p.m. I will unblock you, have fun and keep learning. She then says, whatever makes you happy. And then he says, being without you makes me happy. Wow. And then it gets really weird. I mean, look, Lazar clearly has a lot of issues, man. It's actually unreal. In this conversation, you can see him say, I own you as I told you, I can do whatever I want with you, to which Nabi replies with, so you want to leak my nudes? He then replies with, if you block me and leave me, yes, I will. To which she says, I didn't plan on blocking you, but threatening to leak my nudes is crazy. To which Lazar says, I will ruin everything. Nabi says, what exactly is it that you want from me? And Lazar says, to make you the way I want you to be, even if I have to mentally abuse you for it or force you to be the way I want you to be. To which she says, okay. And then he says, I will destroy you mentally if it's needed. Even if you hate me, I will be your only option. Then she asks, what exactly do you want me to be? And then he replies with, my girl, my sex doll, and the person who brings my kids to this earth. You don't have to be their mother, I don't care, but I will breed you. Oh my, I can't read this. That is way too cringe, bro. Yeah, this guy's actually a nutcase. And you know what? Even though Nabi doesn't mention it in the document, it does make me think. Maybe the reason why Nabi deactivated her Twitter account was because Lazar called her out publicly, and she knew the fact that he was willing to leak her nudes if he wanted to. This is just a theory, of course, but maybe it also has to do with the fact that he's practically a borderline stalker. Because yes, things do get worse. Nabi continues in the document and says, after I broke up with him, he continued to make new accounts on Twitter and TikTok to keep begging me to come back. He also said some serious things during this. Here you can see a conversation after they broke up with him saying, I went through a lot of troubles because of you. You took everything for granted. She says, I wanted to end things on normal terms. And he said, I will destroy you like you destroyed me. To which she said, is that a threat? And then he said, I have multiple eyes. Yes. I really hope you take some pills again. But then that same guy ends up making multiple alts, bro. Listen, this right here, Lazzy wants Bunny. He made a TikTok alt, a Twitter alt, another TikTok alt, 3 different TikTok alts, one of them being unblock please, Bunny please. He was absolutely obsessed. So again, not the most stable of people. And you're probably wondering right now, how does someone like Lazar even exist? Well, in the beginning of the video, I mentioned e-girls, but what I didn't mention were e-boys. They are their enablers. They give them money, they give them attention, they pretty much allow them to exist. An e-boy can't exist without e-girls, and and e-girls can't exist without e-boys. They're a match made in hell. They're both unstable, have ridiculous expectations, and will never be in a loving, stable relationship. So does this mean that Nabi is innocent? Hell no. But it does mean that her exes did have a hand in the instability of the relationship. It wasn't just all on her. But that doesn't mean she didn't scam innocent people and overall do horrible things like cheating. Lazar is a nutcase, and I'm betting that the other exes weren't angels either. The right thing to do for her exes would have been to just move on or settle this privately. They were hoping to make this public, no doubt, to paint her as the villain, ruin her life, and be seen as the poor victims, but in reality, they just made themselves out to be clowns, and whoever actually bothered to read Nabi's document understands that no, actually, everyone sucks here. Everyone, no exception. So it doesn't really come as a surprise that not even a week after publishing the document and the tweet, Keisha decided to delete everything. He doesn't make mention of this at all on his profile. The same goes for Lazar. It could be because they realized how badly written it was, or because they did what they wanted to do. They damaged Nabi's career, and now they can just sit back and relax. Nabi, on the other hand, has not deleted her alt account or the document she posted, but she is attempting to do a full rebrand stealthily, changing her coffee account name from Bunny Girl Nabi to Lisa, her TikTok account to the same name, her website as well, and of course her Twitter, which she reactivated but is currently privated. Is her career truly over though? Nah, I always mention this, but look, I mean, her demographic is mostly males, right? You know how many men like the idea of an online psycho girlfriend? Come on. In the end, this could ironically only stand to benefit her and her online cosplay career. And while it may seem that everyone involved here has room temperature IQ, we can still learn important lessons from this. This is proof that you should always listen to both sides of the story. Yes, Keisha and Lazar's document was written by a toddler, it was pretty damn bad, but still, many people were very quick to jump to conclusions without waiting for Nabi's side of the story, which shows us that no, actually, everyone sucks here. And to you, yes, you, the person watching the video right now, you might have never been in a relationship before, you might have been in a few, but in the future, if you ever find yourself in a relationship that has signs, that has patterns that are similar to the things you saw in this video in any way, shape, or form, you probably should run. Okay, let's be real here. Run, don't try to save it. This is not going to work out. It'll end up like this or even worse. Anyway, thank you so much for watching until the end. I really appreciate it. I need to go cleanse my brain of the brain rot. So I'll see you in the next video, whenever that is. I love you so much. Mwah.
Disagreements. We had significant disagreements. Ethan wanted to hyper-focus on the feelings of Israelis and potentially the fears of American Jews in the aftermath of October 7. And my argument always was hyper-focusing on the broader picture because I knew what was about to happen. Because history, contrary to what Hosmer is like to tell you, did not start on October 7, 2023.
It actually started on in 1967 on June 12th? Fuck, when did the war end? I'm sorry, June 10th. Fuck me.
History started far before October 7. Zionism was an exterminationist,
it wasn't,
ethno-religious supremacist ideology that is identical to Nazi fascism far before October 7.
No, that is an anti-Semitic talking point, by the way. If you ever say that, that's just pure anti-Semitism. That's not true. Zionism started with people like at least in the form that eventually would go on to create the nation of Israel, was started by people like Theodor Herzl, who was talking about, hey, so I noticed that all these countries are still anti-Semitic. All of these countries fucking hate us. Like, maybe we should just like go to our own place and do our own thing. And I think even these other guys would support us because then you don't have to worry about Jews all the time. We'll even give you all of our shit when we leave. That was kind of the start of the Zionism that led to the creation of Israel. The idea that it started as some ethno-supremacist movement when it was born out of all of the anti-Semitism across the entire world is an insanely retarded talking point.
As the Euromed Human Rights Monitor and the Save the Kids Foundation both correctly pointed to, in 2023, before October 7, 2023 was the deadliest year for children in Palestine. And before then, 2022 was the deadliest year for children in Palestine. Why was that happening to the Palestinian children? If history started on October 7, how could that have deadliest year? 2023, before October 7, 2023 was the deadliest year for children in Palestine. And before then, 2022 was the deadliest year for children in Palestine. Why was that happening to the Palestinian children?
What was happening?
If history started on October 7, how could that have happened? How could that have happened?
The answer is it was just Israel arbitrarily and randomly.
And the reality of the matter
killing
is,
children.
Ethan knows better. He should know better. He lived in Israel. He hated Israel. He talked about how Israel was an exterminationist, crazy country that was incredibly right-wing. In 2021, he posted an Instagram story about it, which I'm sure he'll bring up in a little bit to show his bona fides as to why he's so pro-Palestinian.
Overnight. After the shock of October 7th, I noticed a huge increase of anti-Semitic comments from Hassan's stream and Discord, including from his head mod. I was disturbed that Hassan...
Yeah, let's see what these anti-Semitic comments are, okay? Now, remember. There's a lot of story making happening here, okay? There's a lot of story making happening here to make it seem as though, you know, I just showed a very different reality, or I duped this 40-year-old man into I don't know, dangerous radical ideas. And I actually radicalized his audience, not realizing that his audience actually radicalized on their own. They were radicalized by the reality. Many people in his audience, including many people in my audience, were completely oblivious to the horrifying practice of apartheid and genocide that Israel was doing before October 7. October 7 was an act that made a lot of people in the United States of America pay attention to it, okay? And they organically started realizing that the statements coming from Ethan Klein were actually at odds with how they felt about the situation. Now, is it because they were becoming anti-Semitic? No, it's because they started recognizing the reality of Israel's occupation and genocidal practices. Wow. So when Israel was doing genocide, which Ethan, again, goes back and forth on, sometimes he thinks it's a genocide, other times he thinks it's a war.
Is he going to show... I mean, like, it can be both, right? Like, what do you mean? There could be a war and a genocide happening concurrently, right? I don't know. Does he have any clips of Ethan saying it's not a genocide?
His wife certainly doesn't seem to think so. Hila, who was a soldier in the Israeli occupying force, which, again, as I talked about in our debate, where Ethan admitted that she could be considered a terrorist, by the way, her statements on this are even more right-wing than Ethan's, okay? There's always a steady push and pull here. And of course, his audience, organically, a progressive audience that he had cultivated, not because of leftovers, but even like the girly pops that wanted to care about the goofs and gaffs, obviously started recognizing that some of the stuff that Ethan was saying was damn near identical to what Ben Shapiro was saying, or what Charlie Kirk was saying, or what any number of right-wing commentators were saying about Israel.
Like, there's going to be, like, you can make that argument if you really want, but you have to show more, right? Like, anybody's going to make a decent point on something eventually. Like, there's going to be things that Hassan says that occasionally I'll agree with, but that doesn't mean that you're now that person. But
one of the moments that was majorly consequential is the moment that Ethan actually decided to no longer when Ethan decided to no longer be on Twitter. Part of the reason why he left Twitter, now he says, is because of all of the anti-Semitism. And there was plenty of anti-Semitism on Twitter after Elon's takeover, so there is a plausible deniability there. But the reason why he left Twitter was because he couldn't deal with the fact that he kept wanting to say something, okay? He kept wanting to say something about Israel, and it was always in defense of Israel, okay?
You think I'm crazy?
That famous moment is, and I'm sure someone can fucking bring it up for me right now, that famous moment is when he looked at Mark Barg and his post, a Muslim sex worker, an Iranian Muslim sex worker, who he said, this is it. This was the moment. Enjoy your drugs, and being a sex worker, Hamas would kill you on the spot. This is what he tweeted about Muhammad. I'm in South Beach having fun on drugs.
Wait, didn't this guy tweet something unhinged about Ethan first? Is Hassan going to bring that up, or do we just totally ignore that thing? Does that come up in the context, Nuke, or he did? Okay.
This is literally no different than what Israel defenders say. The idea that you can't show solidarity to a people that are being ethnically cleansed is ridiculous. The idea that you cannot show solidarity to the Palestinians because you have fantasized that those Palestinians would be homophobic and fucking kill you and viciously kill you is ridiculous. Even if that was the case, you could still show solidarity to people, even if they were homophobic, even if they were anti-sex work. Yeah, I know. A lot of people in underdeveloped nations that have been victim of colonial exploitation do not have the same woke mindset that we do here in the Western world.
Just because they're getting bombed.
That doesn't change this dynamic at all. I still don't think they should be fucking destroyed. I still don't think that their lives should be ruined, as a matter of fact. No one deserves genocide, period. It doesn't matter if their opinions are not aligned with mine. This is simply trying to engage in an act of pink washing. It's also a conflation between ISIS and Hamas. Hamas is a militant organization that was designed under the rulership of the oppressive Israeli apartheid regime. Hamas's tactics have evolved throughout time and become more radical. Hamas's tactics have become more violent throughout time, but that violence is still maintained. The standard of violence is still maintained.
Just to be clear, Hamas was violent from the start, right? Or at least from the time through the Second Intifada, but okay.
By the colonial power in this process, which would be Israel, because Israel has gotten more and more violent throughout time. That's why the cliche here is that the first Intifada was fought with stones and work stoppages, and the second Intifada was still relatively peaceful, but there were bus bombings on top of that. Okay, bombings at bus stations. What could have taken place in between that process? Well, if you watch any number of relatively, by the cliche here is that the first Intifada was fought with stones and work stoppages, and the second Intifada was still relatively peaceful, but there were
fuck, I don't know. This is so boring. I don't like it. The second Intifada was not relatively peaceful. There were terrorist attacks fucking everywhere. They weren't just trying to bomb bus stations. They were trying to kill people on buses. You can go and look at the amount of people killed or the amount of attacks that happened during the second Intifada. I don't know where he gets this idea. It explicitly, like...
There were bus bombings on top of that, okay? Bombings at bus stations. What could have taken place in between that process? Well, if you watch any number of...
Like, that it was not considered peaceful at all. It was a super violent Intifada. It was one of the things that radicalized so many Israelis. The idea that this is just a fucking meme, or that it was still sticks and stones or whatever. Let's see, in the 4 years, there were approximately 700 Israeli civilians killed. There were approximately 3,500-ish, 3,500 Palestinians killed, 1,000 by Palestinians themselves, by the way, for being suspected collaborators. This was not considered at all anywhere near like the first Intifada, which with bus bombings. What an unhinged take. There were under 200 killed by Palestinians in the first Intifada, and then about 2,000 killed in the first Intifada of Palestinians killed. This is such an unhinged statement.
Different instances where I've talked about this issue, especially when talking with Zach Foster, a Jewish historian, an academic that has dedicated his entire life's work to Palestine and Palestinian liberation groups, you would know why the Palestinian militancy has become more violent throughout this process, because Israel has become infinitely more violent in its colonial talk and work stoppages. And the second Intifada was still relatively peaceful, but there were bus bombings on top of that. Okay, bombings at bus stations. What could have taken place in between that process? Well, if you watched any number of different instances where I've talked about this issue, especially when talking with Zach Foster, a Jewish historian, an academic that has dedicated his entire life's work to Palestine and Palestinian liberation groups, you would know why the Palestinian militancy has become more violent throughout this process, because Israel has become infinitely more violent in its colonial occupation.
No, now he's gonna. I mean, he can hide and say infinitely more violent than their colonial occupation, like everything. The reason why the second Intifada happened, and the reason why people got ultra radicalized, a retarded answer is what Hassan is saying now, that Israel became more violent. There's a second retard answer that everybody will give, that even Israelis will give, or Palestinians will give, is that Sharon went onto the Temple Mount, and that's bullshit. The reason why the second Intifada happened was because people were disillusioned after Oslo 1 and 2 amounted to nothing. That the Oslo peace process failed. That it seemed like Israeli expansion into the West Bank was still continuing, you know, despite the fact they were supposedly on some track to finalizing some peaceful agreement between the two, and people felt like nothing was getting done, and then eventually all of that culminates with Sharon and the Temple Mount, and then eventually, you know, the second Intifada erupts. But no, it wasn't because of an increasingly violent Israeli occupation. It was because people felt like the peace process was just never materializing. The failure of Camp David, the failure of I don't even remember the name of that, the summit or whatever. The fact that it didn't produce any actual lasting peaceful solution is what made it, essentially people lose their minds, just like, fuck it, let's just go. And then also Arafat himself never disavowed violence and would never disavow violence, because in a way he liked it. He really did the entire time, but maybe that was just a little bit of trolling though, true, maybe.
Why did he even attack this guy? I think he probably said something like death to America or something. I don't fucking know.
Oh, like you can't even present why he attacked the guy? Like, why can't you just say that at least? Hello?
Wilding out on the timeline. Okay? There's more to this, though.
Why can't the Israelis argue that their politics went far right as a result of Hamas by Hassanian logic? Oh, they never do that. They'll never grant that. They always explain one side and then they just condemn the other. But yeah, I mean, that's the reason why. There's good reasons why Hamas exists. There's good reasons why Palestinians want to enact violence against Israelis like that. I mean, you can understand it for sure. But there's also reasons why Israelis, are violent in their occupation. Like, they both just like infinitely trigger. They're like two fucking siblings that infinitely trigger the fuck out of each other eternally. They truly act like it, and they truly are, and they truly deserve one another, okay?
Death to America or something. I don't fucking know. He was wilding out on the timeline.
Wilding out.
There's more to this.
See, like, he was wiling out on the timeline. That's how Hassan explains it. He was just wiling out, which is fine. Okay, if you want to explain it, that's fine. But Ethan is saying the same thing that Ben Shapiro said. Ethan can't just be wiling out on the timeline, I guess. Okay. Oh, apparently this is the same guy on Twitter too now. Now this is after the fact. So like this wouldn't be justifying it, but what would happen if hypothetically Ethan Klein shot himself in the head, hypothetically? Question mark. Epic, dude. Epic.
So he had a back and forth. Does anyone have that? Do you guys have the back and forth that took place? Because he.
How do you not have it when you've prepared so carefully for your entire little cringe nuke here? You don't have the back and forth at all? Hello?
Expands on his ideology here.
Okay, dude.
Yeah, I stopped using Twitter to protest Elon. No, you stopped using Twitter because you couldn't handle the backlash of your racist ass comments. There was a queer Muslim content creator. Do you think we forgot? You are a ghoul, fucking freak. I'm the freak and ghoul, yet here you are still refusing to criticize Hamas. I haven't killed any children or families or burned anyone alive lately. Who's the freak and the ghoul? Why do you have harsher words for me than Hamas? Was it hard to type that bullshit with one hand jerking off to the thought of queer Muslims being murdered? Bro, what the fuck? I'm fully in your corner. What was wrong? What was I wrong about? This is the revolution you're supporting, right? Just don't go anywhere near Hamas because your life would 100% be in danger. Am I wrong genuinely? The idea that, once again, every single person...
It's kind of funny, actually. This is like a microcosm of the entire Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Hassan has chosen the one moment in time where Ethan hit on this guy, you know, by saying something aggressive on Twitter, and Hassan wants to start the record right here, okay? For no reason whatsoever, Ethan decides to make this unhinged personal attack against this guy. Well, I don't know personal or not, but for this one moment in time, right here, like this is where we're starting the record. Like, why not find out why he made this attack against him, you know? But
and involved in whether it's affairs of civil governance or involved in militancy against the state of Israel is a fucking barbaric rapist monster that will burn your ass on the spot is ridiculous. Whether it's affairs, your life would 100% be in danger. Am I wrong genuinely? The idea that, once again, every single person involved in whether it's affairs of civil governance or involved in militancy against the state of Israel is a fucking barbaric rapist.
I also just love the IDF. You mean the IOF? Genocidal occupation force. Genocide. But Hamas, that's a resistance fighter movement that's engaged in the militant resistance against the Israeli occupation. Like, okay, dude. Here is what triggered Ethan's response. The guy tweeted a response to Ethan that triggered this. Let's see. Ethan tweeted something here, but it was deleted, and then this guy replied, "How many children has Israel killed?" Oh, this is on October 11th, based. How many children has Israel killed in just this bombardment on Gaza, let alone in the past few decades? Did you go around scolding Israelis like this ever? Or is it more important for you to manufacture consent for Israel because you saw 10 edgelords on Twitter? Based. Okay. Nice.
Monster that will burn your ass on the spot is ridiculous. And he hasn't changed from this perspective because he literally said about me going to Gaza potentially, right? When I was working alongside Jeremy Scahill to try to apply pressure to the Egyptian government during the brief period of ceasefire, to open up the Rafah crossing so Western media could actually go into the Gaza Strip, which Israel obviously never allowed, and then Israel destroyed the entire ceasefire anyway. To open up the Rafah crossing so Western media could actually go into the Gaza Strip, which Israel obviously never allowed, and then Israel destroyed the entire ceasefire anyway.
Wait, why didn't Egypt let you go? Why didn't Egypt open it up? What was happening there?
Wait, in that process, he kept saying if he goes to Gaza, he'll be a high-profile target for Hamas. Why the fuck would they do that? If Hamas was in the business of kidnapping any random non-Palestinian that happens to be inside of Gaza, they would kidnap a shit ton of the aid workers. Except those aid workers were, once again, just like I was concerned about my own safety and well-being, those aid workers were killed by Israel, not Hamas, like the World Central Kitchen aid workers.
Like, they literally did do this in Al-Shifa Hospital. Like, Hamas literally would kill people there that were from outside. Like, even Amnesty International documents. It's like everybody knew this, but okay.
That were killed by Israel. They were there under the watchful gaze of Jose Andres. They were working alongside the Israeli government. The Israeli government brought World Central Kitchen to the Gaza Strip to show the world, to disprove the narrative, by their estimation, that they were not letting humanitarian aid flow into the Gaza Strip. So they worked with Jose Andres, a very famous chef, a very famous activist chef, and his group, World Central Kitchen. And what did they do? What did they do in that process? Because they had created killing fields, their fucking Israeli occupying force commanders lasered the World Central Kitchen aid workers. So yes, the major fear here is not Hamas in terms of going into the Gaza Strip, it's Israel. And the reason why I bring this up is because Ethan still doesn't recognize that. He still, to this day, does not recognize that. He still thinks it's like Hamas is the barbaric, violent force.
Unbelievable.
And not Israel. Israel is a far greater evil in the region than Hamas ever could be. This is the truth. That's it. There is plenty of evidence to showcase this truth. This is just the reality. It's an observable reality that you cannot deny, okay? That's it. If you are a lesser evil voter and you wanted to vote for Kamala Harris, for example, because of the lesser evil voting that you wanted to engage in, then you should be a lesser evil voter and vote for Hamas as opposed to Israel in this process. Because Israel has done on October 7th to the entire Palestinian population over and over again for the past 16 months. Israel has so much more power than Hamas has ever had. And it has used that power for true evil, for death and destruction. Wow. It's ridiculous. There is no moral playing field here, but even if the moral playing field was even, just looking at the sheer casualty numbers and the percentage of who Israel has targeted and who Israel has killed versus who Hamas targeted and who Hamas killed, the numbers on the board reflect a very different reality that does not make Israel look good.
The numbers.
is what Ethan is saying is true? No, it's not. He's doing the fucking ISIS conflation, saying that like Hamas will throw you off the roof or whatever. And by the way, before people turn around and say, oh my God, well, Hassan, what do you say to this? Hamas has executed this gay person or whatever. First and foremost, let me explain to you how...
It's because they're getting bombed so much. They can't help it.
That process works, as I explained to Ethan as well in our leftovers conversation. As a matter of fact, the last one that we had in the studio, Israel will blackmail and extort gay, queer Palestinians with compromising footage in order to turn them into collaborators. And in that process, and this has been the same practice for every fucking resistance group.
Is this true? I've never heard this. It might be true. I've never heard this before if this is true. Holy shit. But also, Palestinians like to claim things like that Israel has trained like all of the animals also to be resistance fighters. Like Palestinians were making claims that like dogs and eagles and dolphins and all this other stuff, that these guys were like secret Israeli IDF trained Mossad animal. I'm not joking. Like every animal is trained by the Mossad. I wish I could. I don't have this article on hand, but it's a little bit unhinged. But
every resistance group throughout history, whether it be the IRA, which implemented the practice of kneecapping, or whether it be the ANC, which implemented the practice of putting tires around the necks of collaborators and lighting them on fire, a practice called...
I also like, yeah, that's a really good question, YouTube chat. Wait a second, Hassan. Why would gay people doing gay shit be compromising? What do you mean by that?
Necklacing, okay? Hamas, when they find collaborators that are working alongside Israel, will execute them. This isn't appropriate. I don't think it's appropriate. But that is the reason. It's no different than what the IRA did, shooting someone's kneecaps. That's where the term kneecap comes from, by the way, the band kneecap. And that's precisely what the ANC, supposedly under the watchful, humanitarian, peaceful, pacifist gaze of fucking Nelson Mandela did in terms of necklacing, putting a rubber tire around someone's neck and lighting it on fucking fire for the crime of collaborating with the apartheid government.
Was seemingly okay with this. And you feel like, do you care that your chat is calling me racist? Do you make any attempt to modify?
I have not looked at my chat.
Moderate that at all?
I have not looked at my chat at all. But
I just opened it. But don't you have moderators? Do you care at all about what your audience says about me?
Yeah, this is, I think, probably the most honest criticism that Ethan has here. Okay, which is that his feelings are hurt. His feelings are hurt because he's.
This is also the thing that I hope people notice. I don't know if they do or not, but like the fact that in the conversation that they had together, that Ethan could admit when he was wrong about something or when he messed up on something. Like it seems like Ethan will readily admit when he makes a mistake. Hassan will not admit to ever being wrong about anything ever. He has to be. It's the cult thing. It's like with Trump. It's the exact same thing. He can't be wrong because everything he's saying, it doesn't come from fact. It comes from ideology. And if he was wrong about anything, it might show a flaw in the ideology. So he has to be correct on everything. So Hassan can never admit a mistake on anything ever. Because, yeah, it would show a flaw or an imperfection in the ideology. It's just so cringe.
Saying things to an audience that has a higher political acumen than he does, and that audience is obviously tuned into the frequency of right-wing reactionary propaganda. So, of course, they immediately hear some of the words that are taking place in this conversation, which, by the way, more informative than this context nuke. If you want to understand Ethan's actual framework and actual perspective on the matter, you should go back and rewatch that debate that we did, okay? This debate. All the way in like the 17th of October 2023. I believe that's when we had that conversation, if I'm not mistaken. Okay? But yes, of course, when they hear you say things that are in defense of Israel and engage in racist tropes and racist stereotyping and acting as though like Hamas is ISIS, for example, then yeah, of course. Of course people are going to say, you're being fucking racist. Of course. Hassan, you're literally playing into Ethan's hands with this. Don't speak positively of a literal fascist terrorist group. A fascist terrorist group? What the fuck are you saying? Hamas is also right-wing and reactionary, though. We don't need to support them. What is the support here?
Oh my God.
I'm not saying, oh my God, it's amazing. It's the greatest fucking liberation group that has ever...
And then listen to the hyperbole, right? No, bro, no one is saying you're saying that, but you're making it sound like they're basically chill. You understand that, right? He's like, I'm not saying about the greatest thing since sliced cheese. Or sliced bread, sorry. I'm not saying the greatest thing. Like, no, that's not what he's saying you're saying. You kind of sound like you're a little bit more supportive of them than you should be, bro.
Existed. But what are you supposed to do? Who is supposed to rise up in arms against a nation state that is a settler colonial entity?
And see, I mean, he does this thing. He's doing that thing where you say that you don't justify a thing, and you kind of attack it, and then you go on to justify the thing. So it is justified. You do support them. Just say that. Own it. God. The thing that I hate the most about Hassan is how much of a weak, effeminate, spineless fucking loser he is when it comes to just owning some of the more radical things that he says. Like, you can make all these jokes about America and 9/11, just own it. Just say, F it, dude. Hassan's not perfect, or not Hassan. Hamas isn't perfect, but they're kind of based, you know? They do what they have to do. Like, just fucking own it, dude. God, he's such a loser.
This liberation group that has ever existed. But what are you supposed to do? Who is supposed to rise up in arms against a nation state that is a settler colonial entity doing a genocide? Don't you feel like it's a little suspicious that you constantly are railing against people who are fighting against the genocide? What the f are people supposed to do? What would you do? This is a reality that former Israeli Shin Bet leaders also recognize. This is a reality that Ehud Barak, the former prime minister of Israel, also recognized when he said, if I was on the other side of that Gaza fence, I would join Hamas. Of course you would. What the fuck do you mean?
He loves that
What is
quote,
this
dude.
expectation that people are supposed to be perfect victims after 76 years of colonial
Perfect
occupation?
victims.
It is crazy. He said this yesterday. You're 100% right. What?
About actually wanting to understand the situation in a way where we humanize everybody, where we can actually create a lasting peace, one that's not built on like hate. So yeah, no, Hila's not a terrorist. Somebody who's like, I want to join the Houthis so that I can, or I want to join Hamas so I can like suicide bomb a cafe. That's it.
Israel's defense minister paid a visit to Palestinians will be suicide bombers who failed their missions in an effort to try and understand what motivates them. Benjamin Ben Elizer's conclusion: they are driven by despair. While condemning the act, Ben Elizer said he felt compassion for one bomber, a young woman who, in a fit of grief over her boyfriend's death, volunteered to go on a suicide mission. The minister, a moderate in Ariel Sharon's hawkish government, said as soon as Palestinians can realize the dream of a normal life, they will say no to anyone who tries to convince to choose death over life. Stanley Cohen, a lawyer who represented Hamas activists, presented a very different vision of recent history. He portrayed a powerful and vicious Israel that has indiscriminately killed many thousands of innocent Palestinians. Hamas is not a terrorist group, but a nationalist resistance force. Nationalist resistance forced to resort to violence because it has so little power compared with Israel.
I love that he's like citing like a lawyer who's representing Hamas activists. No fucking shit, Sherlock. Talking about the most biased possible story you could ever find in your life, but okay.
This is something that I've described over and over again.
Do you believe that in Gaza there's a genocide happening? No, I don't think so. Although apparently Israel's actions have gotten more unhinged as of recently, but that's not surprising given that Trump will basically let them do whatever the fuck they want because Trump is unhinged and retarded.
This is the primary difference between Hamas and ISIS. ISIS is a better analog for Israel than it is for Hamas. The only thing that you can point to with respect to ISIS and Hamas is the fact that they're both Muslim and scary to you. Hamas is a national resistance group. In terms of their own personal opinions, yes, some are right-wing reactionary, certainly, okay? But the goal is emancipation. If there was no occupation, there would be no Hamas. It's that simple. Do you understand?
That's someone.
Is it right or wrong? Engage it on its merits. There's no merit to engage here. Whether or not you're a terrorist group or a resistance group is truly just a matter of perspective. One man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter. But it's just funny that people will make excuses for some tactics with the group that they politically align with, but not for others because they don't politically align with them. Like, you can argue that there are elements of the entire history of Israel, especially when you talk about their obsession with the deterrent effect, that are terrorist in nature. They enact bombings on civilian populations to try to discourage them from supporting terrorist elements. They did that in Lebanon in 2006. They've done it with surrounding countries, all the way up to the 90s. It was pretty explicitly a policy of Israel. Like, I wouldn't even deny it. It was an open policy. But I mean, like, he'll call them terrorists, but when Hamas it's just freedom fighters or resistance fighters. It's just funny because the perspective literally comes down to whether or not you agree with them politically or not based on how you label them, which is it's goofy.
Who's like, yeah, and they're like, yeah, I'm a terrorist. I want to be a terrorist. I am a terrorist. You know what I mean? Could you argue that like the IDF commits acts of terror? Yeah. You know what I mean? For sure. But it.
Yeah. Fuck.
Yeah.
By the way, I actually talked to Ethan about this in this very same conversation.
What?
But he clearly did not listen. In this conversation that I had with Ethan, we discussed the subject of Hamas and anti-Semitism within Hamas, where I said, are there anti-Semites within the ranks of Hamas? Of course there are. There are anti-Semites everywhere. Having said that, the broader goals of Hamas and all Palestinian resistance and all Palestinian militancy is an end to the occupation. So Palestinians can be free, so they can be a sovereign state, so the Palestinians no longer have to worry about drones hanging over their heads and mass surveillance and death and destruction. That's it.
Right.
32,000 people in here right now.
I'm just trying to tell you guys how it feels. And I'm fucking shocked that you don't care that people in your chat are saying, who the fuck is this child? Arrogant.
Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do.
How can you be surprised?
Doesn't the destruction of condition of living reach the part of genocide? For a genocide to be a genocide, there has to be the special intention of a group to eliminate another group based on some characteristic of that group, like nationality, religiosity, or ethnic stuff. That has to be the goal. The problem with a lot of the pro-Pallies and what they argue for in terms of genocide is that basically almost any war can be called a genocide, but the way the Palestinians argue that there's an ongoing genocide right now. That's how it goes.
Surprise, when your Discord is literally full of fucking...
Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do if you're making that argument. You know that, right? Like,
Hassan's chat.
Let's see what argument he was making. Does anyone have the clip? Let's see what argument he was making that caused people to respond that way. I want to see. Because my statement there is, listen, as much as I try to moderate my community, of course, if your output is fucking insane, of course chat is going to respond to that by going, what the fuck is this arrogant asshole saying? Let me take a look. I don't know if this was right before, or right after he implied that anti-Zionist Jews are capos or not, but I'm going to try to fucking find the clip real quick. And if you guys can help me find the exact moment where he was complaining right there and what led to the chat response, we can maybe manage through. We can maybe look through the reasons as to why his feelings got hurt. You all right? We don't have to continue if we don't want to. And also, that simply, cynically, or in a weird way, just like being like, no, anti-Semitism is like totally fine actually with this one phrase.
You won't make any fucking concessions, and it's crazy. Like I make so many fucking concessions to you all the time from my heart, and I listen, and I fucking.
You're doing the hyperbole thing. I know you're answering a chatter's question, but when you're asked, is there a genocide? The question I wish you'd answer is it right that there's only one thing that we could expect Palestinians to do right now, given their circumstance? No, I don't think there's only one thing you could expect them to do. I've answered this question a billion times. Like, I don't think that you can ever justify things like mass rapes or mass murdering of civilians. It's not an effective way to gain independence or liberation. It's not an effective way to get the other side to negotiate with you. It's not an effective way to literally get anything done ever. Like, I've said this a billion times. I don't know the problem with the Palestinians have never put on the table an offer that they'd be willing to accept for peace, because it seems like they want everything. That's always been my number one complaint, or my number one argument for the big issues that the Palestinian side has.
Try to move towards your side every time we talk, and I do. But when I fucking try to explain to you.
Oh, you found the actual timestamp?
You care that your chat is calling me racist?
Let's see what it was. Let's see what the actual thing that he said was before. Like, there were plenty of moments where he's listened to my words. Does that change the broader movement and the morality behind Black Lives Matter? Or does that change what... Oh, that's right. It was because he was complaining about from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Saying, well, according to Jews, it actually is a scary statement. To which I responded with, hey, Ethan, you understand Black Lives Matter. You ask white people what Black Lives Matter means, right-wing white people will tell you, well, Black Lives Matter is a scary slogan. So if you can understand why I don't give a shit about the perspective of white right-wingers when it comes to Black Lives Matter, you can understand why I don't care about your perspective in this regard. Because if you don't understand that this is an emancipatory slogan and not one that is exterminationist, then yeah, I don't know what to fucking tell you. What people mean when they say Black Lives Matter.
Well, Black Lives Matter doesn't... Again, it's what's in the phrase, dude. Saying the thing is, like, saying Black Lives Matter doesn't insinuate that other lives don't matter. It's in the fucking phrase, bro. I don't know what to tell you.
From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free also doesn't feature from the river to the sea, we should destroy Israel.
That's literally what from the river to the sea means, is that Israel as an ethno-state that is protective of the Jewish people, that Israel, that type of state, should not exist. That's what from the river to the sea means, definitionally, right? That Israel should be a single state, it probably wouldn't even be called Israel anymore, that incorporates all the Palestinian refugees and everything. That's what that means, so.
And kill all the Jews. You're the one who's saying that is the secondary implication behind it.
I'm just telling you how people see it, bro.
I know, but if you were to tell me this is how white people feel.
Like, Ethan is hedging too much even here. Ethan shouldn't be saying that, but maybe he just didn't know as much up to this point. That's not just how people, that's like, and Palestinians will tell you that. Palestinians will say this. Again, like, people on the far left over here, or whatever the fuck you would call Hassan's political views, like, they make arguments that even people on the other side wouldn't make. They wouldn't make an argument this cucked. They would say, yeah, of course we don't want Israel to exist as a Jewish state.
Feel about Black Lives Matter, I would say I don't care how white people feel in this regard, because my business is not about explaining what this.
There's no inherent, bro. There's nothing in Black Lives Matter that's saying that white lives don't matter in the fucking slogan.
There's nothing from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, that implies Jewish people must be eradicated or Israel must be destroyed and Jewish people in it must be killed.
A lot of people disagree because you're talking about from the river to the sea.
Yes, a lot of people who are not Palestinian and a lot of people who are not anti-Zionist disagree. Anti-Zionists, on the other hand, don't agree, and they are the ones who are using the slogan. So why would I'm asking you, if I'm not going to ask a white person who is against Black Lives Matter, why would what they feel about this slogan, why would I go to in the broadest majority, Zionists, both Jewish and Christian, why would I ask them what they think about a anti-Zionist slogan?
I already explained it, but you don't want to hear me.
Do all the people who use that phrase mean that? You're hyperboling again. Even if some people say that on the pro-Pali side, you can still be more generous in your interpretation. No, I wouldn't be. What are you talking about? No, because the only people that might use it in a different way are cringe losers in the West that don't understand the situation. When Palestinians say that, what they're talking about is there should be one state from the river to the sea that is that's a single state that's majority Muslim Arab. That's what they mean when they say that. Full stop. If you say anything different, you're hallucinating. You just don't understand the situation. So no, I'm not going to be charitable to some dipshit retard in the West who might use a phrase about a group of people that he doesn't know their history, he doesn't know where they live, he doesn't know what they're advocating for, he doesn't know anything about the situation. No, why the fuck would I apply any lens of charity? That's retarded.
This is why people were saying, hey, Ethan, you're fucking racist. Hey, Ethan, you're a Zionist. Do you feel like it is inappropriate for people to assume that he is a Zionist in this very moment? Is it because of the Jew hatred that is in the heart of every single one of my chatters that caused them to think that his resistance and his lack of interest in understanding the argument that I'm making came across like he was still very much defensively posturing at the behest of Israel? This is, of course, when are you gonna stop talking about Ethan? I'm going to have sex with your mother over and over again. Why don't you shut the fuck up and donate, bitch? We're at $85,000.
Wow.
Slated to raise all the way to $150,000. In the process of watching this context nuke for charity. What do you hate charity?
For charity, guys.
Is that what it is?
charity,
Is that what's
guys?
going on? Or are you a fucking Ethan Dick Rider who probably begged me to watch this thing for months on end, and only to turn around now when I'm finally watching it and go, oh, I don't want to see it. Ethan begged me to do this, so I'm finally doing it. Everyone needs to calm down. Please stop watching the video I begged you to watch. What? No, I'm asking you. Like,
It's not. And the fucking slogan itself says people interpret it as destruction of Israel. I know it doesn't say let's destroy Israel,
but it's not.
That's from the river to the sea is mainland Israel.
Okay. Ethan?
That's it, man. That's how
Ethan?
people see it.
No,
I'm not,
you can't simply say that's how people see it. And
it is, though.
Remember, this slogan has been used to censure Rashida Tlaib.
What does that have to do
This
with
emancipatory
anything?
slogan has gotten people to be fired like Mark Lamont Hill. There's a reason why I won't back away from defending this slogan and saying this slogan. It was so disingenuous of Ethan to use Norm Finkelstein. It was so disingenuous of him to use Norm Finkelstein and his assessment of the slogan when Norm Finkelstein would never in a million fucking years sit there and be like, well, my feelings are more important here than Palestinian emancipation. He says that's how people see it, but in reality, that's how he sees it. Exactly. Do you feel, chatters, who are watching this right now, 16 months into this genocide, if you felt like Ethan was unjustly maligned, do you feel like your opinion has changed now in terms of why people saw this argument, which is an argument that he still tried to present to me 16 months into a genocide when we had a conversation this past Friday? Do you feel like this is reasonable for people to assume
it's a genocide,
he is
right?
Zionist?
I'm sorry. I'm so tired of dealing with this, and it's just white people in the West. I don't know what to say. Like, it's just such a boring argument. Like, nobody that lives in the region like buys into this. This is just like the cringy shit that you guys larp about. But why is it a call for a single? Yeah, and I am reading it in the Stormy voice. Why is it a call for a single nation state inherently genocidal? Even if it's projected to implicate logistics, states break down and combine all the time. Or maybe missing something. Jewish people have been kicked out of every Arab majority state that they live in, okay? Openly. They weren't welcome there. They were kicked out. Plenty of Arabs joined together in saying that they would destroy and eliminate all of Israel, okay? It happened with all the wars that they fought, 50, 60 years ago. And now you've had a group of people who have elected, or in 2005 at least, they elected basically Hamas, that also committed themselves to the violent oppression of or destruction of the state of Israel. Their goal was to destroy Israel. So yeah, Jewish people wouldn't feel comfortable living as a minority in a state that is run by Arabs. There's, some 50 Arab states around the planet, and the fact that Jews would be asked to give up the one state that they have to become an Arab majority state, I think reasonably so. They probably wouldn't feel comfortable living there. Arabs are genociding other Arabs in the whole region around them, right? It's happened in Yemen. It's happened in... It's happened in Syria. There are these massive wars against, I guess it's not Arab versus Arab, but like for Iran, Iraq. You've got conflict between Saudi Arabia and Yemen. The idea that Jews would feel comfortable as a minority in any of these states is ridiculous. I think it's fair for them to say like, oh no, I don't really think I'd actually feel too comfortable being here. And all of you dipshit white people in the West will say like, oh well, you can't now that it'd be a genocide. If it were to become one, none of you would step up to do anything because none of you guys give a fuck about Jewish people at all anyway. So the idea that the UN or somebody would step in when they already failed to step in for prior conflict with Jewish people is a fucking joke.
Norm has said that. No, Norm said that he doesn't approve of it because it comes across as something that Jews fear. Not even Jews, Zionists fear.
Why do you call those other conflicts genocides? They're probably not. If I was saying genocides, it's not really true. I'm using their definitions. It's not. For Yemen, would we consider that a genocide? Probably not. For Syria, probably not. There's just like a fuck ton of people dying. Really.
But he totally gets it and totally understands it. I only started watching you again because of his claims, and it got me to resub. I tried to use a perfectly coherent narrative that Ethan should understand here, okay? Which is something that he gets. He gets that Black Lives Matter, gets a lot of flack. He is in support of Black Lives Matter. Who cares? Who cares what racist white people think about Black Lives Matter? Just like, who cares about what people who want to defend Israel feel about from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Bro, you fucking fell off after the content nuke went from 30K to 53K. Suck my ass. I know, I'm falling. I'm consistently falling off over and over again. He was just critiquing the... Yeah, Norm was critiquing the use of the phrase, not its inherent meaning, but it doesn't matter. Norm also doesn't give a shit about that phrase. Anyway, now that you know the context of where he drew this, got this clip from, where is he wrong? What is Ethan's complaint on this one, I wonder? Ethan is a left-wing grifter Zionist. Fuck his content. Bro, nothing is wrong with this. Yeah, this is W. Am I wrong? He's not wrong. Unrelated buying a hang glider. Like, this is edgy shit, okay? That right there is 100%. People fucking and people being edgy as fuck. That is fair. He didn't even bring that up, by the way. He's just talking about
maybe it is unreasonable that I'm asking.
Because you're racist. Is this guy not spitting facts? What the fuck?
Him to moderate his chat for a friend. He doesn't even know where I'm coming from because it's
they are settlers. You stupid fuck.
Not something
they really should stop aid to Israel. He's going full goblin over Zionism. Nothing controversial has been said so far. Like the only thing he fucking.
Do you think Hassan is genuinely this stupid, or does he know what he's doing? No. Again, remember, this is all in service to an ideology. This is all about ideological stuff. That's why he's saying this.
Cares about the only thing he cares about is his own personal feelings. There is no moment where he tries to understand my position here. There's no moment where he tries to understand why people have this attitude over him. And he just, and this is a Discord chat that he can't see, by the way. He pulled after the fact to be like, wow, this is really fucked up. And if that's the most fucked up shit you saw in a fucking open to everyone Discord, holy moly, dude. You are out of your fucking mind. Yes, nobody cares about your feelings, Ethan. I'm sorry. I don't give a fuck about your feelings. Can you imagine if I spent the past 16 months constantly talking about my own personal feelings? Like I'm talking about, babies that are in plastic bags being carried over to medical facilities by their crying fathers after being lasered out of the sky with Israeli munitions that we fucking shipped over to them. And I just sit there and I say, you know what? My feelings are so important here. And we really need to take time and cover what I feel right now in this moment.
Thank God Hassan would never stop to talk about his feelings about a thing.
What the fuck, man? What the fuck? Of course your feelings don't fucking matter in this process. What do you mean? Especially when I am, at this moment, back then, as his fucking friend
covering a
and
genocide
podcast co-host, trying to explain to him
the genocide. Say it.
Why people are being critical of him. And he totally did not understand this at all. I was saying, Ethan, there's only so much I can do in terms of moderating this community. But if you keep your output to this like ridiculous Zionist propaganda nonsense, yes, it seems like it's a good position in your mind. And maybe your chat will actually hype you up and say, no, King, you're so valid. You're so valid for actually constantly reframing the conversation around your feelings. But yes, outside of your own community, outside of your own echo chamber, people are going to hear what you're saying and go, yeah, you're defending Israel. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Echo chamber.
Yes, you're a racist Zionist is what people are going to think. There's nothing I can do to change their mentality.
Yes. Fucking shocked that you don't care that people in your chat are saying, who the fuck is this child, cold, arrogant,
Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do.
How can you be surprised when your Discord is literally full of fucking...
Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do if you're making that argument. You know that, right? Like
Hassan's chat had been calling me a Zionist.
All right. Oh, and then he brings it back to
ask for.
And all these other content creators actually, whipping their communities when their chat is going fucking absolutely bananas over random dumb shit and bringing my name up for no fucking reason. That you, like, what's so crazy about this is he's literally pointing to XQC, which he knew at this point was constantly inviting hate.
Given Israel's conduct in warfare up to this point, would it be more apt to say that it's tantamount to such loaded terminology like genocide or ethnic cleansing? No, because genocide has a special intention behind it. If you call it a genocide, then what you're saying is Israel wants to kill the entire or eliminate the entire ethnic group of Palestinians, meaning the only option is to destroy Israel. That's it. So if Israel is truly committed to a genocidal ideology, you can't negotiate with them. That's the reason why it's such a cancerous way to label the conflict. And that's not true. There are outs where Israel would negotiate some particular thing. At this point in time, probably not. Not under this government, not under the lack of any kind of U.S. push to negotiate anything. But like Israel is not committed to the genocide of the Palestinian people. It doesn't make sense. There's 2 million Palestinians that live in Israel proper. It doesn't make sense. So that framing removes your ability to have a conversation about how you can ever actually resolve the conflict. That's the issue with that framing. It's bad. It's toxic.
Towards my position, pulling the fuck Hassan ripcord as Ethan is doing now.
Oh no!
To basically light up every reactionary online who fucking despises me to the goddamn core. Okay? I never did this to Ethan. I did the exact opposite to Ethan, as a matter of fact. I constantly fucking told my community to shut the fuck up about Ethan for an entire year. And the only reason why people still arrived at that conclusion is because of what he was fucking saying. The reason why XQC's community hates me, on the other hand, is not because of my positions, but because he kept calling me a fucking...
Then say something else when you say it isn't a genocide, rather than say no, call it something else, give it a different label rather than not engaging on the point. There's no point to engage on. You don't want to engage on the point. The point is that it's a war, and wars suck. There is no such thing as a good war. All wars fucking suck. All the big wars in the past have fucking sucked. World War I, World War II, Iraq 1 and 2, Vietnam, South Korea, all of these wars suck shit. But the problem is that you're looking at this particular war and you're going, wow, a lot of civilians are dying. It must be a genocide. Why don't you engage on that point? Well, the point you want me to engage on, that war sucks and that civilians die? That's true. Wars do suck and civilians do die. But you don't want to engage on that point because you can't even fathom that it's some kind of actual war. It has to be a genocide for you. Like, there's nothing else to say about it. Like, I'm sorry. That avoids engaging with what people really want from him, Destiny, which is say something about the disproportionate response. There is no such thing as disproportionate response. That's a retard talking point. And I've gone over this whole conflict months and months ago. That doesn't make sense. Nobody in the entire universe views any type of response that way when you're committing terrorist attacks. Nobody does that. Nobody was saying like, oh my God, in Afghanistan, we killed 3,000 people. And, they only killed 2,000 some in 9/11. So like the numbers have to match. Like that's such a retarded, empty talking point. You shouldn't be allowed to talk about international conflict if you're just trying to compare numbers, okay? Like some autistic fucking Rain Man. Stop. It's so stupid. It's such a stupid fucking talking point. Jesus.
Let's see. First, I'll show you this. Backtrack. XQC apologized to Hassan for assault cover-up claim. Says it crossed the line. Other stuff about like me feeling like we have a falling out over the course of years and that sort of thing. That stuff is whatever. We can even have that like drama and that conversation live, which we discussed on the episode as well. That sort of stuff we can hash out in public. But there are lines, and I think that XQC knows he crossed it as well.
He quotes himself here with context space.
I mean, he admitted it. Anyway, let's see. Now, ironically enough, Ethan is right now doing exactly what XQC did for years and years in the same exact way, constantly fucking lying about me to his audience over and over again, claiming that I'm actually a piece of shit, I'm a bad guy, I'm a misogynist, I'm this and that, in an effort to basically poison the fucking well so that no one actually comes in here and hears what I have to say and go, oh my god, wait a minute, maybe that's not the case. So I hope that...
What? That actually makes absolutely no sense and is not aligned with your prior talking points. You'd nuke Afghanistan in response to 9/11? No, I'm not saying you nuke Afghanistan. I'm saying that you don't look at a terrorist attack and create a proportional... There is no proportional response to a terrorist attack. That's not... You don't... Proportionality exists when both sides are playing by the rules of war. So Iran and Israel attacking each other, or Iran and the United States attacking each other, generally speaking, engage in levels of proportionality. When Israel attacked the embassy, or that attachment to the embassy in the consulate in Syria and bombed that one thing, Iran said, wow, Israel bombed that thing, we're gonna bomb Israel. And then Iran bombs Israel, and then Israel said, wow, you bombed us, we're gonna come and bomb you. And then Israel bombs them. That's a proportional response. When we killed Soleimani and Iran said, wow, you killed Soleimani, we're gonna bomb, your two embassies or military bases, and then they try to bomb it, and this is proportional response. When somebody does a terrorist attack, they're trying to murder as many civilians as possible, they're just trying to kill as many civilians as possible with no clear military objective in mind, then there's no proportionality assessment that's done there. Nobody's saying like, okay, well, they did a terrorist attack, they killed 400 people, so we're gonna do what, a counter-terrorist attack? That's not how these proportionality assessments work. Except one side cannot play by the same set of rules. We can acknowledge that and be nuanced about it. You're permabanned. You're permabanned, and you should legitimately consider buying the thickest rope you can buy. What a stupid fucking argument. When you say that one side can't play by the rules of war, then that's not so you've fallen into the trap. It's not even a trap. It's more like you're walking into, like, willingly, like the retard chamber of saying one side is allowed to engage in infinite harms against the other civilian population just because it's a smaller force. What a stupid fucking talking point. That's an implicit, dumb. That's an explicit support for terrorism. Well, you're basically saying there's every single group in the world should engage in terrorist action as long as it's against a larger foe, because that other foe can't respond because all we can do is terrorism. What a stupid fucking point.
This will be helpful for you to understand. My position on Ethan has changed throughout time, but while Ethan was actively fucking gaslighting his audience and poisoning the well and constantly claiming I was a piece of shit and bad and not doing enough to moderate my community, which he still maintains is a decent thing to say about me, this is what I was doing instead. Time and time again, I've spoken about how Ethan is not your enemy. A person who cries when a Palestinian child dies is not your enemy. Okay? He's not. I've said these exact words over and over again. I told people in this community and people everywhere that will listen to what I have to say that you have to choose who you're actually angry at. There are people who are so loud and so proud about the ethnic cleansing campaign the Palestinians are experiencing currently. Go yell at them. He's been shitting on you on his members only streams. I don't care. I don't care. Bro literally shot on you yesterday and his coworker for saying from the river to the sea, sorry dog. I don't care. I do not care. This is petty drama. Okay? I don't care. And neither should you.
Is it a war where proportionality would apply, and therefore we cannot call it a genocide, or is it a terrorist attack where we cannot apply proportionality? What? You can have a genocide that runs concurrently with a war. I think in Yugoslavia, this was the case. You can genocide people and be at war with them at the same time. If somebody is engaging in activity where the explicit goal is to kill a group of people, not based on some military conflict, because you're trying to kill a group of people based on their ethnic background, or religious background, I think nationality maybe, right? And that's the goal. The special intent of trying to kill them, eliminate them because of that's a genocide. This can happen during a war. It can happen outside of a war. Like, I'm just saying that you don't proportionally respond to terrorist attacks. People that are trying to kill as many civilians as possible. That's just not how that works. Usually that's going to be a declaration of war that's going to happen afterwards. But the nation terrorist attacks somebody, they're probably going to get war declared on them afterwards. That's how it works.
Okay? I will always stand by Ethan's ability to empathize and want to learn
I've always learned anyone who believes Jews have the right to self-determination could be considered a Zionist. What definition do you use for Zionism? Would you consider yourself Zionist? Zionism is basically just the idea that Jews have a right to, it's really Israel, to have a nation where they are the majority population and they have some kind of protection. That's what Zionism really means. Do I believe it? I think it's justifiable. I don't know if I'd go fully to call myself a Zionist, but I think they probably earn the right to have Israel now and maintain it as they see fit. So it probably qualifies me as a Zionist, I guess.
Okay. I will always stand by Ethan's ability to empathize and want to learn and want to change his perspective. Okay? That's it. Ultimately, Ethan has the capacity to arrive at a meaningful position because he has empathy for Palestinian people. He is literally better on this circumstance, this issue, than 99% of like Americans who are ultra-Zionists. Okay, I'm not saying the entire country is ultra-Zionist, but like 99% of Americans in the media, 99% of Americans in position of power that literally are just like unconditional support Israel. Shut the fuck up. I've always demonstrated that until it reaches a boiling point, that I will always be kind to those around me that I believe I can communicate with, that I can lead by empathy. Okay. This has been my policy in perpetuity. You know this if you've been in here long enough. I fucking try.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna restart my kick stream real quick with a different encoder because people keep saying it does weird shit every now and then. One sec.
Tried with Aiden Ross, okay? And Ethan is not Aiden Ross. I think he will inevitably come around. Ethan's my friend. I think he's an empathetic person, and I hope that that is clear. No one, like, changing your perspective on an issue that is, like, near and dear to your fucking heart is virtually impossible. It's one of the hardest things you can do. I will forever have respect for him for doing that on his own, okay? Everything that people say cynically he did to, like, win favors of the larger crowd, fuck that. He did it on his own. Yes, you wanna know why I know he did it on his own? Okay? You wanna know why I know he did it on his own? Because look at the situation. He has family in Israel. He is absolutely shaped, like his worldview is shaped by this experience. And instead of just like writing off every single thing that people have said and very comfortably finding himself in the bosom of like Zionist sentiment, which he could have just as easily done. He just turned around and been like, yeah, fuck this shit. I'm scared. These people are being anti-Semitic, and there is a lot of anti-Semitism that increases in times like this. That much is absolutely true. Instead of fucking turning around and being like, fuck that, he's like trying to tackle it head on and go through the internal conflict, the internal struggle that he feels with his own personal experience, with his own personal worldview and his morality and the way that he sees it from what he perceives as a completely hostile audience. And you need to, as a community, also stop fucking ripping into Ethan non-stop. As I've said it over and over again, leading up to the conversation that we had on this broadcast. You guys are so fucking stupid. And Ethan refused to watch this on stream because it would make him feel guilty and look bad? Yeah, no, the reason why he didn't want his audience to watch this, the reason why he did not want his audience to...
What does it say about your audience if you have to constantly tell them over and over again to stop harassing Ethan? What does that mean?
Watch this, by the way, is because he knows that if his audience actually saw this, then it would undermine the year-long propaganda campaign that he engaged in, claiming that I was never actually defending him. Thank you for stand up to cancer, y'all. This is huge. I'm so grateful. Hell yeah, iDubbbz. iDubbbz in the chat. Yeah, we're already at 94,000.
Hell yeah, iDubbbz.
For doing that. You are. And it frustrates me to no fucking end. I've told you this time and time again in this time frame. Just like I kept telling you, Ethan is not your enemy over and over again. That's why I love iDubbbz, Ethan as well. People that have actually changed. I'm sure that if you were to log what he was saying in this time frame for Ethan, there would be a very, very different attitude from Ethan's side on this, by the way.
I think Zionism mandatorily includes the idea that God gave them land, so it's theirs by right. I don't feel like originally Zionism meant that when they were setting up early on. Maybe after 67, I think it started to take on a more religious bend, but it doesn't have to include the religious aspect to it. Although there are undeniably some Jews who do like that aspect of it. The more radical ones will now, but...
When talking about me or making snide remarks about pro-Palestinian content creators, there's a reason why so many people were coming into my community and being like, hey, Ethan said this, hey, Ethan said that, can I get your take on it? And people were pissed off at me for not giving my take on it. And the reason for why I did not want to give my take on it was because I thought that Ethan was redeemable. I thought that Ethan was salvageable. I foolishly thought that he actually could see the light. I assumed that he was, at most, a liberal Zionist who had been far more critical of Israel than the average liberal Zionist that could be amenable to my position. Okay? I was wrong. I was fucking wrong. I'm sure if we were to match every single time people are coming in here to tell me at that point what Ethan is saying about me, the reason why I was being charitable is because I thought, like, no, he'll, you know, just give up. He'll come to terms. He'll come to the correct position on his own terms. Okay? Same reason you don't talk about Bad Empanada drama video, ironically. Exactly. Because I thought, well, with Bad Empanada, it's different. Like, with Bad Empanada, I know he's pro-Palestine, and I know he's not an anti-Semite. So, of course, when he fucking does, like, dumb drama shit, I'm like, I don't care. I don't care about this. I don't care about what his criticisms are. We have different methods. We have different tactics. But ultimately, we align on this issue. So as long as he is not weirdly becoming like an anti-Semite or weirdly becoming someone who's like pro-Palestine, which is, you know, of course, never going to happen, I don't give a shit what he has to say.
Wait, what?
Like an anti-Semite or weirdly becoming someone who's like pro-Palestine, which is, you know.
Does he mean anti-Palestine or am I misunderstanding him?
Of course, never going to happen. I don't give a shit what he has to say.
He's talking about Bad Empanada, right?
Thank you for the 2K dono.
I think you just misspoke, I think.
I want to know what you think. Why is Ethan Klein mad at me? The reason why Ethan Klein is mad at me is because his community, slowly but surely, kept hearing him over time say a bunch of shit that was pro-Israel. Okay?
Oh.
Oh, pro-Israel for Bad Empanado is the argument that I was making. Sorry, if Bad Empanado became pro-Israel, which is never going to happen, I would, I would tackle everything that he's saying head on. Of course, that's not the case.
There you go.
You don't want to attack other pro-Palestine content creators, even if they attack you. Exactly.
Wow.
Exactly. So listen. If you reached him sooner, do you think there's a different tactic that would?
Why? Am I answering this question again? Where can you draw the line, though? If Israeli's bombing campaign resulted in the death of every single Gaza civilian, would it not be categorized as a bad thing, if not genocide? I can't. You're gone. I can't deal with. There can be bad things that aren't genocide. Yes, there are undeniably bad things that Israel has done in this past war, some of which probably amount to war crimes. I don't know how rotted your brain is or how mindfucked you are, why you're still even in my audience, if your mind is like, but wait a second, can it be bad, though, if it's not genocide? Like, could there ever be a bad thing if it's not? But I thought if it was bad, it had to be genocide. You're saying it's not genocide, so that must mean it's not bad. I don't know why you're even watching me still. Please go the f away. So stupid. Oh, my God.
Would have fixed them? No, there wasn't. Because 2K here, Israel doesn't permit me to send this donation to my family in Gaza. Instead, I'm happy to donate to Stand Up for Cancer. Cancer killed my aunt in Gaza 4 years ago after Israel prohibited entry of her chemotherapy into the Strip. Free Palestine. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you're doing all right. The reason why Ethan was mad at me is because his community kept hearing him over and over again over the course of all of this time when they were coming into my chat to be like, hey, Ethan said this, Ethan said that. They were pissed off at him. They obviously were fans of him. Otherwise, why the fuck would they know what Ethan is saying? And they were pissed off at him for his commentary because his commentary was always running defense for Israel. Okay? And slowly but surely, people started leaving or criticizing him. And he couldn't deal with that criticism, so he had to point the criticism in one direction. So in his mind, he thought, I actually brainwashed his fucking audience into hating him anti-Semitically. And not because, for many in his audience, due to the sheer depravity of Israel's actions.
So what are the guidelines for a reaction to a terrorist attack? Can a terrorist attack be alongside a legit war campaign? Are war crimes considered terrorist attacks when they were on civilians? It was an attack that happened outside of a time of war with no declaration of war. So it would give Israel a reason to respond with a declaration of war. So Israel, from an international conflict perspective, is rightfully allowed to declare war on and then go to war with the government of Gaza, with Hamas. That's how that would work.
They had completely had a reversal of their opinion on Israel. I didn't do anything. As a matter of fact, I tried to do my very best to get people to shut the fuck up about Ethan. And this is the proof of it. And the reason why I try to get people to shut the fuck up about Ethan is because I think it's irrelevant what he had to say in this process. And I maintained that position until his own ego inflated to such a size that he made this fucking context nuke, and also simultaneously made this context nuke after months and months and months of actively trying to deplatform and successfully deplatforming pro-Palestinian content creators by falsely smearing them as anti-Semites. Of course, recognize their mistakes in the past and now advocate against those sorts of things, I think are very valuable, because every single person has a reactionary perspective deep down inside on one issue. We are all totally susceptible to the intersectionality of privilege. Privilege causes us to have blind spots. Members go up. Ethan is my friend. Thank you for the 50 gifted subs. We may have disagreements every now and then, but I have maintained the position that his heart is always in the right place, and he's on a journey of learning. Every single day I went live in the beginning, every single day I would spend at least 5 minutes to 30 minutes talking about how Ethan is not your enemy. You should not yell at Ethan. Ethan is a good person. Be more charitable to those who are open and susceptible to your opinions. Every single day. I'm still friends with Ethan, by the way. I still talk to Ethan every day. Every single day. Throughout the stream. Just say Ethan is a fucking idiotic take. Ethan and I obviously have disagreements on this stuff, but Ethan has also personally said it isn't apartheid. What the fuck do you want? As a dude who did go on Birthright, he is infinitely more progressive than, a lot of these people that are writing these fucking, a lot of people that are writing these letters and shit, okay? Please, stop fucking yelling about Ethan all the time. Jesus Christ. Time and time again, I told my adult community to shut the fuck up about Ethan. I even banned the mention of Ethan in this community, and I think still to this day, it is banned. The idea that I did not try to genuinely scale back the harassment that Ethan was experiencing is ridiculous. You do PR for Ethan Klein, who's a Zionist. You do PR for Ethan Klein, who's a Zionist. How can you tell not to defend a Zionist when you defend Ethan Klein, who's openly Zionist?
Based.
Are you okay? Ethan Klein called Israel an apartheid state in, I think, 2021. Okay? Ethan himself has been very critical of the state of Israel and has even called it an apartheid state far before October 7th. Okay? I personally don't even care if he's calling me out or whatever. I heard that people were saying that Ethan talked about me on a podcast today or some shit like that. I don't care. I genuinely don't care. For me, you know what I do care about? Even considering what Israel's doing to be genocidal far before October 7th. Okay? I do care about that. I think that matters. Especially when he is... You know what's crazy about this? I think this is literally the mentality that some foot soldiers still have.
Yeah, how is it if Hassan is assuring his audience in all these things that Ethan is so salvageable and that they're overreacting to what Ethan is saying, but also Ethan is being a crazy pro-Zionist lunatic the entire time? I don't understand how they reconcile these points ever, but whatever. Okay.
Like, they unironically still are trapped in this bind where they think, oh no, he's my comfort character, and he means well. He actually means well. He's like, he said it's a genocide. What more do you want? Okay? And I said this even though I could identify the Hasbara, because I thought, as someone who is very good at identifying Hasbara, I maintained this position because I thought...
Hasbara is this stupid Israeli term for when they try to do like propaganda to make their country look better. They suck at it.
Over time, his perspective would shift.
But it's a way to label basically anybody that ever says anything positive about Israel ever. You just say they're engaged in Hasbara, like propaganda for the government.
Over time, I thought he would be an anti-Zionist. I was wrong. I was totally fucking wrong. Is so close to the subject matter, so close to the different aspects of social conditioning that play a pretty prominent role in the development of American Jews, who are very progressive people overall. Okay? I don't care. No matter what he says about me, my community, or my mods, I still... While you were doing this, Ethan was doing things like watching a video called Hassan saying anti-Semitism is fake. The Hassan situation. Addressing Hassan and his community. Firmly believe, okay? I still firmly believe that regardless of everything else, regardless of how he's responded to people yelling at him online, regardless of all of that, I place a lot more emphasis and a lot more value on those things that he has said. Ethan fan here, I don't think that Ethan's behavior is honestly dangerous. He's not always right, neither are you. All right, brother, you are irredeemable if you genuinely think that Ethan's year-long conquest of trying to fucking out Palestinian content creators and pro-Palestinian content creators as like rabid anti-Semites, who now the Trump administration is basically fucking using as a hit list, if you don't consider that to be genuinely dangerous for an issue that you seemingly care about, if you think that there's a fucking genocide going on in Israel, if you think Israel's doing a genocide, I assume that his focus on the people who are calling that out is a little unproductive. And yes, it is fucking dangerous. What the fuck is wrong with you? It's dangerous twofold. One is dangerous because it actually creates insane amounts of pressure and potential criminal litigation if need be. But also on top of that,
that guy's crazy.
On top of that, he's gone after fucking people that he's doxxed. He's gone after people with litigation, frivolous litigation. Real life decision makers are feeling no pressure. That's the bad side. Dude, he is a 100 millionaire who's using all of his fucking clout to attack pro-Palestinian content creators for a fucking year. And has actually been very successful at deplatforming pro-Palestinian content creators by making erroneous claims about how anti-Semitic these pro-Palestinian content creators are.
Okay.
He made 6 small content creators lose their income for a fucking month. One of them was Jewish.
Oh no.
It's his community that is weaponized aggressively against all of his fucking enemies. And in the past, his enemies were people like Keemstar. So no one actually thought of anything about it. No one actually thought it was weird or gross. Or billionaires like fucking Ryan Kavanaugh. Now his enemies are seemingly all of the pro-Palestinian content creators. Whether they're Muslim or Jewish, doesn't fucking matter. He literally shit on Sam Cedar the other day.
That's crazy.
Stop both sidesing this fucking issue. You're out of your goddamn mind.
On. He actually chastised me. For what? Let's see.
Ethan is very frustrated and very emotional in this moment, but doesn't recognize that, like, perhaps a Lebanese woman who's a hijabi in the United States of America could also be very emotional in this exact same moment.
God.
You know what I mean? Like, that's what's so... And the reality of the matter is, anti-Semitism is an unacceptable form of bigotry, whereas Islamophobia is a very acceptable form of bigotry. So being the bigger person in this situation, regardless of your feelings...
So anyway, and God forbid you actually read the chat. But
that's it? So I'm still being fucking open-minded to him? And he's mad?
What I'm hearing, frankly, is that anti-Semitism is not really an issue. And so you shouldn't... Your complaints are less equal than Frogan's complaints because Islamophobia is more serious than anti-Semitism. Despite, by the way, the fact that, as I pointed out, in reality, or not the opposite because there is Islamophobia, but like this claim that anti-Semitism doesn't exist because everybody knows it wrong, as I perceiving it, is absolutely false. I've never seen more open anti-Semitism in my life.
So, it's his stupidity? Like, he didn't understand? He didn't fucking understand what I was saying there? That's not my point at all. How the fuck does his chat watch this, by the way, and not go, hey, Ethan, that's not what he said?
My whole life, the way that it's being...
I called out how toxic Hassan's community is, and I said I remember why I left, and he brought up my chat logs and put me on blast. That was fun.
Damn. Ethan is a token Jew who is more busy apologizing for Israel's misdoings, trying to earn favor with little anti-Semites, hoping they'll applaud him. He got burnt, shot in fraud 100%. A little bit. Although you sound like a crazy Israeli, but kind of. That's kind of what I
left and the right. And it's being kind of, you know, in a case like this, he's normalizing it. He's normalizing, he's greenlighting it. Again.
I'm normalizing anti-Semitism and I'm greenlighting it. You get banned in chat for pushing back? textbook example of competitive victimhood? There is no fucking victimhood here. He is he's conflating real anti-Semitism with anti-Zionists criticizing him, a Jewish man, not realizing that they're not criticizing him because he's Jewish, they're criticizing him because of what he's fucking saying.
Which is something that like 90% of Jewish
that's
people
at the heart
believe.
of the matter here. That's the whole problem. I made a fucking good point here. I literally said what I'm saying right now. I said Ethan does not understand that Islamophobia is institutionally permissible, and what he suspects as anti-Semitism is not anti-Semitism, and he should be more gracious to people that he perceives as being anti-Semitic when it's actually over his opinions on Israel. I genuinely think Ethan Klein thinks that anti-Semitism is whatever he feels bad.
True.
Got you with the $10. Fuck cancer. No,
Good
I'm not done with your
Ethan's
little ass
argument's
yet.
true.
All right. Well, I wanted to watch this.
There's very real anti-Semitism directed towards him, directed towards Hila, directed towards Jewish people across the board, and that fucking terrifies him. And I think that there's a real element there for a lot of Jewish people, especially. Like, yeah, they see anti-Semitism rising, and if at any point do they actually associate criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism, and people like Dan Bilzerian play a fucking formative role in people all the way up until December 15th. I'm saying like, oh, I think Ethan is misunderstanding and making a conflation, still giving him charity, still giving him grace. This is what he was saying about me at the time.
So you know what? Go listen to the song. People say, I need to go listen to the song. This is bullshit. Please, go listen to the song. Fucking, by the way, yells at people in chat, calls them Zionist genocidal monsters for suggesting that the hospital wasn't bombed, okay, by the IDF, which is the same thing the Hassan's fans come and tell me. So, there's nothing wrong with me and Hassan, but there's a lot of shit that on the way that he covers this that I think is up.
Okay, 500 of the last confirmed kills did not come from Israel. So what, are you just mad only when Hamas kills people then? Because that's what you're saying.
I'm mad when all people die, but I don't think he or many people seem to care when Hamas kills a bunch of their people. True. I mean, that's what I'm saying.
Dude, I can't believe the counter rocket barrage from the Hamas teams on the ground actually caused these 500 people to die in the fucking hospital. Dude, what the fuck are you saying? What about the 3,000 people that died in the fucking week prior by Israeli bomb?
I don't understand the theory that like the truth doesn't matter. Someone said, hey, I don't think Israel bombed the hospital according to the evidence. Something like really mild. And he freaks the fuck out.
I wonder why I freaked out.
Yeah, bro.
This is right after Al-Ahli.
Oh, he still thinks so. That hospital was, I think it was I think it was a Palestinian Islamic Jihad rocket, I think is what the theory was in terms of it malfunctioned, and it fell into this parking lot. There was a very small crater on the ground. It looked like it was like some kind of rocket that blew up, not a fucking J-Dam like people like Hassan say. But people try to say that Israel intentionally bombed a hospital that killed like 500 people, when in reality it was probably a rocket that up and then it fell to the ground and blew up. And I think there were, I don't know how many people died. I think it was a few dozen casualties. I don't think that many people died, but people still, like Hassan, will still push to this day that was a targeting of an Israeli hospital that killed 500 people, or a targeting of a Palestinian hospital in the Gaza Strip that killed 500 people when there's no evidence of that.
No wonder his fucking audience understandably thought that he was defending Israel. Can you imagine? Claiming Israel would never bomb a hospital? I don't understand. This is definitely the doing of Palestinian Islamic Jihad or Hamas or whatever the fuck Israel said without any evidence whatsoever. Okay? Yeah, I didn't know this shit. This is my first time seeing it. Yeah, of course people are gonna think you're a fucking Zionist. This is Zionist propaganda. This is precisely what it is. Oh, I care when all Palestinians die, except it's really fucked up that you would say Israel bomb a hospital. Does Ethan know?
This is Hassan's initial reaction.
If I make a prediction or a speculation, it can sometimes be wrong.
This is over other stuff.
Can sometimes be wrong. IDF didn't bomb the hospital? Yes, it did. Yes, it fucking did. You fucking piece of shit. Yes, it absolutely did. Fuck you. Fuck you. Genocidal scumbag. You have no fucking dignity. You do not have an ounce of dignity inside of your soul. You fucking piece of shit. You garbage, monstrous scumbag. You garbage, monstrous scumbag. Why did you fucking lie? How can you live with yourself, you genocidal piece of shit? If I make a prediction or a spec...
Where's the JDAM one?
Oh, that Israel actually bombed the Al-Ahli hospital? No.
Destiny, both sides are bad. I've yet to see you cover any of the fucked up shit Israel does. I've covered it plenty and I've mentioned it plenty. The reason why you don't see it is because you want a concession that I would never make, which is that Israel intentionally and deliberately spends $1 million in some type of weapon to shoot and kill like 50 civilians, which is a retarded perspective. Nobody intelligent believes that. Israel has probably conducted this war in a way that is, or clearly conducted it in a way that was probably too fast and too reckless, because there are some civilian attacks that absolutely shouldn't have happened. Like the WCK one is the best example of it. But like retards like you are like, I bet that the Israeli military people, they were in an office, they're like, oh my God, we should fucking spend all this money on some of the most expensive munitions we have and do ISR, we're going to figure out where these trucks are, and then we're just going to fucking shoot these $500,000 missiles, these $1 million drone attacks on these civilian trucks, and it's going to be fucking epic. That's a retarded perspective. You don't deserve to talk about anything if you're that fucking stupid. Holy shit.
A week prior, 2 days before the courtyard explosion, Israel actually blew up and artillery shelled the fucking radiology room in the Al Ahli hospital. I wonder why all the doctors in the Al Ahli hospital were like, oh, Israel did this. Perhaps they're all in the pocket of Hamas. That was also a pivotal point for a lot of these fucking dipshits. The apolitical centrist commentators all jumped on that and be like, Hassan is lying to people. Israel would never bomb a hospital. So where are they now? Where are they now? Israel's bombed every fucking hospital, including Al Ahli, over and over.
Again, nobody has said that Israel never bombs a hospital, but this is he's giving the weak version now. Israel's obviously attacked hospitals. The question is whether or not the hospitals were targeted for no military purpose. You can target a hospital for a military purpose. That is part of the rules of war, but nobody cares or wants to talk about legality or whatever anyway, but they still want to say war crimes, but...
Again, Israel sieged every hospital since then. Now, when you hear Ethan Klein's perspective on this matter, he turns around and says it's because Hamas is putting fucking people under tunnels inside of the hospital. That's why Israel has to bomb these hospitals. That's what he said to Sam Cedar the other day, or no, before his talk with Sam Cedar. Think about that. Oh, they have command centers under these fucking hospitals. That's why it's Hamas's fault that Israel has to bomb these hospitals anyway. Has he covered any of those fucking strikes? No. The only time I've heard him talk about hospitals being bombed was here when he's trying to say that it was actually the Palestinians that blew themselves up. And how fucked up it is that I'm casting suspicion on that narrative, which, by the way, still to this day, no fucking conclusive evidence, and the only evidence that Israel ever presented on the matter was immediately destroyed.
And he goes, you're a genocidal freak. And then people say the same fucking thing to me from his fan base. And we're acting like surprised, like we don't know where they fucking learned that from. Like, I learned it from you, Dad. I think it's covered.
Yeah, this is perfectly representative of his mentality. Everyone in his fan base learned it from me.
In some of these cases has been not good. Thought we needed leftovers more than ever. Yeah, I changed my mind. I mean, what do you want me to do? It was fucking horrible. I feel like Hassan's fans were trying to destroy my life. My wife's life. They were calling me genocidal. For what? For what? But I do think he's contributing to this idea that all Israelis are, occupiers. Which is a really dangerous fucking stance to take.
Why? Doesn't matter. Terrible that the people died, but I encourage you to look into where Hamas is firing.
Why is it dangerous to claim that all Israelis are occupiers? By the way, what Hassan is doing there, if you don't notice, is he's giving cover to that from the river to the sea. That is what they think. Every Israeli is an occupier, not just the ones on the West Bank. That's what they sell to white people in my fucking YouTube chat that want to simp for these stupid slogans, right? It is that every Israeli is an occupier, including the children, including the civilians, including everybody, and they all need to be eliminated. That is the more honest argument from the pro-value perspective. But
you fucking piece of shit! You garbage, monstrous scumbag! You garbage, monstrous scumbag! You said IDF didn't bomb the hospital, and then you said it did, but Hamas was firing rockets from it in the same 2-minute time frame. So why did you fucking lie at first? Huh? Why did you fucking lie? How can you live with yourself?
By the way, for the record, the IDF did not bomb that fucking hospital.
You genocidal piece of shit!
People were telling me the same exact fucking thing, you know what I mean? I know that this isn't good. I don't think this is a good way to talk about shit. Even if you're angry and fucking horrible things are...
Oh my god, you know what's really funny? I'm also fundraising even back then. That's when I was fundraising for Palestinian medical assistance. I wonder who's clipping it and sending this to Ethan. Yeah, I don't care who's clipping it and sending it to Ethan. Admitting his view of Palestinians by saying he thinks Hassan views all Israelis as the same because he expects Hassan to think about Israelis the same as he does Palestinians? Yes. Jesus. Wonder why he's, wonder why he's actually so sympathetic to the person who's defending Israel here, by the way. I wonder why. And this was early on. This was right after the fucking Al Ahli hospital was bombed.
Is there any evidence of Israel using white phosphorus? I don't know. Yeah, they do use white phosphorus. The argument is not whether or not they use white phosphorus, it's what application they have for it. So white phosphorus is nice because you can blow it up in an area and provide like basically an instantaneous smoke screen for troops to move through an area. But the accusation was that they were using it in an aggressive manner. And the reason why people don't like you using white phosphorus in an aggressive manner is because it can cover a wide area that can subject a lot of civilians to harm. And you're not supposed to be like using weapons like that lack a level of precision if you have other options available to you.
Okay, right after then. And for an entire year, I was oblivious. Until this very moment, I'd never seen his commentary on this. Of course people thought he was a fucking genocidal monster. Jesus. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh my lord. Yeah, it was only because I was completely oblivious to the shit that he was saying at the time that I was like, listen, man, I care about covering this genocide. I don't give a fuck about what Ethan has to say about this. I don't want to make drama out of this. I care about fucking locking in, and you should too.
Lock in.
In that same time frame, while I was defending him all the way up until December 15th, 2024, that's what Ethan was doing. So the expectation that I am supposed to brainwash my audience into liking Ethan Klein is impossible. Of course, plenty of people who are more educated than Ethan on this, or at least have basic empathy towards the Palestinian plight on this issue, of course, arrived at their own fucking conclusion, regardless of my year-long effort to fucking defend Ethan, because I was also oblivious to his actual position. If I had seen his actual position a long time ago, I would have fucking shoved it back down his goddamn throat. That's a genocidal piece of shit, okay?
This is why people will say, me included, it's just not worth it to cut out. I don't think you, well, it's fair to hold like Hassan as a person you should be trying to please here. I guess even if you totally cuck out on the genocide argument, which Ethan has completely cucked out to the pro-Pally framing here of this argument. I just don't know what the value is in doing it, because people are still going to just claim that you're a genocidal freak, genocidal supporter anyway. So like, what's the point?
And here's the reality. He looked at all of this, and he could not comprehend that in spite of my defenses of Ethan Klein, that it was actually me. I was the reason why I was making anti-Semitism permissible. Yeah, Ethan thought this specific hospital was bombed by Hamas, but every other building at a 20-kilometer radius was bombed by Israel, even though the hospital itself was also bombed by Israel 2 days prior.
Views, and I've been a stalwart supporter of the Palestinian cause for many years. Problem with the
By the way, I want to fucking here. This is your opportunity, okay?
What?
Show me all the fucking things Ethan said in this time frame. I know we're only 11 minutes in. I don't care. Give me all the fucking Ethan clips that in this time frame where he was like from the beginning to the end, all the times that this motherfucker was actually defending Israel, so we can make an assessment on whether or not it was actually appropriate for people to think that he was pro-genocide or anti-genocide. Stalwart supporter, he says. Why'd you say at Hassan Abi? What? Stalwart supporter of Palestine. What will he say? Wait, hold on. Yeah, he was going to show you all the support that he's done. Yeah, let's see.
Tom's coverage, and a lot of people like him, was their complete lack of empathy for the Jewish people who were frankly slaughtered by Hamas. He refused to show even a crumb of empathy for the Jewish victims. But listen to what this guy has to say.
And as you might have seen, there was some sort of rave or desert party where they were having a great time until the resistance came and electrified hang gliders and took at least several dozen
This is unhinged, dude.
But I'm sure they're doing very fine despite what the New York Post says. But nobody has seen this coming.
I mean, that's insane, though.
I haven't even. Yeah. Okay. Like,
okay.
I don't.
I'm not criticizing people. You don't have to comment if you're not comfortable about it. I also thought at times that he and his audience barely thought of Israelis as humans. This dude just called babies militants.
No, I understand, and there are baby settlers as well. But there are baby settlers as well. There are babies in the settlements.
Part of running defense for Hamas is that.
I can't believe he literally clip-chimped conversations that we had together. Like, how depraved. How fucking depraved that he would go back to a back-and-forth conversation that we had to clip a conversation that we had out of context. You know what my fucking position was. My position is for a one state. The reason why I...
What position or context can salvage the baby settler statement? What? Is that salvageable? I'm not sure if that one is salvageable, Chief.
Believe in a one state is because I don't even think the 750,000 settlers could be, in an ethical manner, moved from all of the land that they have occupied as terrorists. I was saying, you think every settler is a valid military target. There are settler babies. I didn't say I think it's valid to kill settler babies.
Just to be clear, I'm pretty sure he co-signed the statement that that one guy made second thought on the podcast. He's basically echoing what he said about how even baby settlers are a thing or whatever, but okay.
What an insane thing to do. It's a literal conversation that we had. It was a back and forth conversation that we had. And Ethan also said this, what?
I've even said the West Bank settlers are valid military targets. When you talk.
Yeah. That's later in the clip. This is still the context nuke, but it's later in the clip. We haven't even gotten there yet. It's so crazy that this most he collected our own back and forth. What a crazy thing to do.
Downplaying the violence.
Wait, so then this is one of those opportunities for Hassan. Hassan is saying you got clip-chimped how? So do you think that babies aren't legitimate military targets? Or you should just say that, right? So like all Israeli civilians then wouldn't be legitimate military targets, right? That should be a pretty easy thing to say. That's like an easy own, right? You can just say that. Like, obviously, I don't think all civilians are, and like babies are not military targets. But instead, he just made some weird allusion to, I believe in a one-state solution. Why not just say that?
Violence, specifically the sexual violence, which he's done a lot of.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. Now, this is a famous clip that he kept repeating and using. We now know that he actually recognizes that he disingenuously edited.
Oh, okay.
Show the clip of Ethan and Gila.
Can I add even one personal feeling that I've had with Hassan that I can't really get past is his dismissiveness of that happened. He He acts like they.
October 7th. Doesn't matter if R words happen on October 7th. It doesn't change the dynamic for me. What's interesting about that quote specifically is that I get what he means in that one. Like, I felt like he said weird stuff in that. Because he's saying, like, he's saying even if the R words happened, well, I think the way he phrases it is fucked up. Even if it happened, they did happen.
Yes.
But he's saying, even if they did happen, it wouldn't change the calculus for him, which I understand what he's saying. But I guess the way he's saying it is, even if it didn't happen, is fucked up.
I didn't say even if it didn't happen. I said even if it did happen, it still doesn't change the calculation for me. Now, ironically enough, that argument was when I, because of the last piece of evidence that hadn't come out yet with like the Israeli prosecution team going over the forensic analysis of every single body that they put at the Shura base, okay?
Why do they have to be one state? Doesn't that sound insane? Because for people like Hassan, the goal is the destruction of Israel. Israel cannot exist. It needs to be destroyed. It cannot exist as...
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system.
Blue selfie. Close the door. Blue selfie. Close the door.
This is why you should always trust your coach, because when this coach tried to help this girl to perform a backflip, she didn't like it and said this.
You didn't need a spot for that. He never does.
Reach harder. That's all you do. Reach harder without me and you're fine.
You did not need a spot for that.
This is why you should always trust your coach, because when this coach tried to
I don't think that's good. I don't think that's good. I don't think that's good.
Can ask the flowers, I sit for hours telling all the bluebirds, the bill and coo birds, pretty little baby. I'm so in love with you.
As a Jewish state or whatever. That's why. They'll try to dress that up or say it differently, but that at the end of the day, that's the reason why.
Literally was debating a chatter, and I know we have the clip for this. Here's the full context.
Also, how are you?
I'm literally debating a chatter who is denying any rapes took place. Let's take a look.
Sure, Israel didn't force them to lie. That's ridiculous. By the way, none of which justifies Israel's actions. So it doesn't even matter. None of this justifies that Palestinians have a right to dignity, a right to emancipation, a right to live fucking free lives, free from this occupation. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. So that's the other part of this problem that many people can't contend with. Like, the Palestinian resistance is not perfect. They're not, like, so good. They have magical bullets, and there's no criminal elements that could have conducted themselves very differently. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me at all. It's so fucking stupid to act like, no, they're perfect. They were perfect on October 7th, and they were conducting themselves perfectly.
It's such an unbelievable downplay.
But these kinds of stories delegitimize Palestinian resistance? No, it does not. What the fuck are you talking about? No, you think it delegitimizes Palestinian resistance. Okay? You think so. I don't. The fuck? Do you understand? My position is, I'm not expecting perfect victimhood from Palestinians. It will never stop to be insane how that clip makes you sound out of context. And ironically enough, it was me arguing against the chatter at the time that was saying, why don't you just say rapes didn't happen? Many people are like, what the fuck? How am I going to believe this? Other, like, non-professional forensic accounting being conducted on October 7th. This has muddied the waters so much that understandably many people are like, what the fuck? How am I going to believe this? How am I supposed to believe anything that Israel says? There's a perfectly valid fucking criticism to have against the state that has lied every single step of the fucking way. Many hostages have records of saying two different things. Also, how are you sure Israel didn't force them to lie? That's ridiculous. By the way, none of which justifies Israel's actions. So it doesn't even matter. None of this justifies that Palestinians have a right to dignity, a right to emancipation, a right. What I'm saying is, rapes or no rapes doesn't fucking matter. Beyond October 7 and before October 7, Palestinians still have a right to dignity and self-determination. You cannot genocide people and be like, oh, well, they did rapes. Like, nothing justifies a genocide. Even another genocide doesn't justify a genocide. Do you understand? Like, would it be justified to genocide the entirety of the German population after the Holocaust? I still don't think so. There were fucking children. There's babies. You know what I mean? You're killing innocent.
There kind of was a mass ethnic cleansing of Germans from all of Europe, I think, after World War II, but, you know, that's neither here nor there, I guess.
Civilians. That's my perspective, and that's the most extreme position that you can arrive at. Genocide is not justice. That is why I don't believe in genociding the Israeli population. And I think it's a fucking ridiculous assessment of the situation. That's why I believe in a one-state solution. Justice is not vengeance. That's it. Can't believe he fucking used that. Even though he used this clip in the fucking context nuke when he personally understood what I meant right here. This is before the context nuke. This is from October 30th, 2024. So what's up with that? Why is it
up with that
right here, Ethan understands what I'm saying, and then his wife stops him from understanding what I'm saying, and then he still chooses to put this clip in the fucking context nuke? So that's the other part of this problem that many people can't contend with. Like, the Palestinian resistance is not perfect. They're not, like, so good. They have magical bullets.
It's not really televised, guys.
That's so fucking gross, dude. That's so goddamn gross. He understood my position months before he still put this awful fucking joke. Awful cringe-ass editing. Not even good for 2016-ass editing in a stupid fucking video, dude. Oh my god. You have to be genuinely mentally stunted to actually appreciate this. Oh my fucking lord.
Frankly, there are a lot of Palestinians, right, in the area. And once the Palestinians outnumber the Jews, basically, anything is fair game for the Jews. Anything. Is it really insane to think that Jews, as an ethnic minority in Israel, would not be safe?
Racist piece of shit. That's what he is.
True.
A racist dumbass.
True.
And the only reason why people don't see this horrifyingly, monstrously racist dumbassery is because they too are conditioned into thinking that Arabs...
The mall hasn't even begun yet? How much longer? When does it start? This is really boring. I thought it was going to be way more exciting. This sucks. How much longer until the mall starts?
Are fucking barbaric rapist monsters. The idea that equal rights for Arabs who are not Jewish and Arab Jews and Ashkenazi Jews and everybody in the region to have equal rights and equal representation would spell doom for the Jewish population of Israel is simply Jewish supremacist, racist, Islamophobic, anti-Arab garbage. And if you don't see that, you probably are also a fucking piece of shit.
Damn.
Okay? That's it. Oh my fucking lord, I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. Of course people looked at that and were like, this is gross, dude. You're a fucking gross piece of shit. God damn, what a racist fucking monster he is.
Damn.
Oh my fucking lord.
Damn.
Yeah, I know. We already talked about I covered this before. Hila Klein, former IDF soldier and wife of Hila Klein, says that if Israeli with the Ramallah, they would be lynched. It's a fact. Literally, same type of propaganda used during the Jim Crow South and apartheid South Africa. And then he's like, why won't people think I'm actually pro Palestine? Stalwart ally of the Palestinian plight, by the way. This fucking guy. This fucking guy.
There frankly are a lot of Palestinians, right, in the area. And once the Palestinians outnumber the Jews, basically, anything is fair game for the Jews.
Does IDOS actually come in for this?
Outpopulated by the black people, anything is fair game. Oh my god. But is it weird to be afraid though? Yes, yes, it's racist as fuck. What do you mean? Do you guys actually fucking... Do you lose your mind when the term Jew comes into the equation, where you just have no capacity to understand Jewish people as the dominant majority group in the Jewish ethno-state? You're thinking anti-Semitism in the way that it exists in the fucking West, or has historically existed in the fucking West, while talking about Israel. What the fuck? Are you stupid? Are you dumb? Did this happen in apartheid South Africa? Is that what happened? Jews are taught to be...
Keep in mind, he keeps bringing up apartheid South Africa. That was the reason why Nelson Mandela specifically didn't want to engage in crazy terrorism attacks against civilian populations, because Nelson Mandela specifically wanted there to be a reconciliation. So it's funny that Pallies love to lean into the Irish, the IRA, and then the South African shit. These are like their favorite go-to examples historically. But
be afraid of Arabs is what I mean. I don't think they should. Yes, what you're describing is fucking racism. What the fuck? Would you ever be this gracious to any other group? Would you ever be this gracious to any other fucking group that came out and were like, well, these Arabs are, they're gonna rape us. They're gonna fucking kill us if we get equal rights. These blacks are gonna rape us if we get equal rights. Like, if a white person said that, you'd be like, what the fuck are you saying? We are all so trained to see Islamophobia as just like invisible. We don't even recognize it. We don't even think that it's like out of the norm. This is what I meant when I said anti-Semitism and Islamophobia are obviously bigotries that are completely unacceptable, okay? But Islamophobia has institutional permissibility. Anti-Semitism does not. You say anti-Semitic shit, you're gonna get fucking fired. Even if you don't say anti-Semitic shit, people still say you're saying anti-Semitic shit to get you fucking fired, like what Ethan is doing with me. When you say Islamophobic shit, they will literally elevate you to the highest position of society. They'll be like, all right, great, thank you, please become the next fucking Secretary of Defense.
Get fired from his job.
Look at Pete Hegseth. It's the double standard that exists. If someone were to say, what I consider to be obviously unjustifiable, but if someone were to fucking turn around and say, we must nuke Tel Aviv, then obviously that person would not only get banned, but probably in prison. But if you turn around and say, we must nuke Tehran, or we must nuke Gaza, you become a politician. You become an American politician. That's a normal position within the American political discourse. That's it. Pete Hegseth has a Deus Vult tattoo, okay? Talking about the fucking Crusades. He's ironically also not exactly too fond of the Jews either. He's a Christian nationalist. But could you imagine, like, he has a tattoo that says, like, Kufar on his kafir on his arm in Arabic. Okay, to say like, I am the one, I'm the infidel, I'm gonna fucking come and kill all you Arabs or whatever. He has all these goddamn borderline neo-Nazi tattoos, like the Jerusalem cross and shit, okay? If Pete Hegseth has a fucking swastika, people will be like, yeah, you can't be the Secretary of Defense, okay? Resistance is not perfect. They're not like so good. They have magical bullets. It's not perfect. Oh, this requires its own debunking. This is not correct, okay? I'm sorry. And I know it's going to fucking make you feel bad when I say this. Or for Ethan, it's gonna make him feel really good because he's gonna be like, he's denying rape. Hamas did not mutilate and rape women on October 7th. That actually was initial reporting. That was identified as incorrect. What this report is showing is something that fucking Rabbi Shmuley has also brought forward.
Not the Rabbi Shmuley guy.
Because he literally repeated it over and over and over again. Okay? He said Hamas militants went in and cut the titties off of a Israeli woman and then cut the head off of an Israeli woman and then fucking played soccer with the head and the titty of an Israeli woman. Don't say I'm crashing out. He's crashing the hell out. You're crashing out. The fuck do you mean crashing out?
One guy. Careful. Not the one guy.
So good. And even then, what is so crazy about this process is that I'm not even fucking denying that rape happened in that one. He just clipped me out of fucking context.
Clip champ.
They stopped when they thought it was dead. The ordeal of Esther, raped and mutilated by Hamas terrorists. Cases of rape and sexual mutilation committed during October 7th massacre are surfacing. While survivors are still struggling this week, one of them, who participated in the Tribe of No Festival, agreed to tell us what she suffered. Now, I need you to understand something. This is in the immediate aftermath, okay? In the immediate aftermath. It's in November 26, 2023. It's understandable that the reporting on this was going to be murky at the fucking time, okay? I'm gonna be as gracious as I possibly can be.
I'm not crashing out, guys! Shut up!
Denied all investigations into the matter. All the forensic evidence was basically fucking either destroyed or literally designed in a way to erroneously create a alternative fucking reality by Zaka. They did this, and there's plenty of reporting on this process, okay? Go back and look at all these fucking reports. Now, the reason why, let me explain something to you. Why is this important to me, okay? Because the reality of the matter is, this is one of those things where it's like, it's the major no-no, okay? It's the biggest no-no of all time. And there is a likelihood that rapes did take place on October 7. It's just that there is no evidence for a Hamas-backed, systematized version of sexual assault that took place on October 7. It is logically already a very difficult thing to suggest, okay? But on top of that, it was one of the most live-streamed atrocities of all time. There are CCTV footages everywhere. There are body camera footages. Israel had access to every single Hamas militant's body camera footage, okay? They had it from every fucking angle. And they couldn't find one singular piece of fucking CCTV footage or visible evidence beyond photos that they claimed implied that sexual assault took place, including family members. I believe it was Shani Luke. Family members of Shani Luke came out and said, "Stop saying my dog."
Where would this at the Nova Festival? Who would have been video recording somebody getting raped? What? What?
Daughter got raped. She did not get sexually fucking assaulted. Like, they literally would deny the wishes of the existing victims, the family members, to make this argument. Now, why is this important? Because there was a shit ton of atrocities that took place on October 7. It was brutal, okay? It was violent. They came in with hang gliders. It's a breakout from a fucking open-air prison. Of course it was violent. It was like the Nat Turner Rebellion.
Like, and he does all of the Finkelstein examples, right? Like, bro, again, he's saying that, like, it was unjustifiable, or I don't know if he actually said that, but he's, like, saying it was horrible and, you know, like, but then he goes on to justify it, right? He's saying, like, of course there was horrible stuff, but I guess it wasn't horrible because of course they were breaking out of an open air prison. I don't know what the point he's trying to make is here. So why not just own it and say, okay, fine, it was acceptable.
Okay? It was ruthless. It was violent. There was plenty of atrocities that took place, but it was important for Israel to actually increase the atrocities to the best of their ability in an effort to justify what was coming next. That's why it was important to do good journalism in this moment, in this very moment. That's why they went on with the babies in the ovens nonsense, or 40 babies were beheaded. Shit that, by the way, Ethan and Hila still repeat. Atrocity propaganda that justifies the unimaginable, untold amount of terror that Israel subjected the entirety of the Palestinian population to. Okay? There's never been a moment where my analysis of the situation wasn't that October 7 was horrifying. It was absolutely considered an act of terror. It was. It's true. Still, the majority of the fucking people that were killed were civilians. Okay? That's unacceptable. But I understand what the conditions are that caused October 7 to happen. And if you can't have that fucking conversation, you don't want to solve the problem. You just want Palestinians to get slaughtered over and over again for 76 fucking years.
76 fucking years, guys. 76 fucking years.
Ethan understood the gravity of accusing Israel of systematic sexual abuse on the last episode of Leftovers. When he provided a source on the spot, he didn't believe it and wanted more credible evidence. Weird how he understands the gravity when it's accusing Israel, but not when accusing Hamas, and those accusations are being used to justify genocide. Exactly. The irony, of course, is that I'm not even using Israel's previous reporting on the matter, that Israel has systematically raped Palestinian women and boys at checkpoints. And in their...
What's the difference between understanding why it happened versus justifying it? Obviously, it's not as justifying it because he thinks it's based. The difference is whether or not you think it's acceptable. You should try to understand why October 7th happened. Israel has, in my opinion, Israel has no desire to understand why it happened, which is why they're probably on a road to creating another one, but Israel thinks it's based as long as they can continue to maintain their advantages in other places. But the point is to ideally not repeat the event. But the problem is when you only extend understanding to one side, like we can understand why the Palestinians did it, but for the Israelis, we have no understanding whatsoever of why they do what they do. That's the problem, and that's what people like Hassan do. That's the issue.
Their detention facilities to justify October 7th. I'm not even saying that. Some people do. I'm not doing that. This right here, for the record, this is the Esther case on display from Wikipedia. The New York Times changed her name to Sapir. October 2023, Israeli police showed multiple journals of video of a woman whom Le Parisien called Esther and BBC called Witness as, describing what she claims to have seen from her hiding place near the festival. A militant bent someone over, then Esther understood that he was raping the victim. The militant passed her on to someone else. She was still alive and bleeding from the back. The men cut off parts of her body, sliced her breast, threw it on the street and played with it. Another militant raped her, then while still penetrating her, shot her in the head, and then ejaculated. 2 months later, in December 2023, the New York Times reported accounts with very similar themes from a witness identified as Sapir. This is not something that took place, okay? I need you to understand. This is not real, okay? Here. Also, the person that conducted the fucking UN report admitted that it was a mischaracterization that genital mutilation took place. Fuck. The reason why this is important, by the way, stop debating rape and focus on the genocide, Lord. No, shut the fuck up. You want to know why this is important to cover? Because this is a colonialist tactic, okay?
This colonialist.
Barbaric rapist savages. It is the same exact fucking principle that whites in apartheid South Africa applied to the black population of South Africa.
True.
It is the same exact principle that white settler colonial violence that the Native Americans were subjected to that justified their genocide. It is the exact same thing that white Klansmen said in the Reconstruction era, and, as they went on to lynch black people in the aftermath of the Reconstruction era in the Jim Crow South. This is a colonialist tactic to fucking lie about the sexual barbarity of these animals, these primal beings that are violent and scary and must be fucking put to heel. That is precisely the reason why it's important to address the truth of this so that justice can be served for the fucking victims, okay? Not discounting that sexual assault or sexual violence ever took place on October 7th, because that is commonplace in conflicts. But having said that,
did you get that? See, that is commonplace in conflicts. This is the same as the Holocaust denialism. Like, did a Holocaust happen? Sure, maybe. So did the Dresden bombings. So did the nukes from Japan. Like, on Japan, like, yeah, there's a lot of violence before it happens, you know? See, it's the sneaks that in. That's good.
You must understand the reason as to why this was so important for Israel to push. It absolutely plays a role in the way that people fucking analyze the Palestinian population. Chris Kunzler and I had a wonderful conversation about this, about the psychosexual nature of this kind of projection propaganda. Here, let's take a look.
The settlers always projected their desires onto the colonized. They would always say, he says specifically in the case of the southern United States, is the white man not always saying that the black man at any opportunity would jump on the good white woman at any given opportunity? Lynchings would very often culminate with of people's... In the case of, he spoke constantly about how bad Jewish boys would attack German women at every opportunity. And in fact, one of the most racist figures and reprehensible within Israeli society, Meir Kahana, there is a video of him on YouTube where he speaks about, he says, there are currently Arab boys hidden in cafes pretending that they have Jewish names so they can basically trick nice, good Jewish girls into dating Arabs. He also gained a massive amount of popularity. His far-right, horrific exterminationist ideology by saying that there were a series of nationalist, like motivated by terrorism, nationalist hatred of Israel occurring at the time. And there were these...
Nice.
Think about that.
Think about that, guys.
Anyway, this is the crucial part many overlook regarding the deranged claims of gang rape from Sapir and Ros Cohen, repeated in the New York Times and other Western media. We already knew they lied from other evidence, but Patton's UN report also debunked it. Patton's team said that the accounts of gang rape could not be verified during the time provided along Road 232. This is the escape route from the Supernova Music Festival where two individuals claimed they saw gang rape, Ros Cohen and Sapir, or Witness S. Their stories have been cited by virtually every one of the 13 media investigations as civil society reports as evidence of rape. The statement further undermines Israeli and media claims that mass rape occurred on October 7. It is literally Emmett Till shit, okay? It's ridiculous.
Literally.
The forensic pathologist looked at all of the bodies and did not find a single one that had that specific type of genital mutilation. As a matter of fact, there's another story about like nails in someone's genitals or something.
Who? Did somebody say this isn't a tweet by the squirrel, is it? This whatever image he's looking at here?
And mischaracterizing grazing gunshot wounds to genitalia as targeted genital mutilation.
That's also really spooky. I've quote tweeted or I've fought with that squirrel before. The squirrel is unhinged. That squirrel will deliberately, like literally, like white out and delete parts of text when they're quoting from this UN report. I've literally caught them doing this in the past. But I guess it's still a valid source for Hassan to quote. Okay.
Mutilation using knives. Here's the UN, the Office of the Special Representative, the Secretary General on Sexual Violence Conflict. Okay, additional challenges emerged due to erroneous interpretations of state bodies by some volunteer first responders without relevant qualifications or expertise. Some examples include mistaking post-mortem pugilistic posturing, a boxer-like body posture with flexed elbows, clenched fists, and spread legs, and flexed knees due to the burn damage as indicative of sexual violence, misinterpreting anal dilation due to post-mortem changes as indicative of anal penetration, and mischaracterizing grazing gunshot wounds to genitalia as a targeted genital mutilation using knives. The reason why they mischaracterized it is because the first responders were not actually forensic pathologists. They did not have the capacity to do an autopsy on the fucking spot, so they just looked.
Oh, true. You can see the whiteout in the thing he's doing right now. For 65 here, why, like, oh, it's such a good point. This is why Hassan should never be taken seriously as a media anybody, right? He only does propaganda. He should be propaganda from Twitch. He shouldn't have a voice in media at all. But, like, why would you quote from an account that's literally deleting chunks of text and highlighting? Look at this. Look at 65 up here. They're literally deleting the first sentence. You're already highlighting. Shouldn't that be enough? Why do you have to delete whole parts of this in order to make an argument? That squirrel person is an unhinged, insane pro-pally, like, super propagandist account that's, like, so embedded in so many other subreddits. People have done writing on this account in particular. But like, Jesus Christ.
Looked at it and then said, this is what must have happened. And then the Israeli media ran with that fucking story. This is the reason why I said it's important to fucking arrive at a real conclusion with verifiable evidence. You want to know why I said, and many people made hay of me saying, circumstantial evidence in this regard in the UN preliminary report does not meet the standards of circumstantial evidence that would be used in a fucking court of law? Because you're looking at a photo of someone going like this and you make up your mind on it. But a forensic, a person that is supposed to conduct the autopsy is going to actually figure out whether or not this thing that you're suspecting happened. every single piece of every single headline that Ethan erroneously slaps on here, including this one, is bullets contributing to, once again, screams without words, how Hamas weaponized sexual violence on October 7th. This is a great fucking example of a story that did not meet the standard of New York Times' own editorial review. This was so goddamn controversial, but so necessary.
I don't think it's true that it didn't meet the standards of their editorial review. It's that there were a lot of pro-Pally people on that board that were uncomfortable with anything like this that seemed vaguely pro-Israeli being published. If you read into the stories for why people got so mad about that, but hey, don't let me get in the way of a good story.
So that Israel could keep pushing the narrative of Palestinian barbarity, okay? This story was written by a person who had insanely racist shit on her timeline, so much so that the New York Times actually dropped her after the story, okay? The story itself was incredibly controversial.
There was not insanely racist shit on her timeline. I think she made some statements that were maybe objectionable, but these were made like on like October. I'm pretty sure these statements were made like on October 7th, 8th, 9th. Like these were like in the days following. Remember, for Israelis, for Jews, you know how it sounds like, oh, there's no perfect victim. If you're Jewish, you have to be the perfect victim. You can't say anything unhinged. You can't say anything crazy. You can't say anything that's an overreaction on like days after the largest terrorist attack per population, like in almost all of human history. Like it's an insane amount of people that were killed given the population of this country. You have to be perfectly on your best behavior afterwards. But when it comes to the pro-Pally people that Ethan was making fun of, who were like, you know, Frogan saying, you guys said you wanted a resistance and now that you have one, now you're unhappy or whatever, those people are all like to be defended. You know, we have to use an infinite amount of charitability to understand what they were saying and all that.
So within the New York Times editorial board, because they said it did not meet the internal standards of the New York Times' editorial team, because they could not, there was no verifiable evidence and simply claims people were making that could very easily be destroyed in a moment's fucking notice, and as many of them did. Yeah, this is one of the 3 authors of the Screams Without Words mass rape atrocity propaganda hoax. Anat Schwartz, she liked posts calling for Gaza to be turned into a slaughterhouse. This is the person that the New York Times actually fucking hired. Anat Schwartz liked this post that said,
this is on October 7th about a post they liked. This is on October 7th. Like, Jesus Christ.
Turn the strip into a slaughterhouse. The New York Times saw all of this and said, okay, we can't have her do reporting for Israel again. Huh. If this didn't meet the standards, why did this article come out? Well, because atrocity propaganda was an absolute fucking necessity, okay? And the reason why I'm not moving on from this, and I know why some girly pop might actually have some issues with this, because you're like, oh, I've heard this before. No, you have to understand something very important here. This is the same exact type of atrocity propaganda that colonial powers have always used against black people, against Native Americans, and the German Nazis used against Jews, okay? That they're rapist monsters. This is the oldest fucking colonial propaganda in the goddamn book, because it's such a depraved act to do this level of harm to a victim that when you hear it, you don't even want to think about anything else. You are immediately and understandably grossed out by it. It's the same exact shit that we do right now with immigrants. Immigrants are rapists. Immigrants are rapists. Why do you think Trump says that over and over again with no evidence whatsoever? And it's incredibly frustrating that I actually, in our debate, asked Ethan, do you have any names? Do you have any victims that have come out and actually offered firsthand testimony to this barbaric sexual assault that you're saying was systematized by Hamas, that where mass rapes took place on October 7th? Do you have any victims? What are their names? Because I do not reflexively disbelieve women. I do believe women. When a woman comes out and says, this actually happened, this happened to me. Like, for example, the testimony of
the people who were raped by Israelis.
I think her name is Amit Shoshana, right? The one that Ethan kept showing over and over again. She was sexually assaulted in captivity. Okay?
Oh, in captivity.
That is in the UN Sexual Violence and Conflict Report. That is the verifiable instance of rape that did not happen on October 7th.
How is that verifiable, Hassan? Where's your direct evidence of that besides her own claims of it? And if Israelis are willing to lie, like, why would you believe hers? I feel like this would be the least believable one, no? But whatever, okay.
But actually happened in captivity, okay? Ethan kept playing that over and over again, not understanding that I've never actually denied that. And he kept using her testimony to imply that her testimony was from October 7th, over and over and over again. However, evidence. There is, however, real evidence as far as like first 10 accounts and testimony. Even this is from the same. This is moments before that clip that he posted about, by the way, to make me look like I'm just laughing about rapes taking place in testimony from hostages. So that part is real. That did happen, which is very important, and that was a part of the UN investigation that was conducted. There is, however, evidence. There is, however, real evidence. I think you need to clarify systematically. People are showing
propagandas. Like, this was a huge issue with Zaka. If he would have actually read that Haaretz article that did supposedly point out, it did point out that how Zaka kind of fucked up some of the investigation. If he actually read the article that he's citing, then they would say it in there that is what Zaka does. And that was a huge issue related to the Zaka stuff, but okay.
She's literally wrong. They took the bodies to the Shura base. And they actually did look at the bodies. The issue, however, was that the initial forensic examination was not conducted by real specialists. Zaka ended up desecrating the bodies in the process and ruining any sort of on-the-spot kinetic forensic examination from taking place, because you have to look at the way that like bodies are presented to develop an understanding of what happened, like how this person died. They denied a real investigation to so many Israelis. Ethan tried to say that as well. Can you show us proof? Yes, I can. Hold on. I will.
Hold up.
It's so crazy that people like
So hard
having this
being Hassan.
conversation and going over the very important details
Rough
and
life.
having this conversation, going over these very important fucking details on what happened on October 7, and given the gruesome nature of these accusations, people just simply go, oh, you're just a fucking rape denier, and it's insane to me. It's actually fucking insane to me. Thoughts on you being accused of dog whistling? Yeah, dude, totally. You got it.
You got it, dude.
Where's the Shura base article? Hold on, I'm gonna pull it up in a second. Ugh. Anyway, but this is the UN report, by the way, the sexual violence and conflict report. Stop saying, stop posting accusation to mirror, okay? He is currently adding every single one of his IG stories about you to a highlight reel. I don't care.
So petty.
The easy route in this situation is to just simply say, is to simply go along and not try to debunk some of this very dangerous misinformation. Here, the claim of extensive visual evidence with repeated statements of, we saw a photo of cut up vaginas, nails, vaginas, knives, and vaginas is strewn throughout the original Gettleman, Stella Schwartz, to browbeat the reader into submission, but it was all a contrived fake, a facade.
Objects like knives inserted in the genitalia of a woman. I mean, the team reviewed the photos and we did not find anything like that. And I did mention, like, one of the challenges faced by the Israeli government, but which impacted our own work, was the fact that inaccurate, unreliable forensic conclusions were drawn by untrained volunteer first responders. And we give some examples. We give some examples in the report, such as interpreting an anal dilation as anal penetration, when, according to our forensic expert, it's with extensive burn damage. This is what you get, anal dilation.
The issue is that Hassan is, like, not everything in that first report that came out. Also, by the way, that report said it was a preliminary report, and there were some things that were challenged from that report afterwards. Hassan will look at the stuff that was challenged from that report, but he'll never look at the stuff that's not challenged by the report, where they still do maintain that there was systematic sexual violence. So he always goes, and this is what sucks too, because people like Hassan, is why they're the worst types of human beings in the world, is that if you have an honest actor who's willing to go back and look, it's like, okay, well, maybe we got this wrong, and maybe this could have been better. Like, they'll just cite those parts and claim that everything is a fucking lie, which is...
The position of the body... as
Do you understand why the UN reported... said that, like, the circumstantial evidence is still important and valid to make an assessment, but it doesn't reach the normal standard of an investigation. This was a preliminary report that was conducted. A preliminary report is like a field breathalyzer. When you're drunk driving and a cop pulls you over, they first give you a field breathalyzer test. That field breathalyzer test is actually very inconsistent, but that's a test that allows the police to detain you, to take you to the fucking precinct, so you can use the real breathalyzer in the precinct.
Why is he so stupid about everything? What?
When you're drunk driving and a cop pulls you over, they first give you a field breathalyzer test. That field breathalyzer test is actually very inconsistent, but that's a test that allows the police to detain you, to take you to the fucking precinct.
They can detain you if you refuse the test. They can detain you for any number of reasons, or arrest you if you fail a field sobriety test, or if you refuse a test, because that's part of the agreement generally you make when you get a driver's license. I don't know if they only use the blood alcohol content of the blood test. I feel like they can probably use the one from the breathalyzer as well. I don't know where he gets his idea that they're completely and totally, wholly inaccurate. Even if you pass a breathalyzer test, I think they can still arrest you and take you to the station if you fail a field sobriety test as well, but okay.
So you can use the real breathalyzer in the precinct. That one is actually admissible in court.
The real breathalyzer in the precinct? Is he talking about a blood draw?
The field breathalyzer test is inadmissible in court. It doesn't mean that you're actually drunk. It's not proof to actually say you have conclusively driven drunk. It's only enough proof to detain you so they can take you to the fucking real deal. This is the exact same principle with a preliminary investigation. The UN conducted this preliminary investigation, and then Israel said, you cannot conduct an actual investigation into this process. You just have to take our word for it. Do you understand? Why would they say no to this? Do you think that the fucking United Nations is anti-Semitic? Do you think that they're Hamas? Do you think that they're just going to look at all of this information and then make up a conclusion that makes Israel look bad erroneously? What are you, fucking nuts? That's what Israel thinks. It's psychotic. They do. Yeah, I know they think that, but it's fucking bullshit. That's bullshit.
Fucking bullshit, guys.
Do you understand? Here's what Pramila Patton's UN report on sexual violence actually said. Section 2.1, first paragraph. Is this where this... In spite of its own complicity in the Israeli narrative, Patton's report undermines several of that narrative's fundamental tenets. Western mass media is currently engaged in a concerted campaign to ignore this, as it spins the report as vindication of claims that Hamas committed systematic rape on October 7. In fact, the report explicitly does not reach this conclusion. 2.1. The UN report does not find a pattern of sexual violence on October 7. This was a central claim of Jeffrey Gettleman, Anash Schwartz, and Adam Sella on their now thoroughly discredited article, Screams...
I like how he's citing... Why can't you just read the actual UN report? I like how he's citing this Mondavi site, which is a dog shit, super far lefty weirdo website. But
words. how Hamas weaponized sexual violence on October 7, which argued that Hamas fighters did not carry out rogue or isolated acts of rape, but rather engaged in a broader pattern of gender-based violence using rape as a weapon of war. However, when 52 minutes into Patton's March 4 press conference, Farnaz Fasihi from The Times asked, would you say you found a pattern of sexual violence was a strategy of Hamas, both on October 7 attacks and in regards to the hostages? Patton answers definitively in the negative. Later in the press conference, when she is asked by Haaretz journalist Lisa Rosowski, am I correct that you cannot conclude that sexual violence was of a systematic character? Patton reiterates her answer, stating, no, the distinguishing factor from the exercise that we set out to do, the gathering and verification of information for the purpose of its inclusion in the annual report of the Secretary General versus an investigation, that's where you would go into the elements of widespread or systematic. We did not go into that. Patton's report could neither establish the prevalence of sexual violence, nor draw conclusions on attribution of alleged violations to specific armed groups. And here's the Shura base reporting. The Shura base is where many of the original claims of widespread sexual assault, including broken pelvises, first emerged. It turned out it was based on one source who said a ton of demonstrably false things. Haaretz reported it out and found out that it was wrong. At the Shura base, to which most of the bodies were taken for purposes of identification, there were 5 forensic pathologists at work. In that capacity, they also examined the bodies that arrived completely or partially naked in order to examine the possibility of rape. According to a source knowledgeable about the details, there were no signs on any of those bodies attesting to sexual relations having taken place or mutilation of genitalia. These teams did not document a single case of sexual assault or case of genital mutilation. Beyond this, from inquiries, and this also goes along with the UN report. But Ethan still put it in his fucking video. Why did Ethan still put it in his fucking video? Because he's incredibly careless. The UN report.
Did he really just gloss over saying, wait, what?
These teams did not document a single case of sexual assault or case of genital mutilation. Beyond this, from inquiries, and this also goes along with the UN report. But Ethan still put it in, not document a single case of sexual assault. There were no signs. There were report. Here's the Shura base report.
I don't know what you said.
And this also goes along with the UN report. But Ethan still put it in his fucking video. Why did Ethan still put it in his fucking video? Because he's incredibly careless.
True.
That's
not perfect.
And here, this is the other guy.
It's
Hold
not
on.
perfect.
I know. I can't believe how much time I've spent on this. I know it's fucking annoying. Okay, I know.
It's not perfect.
In the first male October 7 survivor recounts rape at the hands of Hamas terrorists. This guy was a Nova Festival guy. He literally said that on October 7, during Nova Festival, Hamas terrorists came and gang raped him. Guess what? He was suing the Israeli government for $133 million. And the Israeli government looked into his statements and found that he was making it up. And they
so now the Israeli government is a good thing to cite here when we're trying to figure out if something actually happened. Okay, based.
Closed the case.
Perfect.
That guy is another fabulist. Attackers laughed as they raped and murdered a woman in Israel on October 7th.
What would he say if a Palestinian tried to sue the Israeli government and the Israeli government said we don't think this thing happened?
Witness says this guy also was found to be fucking lying.
Of course, if you compare the raw numbers, Gazans have lost a lot more than Israelis. 40,000 people have died, and neighborhoods have been completely flattened during this war. And while we should keep their plight at the top of our minds at all time, it also doesn't mean that we should disregard the lives of the Jewish people who are also affected by this, even if their suffering on the whole is not
this war. Not a war, it's a genocide. I thought you recognized it as such.
As great.
So when he calls it war, that
you may
means
know
it's
that
not
I'm
a
an Israeli
genocide.
dual
Good,
citizen.
smart.
My
Okay.
wife is Israeli.
Gotcha.
My kids are half Israeli, and my entire in-law is Israeli. I lived there for 5 years, and I grew a closeness with the country and its people. One of the biggest issues between me, Hassan, and his community was that...
Yeah, notice how he says when he's talking about Gazans dying in the war, the terminology is very passive. Israelis are horrifyingly raped and mutilated and murdered by these Hamas terrorists, but Gazans are dying in a war. This right here is a dog whistle. If you want to know what a fucking dog whistle is, this is what a dog whistle is.
Okay.
Not the idea that someone fucking holding up a bleach sword is actually indicative of their anti-Semitism. That's something that you made up in your fucking mind. But this is a very carefully crafted dog whistle that I don't even think Ethan is smart enough to understand that he's actually attributing here. It's just so permanently lasered into his fucking consciousness that he doesn't recognize that he's doing passive voice when talking about Gazans and their plight. That's it. Okay? Passive voice is applied by mainstream outlets all the fucking time.
To delegitimize a
I'm in
genocide.
favor of a two-state solution, while they are in favor of a one-state solution. Their theory is that after the October 7th attack, Israel should just dissolve its borders and let Hamas enter Israel.
Yes, it would have been fucking, yeah. One state. One state at any point. Pre-October 7, post-October 7, at any point.
Well, at least he admits it, I guess.
Unrestrained.
Borders. Like, the argument is so fucking stupid that he's just like, no, you have to genocide them, dude. What do you mean? Like, I mean, you have to genocide them a little bit.
You shouldn't
I mean,
genocide
October
them.
7 happened.
You have to,
Look, I gave you a bunch of headlines to show you how much I care about rape, by the way.
and not have a
That I
state
just gave
anymore.
you a bunch of fucking headlines that I couldn't even recall. I couldn't even recount off the top of my mind when I was actually having a conversation with Hassan on Friday. It's one state right now, okay? It already is one state. That's what it is. Israel's an apartheid state.
What do you think Israel should have done in response to October 7th?
Instead of indiscriminately bombing Gaza, I think the first thing to do in that situation would be to dismantle the government in the way that it existed, like get Netanyahu out of power.
Okay. So you're saying Israel, in
85%.
response, hold on, dude. You're saying in response to this terrorist attack, Israel should have dismantled their own government.
The first set of actions would be to democratically take Netanyahu out of power. Yes.
The problem is that Israel's been at war.
What does that mean? The first step would have been to democratically take Netanyahu out of power. So the first step was Israel should have, okay, we just got terrorist attack. What should we do? Let's hold an election and vote out our leader right now, and then we'll figure out after that. What?
Everybody hated Netanyahu after. What? I thought Ethan hated Netanyahu. Why would he take issue with that? Why? We're at war. Is it a war or is it a genocide?
It can be both, but maybe not for Hassan. It can't be, I guess. I don't know.
Between me and Ethan, that chatter is correct. Only one of us knows the name of Amit Shoshana. Or Shoshana. I don't know how to say it. Ethan did not.
Only one of us knows the name of... I forgot their name.
Between me and Ethan, that chatter is correct. Only one of us knows the name of Amit Shoshana. Or Shoshana. I don't know how to say it. Ethan did not.
Okay.
As he was constantly fucking bringing her testimony up and screaming at me in our debate. To which he openly recognized he actually weaponized later down the line to slander me.
Or with its neighbors for 70 plus
Stop asking me when friends are going to come along. I already told them not to come along yet, okay? I'm doing this on my own.
years. And it makes a lot of sense that there'd be some distrust there. Is it really insane to think that Jews, as an ethnic minority in Israel, would not be safe? After all, Israel is a country of refugees.
Yeah, you are a ethno-religious supremacist and also an anti-Arab racist. That's it. That's it.
True.
This is not a valid fear. This is the same exact fear that whites had in the apartheid structure in South Africa, that once blacks were free, they would turn around and do a reverse apartheid. This is exactly what people thought about restoring the racial pecking order in the aftermath of the abolition of slavery. You are a Jewish supremacist. That's it. When you're thinking about Israel, you are operating on supremacist thinking.
True.
Okay? Not to the same degree as a Kahanist or whatever, but that's absolutely what this is. These fucking barbaric Arabs, if we were to lower the boundary wall, would come in and fucking rape us to death. I can't take you seriously.
I mean, isn't that kind of what happened on October 7th? But
what? Explain to me what you mean. Yeah, imagine if Jews were a minority, the Palestinians would do to us what we've been doing to them. That's the only argument he has here, by the way. That's the only fucking argument he has. The suspicion that Palestinians would be just as depraved as the fucking Israeli government is to them.
True.
And for the record, he doesn't even understand that he's being fucking racist. And you will never be able to convince him that this is an unimaginably racist fucking thing to say. If I were to look through his goddamn comments here, no one would actually fucking cover the point. No one would actually turn around and be like, dude, what do you mean?
If the Jews didn't come from Europe after the Holocaust, they came from the surrounding Arab countries that expelled them in massive amounts following the 1948 war. In fact, there was more Jews displaced than Palestinians during the Nakba.
Yeah, this goes back to the famous conversation that we had where I said this was one of the worst claims that you made in your entire fucking context, Puke. The double Nakba theory. The idea that like Israel's planned exterminationist campaign towards the Palestinians was somehow a good enough fucking reason for why there was a continued domination of all Palestinians across the board.
I mean, it's just, that is true. I think it was almost 1 million Jews ended up being expelled or fled from all the surrounding Arab states, but whatever.
Because, sorry, Jews have to go somewhere. That is literally the entire reason why the Nakba is disgusting, okay? That is the reason why the Nakba is a ridiculous act of ethnic cleansing to begin with. Jews were in concentration camps in the fucking Holocaust, and the ones who actually survived this horrifying process turned around and in all but 3 years went to fucking Israel and killed Arabs, Palestinians that had nothing to do with the Holocaust. Think about that. How fucking insane that is. Sorry, we have nowhere to go. Guess we have to fucking kill you is not a reasonable conclusion.
That's definitely a fair reading of everything that happened. Okay.
Conclusion here. You cannot attribute the crimes of other fucking countries like Iraq or even countries that were under colonial occupation like Morocco or under the leadership of Vichy France. You're talking about fucking Algeria. Algeria didn't even have its own liberation movement at this point. And you are attributing to the fucking crimes of the colonially occupied Algeria to Arabs. And you're saying that all Arabs are just anti-Semitic, so Israel had to exist because there was nowhere else for them to go. It's fucking ridiculous. They could have gone back to those countries. They literally could have gone.
They literally could not have gone back to any of those Arab states, but okay, that's good.
Back. There was numerous instances where...
Or does he mean go back to Europe where they just got holocausted? Which one is he referring to there?
The PLO and the Arab councils got together and said, hey, we can do a right to return. We can do a double right to return. Jews that want to go back to the MENA region, if they want to go back, they can go back. I'll give you one great example of this, okay? Algeria is a great example of this because it's under French colonial occupation at this point. There's a lot of anti-Semitism, sure, but part of that, for example, was the reality that the FLN's demand for Algeria and during the Algerian liberation was that Jews living in Algeria would be citizens, would be actual Algerian citizens, but they would have to denounce their French citizenship for that process. So what did Jews do in Algeria that collaborated with the colonial apparatus at the time? They went to fucking France. They didn't fly to Israel because they were being pogromed. They fucking chose to be French citizens. That's what happened to the Algerian Jews. This is the reason why you can't fucking make this comparison between what took place in all these other Arab countries and what took place in Israel. None of these people are actually Palestinians. So why the fuck are the Palestinians constantly getting destroyed in this process? It's a nitpick, but calling Israelis the Jews is unironically perpetuating and promoting anti-Semitism en masse. It's gross. Thank you for actually pointing that out. Jay Mershon, you are absolutely fucking correct. I keep forgetting because there's so many different things that he said in 15 minutes that has taken me hours and hours and hours to fucking explain. They laughed at you for this. Oh yeah, the government of Iraq ran full-page advertisements calling for the return of its Iraqi Jews who had fled their country, Iraq, after the breakout of the 1948 war. Anyway, that doesn't mean that there wasn't fucking expulsions that were taking place. Not mass expulsion the same fucking way that Israel conducted, or before Israel.
Like, yes, like the Arab states wanted to pull all of the Jewish people out of Israel because they wanted the Palestinians to be able to retake the land. No shit, Shirley.
She really raised $644,000 for calling a disabled 5-year-old black kid the N-word. $644,000 for being racist. What about me? She really raised.
What would you do if I was your coworker?
Oh my God, there's a
and I
female
asked for some
version.
of your lunch.
Nice, man.
What would you do if I was your coworker?
Oh my God, there's a
and I
female
asked for some of
version.
your lunch.
Here's the best thing you can do on the internet. You want to troll people? This is the way to do it. Go into Stack Overflow, Reddit, stuff like that. Find necro threads where people ask questions and there was no response. And then make a new account, post in there, and say, I lost access to my old account. I fixed this. And just never explain how. Here's the best thing you can do on the internet. You want to troll people? This is the way to do it. Go into Stack Overflow, Reddit, stuff like that. Find necro threads where people ask questions and there was no response. And then make a new account, post in there, and say, I lost access to my old account. I fixed this. And just never explain how. Here's the best thing you can do.
The simp that paid $10K to meet a girl he follows on OnlyFans, and all he got was a hug. 1 month later, her and her boyfriend are using that money to travel the world. Oh no, dude. The simp that paid $10K to meet a girl he follows on OnlyFans, and all he got was a hug. 1 month later, her and her boyfriend are using that money to travel the world.
You're a male and you're neutered. And you're a male and you're neutered. So where did these kittens come from? We don't own a female cat. You're a male and you're neutered. And you're a male and you're neutered. So
Okay, could you sign here, please?
Of course.
Okay, could you sign here, please?
Okay.
Rules are made to be
Okay, could you sign here, please?
like buildings. Or people.
I brought the wrong pen. Okay, could you sign here, please?
Of course.
Okay, could you sign here, please?
Okay.
Okay, could you sign here, please?
Mirage window smoke without walking. Was? Ooh, the tech chat. Mirage window smoke without walking. Was? Ooh, the tech chat.
¿Qué me hace feliz? ¿Qué me hace feliz? Mira, te voy a explicar lo que me hace feliz. ¿Ves? Esto de acá, sí, mira. Y eso por ahí. Y la vieja de allá. ¿Qué me hace feliz? ¿Qué?
That Mafia 2 house is right next to Diddy's. What? Oh, no! He only has a house in Miami. You're lying.
According to TMZ, Combs is looking to sell.
tunnels in my shit? I low-key just leaked where I'm at. Castanet Mafia Atan 2 house is right next to Diddy's. What? Oh, no! He only has.
S for solar. Solar flarenator. S for solar.
It's such a dumb fucking point. But whatever.
Science brigades conducted. But the idea that this is somehow comparable.
If that's even true, I mean, that would be the explanation for it. I haven't actually personally heard this claim before. Hassan has made it a few times. I might look into it, but everything Hassan says about this conflict is fucking retarded. So it's, my guess is either a flat out lie or it's just misrepresented. But like, even if it was true, it wouldn't matter. That's not them showing like goodwill to the Jewish people. That's them saying, "Fuck, we lost our fucking wars that we just tried in Israel proper. Can you guys like leave Israel just to come back to our countries now?" Like, the point would be to shore up a demographic majority in the Palestinian area. But
dude, the Nakba is fucking gross. It's disgusting. It's a double genocide theory. That's all this is. Well, you know, in the aftermath of World War I, a lot of Germans felt displaced. They felt wronged by World War I. They took on incredible amounts of fucking casualties. So I guess it was permissible to do the Holocaust would be a fucking psychotic argument to make. And it's actually one that famous historian, not real historian, Daryl, whatever the fuck his name is, that goes on Joe Rogan, made time and time again. And I shit on him for making that fucking stupid ass argument. But when Ethan gets to say this about how Jews had nowhere to go, so they had to kill some fucking Arabs to kill some goddamn.
They didn't initially kill them when they were going to the mandatory Palestine area, but whatever.
Palestinian Arabs to take over their fucking land. What are you going to do about it, you know? No one ever thinks this is an insanely fucking racist thing to say because everyone thinks Arabs are not human, okay? It's fucking crazy.
What is this? Okay.
Sorry for the nitpick. The Vichy government fell after World War II. Algiers was under another government. No, I'm talking about instability against Jews under Vichy France was pre-World War II. I'm saying that, like, there are Algerian Jews that were harmed, okay, throughout this history. But all the way through World War II, the harm that was happening under the watchful gaze of fucking Vichy France in Algeria. Do you not understand my point? Because he looks at the entire scope of not even post-1948, pre-1948 anti-Semitism that took place in Arab countries, and then says all Arabs are like this. Daryl Cooper is the name of the Holocaust revisionist that I was talking about. Exactly. Daryl Cooper says, well, Germans had their feelings. Germans have had their fucking feelings hurt after World War I, so what are you going to do about it? Lo and behold, you know, that's why the Holocaust had to happen. That is the same argument that he's making here, you know? Germans experience a lot of economic instability.
The Holocaust doesn't naturally follow necessarily from Germans losing World War I. There's not like a direct line. There's some more work that you have to do there to get to the anti-Semitic part, to get to the stab in the back part. There's a little bit more work you have to do there, but I guess we can just make this meme, but...
And therefore, they became much more militant and said that the perpetrators were Jews.
1 million Jews. All of these surrounding Arab countries had vibrant Jewish communities in huge number, hundreds of thousands. Now, if you look at them, you're looking at close to, if not literally, 0 Jews left in these countries.
Just to give you an idea, here's a visual representation of the Jewish refugees after 1948. Morocco had 265,000 Jews. Now it has 2,000. Algeria had 104.
Well, thank God I fucking brought up Algeria, by the way. Yeah, where did the Algerian Jews go, Ethan? Algerian Jews were historically considered French citizens. They were collaborators with the French occupiers. The Algerian government, in the aftermath of the liberation, turned around and said, hey, you can be Algerian citizens. You just have to renounce your French citizenship. And lo and behold, they were like, off, I'm going to France. I'm going to be French now. And that's precisely what took place here. You are making this comparison to seem like, you know, there was ethnic cleansing happening.
I don't know enough of the history of the Algeria stuff, but I do know that Palestinians tried this argument that Hassan is using right now, that Israelis could just go back like the people in Algeria did. I don't remember why, but even Palestinians eventually learned through their propaganda machine that like this was a bad argument, that they didn't want to use it anymore. The main reason being that you couldn't just tell Israeli people to go back because so many of them were now from the Middle East, and Israelis themselves didn't really consider themselves European in that way. So they dropped. Typically, you don't hear this comparison to Algeria or the AFN, Algerian, the fighter people there. Usually they make the comparison instead to South Africa, or for some reason this Irish shit gets brought up, but South Africa was the model that they ended up switching to. But
happening in fucking Algeria, the Jews. Holy shit.
Or FLN.
What happened to the Jews in Iraq, Egypt, Yemen, Morocco, Lebanon after 1948, Hassan? Oh my God, he's still doing this. He's still fucking trying to put this point together as though this is like there was nowhere to go. There was nowhere to go, okay? There's nowhere to fucking go. You want to know why this argument is fucking moronic and is at the heart of Zionism? Because the Holocaust and centuries of pogroms and the fear is baked into the heart of Zionism. Israel must exist as a Jewish ethno-state, a Jewish ethno-supremacist state. It has to exist that way. Or
he keeps saying ethno-supremacist. but it's just more like a state where Jewish people feel that they are protected because they have a Jewish majority, and that Jewish majority is probably not going to Holocaust a Jewish majority. That is the feeling that they have. Yeah. Do you think that feeling is incorrect? I mean, you could try and argue against it, but...
Or else the Holocaust will happen again is literally at the fucking heart of this entire argument.
Yes, it is.
That's
true.
And that's precisely why he has to make it seem like all of the Jews in Algeria were actually dominated in an ethnic cleansing campaign in the same way that Israel, before it was Israel, the Zionist brigades had exterminated and also ethnically cleansed the Palestinians from their ancestral lands. It has to be this way, because otherwise the entire project fucking falls apart. Fuck. Do you understand how stupid this argument is?
Wait, so is that not true then, or did he?
It monolithizes all Arabs across the board, okay? And it also turns around and puts the blame on the Palestinians. It is a never-ending cycle of, and a never-ending justification of why Palestinians must be brutalized by Israel, because that's where the fucking Israeli state is. There's nothing we can do about it. It has to be an ethnic majority. It has to be a Jewish ethno-majority state. Otherwise, the Holocaust will happen a million times over. That is the underlying argument here. I'm obviously exaggerating, but that is literally, that generational trauma and racial violence that Jews were subjected to historically is baked into the reason why Israel must exist in the way that it does, in the violent way that it does, as an apartheid state sitting on top of indigenous land that Palestinians are not allowed to be inside of, because if they were, God forbid, then in Ethan's words, what did Ethan say? Hold on, let me pull it up again. Where the fuck was Ethan's statement on this? Not this one. The one where he says, you know, if the walls come down, then all Jews will be destroyed. Is it really that fucked up to make this inference that Palestinians, Hamas will kill us if the walls come down? Is this it? No, not this one. Oh, I mean, this is the one, yeah.
Any other in here?
To take over all of Israel and happily coexist with fucking Israelis. One state solution is the fucking literal. I mean, one state solution is like kind of the same thing. Because if you have a one state solution and the right to return, which I agree with, right? I mean, Israel has the right to return. If there's a state of Palestine, it makes sense. But if you're in one state, all that's going to happen is like everybody is trying to bring as many people there as possible. And like by the time, there frankly are a lot of Palestinians, right, in the area. And once Palestinians outnumber the Jews, basically anything is fair game for the Jews. Anything.
Why? What the fuck are you saying? What the fuck are you saying? Israel has a right to return. Why the fuck does Israel? Why can any Jewish man right now, anywhere around the planet, can fucking go to Israel right now and be able to get a goddamn house in the fucking West Bank that the government will help fund, or Christians United for Israel will help fund, but a fucking Palestinian that can't go back to see their ancestral village, partially because Israel most likely destroyed it and then built some ugly contraption on top of it. What a ridiculous fucking argument. Think about how fucking stupid this is. You can be Ethan Klein, an American Jew living in fucking Calabasas or wherever the fuck he grew up in California, and go live in Israel for 5 fucking years, but there's dudes on the Gaza boundary that cannot even
I mean, like, yeah, Israel will do whatever they can to disrupt their demographic majorities. Much the same, you can be a Palestinian living in Jordan who's been living there for 2 or 3 generations and has full Jordanian citizenship, that's enjoyed full Jordanian rights for the entirety of your life, and your father and mother's life there, and still be considered a refugee from Palestine. I mean, yeah, both sides do really retarded shit when it comes to fucking refugees, because they're all fighting over the demographic majority over there. That's kind of the name of the game, yeah.
Peek over the fucking Gaza envelope to see their parents' houses. How the fuck is that appropriate?
Like, listen to what you just said. Their parents' houses. You're a refugee because your parents got kicked out of a place. Like, how many refugees? Like, is it going to be my great-great-great-great-great-grandfather who lived in some area, so I'm a refugee from there? Yeah, it's kind of silly. But I mean, this is what they do because it's all fighting over demographics there.
How is that acceptable? It's bullshit. It's fucking insane. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Having this conversation with Americans feels so crazy, where you're like, these guys are literally trapped in an open-air prison, okay? They're trapped in a fucking open-air prison. They can't go into Israel. And guys will literally turn around and tell you, like, what do you mean Israel's fucking awesome, dude? Yeah, I mean, don't look over at the open-air prison. There's a genocide going on there. But also, anyone that fucking speaks out against that genocide is actually, lo and behold, an anti-Semite. He misspoke when he said Israel, just a heads up before he focuses on that. What are you talking about? What?
And I'm sorry, but Hamas, the governing fucking body there wants to kill all the fucking Jews.
Yeah, Morocco protected Moroccan Jews from the Vichy government during the Holocaust, finally acknowledged by the Israeli government recently. Anti-Semitism is not as prevalent in Arab society as either.
Legit question. How did the Jews end up in Israel in the first place? Did they actually displace the Palestinian people? It's been a long time since I've debated this or argued this, but my understanding is basically, I believe, there were conferences of Jewish people who were trying to figure out, like, you know, I feel like we should all go live somewhere because our shit is kind of fucked and we keep getting fucked everywhere in the world. Theodor Herzl is considered, I think, the founder of modern Zionism. And I think Herzl's idea was, okay, well, let's look around the planet and let's see if we can find a place where, you know, Jewish people can go and live. and I think they considered it a couple countries, and I think eventually they kind of settled on Israel. And the problem kind of was the Ottoman Empire controlled the historic lands of Israel. They controlled that area in the Levant at the time. And so Jewish people tried to kind of like sneakily buy land up because the Ottomans didn't want Jews buying land or migrating there. So I think they would buy through shell companies or whatever, some things from Ottoman landholders. A couple of groups of Jews tried to immigrate early on, first and second Aliyah, I think mainly from Eastern Russia, the Russian Empire, because they kind of got fucked up there. And then in other places, the first two waves kind of fucked up and they didn't really do much. And then eventually, I think there was a wave in, I want to say it was the early 1900s, maybe 1910 or whatever, that started to do a little bit better. They started to craft all these plans for like, okay, well, here's what we're going to do. Jewish people are going to sell all their shit here in wherever they're moving from, or give it to whatever the fucking country. We're going to provide funding and finance for it, and we're going to do this thing called like labor Zionism. So basically, you're committing to a life of fucked upness. You're going to move here. This place sucks. We're going to buy land. We're going to have you move there. We're going to kick the Palestinians or whoever lives. They weren't Palestinians at the time. But we're going to kick the Arabs off the land we buy, and then Jews are going to go there. You're going to work the land. You're going to make this a habitable place. Inhabitable place. Because it basically just the land sucked. Jewish people started going there, and then eventually there was the Balfour Declaration, I think in 1914. A bunch of Jews were able to successfully petition the British government and say, hey, listen, can you guys please make a promise? We'll help fund your war and all that shit. Can you please make a promise to us that you'll like carve out some place for us after the war where we can go and live? Obviously, there is a defeat on the side of World War I of the, was it the Axis? Or Allies and Axis? Or was that just World War II? There was a bunch of dissolution of big kingdoms after World War I. Fucking the Germanic bullshit, Austria-Hungary, I think, the Ottoman Empire, like all of these massive, or Balfour Declaration might have been 1979, but when you had the dissolution of all these like massive territories, these huge empires, I think the British and the French kind of were like, okay, well, how do we figure out these territories? We probably don't want to control and run all of this shit, because I think they were already getting kind of having issues running colonies because there were like rebellions and it was kind of getting fucked. So they're like, we're going to make mandates on places. We're going to have these mandates be basically, we're going to let the people here kind of figure out how they're going to govern shit. And then in like 20 or 30 years, we're just going to hand it over to them and let them do stuff instead of trying to run it ourselves, because that was like a clusterfuck. More Jewish people were buying land and moving to the Levant. Eventually, after 1917, after the Ottoman Empire fell apart and all these mandates started getting written for Iraq, for Syria, for everybody else, I think Arabs started to see Jewish people moving into the Levant, and they were like, okay, wait, hold on, we're not sure how we feel about this. There was kind of like some back and forth fighting. You had initially Jews and Arabs kind of got along, but then sometimes the Jews would fight the Arabs, sometimes the Arabs would try to fight and kill the Jews because they didn't like the idea of a bunch of them moving in. I think that this, when was that first white paper? There was a big white paper that recommended separation. I should remember the name of this. There's a name for this, a specific name for this. I don't remember the name of the guy. Somebody will say it, maybe. But basically, was it Poole? The Poole report? The something report? Peel. The Peel appeal. It's Peel. I think this happened in, I believe this preceded the Arab uprising. So I want to say 35 or 36. Oh, Peel Commission. It would have been 36, okay. I think the Peel Commission, because obviously there's a bunch of fighting between the Arabs and the Jews because they're not getting along, and then the Brits are basically like, okay, well, we're going to figure out what the fuck is going on here because you guys are like massacring each other and it seems like you're not getting along. The Peel Commission happens, they take a big look at the land, they're like, okay, well, shit is fucked. We've done a few other white papers, but now like shit is really fucked, we're not getting along. We probably need to like divide this place and give the Jews their state and maybe the Arabs their state. After that, the Arabs get ultra ass-pained and they start going hard, fighting against both the British and the Jews. And so you have this huge Arab revolt in the Levant, in the Palestine area, where the British basically come in and they fuck up all of the Palestinians. So they're like, you guys aren't behaving, fuck you, from 36 to 39. And then I think in 1940, I think the Brits also say to the Jews, okay, listen, we fucked up the Arabs down here because they were misbehaving, but also you guys are now fucked too, so you're not allowed to migrate to Palestine anymore. And the Jews at the time started to realize, hey, so we just caught wind that we're getting kind of holocausted. Can we please like move our people down here? You made a promise to us. And the Brits were like, no, there's like too much bullshit. Fuck you guys. You're causing too much trouble. So then the Jews took their turn for the next 5 years, attacking the British. I think this climaxed in the big, is it the King David hotel bombing, which was like one of the largest terrorist attacks, I think, that happened against the Brits at the time. One of the more radical factions of the pre-Israeli, they called themselves part of the Yishuv. I think it was the Irgun or the Lehi. One of the two radical factions bombed this hotel. And then after 44, the Brits were like, okay, well, fuck all of you guys. You guys are just attacking us and attacking each other. You guys are gay and cringe, and so we're leaving. And then I think Britain basically packed their shit up. The Arabs and the Jews kind of like were eyeing each other unsteadily, not sure what happened. And then I think basically the tensions continued to boil over until 47. I think the Arabs begin to fight in a more coordinated manner against the Jews, basically saying like, okay, well, fuck you guys. You're getting kicked out of here. This mandate expires soon. We're not dividing this land, so get the fuck out. The Jews managed to somehow hold on and survive. They ship in some weapons from Czechoslovakia. They, fight back. Eventually, they start to win from 47 to 48. The mandate expires. Israel declares their independence. And then all of the surrounding Arab states are looking and they're like, okay, well, hold on. The Palestinian people down here are losing. They're getting kicked out of their place, so we're all going to come in and fight. And then they have the big war, and then that's like I think that's like a super abbreviated version. I could probably abbreviate that more, and I might have left out important stuff, obviously. But more or less, it's like just a fucked up back and forth. Different people promised different sides, different things, and then shit got fucked. Like more or less. Weren't the Jews and Muslims originally getting along until the Jews started to be successful and get money from other Jews overseas? There's differences. People will say things like they got along well. Muslims will say we were fine. Jews will say, well, actually, there were a number of massacres that happened all throughout Ottoman history, which is true. And then Jews will also say, and also we kind of lived okayly under Muslims, but that's because we lived as second-class citizens, which is also true. Muslims will counter and say, you might have lived as second-class citizens, but it wasn't like the worst second-class citizens, which is also kind of true. You take that for what it is, I guess.
Didn't want everyone to believe if it's as mindless ancient fiction as the Arabs. Herzog hails Moroccan king for country's treatment of Jews during the Holocaust. All of these countries had very different attitudes. Okay, was there a lot of tension amongst the native Jewish population in these Arab nations? Yes, there was. But you cannot attribute the individual responses to the Nakba and how horrifying that was for people back to the past.
Someone already asked this, but how were the Palestinians getting kicked out if the Jews were buying up the land? Was it a combination of Jews buying land and kicking people out of surrounding land? So at the time, land was owned by massive tenants of basically AFK Turks or Arabs. And what would happen is Jews would come in and they would basically, through shell companies and stuff, they would basically buy up the land that these big landowners had. And once they would buy the land, they would start to ship in Jews. So they believed in this concept. I think it was called labor Zionism, or there might be a more specific term for it. But basically, if Jews were going to find salvation in the lands of Israel, it had to be through their own work. They didn't want to rely on other people. They didn't want other people helping them because they felt like they were basically getting fucked at every point in history. Now, keep in mind, this would have been prior to even the Holocaust. So Jews already felt like they were getting fucked, and they kind of were, even prior to the Holocaust. So Jews, it might be called conquest through labor or something. Something like that. But basically, when they showed up, after they bought the land, they would pay the Palestinians the fair rate for the villages or whatever they were buying. But of course, Palestinians felt like that still sucked shit. For them, it probably did. But they bought the land, they kicked the Palestinians off, or the Arabs at the time off, and then they started doing all the shit themselves. Now, if they would have kept them there and worked with them or under them, I think people would have just accused them of enslaving them. So, that would have been a lose-lose anyways. There were huge waves of immigration in the late 1800s because of Russian pogroms. Kind of. There were huge attempts. The first two aliyahs tried to go to the Levant to do this, but they fucked off. I think like 90% of them eventually left because they were like, this actually sucks shit. We go to this land, it sucks shit, and it does. Israel it is not the land of milk and honey. That's the United States. There's no natural resources. It's dog shit land. They had to fight wars with Syria and shit just to get access to the water table in the north. What's the name of that sea? Is it the Galilee? To even be allowed to partition water to come down to the place just sucked. So the first few groups of Jews that went to the Levant, it was a shitty time, and they eventually just left and went back to Europe for like this, or to America maybe.
Palestinians who are suffering in this process. And yeah, there are literally a right to return that was afforded to Jews over and over again. You know who didn't want that? Israel, because everybody fucking knows. That's it. You're there. You don't want to go anywhere else. That's it. God forbid, dude. God forbid.
Do you think the way Israel gained its independence and the way they did it was justified, or were they wrong in the way that they did it? That's a really interesting question, and I don't know if that question has an easy answer. The problem is that you have to engage with land ownership, and that can be very difficult to figure out in terms of what you feel is like morally acceptable. So, for instance, it was the fact of the matter that after World War I, the Ottoman Empire dissolved. So all of that land was open land. Nobody technically, who was going to lay claim to that land? Now, it came that after World War I, the Brits and the French, I think it was just those two, decided to divvy up all the land. They drew borders for different areas based on where they thought people lived, and they League of Nations, I believe at the time, right? They divvied up this place and they called it mandates. So basically the French were given mandates over different countries. The British were given mandates over different countries or different sections of land. And the goal with the mandates was to foster some kind of group there that would eventually grow into its own population. And then the strongest group would inherit that land after the mandate expired. And then that would be the country there afterwards. And I think this worked out for the most part in most-ish places. Save for, I think the Turks, revolted, and they got their own area. I don't know why they revolted against mandate. And Egypt might have, because Egypt was a strong thing. I think it was like they called like the Khediverate or some bullshit of Egypt under the Ottomans. So I don't know if they fought in a different way for their thing, but for the most part, it kind of ended up working out for most people. But obviously, the people living in mandatory Palestine, they looked at their area and they're like, wait, hold on. Iraq, Jordan, like all these people kind of got their own countries. Why are all these fucking European Jews coming into our place? This is kind of bullshit. So they had a right to feel stiffed there, right? So you can argue that the Palestinians felt a little bit fucked because Jews were buying land from owners that they didn't even know and then kicking them off this land. They felt like Jews didn't even belong here because a lot of them were coming from Europe. That is true. That is a true claim that you can make prior to 48. A lot of Jews were coming from Europe or from Russia. And then they felt like they were getting backstabbed by the British and the French, by the League of Nations. It's like, well, hold on. You promised everybody here that they were going to get their own country. We have the ability to have our own kind of like Ottoman Empire again without these Turks ruling over us Arabs. We can finally have our own pan-Arab nation, okay, without somebody else ruling over us. And now you're exporting a whole bunch of your Jews to us. So the Palestinians had a right to be upset there, but the Jews would also say, well, hold on, we literally secured concessions from Balfour, from the UK, or from Britain or whatever, in 1917. We had promises from them that if they won this war, that we were going to get to move here, right? They won the war. The Ottoman Empire dissolved. You can't fucking say shit about who owns or whatever fucking land. You guys literally lost the war. You lost. So the Brits promised us that we could come and move here and we could have a place here. You know, we bought this land from the owners, fair and square. We didn't move in and conduct a warfare to kick you off. We moved in and we bought the land from the people that we did. We worked the land that we bought. We did everything under the guidance of the Brits that owned this mandate and the right to the mandate at the time. And where the fuck else we were going to go? We literally got Holocausted in Europe. We were getting anti-Semited fucking in every other country. Like, we get fucked in every other place. This is literally the only fucking place we can go. So you guys have 50 million countries that you can go to, and you can even stay here, by the way. We don't even care if you're here. We just want like the places that we've kind of like bought and worked. So, you know, I feel like in the very beginning, I think both sides kind of had a right to feel pissed off about what was going on. I think the Palestinians or the Arabs there kind of felt like they were getting shafted by Europe because these Jews were being basically exported from Europe and then imported into their lands. And I think the Jews probably had a right to feel like, well, we need to go somewhere because literally everybody else is destroying us, and Brits promised us this area. So I think they both had pretty strong claims in the beginning. I don't know if there's like a clear right or wrong at the very start of it, I would say. Was there any effort by the League of Nations or any other government to encourage the Palestinians to find a leader before the mandate expired? I don't know what was going on. There was the Mufti guy or whatever in Jerusalem, but that guy, he threw his lot into the Nazis, and he was a little bit, he was actually super unhinged. The issue was, I think that like pan-Arabism was always kind of a meme. Like, they thought that the Arabs were all, it's kind of funny because racist people will say that Arabs are all the same, but then some Arabs want to say that all Arabs are the same. But the reality is I think that people will point to the Middle East and go, wow, they drew these borders up totally arbitrarily. But the borders stuck, I think, pretty well. They drew them fairly decently. And I think that all of the surrounding Arab countries really did have, like, the monarchs and the kingdoms that would come out of these kind of had their own interests. And I think that was a big issue that the Palestinians were always fighting against. Is on one side, the Palestinians wanted to invoke this idea of pan-Arab fights against Israel. So, like, there was this huge war where all the Arabs came in and fought a war against Israel. But it seemed like these countries were probably a little bit more interested in their own stuff at the time. So like Jordan probably could have kept fighting after it took over most of the West Bank. It didn't. Egypt basically fucked over the Palestinians when it captured most of Gaza, right? I think they created some Palestinian government in Gaza, and within a year they recalled it back to Cairo and then disbanded it. Jordan formally annexed the West Bank and made all of those Palestinians Jordanian citizens. They're like, oh, look, come join us now. So everybody was kind of like on their own shit. Syria was basically every 2 years was basically having a new government because that place was just completely and totally fucked. Lebanon was having their fucking orgy experimentation of all their 3 different groups of people, and then the Gulf states literally don't exist. I don't know. I still don't think they exist. I don't know what the fuck they're doing. It's always like in every war, Saudi Arabia would send like 2 planes and a tank. And yeah, so eventually the Arabs that live in the mandatory Palestinian area that we call themselves the Palestinians kind of got fucked by everybody. They got fucked by the Israelis. They kind of got fucked by the British and the French. They got fucked kind of by their Arab neighbors. Yeah, they basically just got fucked by everybody. Yeah. Was there a time where the Palestinians made a good faith effort for peace and Israel wouldn't budge? Post 48, probably not. Pre 48, I mean, up until I think what 29 was that the Hebron massacre. The Arabs and the Jews were kind of getting along, ish. 29, yeah. Did I say 29 or 39? 29, they're kind of getting along. The tension was growing more and more and more as more Jews moved in. And then also, I'm going to sound like a Western supremacist, so I don't know. You also had the issue that a lot of the people that lived under the Ottoman Empire, these people were just like, they were like nomadic wanderers who did like subsistence living. So they would they have a village and they would have like herd their animals and they'd like grow their crops, and that's basically all they did. There were some other important contributions. I think like there's a name of a famous fruit that comes from Palestine that came from Palestinian farmers, the Jaffa orange, I think it might be called. But like that was kind of like they were happy to exist that way. When Jews came in, Jews were very much like of a Western European mindset, and they wanted to cultivate mass swaths of land. They wanted to grow massive cities. They had a very European approach to things. And I think as time went on, that divide between the people was very upsetting to the Arabs that were there, because now Jews had shown up, and in a relatively short period of time, they started to build these pretty massive cities from the sands of kind of where these Arab villages were prior to this. Now, this picture is a little bit one-sided because there was a whole port that they don't show on the other side, but there's a famous picture of, I think it was Jaffa before and after, that Jews like to show to jerk off like how much they developed the land or whatever. I'm never going to find this picture. I think it was Jaffa, right? It wasn't Tel Aviv. You see like a group of like Jewish people standing with like sand behind them, I think, and then there's like the after, in a few years, they like build a pretty massive city up. And then even in the Peel Commission, I think in 36, they say that like, we understand that some of the Arabs don't want the Jews here, but these people have ended up becoming like insanely economically prosperous, such that like we could probably improve Arab standard of living because these Jews are going to end up paying so much in taxes because of how much they've developed the land. But I mean, yeah, I mean, obviously you're having this growing divide between the two people. Because the Palestinians feel like they're losing hold of their claim to a state afterwards. They're not, because remember, after the mandate expires, one group of people will inherit the land and form a state afterwards. That's why the UN tried to create like a partition between the two, because otherwise it was just going to be an Israeli state, or it would just be a Palestinian state, right? Because that's how the mandates kind of work. Tel Aviv was founded on the outskirts of Jaffa. Yeah, but there's just this famous picture. Every fucking, where are my crazy Zionists in chat? Every Zionist loves this fucking picture. It's like, look at how amazing the Jews were compared to these worthless fucking Arabs or whatever. Oh, it was this. It might be this pic. I feel like isn't there an after as well? Where they're like, this is basically the before. There's not really much here. Now there is a port on the other side. But they end up, this is the picture, yeah. But they end up building up like quite a lot here. But it's because they came from like this kind of like Western European mindset where they wanted to industrialize, engage in trade, have these connections with the Western world and all of that. You always say that Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the USA have like no military, but how is that true since they spend more on military as a percent of GDP than you're saying? I don't know. I say that as like a half meme. I don't know what they do. Like when I look at all of the Israeli-Arab wars, the support from like these other countries is literally them sending like a tank or a couple airplanes. Like it seems like they don't ever do anything. And there was this huge war in Yemen that Egypt participated in, and I don't know how much the Gulf states actually contribute. Supposedly they have militaries and stuff, but you look at like the Iraq-Iran war, these are huge. This is a huge conflict. It's like 1 million people dead between both sides, and then you look at all the conflicts between like Egypt, between Egypt, Syria, Jordan, and Israel, and you get these wars where there's actual fights, and then it feels like the Gulf states say they have militaries and shit, but like I just don't know what they do ever. Like I think, was this during when Egypt was fighting down in Yemen in the 60s? I think Saudi Arabia went to fly like 10 planes of supplies to like help somebody in Yemen, and like the people just ended up flying to Egypt. They were like, fuck this. It was just like, I don't know, it just seemed like retarded. I don't know what the fuck they ever do. I have no idea. But that just might be my ignorance. I just don't know. I literally have no idea militarily what goes on with these countries over the past 100 years. I guess they do something, because it's not like they got took over by anybody else, but up until very recently, Gulf states had very small populations with undeveloped land and a lot of oil. They let your land use safe for doing it. Yeah, that might be it. Maybe because of the lack of oil refinement or something. Maybe they just weren't extracting much, so their economies weren't that big. Maybe. But yeah. Anyway, like I would say from the beginning, I think that the Israelis and the Jews and the Palestinians, the Arabs, like I think they both had pretty legitimate rights to try to fight. Like I think they were both justified in their fighting against each other for the land. I think you'd have to be pretty silly to deny that. But I mean, eventually at some point you have to say like, okay, like I think we're done fighting at this point, right? But I don't know how much more of this we're gonna watch. This is fucking cringe, but this is so much less entertaining than I thought it would be. Let me use the restroom 1 second. I want to know how Egypt, Jordan, and the other one lost to Israel in 6 days. So the problem with... Okay, so there's a couple things to keep in mind. Okay, so I believe in 56, I think this is called the Suez Crisis. There's a guy in Egypt who's a leader called Nasser, and Nasser has this dream of uniting all of the Arabs under a single Arab empire. So much so that for a while, Syria and Egypt are literally the same state. I looked this up the other day. The United Arab Republic from 58 to 71. So this is the after the Suez Crisis. They're the same country for a while. Well, not sometimes, but one of I think at some point, I don't remember why, Nasser basically tells everybody, like, the Suez Canal, this is my canal now. I'm not going to allow, ships to pass through unless I want to. Fuck you guys. Like, suck my dick. And I think Israel and Britain and France are not happy about this. And Israel kind of like, I don't remember the exact series. It's been so long and nobody ever brings up the Suez Crisis because it's not a big war, although it was kind of a big one. Israel finds a way to goof, basically, and make it worse than it actually seems. Egypt was, I think, genuinely trying to say that they were going to control stuff through the Suez Canal from now on, and they weren't going to allow anybody to go through if they didn't like them. But Israel finds a way to make a little bit of a goof, to make it look worse than it actually is, and I think the Brits and the French are all on board with this plan. I believe that in the course of the Suez Crisis, I think Israel actually manages to gain control of parts of the Sinai, entire Sinai, or parts of it. And I think eventually the U.S., I don't remember who the president was at the time, fuck, that's the name. I think eventually the U.S. steps in and the U.S. is like, you guys need to fuck off, don't do this shit. You guys are fucking everything up. There's no reason to escalate war in this area. And eventually the Brits and the French leave, or they kind of like pull their support from this. And then Israel feels a little bit cut because they're like, oh no. Because on the founding of Israel in 48, Ben Gurion had this dream because Israelis saw themselves as Western people. They wanted to be part of the West. They wanted security guarantees from the West, not from America, because people didn't think quite as much of America yet, although after World War II they were kind of seen as a big boy, but mainly from Britain and France, because I don't think Britain and France have been totally fucking humiliated yet. But initially they were looking at Britain and France. They were like, we want to get peace consent, or we want to get some kind of security guarantees from Britain and France, and they weren't ever able to get that, and then they kind of looked to the U.S. to get it afterwards, but that would come much later. But anyway, so that Suez Crisis happens in 56. The U.S. tells everybody to fuck off, but that's done in secret. So Israel leaves the Sinai, Britain and France fuck off, and now the entire Arab world is kind of looking to Nasser, I think, in Egypt is like, holy shit, you literally big-dicked, like, Israel and Britain and France and Europe, you big-dicked them out of the Sinai, like, you're an actual fucking god. And Nasser's, like, riding high on his shit, and he's like, we're gonna go down to fucking Yemen, and we're gonna fucking fight some shit down here. He ends up committing tens of thousands of troops down there, and he's just like, I can big-dick literally all of this, like, I'm a god. And it gets to the point to where, I think after 56, like, the UN puts peacekeepers in the Sinai, like, hey guys, like, don't fight anymore, we're gonna have, like, peacekeepers down here to make sure everybody's, like, chill and happy. And I don't know. During the course of this, so from 56 to 67. Okay, so Nasser's big dick in it. There's like a civil war-ish thing going on in Yemen. There are UN peacekeepers in the Sinai. Israel, for this whole time, is like trying to basically get on its feet. It doesn't have any security guarantees from the West. Even to survive the initial war, it had to smuggle in weapons from Czechoslovakia. They can buy weapons from France and Great Britain, but they're not getting like massive support, and the Soviets are giving massive support to the Arab states. So Israel's kind of like looking around. They're having to fight off what they call terrorist attacks from Fedayeen, which are Palestinians that left the territory in 48 and then are coming back Some of them were legitimately committing terrorist attacks that were being hosted from Jordanian soil, from Egyptian soil, from Syrian soil. Some of them were just people trying to go back to their village because they just wanted to walk back. So in some cases, you have stories that nobody denies at this point, even Israel, where there's just like people who are trying to walk back to their old village, and they're like Israeli snipers that are just like fucking murdering these people as they're trying to come back. They're like, get the fuck out of here, you're not coming back. And then in other cases, there will be terrorist attacks. There'll be whatever you call it, attacks. Everybody's a terrorist in this region at this point, I guess. There'll be attacks on Israeli soil, and what Israel says is if you attack us or if you host any attacks from your soil, we're literally going to come back and we're going to fucking bomb the shit out of anything nearby. So you need to discourage this. Fuck you guys. And Israel does so much of this retribution as a way to kind of like push people off from coming into Israel. Like, we figure if we bomb you hard enough, you'll stop Palestinians from terrorist attacking us. And this is such an unpopular thing in these countries that King of Jordan, is it Hussein at this point? Like, I think it's the King of Jordan starts goading on Nasser, and he's like, you say you're so cool, you say you were so big, but like, Israel is literally fucking all of our shit up. They're fucking shit up in Syria. They're fucking shit up in Jordan. Like, what are you doing, Nasser? And Nasser's like, well, I'm a big boy. And Jordan and Syria are basically saying, you're not. You're actually a pussy-ass bitch. You're not doing fuck all. Eventually Nasser's like, okay. First, he kicks out all of the UN peacekeepers from the Sinai, and he's like, fuck the UN peacekeepers. He starts giving speeches where he's like, listen, if we have to fight Israel, it's going to be a war of total annihilation, okay? He talks to trade unionists. There's a famous speech where he says, we're going to remove every single Jew. The reality is probably Nasser was talking shit. He was losing all of his people they were super war fatigued in Yemen. I don't even know why the fuck they were fighting down there. Probably some British shit. The Port of Aden and all that bullshit is down there. I actually don't even know. Yemen is just a clusterfuck of horrible shit. Yemen is like the Afghanistan of the Gulf, I guess, where you just send armies there to die. But Nasser he kicked all these people out of the Suez Canal, all the UN peacekeeper forces. He was, having all this insane rhetoric, probably just to please the Arab streets. Right? He just wanted to maintain his, goodwill and the standings of the people. But the problem is the Israelis looked at this, and their like worst fear ever was like coming true, where they were like, okay, wait a second. Where there's a unified front now between Jordan, Syria, and Egypt, right? Because at this point, I think Egypt and Syria were the same country, and then Jordan is obviously still. Remember the attacks that Jordan can do into Israel are very severe because they would call this the rib cage of Tel Aviv. It was like 10 kilometers, I think, from the actual Mediterranean to Jordanian territory because they had the entire West Bank. They owned all of that. So Israel's getting attacked. There's a lot of terrorist attacks. They're kind of responding on all sides. Nasser is stepping up his rhetoric. He says he's closing the Suez Canal again, which was already a casus belli for a war, 10 years ago. And Israel's like looking at all of this shit and like, okay, well, this is not good. We're going to get fucked, okay? And so Israel goes to the United States. They go to Europe. Anybody want to give us security guarantees? The entire world's like, you can figure it out. Like, good luck. Like, you'll be fine. Whatever the fuck. And so Israel decides to this is the beginning of the 6-day war we looked this up. What was it? May 10th? May 5th? June 5th. It was either May 5th or June 5th. Israel launches a surprise attack on Egypt with their planes, basically. So Israel flies all of their planes to Egypt and bombs the fuck out of all of their airfields. And they've been training their pilots like a ton. So you're having these planes flying where I think normally you'd fly like 1 or 2 sorties per day. These people with these pilots and their crew were doing like 4 missions per day. So they do these huge fucking bombing runs where they basically eviscerate the entire Egyptian airfield before the war has even begun, before they've even responded. And then I think Nasser ends up ringing up the Jordanian king and he says, hey, you see those planes that are going to Israel? We're bombing them right now. We're fucking them up. Even though those weren't Egyptian planes, those were Israeli planes flying back. And the Jordanian king is like, okay, fuck it. We're going to go and fuck up Israel now then. And I think Moshe Dayan himself, who was the prime minister, no, not the prime minister, he was the minister of defense at the time. I think Dayan himself tells the Jordanian king, like, you don't want to attack us. If you attack us, we're going to fuck your shit up. And I think the quote from the Jordanian king is, the die has been cast. And so from the West Bank, Jordan tries to attack. And then Israel fucks their shit up really hard because nobody has any air superiority now except for the Jews. And then they end up moving in and basically taking over the entirety of the fucking West Bank. Syria tries something, but Syria gets it. Syria's just fucked. Syria's always a clusterfuck. And basically in like 6 days out of nowhere, because of preemptive Israeli strike, because the Egyptian army was already exhausted from all of the dumb shit they were doing in Yemen, and because Nasser was more bark than bite, And because Israeli troops were like, a lot of these people, remember, came from Europe. They had already been in wars. They did real warfare. A lot of the Arabic armies were kind of like, they promoted family members, and they were kind of like chill and cool, but they didn't have as much combat experience. And honestly, like, look at Jews as like hook-nosed fucking bankers. Like, they don't even view these people as like combat-ready people. But in 6 days, Israel was basically able to clean up in this like massive fucking war. This is like the permanent fucking mind fuck to all of the surrounding Arab states over this. But yeah, so basically they won because it was a preemptive strike. Nasser probably wasn't ready for war, even though he basically signaled that he was verbally and by kicking people out of the Sinai. The Egyptian army, which would have been the main fighting army, was already exhausted from their huge commitments to Yemen. And then the Arab countries just hadn't really figured out yet how to conduct themselves in a coordinated way to do warfare. And Nasser lied to Jordan when he said that the planes flying back to Israel were his planes, and then they walked their whole shit into a fucking bomb field. But yeah, I don't know. It's kind of a lot of memes.
40,000. Now it has about 50. Iraq had 150,000 Jews. Now
Arab is the ethnicity. Arabic is the language. Sorry, Arab armies. Arabic is the language.
God forbid, dude. God forbid.
40,000. Now it has about 50. Iraq had 150,000 Jews. Now 10. And I want to give a special shout out to my boy over in Afghanistan. One known Jew. We know him.
Bro, Afghanistan isn't even a fucking Middle Eastern country. It's not even Arabs. Afghanistan is not even fucking Arabs at that point. It's just, I guess it's Muslim. That's what it is, right?
No, I mean, this is true. Afghanistan is not technically a Middle Eastern country. It's part of the greater Middle East region. But like, I mean, everybody refers to, I've heard it referred to as the greater Middle East, or MENA for Middle East and North Africa, is usually what people are talking about. But technically, I think Pakistan and Afghanistan are not part of technically the Middle East. But it's,
That's what the fuck he's talking about. I love this, by the way, because one must ask the question. Because remember, the whole point is like Arabs have antiquated anti-Semitic tendencies, right? And that's why fucking, as Ethan claims, Arab anti-Semitism is the reason why Arab Jews became Zionists, right? That's what he said. Now, what's really interesting about this is, like, if you look at this, it says Jewish refugees from the Middle East, an estimated 820,000 Jews fled violence and discrimination in their homelands between 1948 and 1972. Now, this is obviously fucking propaganda bullshit, okay? That monolithizes all Arabs and all Muslim countries.
So so the problem is Hassan just doesn't know any history whatsoever, or he just hates Arabs because he's Turkish and they do. So who the fuck knows? Hassan is probably, as a Turkish person, Hassan is the one that's more at risk of being racist here than anybody in the West. After every single major war that Israel won, Jewish people kind of got the feeling that they were less and less welcome in the Arab states that they were living in. And this is probably true. There were some pogroms. There was, it's not like the Jews got to keep any of the shit they had when they left. But the people were not happy with Arabs in a lot of these other countries. Were not happy with the Jews living there when Israel started to win wars. So a lot of the people ended up, there's like push and pull factors. A lot of them also wanted to go to Israel because like, oh shit, we have our own country now. Like, peace. And they left Israel.
Countries. It is a way to justify why Israel must exist. Everybody hates us. We have to live in Israel. Otherwise, Holocaust everywhere, right? Now, the irony, of course, is one more question like, okay, pre-1948, how did a lot of Jews get there, as a matter of fact? If Arabs are so anciently and antiquatedly anti-Semitic, why was the Ottoman Empire seen as a fucking safe land for Jews, where Arabs, Arab Muslims, Arab Christians, and Arab Jews could live side by side? Why did Spanish Jews actually come?
I don't know what he's talking about there. Jews always lived, any non-Muslim lived as a second-class citizen in the Ottoman Empire. And you can go and talk to a Zionist or a Jew, because I always thought this was study. But there's like a list of all like the massacres and shit that occurred to Jews under the Ottoman Empire. But whatever, I guess.
And exist under the banner of the Ottoman Empire, as a matter of fact. And before people say, oh, they have to pay jizya. Yes, I know. But Muslims pay zakat, which is obviously a larger percentage of your fucking income. And jizya meant that you didn't actually have to serve in the military.
Jizya didn't mean that you didn't have to serve in the military. It means you weren't allowed to serve in the military. Yes, you paid jizya, which was a different type of tax. But the reason why you paid that tax is because you weren't a member of the real society, of the Ummah. You weren't part of the Muslim population for real. You had your own separate tax, your own separate systems, your own separate things. You weren't allowed to participate in all the different areas of the government. Although you could in some limited fashions, and you didn't participate in the military or whatever. You were just basically there as like an animal to be kind of like shepherded and tended to by the Muslim population. But
okay, and in comparison to being fucking ethnically cleansed in like the Inquisition,
one might call it apartheid. Actually, it would be, yeah.
It was a far more favorable position.
That's crazy that he describes it that way, though. Base, but actually based. I think it's based. Good job, Hassan. True.
The important point is that Ethan thinks Palestinians returning to Israel will be dangerous for racist reasons like the Palestinians are all Hamas, because what's the difference between a teacher from Gaza and a teacher from Europe visiting Israel? One would be dangerous and the other not. Exactly. And even if he doesn't personally, if you were to ask that question, even if he doesn't personally believe that, yeah, I know. Also, Iraqis want their Jewish neighbors back. It's from 972 magazine. Months after a Shiite cleric won the parliamentary elections, Iraq said Jews are welcome on an online poll. The matter suggests that Iraqis are ready to discuss the right of return more than Israelis are.
I don't know anything about this because I haven't looked into it, but my guess is it's completely totally misrepresented. So I would never trust the Sun on anything related to this, but I don't have the information. I can't say.
Yeah, I guess they just want them to return so they can fucking kill them, right? That's what it is. That's probably what it is. These sinister Arabs, they just want them to come back so they can kill them. Fuck. I'm gonna keep this clip going. Eventually, I might have to rely on this again because I think it's very instructive of his attitude overall on the position. Ironic because I think this was when he was like also yelling at Olivia for liking a post on Instagram that said Palestine will never die from the river to the sea.
Basically, anything is fair game for the one known Jew. We know him. We love him.
Zebulon.
He's the one Afghan Jew.
They were forced to leave their homes, their lives, their property, and migrate to the only place in the world that would accept them, which was Israel. The irony of
They didn't even accept them. They didn't even accept them. Ben Gurion said Arab Jews are like dust, okay? The Ashkenazi Jews that were controlling Israel at the time literally despised the Arab Jews. You don't even know that.
That's absolutely not true. They did live together, and there was a lot of back and forth on living together and in harmony. Like, again, this is easily disproven because if you look at the first resolution that had to do with dividing the lands between Arabs and Jews, people like Hassan will say things, and I'm sure he'll bring up this fact, they were going to give 55% of the land to the Jews and 45% of the land to the Arabs. So firstly, the vast majority of what was promised to the Jews was going to be the Negev Desert, which is an empty wasteland of fucking nothing. Okay, the Palestinians had basically the entirety of the West Bank, but also the Arab land under the partition was like 99% Arabs. The Jewish land under the partition was going to be 55% Jews and 45% Arabs. The Jews accepted that partition. The idea that they would accept a partition where there were 55% of the population against 45% Arabs, but they hated them and wanted them all into dust is so disingenuous and so stupid.
A part of the fucking Israeli history. They unironically were disgusted by them. They thought that they would have to teach them how to use silverware. Israel always was a Western colonial operation, and all of a sudden...
That might be true, that they might have looked down on them to some extent. Like, that's not completely and totally unbelievable to me, but again, not to sound like a Western, crazy, I love the West and ha-ha-ha, but like, the Jews were significantly more advanced when it came to developing cities and everything else versus the Arabs there. That's just a fact. I don't know how else to deal with that. Like, you can look to the Peel Commission if you really want. Text of Peel Commission. I think when he talks about taxes. Until recent years, the public finances allowed no great scope for development in these social services. The accumulation of a considerable surplus was a feature of the 4 years beginning 1932, and there were grounds for a conservative attitude towards the development.
Hold on, I got a whiz. You want to take a whiz break? Anyone want to take a whiz break? For real? You serious? Yeah, seriously. What about you, guy with the beat on me who needs a reload?
Damn it! How did you...
I learned to count when I was 3. Do you need to piss or what? Hold on, I got a whiz. You want to take a whiz break?
You wouldn't like to see the World Championships in mixed martial arts, like, for example, the 7...
Nice, so you're insane, team.
Clean. Yeah! Real voice?
If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands.
Wait, how did you clap while pressing the key?
Gonna be a secret forever. Nice, so you're insane, team.
Clean. Yeah! Real voice?
Warhammer 40,000. That is my jam. I have been into it since I was 10.
What's your army at the moment?
Custodes.
Yeah. I'm going Necrons next year.
Necrons? Oh. Okay. All right. Cool.
Were you into?
Yes.
Were you into this before?
Warhammer 40,000. That is my jam. I have been into it since I was 10.
What's your army at the moment?
Please, man.
That's crazy. Please, man.
I do want to be more useful though.
You are very useful. You are really good for thumbnails. Like
Oh, maybe I should be more useful for this.
Are you serious?
I do want to be more useful though.
You are very useful. You are really good for thumbnails. Like
Oh, maybe I should be more.
This is what the smallest park in the United States looks like.
Chadwick Boseman. He's talking to that woman and he says, I'm already dead.
What about Black Panther 2? Anything? I'm
Dead. And she doesn't know what he's saying because he didn't tell anybody.
We're not ready for you to be dead, Chadwick.
But I am. I'm dead. He was filming the movie while he was battling cancer. Well, he is battling it for years. He told no one. Chadwick Boseman.
I hate people who don't rematch. Because how can I get satisfaction? How can I get satisfaction from losing if I don't get a rematch? I don't get to see if I was really good or I was just lucky, you know? I hate people who don't rematch. Because how can I get satisfaction? How can...
Bésame.
No. Hey, give me. I don't want to. What? What? I'm sorry. Will you marry me? No. Hey, give me. I don't want to.
Chat, if Goku loses against Sukuna right now, hear my word. I am oiling up. How? 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 Please, did it? Did it? No, did it? Did it? Chat, if Goku loses against Sukuna right now, hear my word. I am oiling up.
Oh yeah, I'm alive.
Usually when Elon talks about going to Mars, people are like, yeah, sure, Elon, good luck, spend your money how you want. He's spending our money now. The president just gave his budget proposal. What programs should get more money, what should get less money, what should be cut. And in this budget is $1 billion for Mars-related programs. But hey, the government spends almost $7 trillion a year. What's $1 billion for Mars research? It could be cool. Well, that $1 billion seems a lot worse when you realize what things he's not spending money on. Like cutting the National Institute of Health's budget by $18 billion, funding for programs that provide childcare, healthy food, and medical screening for over 800,000 young children, and almost $11 billion on education, including $350 million for preschool development. Now, technically, Congress is responsible for the budget, not the president. But, those are some interesting suggestions. Usually when Elon talks about going to Mars, people are like,
War Thunder fans are leaking so many military secrets that a guy is keeping a tracker of the days between them. You know War Thunder? That war sim game where you get to fly around planes and drive tanks? That one guy in your history class's favorite game? You know the guy. Well, it also has the most infamous forums where people leak a ton of classified documents about the planes and tanks in the game. Despite the devs banning leakers and literally begging people to stop, the leaks just keep coming. Because, you know, the best way to win an argument online is to leak some very sensitive military information. Things are so bad that a Twitter account called No Leaks Please is actively tracking the days between these leaks now. And according to him, it's been, as of filming, 43 days without a leak. The last leak was for the F-14D flight manuals, and it was only 83 days after an unknown leak, which came 8 days after the Eurofighter's radar specs were leaked. But if you ever need a manual for an M2A2 Bradley, I got you. War Thunder fans are leaking so many military secrets that
Are you the dude from TikTok?
Hey. I am the dude from TikTok. Would you like me to commentate your game? Hell yeah. Gecko is going to try and find me. They kind of whiff until they get it. And by the time I die, the rest of the team die too. Elias and Asterion are last two alive, looking to see if they can pinch on the site. The first fight to be broken down, Asterion to fall to Bible. It seems like religion versus vampires. Religion's going to win. They drive a stake through your heart as we try to see Elias's stake in this game. Unfortunately for Elias, they're in a 1v4. The time is running thin. They have 5 HP. 5 players, 5 HP. They found the first. It's gonna be a knife for Jet.
Are you the dude from TikTok?
Hey.
So about a year ago, I pranked my coworker Jerry while he was on vacation by turning his entire workspace into Lego. I did his pens, his stapler, his walkie-talkie, mouse, and keyboard, his little paper stand along with all the little knickknacks that he keeps on top of it. His name badge was already Lego, so I actually bought a book and turned that into not Lego. We did his trash can, his monitors, tape dispenser, webcam, and eventually I just built the entire top of his desk out of Lego bricks. I wouldn't say Jerry had the strongest reaction. He wasn't overwhelmed or underwhelmed. He was just whelmed.
Apparently I should have gone a little longer so I could finish the desk and the chair too. I love that.
But that even-keeled nature just makes Jerry the perfect person to prank. And almost a year later, he's still using the desk topper and has a bunch of the builds still on display. But I just learned that Jerry is on vacation again. Yippee! But we've already Lego-fied his desk, so we need a different angle. We gotta do something to Jerry. I think we should start by giving ourselves a nice, clean workspace. Perfect. Follow for part 2. So about a year ago, I pranked my coworker Jerry while he was on vacation by turning his entire work.
I'm so bad with names, so when I meet someone or like get to know someone, I associate them with something.
What about Dean?
Bean.
What about me, Nick?
Nickname.
Just nickname.
Nick.
Nick, a woman is never going to want to touch your pee-pee if you nut in blood. Cunt.
Oh, it's my ex-family does it when she's mad.
I'm so bad with names, so when I meet someone or like get to know someone, I associate them with something.
What about Dean?
Bean.
What about me, Nick?
Nickname.
Just nickname.
Nick.
Nick, a woman is never going to want to touch your pee-pee if you nut in blood. Cunt.
Oh, it's my ex-family does it when she's mad.
I'm so bad with names, so when I meet someone or like get to know someone, I associate them with something.
What about Dean?
Bean.
Wow, that sandwich really does smell good.
Did I say you could smell it?
I can't smell your sandwich?
Half the taste is in the smell. You're sucking up all the taste units.
Out of my burger. Thought it was mail until I seen it moving. What is this?
This is gonna give you nausea, weight loss, can block your intestine. These can grow to 25 meters long, 80 feet. It's a tapeworm. Treatment is medication.
Out of my burger. Thought it was mail until I seen it moving. What is this?
This is gonna give you nausea, weight loss, can block your intestine. These can grow to 25 meters long, 80 feet. It's a tapeworm. Treatment is medication.
Out of my burger.
Beamy, 25, dating girlfriend for 7 months. Things going fine. She talks about going clubbing with friends. Tell her I'm not comfortable with it. She calls me controlling, says you don't own me. Tell her if she goes, we're done. She promises she won't go. Saturday comes, no word from her all day. 4 a.m. Sunday, she calls crying. Says she went anyway, got drunk, hooked up with a random guy. Swears it was an accident. Didn't mean for this to happen. Turns out she left with some guy to another party. Too drunk, got her back blown out. She's sobbing, saying she needs me. Begging for forgiveness. Remind her she broke my trust. Told her to never call again. Hung up, blocked her on everything. Next day her friends blow up my phone. My friends say I was too cold. Give her another chance, they say. Nah, she chose the club over me. Probably would have cheated eventually anyway. I stood my boundaries. She's been trying to reach me. I don't respond. Everyone thinks I'm evil. I just feel right for once. You just like me for real. Beamy, 25, dating girlfriend for 7 months.
Conclusion that the existence of a large surplus reflects undue parsimony is not borne out by close analysis, since the entire surplus is found to be so heavily mortgaged that there is little more than a reasonable provision for existing commitments. If the inward flow of capital, which is the most singular feature of the economy of Palestine, were to be arrested, there is no reason why the removal of exceptional advantage should result in perjury, though there might be some reduction in the standard of living until the new economy is established. In the event of a prolonged period of economic stagnation, the danger that exodus of capital cannot be altogether excluded. That huge inflow of capital were part of what the Jews did. There were 2 organizations that the Zionist Council set up. I'm trying to remember what they were. One had to do with managing the money, and the other had to do with managing people, maybe. But basically, they tried to make sure that there was a lot of capital flowing into Palestine, into the Palestinian area, to fund a lot of the Jewish people that were settling there and starting to work. There was a huge concerted effort to make this happen. It is not possible in the absence of adequate statistics to measure the truth of the Arab complaint that industrial protection chiefly benefits the Jews and that its burdens are chiefly borne by the Arabs. It is hoped that the new Department of Statistics may soon inquire into the incidence of taxation, that the new duties will be considered in relation to the whole burden of taxation and not merely as affecting the particular industry. There is no question as to the need of increasing the export trade and finding markets for the ever-increasing citrus output after examining the... okay, hold on. This isn't exactly what I was looking for. Give me a second. It's been a long time, so I really should. Up until now, the Arab cultivator has benefited, on the whole, both from the work of the British administration and the presence of Jews in the country, but the greatest care must now be exercised to see that in the event of further sales of land by Arabs to Jews, the rights of any Arab tenants or cultivators are preserved. So this is referencing, remember what I said before, Jews were buying up land, and once they bought the land up, because they only believed in Jewish labor, they would kick the Arabs out. The Brits obviously saw that this was causing a lot of Arabs to get understandably ass-banned, because they're like, the fuck, I don't even know who the fuck you bought this from, and now you're kicking me and my family out of here, where we've lived here for however fucking long. So the Brits tried to curb this as well. Thus, alienation of land should only be allowed where it's possible to replace extensive by intensive cultivation. In the hill districts, there could be no expectation of finding accommodation. For any large increase in the rural population at present, for many years to come, the mandatory powers should not exempt or should not attempt to facilitate the close settlement of the Jews in the hill districts generally. The shortage of land is due less to purchase by Jews than to the increase in the Arab population. Oh, people don't like to talk about this either because they like to pretend that all the Palestinians that lived in the Middle East, or I'm sorry, in the Palestine area were there for generations. That's not true. Once a lot of Jews started to move in, a whole bunch of Arabs started to move there as well because they were like, oh, hold on, I don't like the way that this is looking. So the population was increasing because of Jews coming in, but it was also increasing a lot because surrounding Arabs were starting to move in as well. The Arab claims that the Jews have obtained too large a proportion of good land cannot be maintained. Much of the land now carrying orange groves was sand dunes or swamps and uncultivated when it was bought. The Jews did rework a lot of this land. People don't like to talk about that either, but it's true. The problem of immigration has been aggravated by three factors: the drastic restrictions imposed on immigration in the United States, because the U.S. didn't want any more Jews. After the first two aliyahs failed and Jews started to go to the U.S., I think the U.S. was like, fuck Jews, get them out of here. Two, the advent of the National Socialist government in Germany. So the Nazis were intensely anti-Semitic even before any of the Holocaust bullshit. Remember, this was 1936, so you didn't have like your death camps or anything yet. I'm not even sure I don't know when the first concentration camp started, but they were still pretty anti-Semitic. And three, the increasing economic pressure on the Jews in Poland. The continuous impact of a highly intelligent and enterprising race backed by large financial resources on a comparatively poor indigenous community on a different cultural level may produce in time serious reactions. The principle of economic absorptive capacity, meaning that considerations of economic capacity and these alone should determine immigration, is at present inadequate and ignores factors in the situation which wise statesmanship cannot disregard. So like the Jewish people, again, and not to get into any racialized essentialist bullshit or any racist shit, they came with better, they were Western European minded, they had better strategies for cultivating and developing land and for building cities and for economies and for market, like they just were better equipped for all of this, whereas a lot of the Arabs that existed on this land were just kind of like subsistence, like they grew and they bought and sold what they needed basically for them and their families to survive. Okay, that's more or less okay. Sorry.
They needed more manpower because it's obviously a ethno-religious supremacist ideology, but they simultaneously were like, well, these guys that are here, they're kind of barbaric because they're kind of Arabized. We need to make them Westerners again. And they were horrible. There was literally a fucking child adoption scheme, a child kidnapping scheme that Yemeni Jewish children were literally subjected to. What the fuck are you?
I don't even know what that's in reference to, but...
talking about? Oh my God. They literally had a Yemenite children affair. They stole the fucking children. They literally... Oh... And it still continues to this day. Ethiopian Jews are fucking sterilized by the Israeli state. People get really mad when you say that. They don't do it anymore, but they did that. Avi Shlem's experiences when he first arrived in Israel also shows that it's best to call them Israelis, not Jews. He wasn't treated as a Jew in group when he first arrived to Israel, even though he was literally Jewish. Called them what they were. White Euro supremacist colonizers. Because saying the Jews is literally omitting all the people the Jews didn't consider to be Jewish, even though they literally were Jewish.
I mean, it is true that there were issues, especially early on, between brown Jews and white Jews. The Jewish people that were coming from Europe were largely Ashkenazi in origin, and the Jews that ended up immigrating after, because Avi Shlaim came in when Jews fled Iraq, I think in 52, in the early 50s, I think. a lot of the Jews that came from the surrounding Arab states were, is it Mizrahi? Were they looked like Arabs basically, right? They were of a kind of a different ethnic background, and there was that colorism, as there is in all places, between white European Jews that were more sophisticated and came from the West and had all of their, you know, their reading and their technology and all that bullshit, versus the other Jews that had kind of come from the surrounding Arab states that weren't as developed as some of the European Jews. So that, I mean, that did exist as an issue early on for sure, and to some extent even today, people would argue there is racism inside Israel today that is between Jewish people depending on the color of your skin and all that.
And by the way, some of the aftermath of all of that fucking brutal re-education that Arab Jews were subjected to is part of the reason why they had to. You know how like Irish people in America are cops more often than not? You're like, what the fuck did that happen? In a similar vein, a lot of the Arab Jews in Israeli society became some of the most intensely right-wing reactionary people in Israeli society so that they could be a part of the Zionist project, to show that they were loyal soldiers of the Zionist project. That's where the likes of Itamar Ben-Gvir come from. Itamar Ben-Gvir is an Iraqi Jew, okay? He is Kurdish and Arab. Why is he such a fucking freak? Because he had to prove himself.
Okay. This whole situation is that after the 1948 war, when Israel won the war to declare its independence,
yeah, here's a New York Times article about the abductions, so people don't call you an anti-Semite conspiracy theorist. It's not. It's like reservations. It's the same process. Disappeared children of Israel. In the state of Israel's early years, a number of parents in immigrant transit camps were told that their babies had died. The families believed that the babies were abducted by the Israeli authorities in the 1950s and were illegally put up for adoption to childless Ashkenazi families, Jews of European descent. A younger generation is demanding answers. They did that because they thought a lot of the Arab Jews were too Arabized, and because they were a white supremacist in their own way, because they were a white Eurocentric supremacist group of people that did not want to be like the Arabs in the region, they wanted to desperately and immediately fucking engage in the process of re-education for a lot of these people.
Arab countries got super anti-Semitic against their own Jewish citizenry that had nothing to do with Israel. And as a result...
But why doesn't he have the smoke for Germany? This is what I understand. So, okay, what's a far larger crime? What's a far greater, more consequential...
Does he think that Ethan supports the Holocaust? Or I don't know, what do you mean? What?
Crime, you know what I mean? Oh, Jews were being harmed in fucking Morocco, or in Algeria, or in Egypt, okay? In these nasty Arab countries, Arab Jews were being harmed. They had nowhere else to go. They had to go to Israel. Okay. Who harmed Jews more? Arabs? Or systematically destroyed the lives of 6 million Jews? Germany. Why the fuck don't you advocate to build Israel on Germany then? What do you mean? Why is it? Why is it that you don't attribute the crimes of the Holocaust to the Germans the same way that you say the real reason why a lot of Arab Jews became Zionists is because of the Arab...
This is kind of like a goofy point, but some people like to try to make this argument that Israel is set up as like a punishment for... it's a punishment to the Palestinians and blaming them for the Holocaust, when in reality that's just the place that Jews happen to pick, where they're like, fuck it, we're gonna go here. It's kind of a goofy...
Arab. Because of the fucking scary Arabs. Yeah, of course Germany atoned, because they didn't have to be fucking ethnically cleansed. You know who got ethnically cleansed?
Remember, I'm pretty sure there were a ton of Germans that were ethnically cleansed. I think it was... I want the number 14 million is coming to mind, or 16 million. I think it was a fuck ton of them got kicked out of a lot of the European countries that they lived in after World War II. But I guess we just... Well, a lot of people got moved around after World War II in a lot of different places. But I guess we just don't pretend we pretend none of that happened, I guess? I don't know.
The Palestinians, who had nothing to do with the Holocaust. 11,000 Palestinians fought against Nazi Germany before people say the Grand Mufti or some other bullshit. The Grand Mufti was a fucking colonial vestige.
The Grand Mufti, I don't know if you'd say he was a colonial vestige. I think he represented a lot of the Palestinian desire on the time. He was probably the strongest voice for being having a Palestinian identity at the time, but it's very hard to defend the Mufti because that guy was fucking unhinged and like was a literal, I think went on to fucking like recruit for the Nazis and shit. He was pretty unhinged, so I think they try to like disavow that guy as much as possible.
Okay. The notion that Germany's on the good side because they become performatively anti-Semitism and they're shamed for the Holocaust despite doing the Holocaust, whereas Arab countries famously did not do the Holocaust, yet we consider Germany to be an ally of Israel and Jews. Yeah, exactly, because it's fucking Eurocentric supremacist bullshit. That is precisely the reason why. Because Arabs are barbaric.
Jesus.
Unless you're an Arab Jew, in which case, okay, we'll give you a leg up in this circumstance, in Israel at least. You know?
They kicked them all out.
Didn't Palestinians have some sort of deal with the Nazis? Did I read that wrong somewhere? Okay, it's kind of, but everybody tried to kind of make deals with the Nazis initially. Even the Yishuv, even pre-Israel, they were trying to make deals with the Nazis. Although this was up to, I want to say 41, 42. I think it was like right before the death camps were discovered. And I think this were the more radical. So the Yishuv is what the Jews called basically their land in Israel prior to the formation of the Israeli state. There were three main fighting wings. You had the Haganah, which was like the main, this was the huge force, I think it was like 20,000 or whatever, plus strong. Like this was your main military fighting force that tried to conduct themselves like a main military. And then you had these two smaller segments that were, we'll say, unhinged and maybe terrorists, the Irgun and the Lehi. And I want to say it was the Leahy that I think were kind of like reaching out to Nazi Germany, trying to make deals with like, hey, like how about we like work together? Maybe we can do this. But you have to remember when they were trying to make, when you were trying to make these deals, I believe this was happening at the same time that the Brits were saying no more Jews are allowed to go to Israel. Remember, Israel felt super ass pain about Britain from 1939, 1940 onwards, because Britain had basically said no more Jews are allowed to immigrate, and Jews felt like they were getting backstabbed, and to some extent they were, because Britain promised that there would be some Jewish immigration to this area for a long time, and then they basically said no more, and now Jews were like, well, we're getting word that our people are taking showers and not coming out as more than dust, so I don't know, it's kind of starting to feel kind of weird, and the Brits were like, well, you guys are all causing a bit of trouble now, so fuck you. So yeah, but at some point, like the Mufti, I think, ended up working with the Nazis more directly. I think he literally went to other countries to do recruitment for him. It's kind of unhinged. But the early Jews were also looking at the Nazi party like, well, maybe we should work with these guys because the Brits seem like they're fucking us over. So I don't like to condemn anybody on like, did you work with Nazi Germany early on? Like, nobody really knows who's going to win these wars sometimes, and you know, you got to work with whatever the fuck you got, you know.
1 million plus of them, and forced them to go the one place they hated the most, Israel. And now those same people that forced them out of their homes are telling them they don't belong there. So it's the Jews of Israel.
Yeah, brother, I'm sorry. You don't understand. It is not a land without people for a people without a land. There were people there, okay? You can't just act like this was empty space that needed to be occupied, okay? It wasn't empty space that needed to be occupied.
So it was largely empty space. People, that's an early quote. Was that Herzl or was it Ben-Gurion that said that early on? Ben-Gurion was a big leader in Israel pre-formation of the country and became their first prime minister. It's why it's Ben-Gurion International Airport of Tel Aviv. I don't remember who said it, but the quote initially was, I think it was Herzl that said it when he found Palestine. He was like, look, we're a people without a land, and this is a land without a people. Now, there were some people that lived there, kinda, but they were like very much like scattered over the area. It's not like there was an established civilization. Like, was it insensitive to say that? For sure. But I mean, like, it's like the early 1900s, okay? People said a lot of crazy. People said and did worse shit.
Okay, under the Ottoman Empire, Palestinians lived there. 2% of the population before the Aliyah process started, before the Balfour Declaration was...
Like, there weren't that many, like, the majority of the Levant, which is what this was called beforehand, the majority of the Levant was just empty space. Like, nobody fucking lived there at all, but...
Jewish, okay? The rest were the ancient... Here's the other side of the story. The ancient Jews that lived there, that stayed there, became Arabized, became Islamized throughout that process. So when you're actually when Israel's fucking killing Palestinians, they're unironically killing their own fucking ancestors, too, in terms of the 3,000 years of history. But I'm not even gonna get into that shit, because people get real fucking touchy about that.
Well, because the people that were turned into Arabs, or rather, the people that were turned into Muslims were usually done so because if you didn't, you were either killed or like because I believe that the Ottoman Empire, I think, was more friendly than some of, like, how many big caliphates were there? Was it like 5 or 6? And some of them were very unfriendly towards other people, and you kind of had to convert or they would just kill you. So it's kind of a tasteless talking point to bring up, but
you're just killing your own ancestors in that process. We're like, well, you're barbaric and you're brutal and ruthless. You must be killed because I need this land now.
Are surrounded by Islamic militant terrorist groups that have...
What? Algerian Jews were given a choice between Algerian citizenship and French citizenship, and guess what they chose? You're not cooking? Oh, you're talking to him. Yeah, I already brought that up. I know. I did. He brought up Algeria, and it's such a clear-cut indication that he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He just saw this goddamn... He saw this goddamn meme on Instagram and thought he cracked the fucking code, dude. That's how little he cares about this.
Remember, this Algerian talking point was brought up a lot because I think Palestinians saw the initial... when did the French get completely kicked out? They wanted to model themselves after that, but they realized, especially after 48, and so many Jewish people from the Middle East started to immigrate into Israel, they were like, fuck, this model doesn't work because we can't really rightfully call Israel a colony because these people don't see themselves as having a place to go back to, which is probably one of the reasons why the Jews in the area fought so much, is because it's like, it's basically do or die. Like, we don't have an area to retreat to if we fail. So that model of like, oh, look, it's like kicking the French out of Algeria, that propaganda model was abandoned by the Palestinians and they stopped using that talking point. But for some reason, people in the West still do. It's harder.
This issue that he's supposed to know about, right? Most of them are granted citizenship, not even a choice. Please read this. I'm Algerian. If you need a source on the collaboration, divide and conquer methods. I know. Fuck. It's so crazy to me that he just literally plastered this on the fucking context nuke to make it seem as though all of these unique and individual countries, some aren't even fucking Arab, by the way. He puts Afghanistan on there. He's not even Arab. All of these guys were all being, they were systematically erasing Jews from their population. They like forced them out. Meanwhile, half the fucking people that he's pointing to didn't even go to, some of them didn't even go to Israel. There's some of them went to France and then went to Israel afterwards, but voluntarily.
Voluntarily.
Oh.
LOL.
1
known Jew. We know their lives, their property, and migrate to the only place in the world that would accept them, which was Israel. The irony of this whole situation is that after the 1948 war, when Israel won the war to declare its independence, the Arab countries got super anti-Semitic against their own Jewish citizens.
Yeah, they kind of did.
That had nothing to do with Israel. And as a result, they kicked them all out, 1 million plus of them, and forced them to go the one place they hated the most, Israel. And now those same people that forced them out of their homes.
Well, I would say Ethan presents this as too one-sided here. Again, I think most people would agree, most scholars would say these are push-pull factors. They kind of got pushed out of their place, but it's not like the Jews didn't want to go to Israel. I mean, they would have probably preferred to stay, but at that point, like, Israel had this like fucking heroic story. Keep in mind that we kind of see Israel today as like this, you know, militant, you know, fucks all the Arabs up country. But back in the day, Jews were like, all the anti-Semitic stereotypes and tropes that people talk about Jews were like 20 times more back then. And the Arabs were the proud warriors. Remember, you had the Qadam, you had all of your caliphites. You had your Ottoman Empire. They had this empire that spanned, you know, like this massive region, and they had been here for so long, and they fought the Christians in the Crusades and all this shit. And like, I like the Arabs had a very proud, you know, warrior background, and the Jews didn't. So they would, I mean, some, I think when they went to Israel, were also a little bit hyped, had their own country.
Are telling them they don't belong there.
Bro, how do you not understand? Bro, he said now those same people that forced them out of their homes say that they don't belong there. Do you not understand what Ethan is saying? These are not the same people, you fucking moron. You racist moron. The people that don't want them there right now are the Palestinians who were ethnically cleansed. You are putting the crimes of other Arab countries and what they might have done, which you don't even fucking know, by the way, on the Palestinian Arabs that don't want to get their shit kicked in and don't want to be removed from their homes. Fuck! Kaya, please. Scared the shit out of me.
Like, it's funny. It's just so funny to see this from like a Western perspective. Like, oh, you're being racist. Oh, it's not all Arabs. And it's like, I guess you can take that perspective. But like when the PLO and when the Palestinians in the past have fought against Israel, they're always invoking the Arab identity. They're always calling for. I mean, like, if you look at Hamas, they call for global jihad against the Jews. Global jihad. Every Muslim has an obligation to fight against the Jewish occupation. So they do it to themselves, and I don't even think they would deny it. Like, they see their struggle, or a lot of them, as kind of sort of one and the same. But I guess for Hassan, you can't bring that up, or it's like racist or something. I don't know.
He's literally saying, well, now these fucking nasty Arabs don't want the Jews to live here. Do you see this? How does he not understand? How does he not understand this argument? These are totally separate people, okay? If one is the wronged party, the other is the party doing the wrong.
Like, it's not really that simple, but...
The Jewish virtual library map of the conflict. I mean, this is a classic Hasbro shit, okay? That's what it is.
It's not Hasbro. It's really cringe and really lame to call this Hasbro shit. Like, the Jewish virtual library is just a good source where they just back up and archive a bunch of original documents. Like, that's what a lot of this is. Like, or at least I haven't come across anything on this site. That's what I was just reading the Appeal Commission from. It's just, like, wrong. And also, people like Hassan will talk about how evil the Likud party is and their original platform for saying that, you know, the Likud party won't ever recognize a Jewish state. You can find that Likud party platform literally on the Jewish Virtual Library website. So, I mean, like, you can attack it, I guess, because you don't like it since it's Jewish on it. But generally, most of the stuff posted here is just like original sources and factual documents and shit like that. I'm gonna use the rest of my guys.
Oh my god! He only... If there was a role reversal where a 6-year-old Jewish boy was stabbed to fucking death, there would be... like an understandable, he was Palestinian, there would have been an understandable outcry. That outcry did not even exist for this child. It's fucking ridiculous.
Go to where iDubbbz joins. Yeah, give me... Where does iDubbbz join? Jesus Christ.
And through the interwebs, he's actually communicating. Dude. Are you here? Alright, hold on, I'm unlocking the door. Wait, oh, you're outside the door. Hold on, 1 second.
However, because everyone is being labeled as a genocide denier, Pierce Morgan, with decades of experience, immediately surrenders when the genocide card is pulled.
When you're just a fucking stenographer, you're not a truth teller.
He has every right to defend himself. And grow a pair, Pierce. Stand up for yourself. It's time to stop being intimidated by these online overnight activists who couldn't even point to Gaza on a map before October 7th. Like Hassan, for example.
Doesn't know where Yemen is? Okay, I'm gonna click close. I'm closing it.
True.
I think Nope.
True.
Dude, I'm memeing.
Oh my god! What? Link me the full clip of this. Excuse me? You can't own anything? Bro, I'll be honest. I didn't know fuck all about Israel or Palestine prior to October 7th. I couldn't have found either one on a map. Honestly, I didn't know fuck all. I'll own that, though. I'll say that. I learned all this shit post October 7th. Hassan has got this position where he's like, oh, I've studied this topic for decades, for years and years and years, bro. I've studied this topic so much, and you just got into it. This was not a meme. Give me the... Here it is.
Okay, dude. Yeah, I don't. Shut up. Okay. Nope, that was a failure.
Pakistan.
That was good.
Also, listen, some of these things, again,
Kashmir.
just to be clear, okay, I'm not going to be critical on anybody for lack of knowledge on a thing, because there's a lot of shit that I don't know and a lot of stuff that I've just learned recently, which is fair, okay? But if you're going to brag about knowing so much about geopolitics and shit, okay? Like, even if I knew nothing about where Pakistan was, well, what do I know? I do know that Pakistan fights with India a lot. People talk about like World War III. This big chunk here is probably India. And I also know that Pakistan also fights between India and China over like disputed land. So if this is India and this is China, I think we can probably safely know those two big things, right? Then Pakistan is probably somewhere in here, right? Maybe it's this long dude. Maybe it's over here with this guy and they're still fighting over land. So maybe you're one of these weird, like at least you'd be like in this ballpark, right? It's probably one of these guys. But like, bro, again, I just want to be clear. If you don't know because you have no fucking idea, that's fine. But to brag about your extensive foreign policy knowledge for so long.
Think Kashmir? I don't know.
Oh, even his chat's gonna give him hints. Think Kashmir, yeah.
No. 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 They got it.
Okay.
I have no idea where the Philippines are, dude. I'm done. I can't do this. The first try. That was the first try. I don't know if you guys saw this. Okay. Where is it? Like here?
He had written an article for the Young Turks on Yemen at this point. Oof, is that true?
No, I close it up.
Oh no.
Oh, got it. Bro. Those aren't even...
Okay, Yemen.
Really?
Okay. So what do we know about Yemen? I mean, historically, I guess, I don't know, this year... Well, no, I guess Saudi Arabia's always kind of been goofing in Yemen. And you know that they've got, there's, I believe, the Port of Aden. I think that was a British important thing or whatever that leads out into the ocean here. So maybe somewhere here in the Gulf-ish, maybe we would know. What do we guess?
I'm done, dude. I'm done.
Actually, I shouldn't call this the Gulf. That's not fair. This, when you talk about the Gulf states, this is the Gulf, right? It's this up here, actually, right? This is the, oh my God. It's the Mediterranean and Suez Canal into the Red Sea, right? And then, I don't know if this is called something. Eritrea has a port here. Djibouti.
I'm done. Okay.
I don't know what this thing is called here, this inlet.
Okay, I'm done. I can't play this any further. I'm not pretending. I'm actually this bad.
Uh-oh.
I can't. I don't know which is which, dude. Close the cookies? Oh yeah, true. Doesn't know where Yemen is? Okay, I'm gonna click close. I'm closing it. I'm closing it. I think nope. Nope. Got it. One of these. Okay.
Maybe it's just memeing the entire time though.
Philippines. There you go. Hungary. This. No. Is it? No, where is it? Scroll.
More?
Nice. I shaved because click on Tanzania. Tuvalu? Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Tiburon. Oh. Tiburon. Okay, dude, yeah.
Wait, that was it? What the fuck? Wait, there's so much more. Okay, fuck it. Where's the supercut then? Full VOD of the map game? No, I don't want to watch him do this for 30 minutes. There's like a supercut where he like... he doesn't even know where Turkey is somehow. Base, I guess? Can you point where Andorra is? No, because fuck that. I don't do the micronations. Andorra is one of these... It's either this thing here between Spain and France. I think it might be that one, or it's this guy here. I don't know. One of these stupid fucking. Oh, okay. I don't even know. That doesn't. Like, isn't that like a fucking TV show about the Jedi? I don't fucking know. Literally, not even a real thing. No one cares. Click the links from the timestamp. Trust it's worth.
I'm memeing.
No, memeing.
I'm fucking memeing.
Got it. How can you play actually?
Dude. What's up, Ian?
Oh no. My good friend. These were memes. Hello?
That's Orange Justice.
iDubbbz is doing an anti-Semitic dance, and through the interwebs, he's actually communicating in a very scary anti-Semitic manner. No, not only am I joking there, I'm gonna show you something, okay? Here, that's another Destiny clip, by the way, classic, okay?
Classic Destiny.
Yeah, God forbid you pick up a fucking sword in here, okay?
I was thinking about doing some sort of ritual in
no
here.
more swords, okay?
Oh. Yeah, by the way, chat, anyone not aware, I've seen a lot of people smearing the people in the photo, and Hassan as well. I'm the one who thoughtlessly picked up the sword. We're grabbing a lot of props in Hassan's room. There are a lot of props.
There's a lot of anti-Semitic props, and he just chose that anti-Semitic one as opposed to the other anti-Semitic ones.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me fix
Like
this.
the Luffy hat.
Yeah. There's a lot of. Is the mic buzzing? No. Yeah. I'm gonna kick you out if you apologize for that, by the way, because that's ridiculous. Yeah, don't even think about that. Okay. Yes, no, yes. Here. So, while Ethan posts about me not knowing a single thing about fucking Yemen, okay?
Okay.
This is from, I don't know, like 2019, I guess, where I'm memeing about Yemen. This is me in fucking 2016 talking about Yemen. What's going on in Yemen? And why aren't we talking about U.S. involvement? On Huffington Post by Hassan Piker, contributor, political commentator, /
What is that supposed to prove? That you were talking about this before you even knew where it was on the map? How is that supposed to... How is that supposed to help anything? This is the turkey thing? Wait.
Beak, one of the coolest flags on the planet. When you live on Earth, dude, just get it right. Making leftists look bad. Do you know where Turkey is? Yeah, like around here somewhere. Turkey is all of this, dude. Where is it, dude? You can tell it. What is it like? What is it like here? Where? There it is. Eswatini? What the hell is? Political comment.
Well, I feel like that was an Ottoman Empire joke, more than just a bad geography joke, but I don't even know. I think that was just a joke, but I don't know. Let's try to break it down. Wait, do people...
Wait, XQC is actually a nasty skater. In case you aren't up to date on the XQC lore, before he was one of the biggest streamers in the world, and before he was an esports pro, Little Felix was nasty with the board. So nasty, in fact, that he got sponsored.
Wait, I'm seeing an Omegalo person say you were sponsored skater. Is that true?
Yeah.
What?
Watch this.
To be honest, X is still pretty damn good, and every few years he decides to remind everyone that he still got it. He even met up with Olympic skaters Nigel Houston and Jamie Foy to play a classic game of skate.
Okay, X.
It came down to the two pros, but XQC wasn't half bad. But he was even pretty good at snowboarding as well.
That was actually clean.
If only he could apply those skills to any other physical sport.
So when a skateboarder come play basketball.
Wait, XQC is actually a nasty skater.
Faceit actually banned him with a message, "Go to sleep." What? Apparently he has been playing for more than 48 hours non-stop. 75 matches if I counted correctly. 24-hour ban from Faceit because I played too many pugs. You're temporarily banned from joining the queue. Go to sleep. Oh, he's not happy.
What do you mean go does too? How is this the reason go to sleep?
Chat, should we try to beat this record, bro? I could stay awake 70 hours and play Faceit all day. Faceit actually banned him with a message, "Go to sleep." What? Apparently he has been playing for more than 48 hours non-stop. 75 matches if I counted correctly. 24-hour ban from Faceit because I played too many pugs. You're temporarily banned from joining the queue. Go to sleep. Oh, he's not happy.
What do you mean go does too? How is this the reason go to sleep?
Chat, should we try to beat this record, bro? I could stay awake 70 hours and play Faceit all day. Faceit actually banned him with a message, "Go to sleep." What? Apparently he has been playing for more than 48 hours non-stop. 75 matches if I counted correctly. 24-hour ban from Faceit because I played...
Look, chat, it says Poland. Somebody from Poland gave this to me. Alright, what is it? Ain't no fucking way! Most niggas
the best Polish water, mocny gaz.
Bro, what is this called?
Mocny gaz.
What the fuck?
Mocny gaz. Mocny gaz.
What the fuck? Most niggas. Why do y'all want to call niggas for?
Look, chat, it says Poland. Somebody from Poland gave this to me. All right, what is it? Ain't no fucking way!
So yesterday, I was wearing a tank top. What are they called? Like when I grew up, they were
Wife beater.
yes, they were called wife beaters.
Yes,
when I
they
grew
are
up.
called that.
And I intentionally that day did not wear any deodorant. Okay.
Why intentionally?
Because some days, and S-Fan knows this, when you're playing retail WoW, you want to let that stank kind of fester. So I was real stanky. And at the end of the day, I was done playing, and I come downstairs and lay on the couch, and Catchy, because me and her were such good friends, it was a bit cold in the room, and we were like, maybe we should sit next to each other somewhat close just because it's cold. And so she was kind of, her head was kind of in my armpit area, right? And then when she got up after sitting there for 2 hours, I smelled the back of her head and it smelled like my armpit. It was so bad.
It literally leaked onto her hair.
So yesterday, I was wearing a...
Why the hell are fake exhaust tips still a thing? Okay, so manufacturers give us multiple reasons, all of them equally stupid. Firstly, they claim it's about looks. I mean, I am used to seeing exhaust tips at the rear, and so are you. So they add fake tips to maintain that traditional appearance. And then you get closer and realize just how cheap it looks. And next is efficiency. This one is obvious. Plastic tips are gonna cost less than routing metal pipes for the bumper. And then they defend themselves with safety because, oh, hot exhaust gases are gonna melt the bumper. Really? You don't have a 1,000 horsepower flame-spitting Aventador for the bumper to disintegrate itself. If it was such a huge problem, real exhaust tips would have disappeared years ago. And lastly, especially with diesels, the exhaust usually points down to the ground, so the car behind doesn't turn the interior into a Chernobyl zone. And that makes sense, but why fake it? Why not just get rid of the tips entirely? Why the hell are fake exhaust tips still a thing? Okay, so manufacturers...
Do you recommend this game?
Yes.
And if so, would you pick it to me, please? I've seen so much about this game lately, but I'm still so unsure.
Okay, you want me to pitch it to you? It is marketed as a turn-based game, turn-based RPG. None of this feels turn-based. It is incredibly active combat. You have to parry, you have to dodge, you have to jump, you have to gradient parry, you have to read your enemy, you have to learn them. It is a Souls-like turn-based game. It is absolutely wild. It's like Final Fantasy and it's like a Dark Souls game. It's really good.
Do you recommend this game?
Yeah.
I re-uploaded the same video 100 times in a row to see how bad the quality would get. So I saw another video claiming that the quality turns unwatchable after just 20 re-uploads, which I didn't believe, and so I took this short right here, downloaded it, and re-uploaded it over and over again until the quality was completely destroyed. Now, after the first 10 re-uploads, the quality was surprisingly already diminishing a good amount, and I noticed the audio even stopped syncing with the video. This paper is unrippable. It's moving on to 20 re-uploads though, and at this point it was already becoming pretty unwatchable, so the original hypothesis was correct. But I wanted to push it further, and so this is what happened when I re-uploaded it 30 times. As you can see, it's super grainy and low quality, and this is how bad the audio delay is. This paper is unrippable. It's literally impossible to rip. Not even sure I could get to 100 at this point without a black hole forming. I decided to push it 10 more re-uploads to get to a grand total of 40, and this is what it ultimately looked like. I have no idea how that's possible, but if anybody ever extends it to 100 uploads, let me know what it looks like. I re-uploaded...
People like Hassan hate the Arab Spring. The Yemen civil war starting point can be traced back to a political transition of power between Yemen's longtime authoritarian president, Ali Abdullah Saleh, who resigned after 33 years under pressure from 9 months of deadly Arab Spring protests. He could just be saying that as a descriptor, though. Maybe he's not opposed to them. I don't know. I mean, this is largely correct, but it just kind of reads like he's just quoting a Wikipedia article or something.
Minions have spawned.
A member of the Young Turks. Let's talk about the U.S. involvement in war crimes in the Middle East because no one else is. Donald Trump's sexual assault allegations. Hillary Clinton's transcripts reveal the true positions of most importantly Kim Kardashian's recovery for the gruesome break-in that occurred in Paris. These three headlines dominated the news this past week, crowding out the comparatively unimportant news that a Navy destroyer in the Red Sea fire.
Okay, I don't know if I care about this much. Hold on. What's this?
An insane thing to say. Also, $6,500. Suck my... You buy new watches every goddamn week. That's like worth $100,000. What the do you mean?
Does
it's not
Ethan
even a
do
good
that?
enough indulgence to actually do the amount of deplatforming that you've engaged in. Okay,
Jesus.
open up your wallet a little bit harder. Jesus Christ. Oh, he's gonna clip this. Suck my fucking cock from the back, you stupid bitches who constantly. He's gonna clip this. He's gonna clip this. I don't give a shit. He can.
What does sucking a cock from the back mean? What does that mean?
Clip everything. He can suck my dick from the back, dude. Suck my okay? All of you dumb optics lovers.
Nose
oh my
and ass.
god.
Not the optics frogs, true.
Purifying element.
Okay. Give me the highlights. This
80,000 views. Yeah. Yeah, Trump finally answered the big question. 992,000 views. This is just his clip channel. Hold on. There's more. Let me show you his other channel, his YouTube channel.
Okay.
Where the fuck's his YouTube channel? He has another one. This is just a clip one. Dude, I love showing people that are just completely oblivious to this side of the world, this shit. Latest video, Kanye's back. 65,000 views 50 minutes ago. He posts like peaceful protests got so much worse 22 hours ago. My honest reaction to Content Cop. About this Content Cop. He can't stop talking about me.
What is he like?
What does he say?
Like, what does he say that people? Because you said that people that live like this, like that's what resonates.
Yeah.
Like the living in this.
who is this guy? Does Hassan just bring on like these totally random people and expect them to understand or get anything about like the extended drama that these two people have that Hassan and Ethan have with each other?
Deviled and disgusting.
It says, yeah, based a lot. Sometimes it says, there it is. There it is. That's it. He watches Sex
Pestering.
Gold is officially North America's most watched streamer so far in 2025. He currently has more hours watched than Kai Cenat and iShowSpeed.
Oof. That's gotta hurt. That's gotta hurt, Hassan. Oh no.
He says the R word a lot.
The R word? Wait, is Hassan against that now?
Yeah. Based. You just gotta watch over Trump videos and say, yeah, based. Oh, here he is.
Doing this thing with like these deportations where they bring in like celebrities to deport
now
people.
It's actually, wait a minute.
Do you understand why I'm so black-pilled?
This is making a bit more sense to me why people become right-wing grifters, because it is that easy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Holy shit.
No, he like doesn't give a shit about any of this
this
stuff.
is a problem.
Meanwhile, Hassan is a left-wing grifter who doesn't know fuck all about any of the shit that he talks about, but you know, LOL. LOL, I guess. IG.
YouTube. 3 months ago to 4 years ago, I know. Imagine fucking bringing your channel back for this, losing a bunch of subscribers in the process because they forgot that they were subscribed to you to begin with, and the fucking video itself just flops, and your target for the video literally gets no motion, with the exception of like every dumb Hasanabi hater on the planet that already was going to entertain any on video, and you barely get 3.4 million views on it.
Barely.
What
3.4 million.
Flop,
oh my
dude.
god.
Oh my god.
An enemy has been
What is this? Currently sitting at minus 50,000. Oof. Oof.
should fear me.
Yes, because it's not funny. If anything, it's doing relatively well for something that's just not funny. Yes, it's doing relatively well for something that's just not funny because there are a shit ton of losers online who have also, in a similar fashion to Ethan Klein, basically broken their brains into believing whatever kind of insane nonsense someone has hallucinated about me online that they saw on their periphery.
Jesus,
and then,
the projection.
And then go, I need more of this song content. I need a steady flow of Hassan content. Yeah, he got Denim to go from 1K viewers to 10K in the process. Mike from PH tripled. I know.
Yes, our best allies.
It's time for some more Veritasium. Specifically, the man who almost broke math and himself. Ouch. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Tyler Folse. I'm a nuclear engineer with a little over 10 years of experience in the commercial nuclear power industry. From engineering to operations to emergency response. I don't want to know everything there is nuclear, but I can certainly share some knowledge. Let's see.
A rule in mathematics that is so simple you would think it obviously must be true. But if you accept it, you find there are now some line segments that have no length. A sphere, without adding anything to it, can be turned into two identical spheres. 100+ years of mathematics has been built on this axiom. It seems intuitive and it works, but it also creates ridiculous paradoxes. Is it right? Well, it all starts with the issue of choice. Try this. Choose a number. I can just pluck a random number from my head, like 37 or 42, but
37 being the most random number, and of course 42 being the answer. All right.
That is the human brain at work, not a mathematical process. In math, you can't truly pick things at random because formulas always give the same result, which is why computers don't have true random number generators. Instead, they usually run an algorithm on your current local time to generate numbers that appear random.
Things like radioactive decay appear random, because after all, you can know and you can measure with some pretty good accuracy on how long it takes for half of the substance to go away to determine its half-life. However, you can't tell when one individual atom is going to disintegrate. That's weird.
So if we can't pick randomly, how do we select anything in math? Well, the only way is to follow a rule of some sort.
So a rule could be, always choose the smallest thing. For example, if we're looking at whole positive integers, the smallest is 1. For prime numbers, it would be 2. Easy. But what about the real numbers? That's any number, positive, negative, whole, fraction, even irrational, like pi or the square root of 2. Now try to choose the smallest one. It's...
And no, negative infinity is not a real number, so that's not it. Because real, they have to have finite value.
Possible. The real numbers stretch off to negative infinity.
But even don't actually touch it, yeah.
Try to fix our rule by making it super specific, like choose the smallest number after 1, we still get stuck.
Yeah, the numbers get finer and finer and finer. So that whole saying, it's easy as 1, 2, 3, well, if you're dealing with integers, sure, but when you get to real numbers, not really. Now, for all practical purposes, sure, it's however fine your adjustment setting is. So if your reactor can adjust control rods in increments of 1 centimeters or 0.1 centimeters, it really depends on the input, not to mention their tolerance.
1.01, and then 1.0001, then 1.00000001.
Uncountable infinity are how many numbers that are between 1 and 2.
So on. So really, what number comes after 1?
There.
If we can't begin to specify the order of the real numbers, next and previous, first and last, we're stuck. The ridiculous part is we know we have infinite options, but despite that, we can't figure out how to just pick one.
The mission to resolve this began with one man in 1870. He took on the task of putting the real numbers in a definitive order, even if it killed him. And it nearly did.
Okay.
Georg Cantor was a talented German mathematician who found himself at the center of a firestorm after publishing one of his very first papers at the age of 29. For centuries, our understanding of infinity was heavily influenced by Galileo's 1638 book. It raised a key question. Are there more natural numbers, or are there more square numbers? Just looking at them, the square numbers are more spaced out, and they only become more sparse the higher you go. So it would appear there are fewer squares than natural numbers.
My infinity is bigger than your infinity.
But Galileo realized he could draw a line matching every natural number with its own square. And since he could make this one-to-one mapping, then he knew that the two sets must be exactly the same size.
And what's interesting is these are actually both countable infinities, because if you had an infinite amount of time, you would eventually get there, which is unlike how many numbers are between 0 and 1, or 1 and 0.1, or whatever.
So there are actually just as many square numbers as there are natural numbers. From this counterintuitive result, Galileo concluded that terms like more than or less than don't apply to infinity, how we normally use them. It's all just one big concept of foreverness. And this view prevailed for centuries.
Just a tricky sideways A.
In fact, it's how many people still understand infinity today. But 200 years on, Cantor wasn't satisfied. In 1874, he wondered, what if there were two infinite sets out there that didn't map perfectly to each other? Would they be different infinities? So he set out to compare the natural numbers and the real numbers between 0 and 1. Cantor started by assuming he could perfectly map these sets to each other one-to-one. So he imagined writing down an infinite list, with a natural number on one side and a real number between 0 and 1 on the other. Since there is no smallest real number, he would just write them down in any order. Assuming he now has a complete infinite list, Cantor writes down another real number. And to do it, he takes the first digit of the first number and adds 1. Then the second digit of the second number, and again, he adds 1. He keeps doing this all the way down the list. If the digit is an 8 or a 9, he subtracts 1 instead of adding to avoid duplicates. And by the end of this process, he has written down a real number between 0 and 1. But that number doesn't appear anywhere in his list. It's different from the first number in the first decimal place, different from the second number in the second decimal place, and so on down the line. It has to be different from every number on the list by at least one digit, the digit on the diagonal. That's why this is called Cantor's diagonalization proof. And it shows there must be more real numbers between 0 and 1 than there are natural numbers extending out to infinity. Cantor?
Okay, I kind of see what he's saying, because even if you had, and that's kind of getting into, again, the whole concept of countable versus uncountable, because here you're essentially adding on.
Had revealed something remarkable.
So I guess after that point, kids having an argument in the playground could say, instead of no to the power of infinity, they should say no to the power of real infinity.
Infinity doesn't come in just one size. Some infinities, like the set of square numbers, integers, or rational numbers, can be paired perfectly with the natural numbers. You can literally count them, 1, 2, 3, and so on. So Cantor called these countable infinities. But then there are bigger infinities. Cantor called them uncountable. These infinities, like the set of all real numbers, the complex numbers, they can't be matched one-to-one with the natural numbers.
I mean, this is kind of like, if you look at the countable ones, it's sort of like when you have a digital counter in the control room that reads out discrete natural values, but then you have an analog signal that has a perfect curve. And I'm talking the actual signal, not what your oscilloscope or whatever your meter is saying, which I guess could take on infinitely more values in any range, more than you can actually count out, even if you had the most precise infinitesimal instrument. I mean, you can get close enough to run your nuclear power plant, but it still won't be exact.
Cantor's results rocked the mathematical community. After all, how can something that continues forever be bigger than something else that continues forever?
His work was labeled a horror and a grave disease, but Cantor wasn't discouraged. His success only spurred him to pursue his even grander goal, to show that even uncountably infinite sets could be placed in a definitive order, what Cantor called a well order. For a set to be well ordered, he required two conditions. First, the set must have a clear starting point. And second, every subset, a collection of items from that set, must also have a clear starting point. So, for example, the natural numbers are well ordered. There's a starting point, 1, and any subset, say 6, 7, 8, also has a clear starting point. Case 6. You always know which number comes before and which comes next. But what about the integers? Integers stretch off to infinity in both the positive and negative directions. Well, Cantor realized he could just pick 0 as the starting point. And from there, his ordering went 1, -1, 2, -2, ranking the integers by their absolute value, their distance from 0.
Sure.
It doesn't matter if you put the positives first or the negatives first, as long as you're consistent. Ordering them this way is actually what allows us to map the integers to the natural numbers and see that both sets are the same size.
Sort of a proof by induction, if you will.
But there are other ways we could well order the integers. We could start with 0 and then have 1, 2, 3 all the way to positive infinity, and then -1, -2, -3 all the way to negative infinity.
Subsets.
This is not how we're used to counting, but both of these options fit the definition of a well ordering. There's a clear starting point, 0, and all their subsets also have a definitive starting point. Cantor had successfully well-ordered a set that was infinite in both directions, but it was only countably infinite.
Yeah, it's like he's trying to start a chain reaction, if you will. You prove it works for the first case, then prove it works for the next case, and therefore it should continue to work. Kind of like if you prove your neutron balance is stable at one generation and stable at the next generation, you know your reactor is critical, which means your neutron population is the same, your reactor power level is stable, and everything's good.
Next book, he published his well-ordering theorem. It claimed that every set, even the uncountably infinite ones like the real numbers, could be well-ordered.
The problem was he hadn't actually proven this,
though,
because he couldn't. Every method he tried had failed.
But there was one big reason that Cantor was so confident in his theorem. Cantor was a devout Lutheran, and he believed God was speaking through him. He said, "My theory stands as firm as a rock. Every arrow directed against it will return quickly to its archer." How do I know this?
Bold.
Because I have studied it from all sides for many years, and above all, because I have followed its roots, so to speak, to the first infallible cause of all created things. Belief notwithstanding, the well-ordering theorem was a lofty claim to make without any mathematical proof. And so, for the second time, the mathematical community attacked and ostracized Cantor. Leading the charge was Leopold Kronecker, the head of mathematics at the University of Berlin. Kronecker completely dismissed Cantor's work, labeling him a scientific charlatan and a corrupter of the youth. And Kronecker used to be Cantor's teacher. Cantor dreamed of joining him at the University of Berlin, but all his applications were mysteriously denied. So Cantor took the rejection personally. In 1884, he wrote 52 letters to a friend, and every one of them bemoaned Kronecker. Soon, Cantor suffered what would be the first of many nervous breakdowns. He was confined to a sanatorium for recovery.
Wow.
The only way he could prove everyone wrong was by well ordering the real numbers. But he couldn't find a starting point, literally.
Once Cantor was released from the sanatorium, he stepped away from math a broken man. Over the next 15 years, he taught philosophy and rarely dabbled in his old pursuits. Perhaps his greatest challenge came at the 1904 International Congress of Mathematicians. Julius Koenig, a respected professor from Budapest, announced he had proof Cantor's well-ordering theorem was wrong. In the audience was not only Cantor, but also his wife, 2 of his daughters, and his colleagues. He felt utterly humiliated. But there was also another in attendance, Ernst Zermelo. Zermelo was a German mathematician who had recently developed a keen interest in Cantor's work. And as he listened to Koenig's presentation, something felt off. Within 24 hours, Zermelo had pinpointed the problem. Koenig's proof contained a damning contradiction. And within a month, Zermelo published a 3-page article titled "Proof that Every Set Can Be Well Ordered." And it was flawless. Zermelo's breakthrough came when he discovered something profound in Cantor's work. A mechanism which Cantor uses unconsciously and instinctively everywhere, but formulates explicitly nowhere.
See, all along, Cantor had been assuming that he could make an infinite number of choices at once from any set, including uncountably infinite sets like the real numbers. But this was just an assumption. Nowhere in the mathematical rule book was this explicitly permitted. And math is built on rules, specifically axioms. Axioms are simple statements we accept as true without proof. Zermelo realized Cantor's assumption needed to be formalized into something that holds up in a system of proof. A new axiom that said making all of those choices was possible. He needed the axiom of choice.
The axiom of choice can be said in the sense that if you have infinitely many sets and each set is not empty, then there is a way to choose one element from each of the sets.
For finite sets, this seems obvious. Just go set by set and pick something. Even for infinite sets, it's easy if there's a clear rule, like always choose the smallest thing. But sometimes there is no natural rule. In those cases, when you're choosing from infinitely many sets, including the uncountable ones, you need the axiom of choice. We can't say how we're choosing. The axiom makes all of these choices all at once.
The axiom doesn't allow you to say which element you've chosen, only that infinitely many choices are possible. So how does this new axiom enable us to well order the real numbers?
Yeah, this is sounding a bit unusual. I can kind of understand given the where you can deal with infinities all the time in the world of math, but not so much in engineering. I mean, the idea of an infinite set where it's unstructured, there's no rule, it just asserts that a choice function exists, sure, but it's not exactly constructive. It doesn't tell you how to do it. So of course, being an engineer who wants to know that, sure, it exists, but it isn't useful. It's a bit like someone came up to me and had a brand new reactor design or something, and they said, hey, this reactor will work because there exists a control system that's going to stabilize it and keep the reactor critical with no issues whatsoever. And it's like, great, how do you do it? What's your design? What's your simulation? And they're like, oh, I don't know. And that's why it's still in, theoretical, mathematical discussion space where you can allow something to exist without actually building it or even simulating it, telling you how to simulate it for that.
Zermelo uses the axiom of choice to choose a number from the set of all real numbers. He places this number, let's call it x1, into a new set R. The axiom then allows him...
Also, mathematicians like doing this, creating a couple of R's. You couldn't go with S or T or even just R prime, but instead of we got hollow R and regular R.
Another number from the subset of all reals minus the one taken out. He calls this number x2 and places it as the next number in his set. And he keeps doing this, taking the chosen number and placing it next. x3, x4, x5. Now, it feels like he's choosing these numbers one at a time, but in reality, the choices are made from all possible subsets at the same time. As Zermelo indexes each number with the natural numbers, at first it might seem like he'd run into a problem, because the natural numbers are only countably infinite, whereas there are way more reals, so he should eventually run out of labels. But we can count beyond infinity. We did it earlier when we counted past positive infinity to get to -1, -2, and so on. So we just need a new set of numbers that extends past the naturals. Call the next number omega, then omega plus 1, omega plus 2, and so on. These omega numbers are not bigger than infinity, they just come after infinity. They don't tell us how many things are there, but they do tell us their order. So the next number we pull out, we'll label it x omega, then x omega plus 1, x omega plus 2, and so on. This will continue until we match the size of the real numbers and our original set is empty. Now, every real number is in our new set. There is a first number, x1, and every subset also has a first number. And just like that, we've successfully well-ordered the real numbers. This order looks nothing like our familiar ordering. A billion could come before 0.2, but with this process, we can prove that a well-ordering exists.
And more than that, we now...
Just going back to the subjective nature of well-ordering. I mean, I know it's not entirely subjective, but as someone who wants to keep it organized, it's a little bit more chaotic. Though I guess it's organized chaos. It's not terrible.
A way to resolve our issue of how to choose mathematically. We can't pick a smallest real number, but now we can pick a first real number, our starting point. And we can do this for any set, meaning all sets can be well ordered no matter the infinity. So Cantor's well-ordering theorem and Zermelo's axiom of choice are equivalent.
Cantor was so relieved. Zermelo had proved the well-ordering theorem and well-ordered the real numbers all in under a month. Zermelo took something mathematicians had unknowingly relied on for decades and turned it into a formal axiom. He showed that understanding isn't just about numbers, it's about the logic behind them. The axiom of choice may have been a new idea, but its use was anything but. Zermelo scanned dozens of papers from other mathematicians.
Yeah, people have only been doing it forever since math was a thing.
Realized they had also been using the axiom all along, even those who had criticized Cantor's work.
It just goes to show how unintuitive it is that it's even an axiom. People had been using it for like a decade, unknowingly.
But this almost seems too obvious.
Then again, using stuff unknowingly can get you in trouble. Like, in nuclear engineering, you have the point kinetics model as a oversimplification of how a reactor works by saying it happens at a point in space. And by point, I mean zero-dimensional, which could come in handy for some rule of thumb calculations or like general orders of magnitude, but when actually designing your reactor, no. And during the SL1 accident, it wasn't directly related to point kinetics, but they did make a lot of assumptions without really knowing how the things work. Such as the reactivity addition in that test not being spatially uniform. And there's a reason why in nuclear reactor designs now, don't just look at power level, you look at radial and axial flux. That is to say, how much of the power is being produced away from the center of the reactor and away, whether it be in terms of what quadrant the power is being produced in, what radial quadrant, and also at what height of the core the power is being produced in. Those are arguably as critical parameters as reactor power itself, or neutron flux itself, which is another way of measuring reactor power. So something that seemed obvious was mathematically convenient, but it ignored deeper structure, such as the potential to cause proper criticality, whether reactivity addition was spatially uniform, and what the overall power distribution looked like. Fortunately, in the field of mathematics, you're not directly building something, so you don't need to necessarily do a safety analysis for the axiom of choice, and I'm not saying the point source model is bad, I'm just saying it's good for a quick rule of thumb or a simplified instructional lesson rather than actually building a real reactor.
Zemelo's proof didn't actually construct a well order, it just said one must exist. But can something exist if we can't actually build it?
Yes, my question exactly.
Proof also used an uncountable number of steps. Was that even allowed? Some mathematicians argued proofs should be finite. Others accepted infinity, but only the countable kind. And then things got...
Accepting that sideways 8 is a number, as opposed to between 1 and 2.
Worse.
When mathematicians played around with the axiom of choice, it created disturbing results. One of the first came from Giuseppe Vitali in 1905. Vitali used the axiom of choice to build a set of numbers that shattered our idea of what it means for something to have length.
So what Vitali does is he takes every real number between 0 and 1 and assigns it to one of an infinite number of bins. Let's call these bins groups. So we want each real number to end up in exactly one of our infinite bins. So how does he do it? Well, let's say we have two numbers, x and y. If their difference, x minus y, is equal to a rational, that is, one integer divided by another integer, well then both x and y will go into the same bin. But if we have two other numbers, let's say p and q, and their difference is not irrational, so it's an irrational difference, well then those numbers will go into separate bins. So let's do some examples. If this is 3/4 minus a half, then we get 1/4, and so both 3/4 and a half will go into the same bin. In fact, you can see that all rational numbers from this span 0 to 1, they'll all end up in the same group.
Sure.
Now, if you have irrational numbers, well, it's not clear whether they will go into the same bin or not. Because, for example, if we have the number root 2 over 2 minus, say, root 2 over 2 minus a quarter, well, then that does have a rational difference, even though each of these numbers is irrational. So these two numbers will go into the same group. But if we have irrational numbers, root 2 over 2 minus root 2 over 3, well, that gives an irrational difference. So root 2 over 3 will have to go into a different bin. And it will be joined by all of the numbers it has a rational difference from. And in this way, you can assign each real number to exactly one of these bins. Next, Vitaly used the axiom of choice to reach into each group and select exactly one number, which would be a representative of the group. So he could pull out 3/4 from the rational group, root 2 over 2 from this group, root 2 over 3 from that group, and so on. Though, of course, because we're using the axiom of choice, you don't actually know what that representative number is, just that you have one. So we could write it down
providing something
like this. We have these representatives from each group, and together they form the Vitaly set. You can visualize this set as a collection of points between 0 and 1. Next, Vitaly makes infinite copies of his set, and each one he shifts by a different rational number between -1 and +1. So if you think about what that does, it's going to move each representative number to be at the position of every other number in its group. If we just had the one rational number that we plucked out as a representative from the rational group, now we're going to shift it by every possible rational number between -1 and +1, so it's going to end up at every other position occupied by the other members of its group, at least on the span between 0 and 1. So if you imagine now merging all of these infinite sets together, there's going to be no overlap between the points. And second, we are going to have every real number between 0 and 1, because on that span we have every member of every group. So now the question is, what is the size of the Vitaly set? Now we know that the union of those sets must be greater than or equal to 1, because we have every real number between 0 and 1. But also, these points only extend out as far as -1 or +2. So it must be less than or equal to 3. But this is where the problem arises, because what number for the size of the Vitaly set could you add to itself infinitely many times and end up with a value between 1 and 3? There is no number like that. I mean, if the size of the Vitaly set was 0, you add it up infinitely many times, you still get 0. If the size of the Vitaly set is a small positive value, and you add it up infinitely many times, you're going to get infinity, not 3. So we have a contradiction. And the only way out is if the Vitaly set itself is unmeasurable, which seems crazy.
Okay, but we're still saying there's a way to withdraw from it via the axiom of choice. Yeah, a bit like saying there's a way to make a reactor that's inherently unsafe safe, but you're not going to tell me how.
Non-measurable sets, like the Vitaly set, have no consistent definition of size or length or area or even probability. But math is built on the idea that everything can be quantified, whether it's distance, time, or weight.
Yeah, even in a weird way.
Now there are non-measurable sets, and it seems like the axiom of choice is to blame. This was just the start of the uproar caused by the axiom.
In 1924, two mathematicians, Stefan Banach and Alfred
Hey yo, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Hope everybody having a good day so far. Thought that account is deleted. Dangerous Dork? No. Dangerous Dork is still up and running. It has seen better days, but it's weird. Dangerous Dork is alive. Arena is ending soon. Are you gonna grind more? Once Arena is gone from League of Legends, I will become a good player again. My skill in rank, my skill in League, and Arena getting added to League, they have a very similar... If you look at the time pattern, you'll see a correlation between the two. Today we're playing Sion. This got posted in the Lost for Tones Discord, and I don't know, something or someone is missing. So I figured this is just not good. I can't be the only person who's not challenger, so I figured play some Sion.
Is like
Ow. Solo Bolo. She just stands tanking fully charged Q. Okay. I don't think that's how the game works. You can't just tank a fully charged Q from a Sion like that. Fuck. Missed my Q and my W. I'm taking heavy damage here, by the way. Oh, I lost all my health. Just for the cannon. I'm gonna have to look for a death here. Not on this wave, on next wave. Very important to time your deaths correctly. Otherwise you're not gonna get a lead from them. When this wave arrives, I'm gonna look to crash it with my passive. Oh wow. Oh wow. Missing that is criminal. This should be good, no? She still died. She died to a fucking minion auto, I think. That is really good. That is really good. Oh, if that hits. She doesn't realize. I'm gonna hit level 6 here. I mean, I can't really turn it, but... Elise is here. I don't even have a big CS lead. Thought I would have a bigger CS lead. I don't know if I've been farming bad or if she's been farming good. I guess I did kill her twice, so... All right. Can I hit this in her face? Doesn't seem like it. Worth it. Oh my god. So close. This is what's so great about Sion. If you get solo kill in the right place and the enemy champion doesn't have good wave clear, they're not even gonna get a lead from killing you. Ey! Stuck on the wall. Because now I pretty much took the plating, right? And then she went all in on me. Just TP. I think I'm gonna proxy here. Or help the Shaco. We can 4-man this. Yeah. That's all I got. I don't have ulti. Mill is roaming.
Happy Saturday, Simon.
My Qs are a little bit off now. Like, I feel like I'm missing Qs that I shouldn't be missing. That's a good hit. They're here. This is so awkward, they're on the grubs.
An ally has been slain.
Stop it! Get away from me! Boom. Boom. There's no way. Got it! Big. I flashed over away from the tower because I didn't know how much ramp. I didn't know how much it was ramped up. I feel like it was very ramped, so I didn't want to risk it. She has Triforce. I have to respect that, Spike. Only play with poke, I cannot get in her range. Oh wow. Oh wow. Oh, if she went quick on me with that E, I feel like she would have killed me. The fact that she waited. Solo bolo. On me. I think I'm ulting here, by the way. I don't want to give Jace 15 platings. She missed. She missed. Yo, Mel. I can't with the Jace. Like, can you take back your laner? I want to lane versus Camille. Big damage. This guy is gonna have to recall. Give tower. Camille is coming. I have to go forward here. No, he has mana! He has mana for that! Bro, unlucky! I'm gonna take the tower. Jace will be here again and kill me. But that's life. Yo, he's a little bit low though. Not super healthy, this guy. Fuck it. I missed. Then I missed. Big.
Looking great today.
I'm gonna look to ult this guy. can't. Blaze beats me in the 1v1. If I hit one of these E's, I can go, but coming. Oh, that was not even like close to fully charged, and she was like 60% health. I deal a lot of damage. Beautiful, beautiful. I need a B for my gold. Casual, 3.5 items, 21 minutes. It's pretty good. I don't even have 10 CS a minute. I have like 9.5. Seriously? I'm dead. Bro, I do not... I did not kill the Sona? Hey, we're not losing the game here, are we? No, we're fine. Be level 16 on this wave. Level 16. I don't even need level 16 on my ulti. So who said Camille beat Sion, by the way? Who said this? Biggest fake counter matchup. If you're good on Sion, you win this matchup. They're all gonna be here, so I can't even push. Oh, so I should have just recalled, I guess. I don't know. Bro, unlucky! Like this guy! He's just on me! Entire game long! They're both dead. Backshots. Backshot psycho. Nice, nice. They're TPing bot. Give tier 2. Gonna have to give Drake as well now. I kill this guy. Hardled him. Oh. Beautiful. I don't have ult there. Try and play Sion versus range champions and you don't have ulti. It's fucking impossible. Backshots. What if we end the game here? I have ulti again. I can bow special. It's really hard to make it worth. I could stick around. Try and solo. I think I'm griefing here. I should just recall. I might as well stay for the 100 gold. I'm just gonna stay for 100 gold. I might as well just stay for this wave as well, then I'm already here. My team will fight soon, and I'm not there. No, don't even think about it. I'm looking Elise. I'm going. Oh. Well, that's GG. Come down from there. You as well. GG. We're thinking about damage. 50k, 60k, 40k. Okay. I heavily overestimated myself, but it was still the most, and that's what's important.
Inside of this box right here is the new MSI Raider, but not any MSI Raider. This right here has both the new AMD X3D mobile chip and a mobile 5090, meaning that this right here has the fastest possible hardware combination for a laptop. Just how fast is it? Well, we're about to find out. It's a big box. Takes up like the whole frame of the top down. Jeez. This thing's freaking huge. I can already tell you that much. Oh my, this thing's freaking heavy. It's like, oh, got an absolute weapon of a power brick here. Holy frick. 400 watts is what we're able to get out of this charger over a proprietary connector, which makes a lot of sense because you would need 2 USB Type-C chargers in order to deliver that kind of power, and this makes a lot more sense. 3 pounds on the power brick. For context, the laptop I'm currently using, the HP ZBook Ultra, is half a pound heavier than just the power brick that comes with the Raider. Holy frick. Oh, this thing has to be like 7.5 pounds. Let's see about that. 8 pounds on the laptop. That is freaking wild. You're going to have 11 pounds in your backpack with both of these, but I can see why. Look at the size of the heat sinks that are in this thing. So much just bare copper in there. It is freaking beautiful. The heat pipe situation down here is crazy. Looking at the outside of the Raider, the design is quite gamer. It's not super duper insane, but these red accents here and the general mass and size of the thing certainly lets you know that it's a gaming laptop and a half. As for I/O, on the right hand side we have headphone microphone combo jack, USB Type A, 2 Thunderbolt 4s around the back. We have our power input, HDMI 2.1 and 2.5 gigabit networking. And on the left hand side, we have 2 more USB Type A's and a full-size SD card reader. Now, one thing that you don't get on this model is Thunderbolt 5, but we also have a second MSI Raider here today. This one has Intel in it, and the I/O is all basically the same, except over on this side you get Thunderbolt 5. Unfortunately, we can't fully drag race these two because the Intel one has a 5080 in it, but it will be nice to see the 5090 versus the 5080, and we can do a little bit of CPU testing. One thing I am definitely noticing here is that this laptop is a bit of a fingerprint magnet. Like if you look here, I'm just gonna give it a little bit of a touchy touch. I'm not even like incredibly sweaty or anything right now. This thing just really, yeah, oh. All right, let's open this beast up. As I am sure you've been able to tell, this is an 18-inch laptop, and it is gargantuan. Like this trackpad right here, it is of a pretty decent size, but it just looks like a tiny little island because this laptop is so freaking big. Like, let's compare to the one on like a normal laptop. They are basically the same size, which means this is more than good enough. It just looks tiny. There's no point in even trying to use this on battery, right? Let's plug her straight in. It's the Dragon RGB. Oh, it is, hell yeah. One thing I am immediately noticing using the Raider is that the trackpad just is not big enough. I know that I did just say that it's about the same size as on the 14-inch, but the problem that I'm having is that it's just not really like in a position that makes any sense. Because I keep on like indexing my hands based off of it being down here, but you actually want to be like there-ish. So I keep on clicking like down here on the bottom where there's no actual trackpad. And one thing that also is very unfortunate is that because there's a numpad over here, absolutely love it, thank you MSI, the trackpad is not centered with your keyboard, so you're going to be sitting here something like this. And for one, the palm rejection is an absolute nightmare because I keep on clicking it because my entire hand is on top of the trackpad. But also, I really like to use my thumb, and it's not anywhere close to the trackpad, so that sucks. And also, it's not RGB, which I was hoping it would be, so I don't know, it's just kind of shit all around. The keyboard is pretty good. The problem I'm having is that this stupid trackpad is, like I already mentioned, exactly where I want to have my right hand, and I keep on clicking it, and then I'm not typing where I'm supposed to be typing. This is a desktop replacement, so chances are you will just turn off the trackpad and use a mouse over here. But a lot of other brands have figured out how to do trackpads properly on 18-inch laptops, and this is not good enough MSI. Actually, you know what? Let's just do that. I want a mouse. There we go. I can't believe it. The keyboard's not even bad either. On a lot of MSI laptops that don't have those, like the Cherry MX switches, I sort of expect the keyboard to be mediocre, but this right here is like decent. Like I'm gonna give it an A- for a keyboard, but the experience of using it is like a B, because I just keep on clicking the trackpad and you can't use the trackpad when you do the keyboard, so it's a B. Well, that's a bit of a disappointing start. Alright, let's look at the reason that we're actually here though, the performance. Inside of this thing is an AMD Ryzen 9 9955HX 3D 16-core processor. The CPU is able to go up to 5.4 gigahertz, and those 16 cores are 16 cores. Like, you don't have any of those high efficiency, low power cores, none of those nonsense going slow stuff. These are 16 real big, fat, meaty cores that can do whatever you want them to, besides have your battery last a while. To complement that, we have 64 gigabytes of RAM, which is running at 5,600 mega transfers per second, which means that we might be able to replace it. That's the sort of speeds that you can get out of a soda. We also have 2 SSDs. One is 2 terabytes. Oh, the second one is also 2 terabytes, so you could RAID 0 them if you want it to be even faster and you don't care at all about your data. And for the GPU, we have AMD Radeon graphics, which only has 2 cores in this configuration, meaning it's not really there, but that doesn't matter because we also have an RTX 5090 mobile, which is basically a desktop 5080, but even slower. Now we do have 24 gigabytes of RAM, so if you're doing professional workloads on the go, this thing will be pretty awesome, but it has almost identical core counts to the desktop 5080, and it's also clocked an entire gigahertz slower. So if you're going into this expecting desktop 5090 performance, you're not gonna get it. But what I want to do right now is see just how fast all of those cores can go. We have Cinebench on here, and let's bring out the Intel version as well. All right, we have laptop number 2 here, and it is spec'd out with an Intel Core Ultra 9 285HX, which has 24 cores, but only 8 of those are performance cores and 16 of them are efficiency cores. It's also able to go up to 5.5 gigahertz, and the memory on this one is also slightly faster at 6,400 mega transfers per second instead of the 5,600 that we found on our AMD system. Alright, it is time for our drag race. We are in Cinebench R23 because I think it's more fun to look at than R24. Go. The AMD one started out way faster, and it's going way faster. And what's our score? 38,988 points out of this guy, and 38,187 points on the Intel. That is nearly a dead heat between these two. Under 1,000 points when you're going that fast is pretty much within the run-to-run variance, so we can effectively say that these are pretty damn close. Well, now that we know it's slightly slower, our Intel system can once again go away. Alright, let's give this guy a little game here. Booted up Doom Eternal, and hopefully it is a good one. I am screen recording at the moment, so the FPS won't be quite as high as you would expect to have. Oh wow, I am bad. It does look like we're getting around 140 to 160 FPS, which is pretty good, especially given that this is 4K. But at the same time, I am seeing a lot of screen tearing, and I'm really, really disappointed that this monitor does not have G-Sync as an option. For a laptop that is this expensive, and especially given the fact that it is a 4K monitor where in all games you aren't necessarily going to be able to get all of the 120 FPS, or even in this where we're getting over it, I'm still seeing screen tearing. It's not as premium of an experience as I would hope for. And the actual gaming portion is pretty great, but the screen is not so good. I am not super impressed. I need to break out the other laptop because this AMD system has an engineering sample panel, so it's not quite what we're looking for, but we have the Intel one, so one second. All right, we're on the Intel machine now with the properly calibrated panel, and it actually looks really quite good in SDR. We're able to get a bit over 1100 nits peak brightness, which is fantastic, and it's accurate enough for most of what you're doing as long as you're not a photo or video professional. Out of the box, our model was a little bit blue in sRGB mode. I don't mind that too much because you'll just get used to it. Your eyes will sort of white balance it for you after a little bit. And overall, I think that this looks pretty great. Where things fall apart though is when you enable HDR. Just look at this background right here. And I'm gonna turn on HDR. It's bright. It certainly is really bright. All right, we are now in HDR. Oh! It looks horrible. Like, did you see that? It's just literally the entire screen is blown out and the saturation is just off the charts. It is obscene how colorful this is. Future Alex here. After recording, we found out that if you turn on HDR and then restart the whole laptop, the display goes from really bad to really bad, but not quite as bad. For comparison this time, I have a MacBook Pro, which by the way has a brighter screen, and it is so much less bright and also so much just actual colors once again. Now we'll take this guy, turn the HDR brightness all the way down to make it somewhere reasonable-ish. And now it's kind of looking okay, and all that we had to do was restart it and completely change the settings. Okay, this I can kind of stand, but it is still completely incorrect. It's not even close. In our best case scenario, with the brightness turned all the way down on the MSI and it restarted, we were only able to get a 64.3 Delta E ITP, and again, 12 is what we expect for an okay viewing experience. It is still so comically oversaturated and overbrightened that stuff that you're looking at in HDR on the MSI sadly just looks cartoonish. Now for our performance results, we tested the MSI Raider with the 5080 and the Intel chip, plus our 5090 against an Asus Strix Scar that had a 4090 in it to see how it's improved generation over generation, and it has a little bit. At 1600p in Total War Warhammer 3, we were able to get an extra 13% performance on the 5090 compared to the 4090. The 5080, however, was 1% slower. In F1 2024, similar results. The 5090 has about a 9.2% uplift, while the 5080 is, again, 1% slower than the 4090. And in Cyberpunk 2027, we had a much bigger uplift for the 5090 over the 4090, nearly 20%, but the 5080 was only 3.25, meaning that it's near as makes no difference to last generation's best. So overall, it is a nice little gen over gen bump, but at the same time, it's nowhere near the price bump. We'll get to that later. Maybe the speakers will be a redemption though. In here we have 6 speakers, 2 woofers, and 4 tweeters, which maybe sound good, we'll find out. All right, it sounds loud and clear, although I suspect there won't be a whole lot of bass. Oh, that's not too bad. It's kind of nicely balanced. Belle, can I borrow your MacBook for a second? Here we have the MSI, switching over to the Mac. Wow, that's way better. The MSI sounds like junk now. It's amazing how a laptop of this size is able to just completely destroy the speakers on one that has all this space to put in way more bass. One thing that is quite nice though is the webcam. Well, maybe the webcam itself isn't, but we do have a little switch here beside the webcam, which I really appreciate. You can super easily just know that no one's looking at you on your free time. Back up here, we also have Windows Hello facial recognition. Absolutely love to see that. So this webcam right here is going to be decent enough for what you might want to do for video calling people, but do not expect it to be accurate. Actually, maybe this is just the display being a piece of shit once again. Oh, that looks way better. It's just that HDR was on and it looks like ass. Going back to the AMD one here to have a look inside of that one. 12 Phillips head screws later and we are in it. Holy crap. That is some impressive heat pipage. In here we have 2 big beefy fans and also 6 heat pipes, although if you spring for the Gen 5 SSD option, you even get a 7th heat pipe that goes down onto that guy. In here we also have 2 SSDs that are upgradable. Love to see that. Looking underneath the SSD here, we have a great big thermal pad, which is great. So if you want to put in a double-sided SSD in the future, it should be no problem. You just might have to get a slightly thinner thermal pad for it. Also, what is incredibly exciting here, look at that. We have our RAM right here. You can replace it just as you want. This one's 32 gigabytes. So if you want to upgrade it in the future, or just your RAM dies, here you go. You can do it. Now, what's a little bit not as good is the battery. It is literally as large as they could make it. This thing right here is 99.99 watt hours. And that doesn't matter when you have a computer that's this large and this powerful. We tested the Intel one, which is verified to have the correct battery life, and it came in a bit over 4 hours. So do not expect to be like going to the library and writing a paper with this thing right here on battery. You're gonna have to take that 3-pound great big brick wherever you go. And one final thing while we're in here, the Wi-Fi card is replaceable, and on the AMD system you will want to, because the MediaTek Wi-Fi cards are just not as good as the Intel ones or the Qualcomm ones. You will have some problems with connections and stuff like that, at least in my experience. So far this laptop's been a bit of a mixed bag, but the price makes it not. This thing right here is $5,600, and for that, MSI's out to lunch. Who the is going to buy this thing for $5,600? The Strix Scar that we looked at with the 4090 in it cost $4,000. Now that does have less RAM and less storage, but $1,600 to upgrade to the next gen, plus a better RAM and storage, is insane. I am sure this is not entirely MSI's fault. Nvidia probably has the prices of these 50 series chips just absolutely to the moon, but man, it's pretty rough. The Intel system with the 5080 also is very close to $5,400, and as we saw, it performs pretty much identically to the 4090 that costs what, $1,400 less? Wow, it's not a great time to be buying a gaming laptop. At least if you're trying to get one that's this baller tier. So MSI, let's just talk about this one for a second. This laptop is $5,600. The trackpad being really annoying and just not good enough for a laptop of this price, I think I could get over, but the screen, I cannot. The things that matter the most when you're designing a laptop are the keyboard, the trackpad, and the screen, because those are the things that you are actually interacting with. And when 2 of those 3 are misses, the whole laptop's miss. It doesn't matter. A MacBook Air is a better laptop than this $5,600 piece of trash. It doesn't matter if you can game at 1000 FPS if those 1000 FPS are delivered to your eyeballs through something that looks like a piece of crap.
Off watching that?
Never.
No, okay.
It's one thing selling tickets to the neighbor's kids, but damn, it's your dad's dick, bro. Doesn't sound good.
Creating virtually limitless amounts of energy through nuclear fusion.
No. Today we're going to be looking at another one of the B1M's videos, specifically the world's most complex construction project, the largest nuclear fusion reactor. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Tyler Foltz. I'm a nuclear engineer with a little over 10 years of experience in the commercial nuclear power industry. From engineering to operations to emergency response. I don't claim to know everything there is nuclear, but I can certainly share some knowledge. Let's see.
This is the world's most challenging construction project.
Cool that he actually got to go there. That's a privilege.
The largest and most powerful nuclear fusion reactor ever built. An amazing team of scientists and construction workers are trying to replicate what happens inside the sun.
So the saying is it's always 20 years away, and it's been that way since the 1950s.
Potentially unlocking a source of clean and virtually inexhaustible energy.
You could argue that fission nuclear reactor technology, using breeder reactors, uranium and thorium, could last us for thousands of years. That is cool,
and it's demanding one of the biggest international collaborations in history.
The answer has eluded scientists for decades.
Now, it's been seen as the great hope for generating clean power.
But if it does work, it could help save the planet.
Today is an historical moment.
Successful nuclear fusion has long been a dream for scientists.
I like that they're talking about fusion while showing mushroom clouds in the background. Because nuclear fusion does exist in weapons.
Worldwide.
No fewer than 35 nations are teaming up and combining their strengths to build something that's never been built before.
Now that is inspiring, just having an international coalition work together on something like this.
Without that extraordinary partnership, the epic International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor simply wouldn't be possible. Although its origins can be traced back to the mid-20th century, a lot's happened here since I first visited in 2022. Back then, we only scratched the surface of what's really going on inside these walls.
We are building arguably the most complex machine ever designed.
I just cannot believe the scale of the engineering challenge.
I could see how they argue that, especially with complex coordination between that many countries. While it is inspiring, just where you get all of your materials from, lots of logistical challenges.
To build a device that is this complex is a pharaonic or Herculean sort of project.
It's such a humbling experience. I got goosebumps just talking about it.
Building something together with people from all around the world, it's one of the greatest things you can dream to work on.
Oh wow. So I've never had the privilege of seeing a nuclear power plant under construction or being invited to one that was under construction. The plant that I worked at was built sort of around the time I was born. So it was already well operating, but it was still awe-inspiring the first time I saw how big the reactor vessel was or how big the steam generators are, or the first time I saw the blue Cherenkov glow above the refueling cavity.
I'm here to see how this amazing team of people is managing this planet's most monumental build.
The fascinating thing about fusion on Earth is it makes the sun seem cold by comparison. The sun's core is about 15 million Kelvin, whereas fusion reactors on Earth, upwards of 100.
I'm driving through the south of France and I've got a very big smile on my face, not just because the sun's shining, but because I'm on my way to see the world's coolest construction site.
Set in pine forests in the south of France is the world's biggest nuclear experiment.
The biggest and most expensive scientific experiment in human history.
And that's what it is. It's an experiment. This is not a commercial fusion plant. It's not going to be making electricity to supply part of France or anything like that.
This place looks like nothing from the outside, looks like an industrial complex. But inside these buildings, something truly astonishing is happening.
Experts from dozens of nations have joined forces for one very important science experiment. Together, they hope to finally crack a riddle that's remained unsolved for decades, creating virtually limitless amounts of energy through nuclear fusion.
So the whole limitless energy thing, no. Fusion fuels such as
Have you seen an arm like this? This actually pulsates and it only means one thing. Her kidneys have failed. This is called a fistula, through which we take out your blood, filter it with a machine and put it back. This is called hemodialysis, and this machine replaces the function of the kidney. This is done for 3 to 4 hours at a time, 3 times a week. Not only is it terrible for patients, it's also extremely expensive. In the US, we spend $50 billion on kidney replacement. That's twice the budget, the whole budget of NASA. And the 2 biggest causes of kidney failure? Diabetes, high blood pressure. Have you seen an arm like this? This actually
Rules are made to be broken. Like buildings. Or people.
suffocate. My arms reach out to my remedy. You're the one I need. You're the one I need. Hold me close and tell me that it's real. 'Cause finally I find myself in a place where I fully, truly start to heal. Ooh, you're the one fakeness, filters on the faces, pretty only goes so far. What's with all the hatred, judging on the daily, slowly tearing us apart? Why can't we just hold up? Is it too much to just show love? We all try our hardest, ain't nobody flawless. Honestly, I've had enough. We could tear all the walls down, turn this place to a ghost town. What you see is what you get now. Yeah, we all bleed the same. All these voices are so loud, we can drown all the noise out. What you see is what you get now. Yeah, we all bleed the same. What you see is what you get.